Parallel universe in the Dragon Kingdom, beside the Blackwater Lake in the Pingling Mountain Range. Within the inky depths of a cave, Qin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, his pale yellow vertical pupils fluttering incessantly. Am I not already dead? Qin Chuan instinctively uttered words, only to realize that he could produce nothing but a hissing sound. Have I been reborn as a snake? As he scrutinized his form, he became increasingly convinced that he had indeed transformed into a serpent, his body appearing to be barely over a meter in length. Emerging from the cave, he found towering trees shrouding the sky, while the ground remained thickly carpeted with wild grass. Observing his surroundings, Qin Chuan noted that apart from his transformation into a snake, everything else seemed identical to the planet he had once inhabited. Reflecting on the events preceding his rebirth, an abyss of hatred flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, his girlfriend Zhao Shuiying had betrayed him, engaging in an affair with Wang Yinjuan. After Qin Chuan discovered their treachery, they conspired to render him incapacitated before casting him into the lake. Yet, what astonished him was that he had glimpsed a dragon in that lake. To be precise, it was a flood dragon, the final scene he beheld before his demise. Upon waking, he found himself transformed into a snake. Could my rebirth be connected to that flood dragon? Qin Chuan shook his head, unable to grasp the intricacies of this reality, deciding not to dwell on it too much as long as he could continue to live. That was sufficient whether he was human or serpent mattered little. What he desired most was to exact revenge on that treacherous pair, Wang Yinjuan and Zhao Shuiying. Regrettably, Wang Yinjuan was the son of the chairman of the Wang Group in Jiangchong, surrounded by a cadre of elite bodyguards, all seasoned veterans. Now, as an ordinary king cobra, avenging himself would not be an easy feat. Detected that the host meets the activation criteria of the infinite devour evolution system is binding. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind, pulling Qin Chuan back from his reverie. Is this the system? Initially stunned, Qin Chuan's expression morphed into one of ecstatic joy. This was the legendary golden finger that only existed in novels. Host, Qin Chuan species, King Cobra skills. Constriction LV.1 unleashes incredible strength by tightly coiling around prey until death ensues. Venomous fangs LV.1. When biting prey, can inject a substantial amount of venom, leading to rapid poisoning and death. Evolution points. 0-100 comprehensive combat power. 38 with a mere thought. The system panel manifested before Qin Chuan's eyes. Despite his current modest combat power, as long as the system was present, he could evolve infinitely. With the system, he would undoubtedly be able to slay Zhao Shuiying and Wang Yinjuan, those wretched beings. At this moment, his foremost priority was to enhance his strength. Caw caw caw. Suddenly, a cacophony of calls erupted nearby. Following the sound, he discovered a group of bullfrogs not far off. Gazing at the plump bullfrogs, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of hunger. Well, since I've transformed into a snake, it's perfectly normal to devour a bullfrog raw. Stealthily approaching the bullfrogs, he opened his jaws wide and swiftly seized one. His two sharp, venomous fangs pierced into the bullfrog's flesh in an instant. Kill the bullfrog, gain 10 evolution points. This bullfrog doesn't taste as bad as I imagined. It has a certain fish-like quality, Qin Chuan mused, savoring the flavor. He then continued to stealthily catch the remaining bullfrogs. Kill the bullfrog, gain 10 evolution points. Kill the bullfrog, gain 10 evolution points. Killed. In a matter of mere minutes, the bullfrogs he had captured transformed into evolution points for Qin Chuan, leaving him just 50 points shy of his first evolution. Burp, only 5 bullfrogs, and I've developed such a small appetite since my rebirth. Having consumed 5 bullfrogs in one go, Qin Chuan felt somewhat satiated but resolved to endure for the sake of early evolution. Just as he prepared to seek out other prey, a sudden wave of formidable danger washed over him, prompting him to swiftly twist his body and evade. Simultaneously, a tongue nearly half a meter long struck the very spot where Qin Chuan had just been. Good grief, am fortunate to have dodged in time. What dares to ambush me? Casting his gaze, he was met with an enormous bullfrog, even larger than the 5 he had just devoured combined. Has this bullfrog become sentient? How can it possibly be this gigantic? As this realization dawned, a panel suddenly appeared before Qin Chuan. Mutated Bullfrog Awakening Stage 1 Skills. Long Tongue LV.1 Extend a long tongue to ensnare prey and consume it whole. Comprehensive Combat Power. 47. A mutated creature? Before Qin Chuan could contemplate further, the mutated bullfrog's tongue lunged at him once more, and he swiftly dodged, a flicker of fury igniting within him. This was an affront to serpents. Just a single mutated bullfrog dared to attack him twice with its repulsive tongue. He would not back down. His Qin Chuan brandished his sharp, venomous fangs and lunged at the mutated bullfrog. As his fangs pierced the creature's body, a torrent of venom surged forth. In agony, the mutated bullfrog attempted to retract its tongue and assault Qin Chuan, trying to dislodge him. Yet Qin Chuan refused to yield, coiling tightly around the mutated bullfrog, exerting force and constricting. Already weakened by the poison, the mutated bullfrog lacked the strength to resist Qin Chuan's grasp, awaiting its inevitable demise. Seeing that the mutated bullfrog lay still, Qin Chuan finally released his hold. Ha! What good is having a higher combat power if you still succumb to my venomous fangs? Killed the mutated bullfrog, gained 100 evolution points. Evolution criteria met. Would you like to evolve? Yes. To his astonishment, the points awarded for slaying the mutated bullfrog were so abundant that they were sufficient for immediate evolution. Evolving. As the system's prompt echoed, Qin Chuan felt his consciousness begin to blur, gradually losing control over his body. Oh no, no one warned me that evolution would induce a slumber. Fortunately, the duration required for his first evolution was brief, within mere minutes. Qin Chuan awakened. Host, Qin Chuan species. Mutated King Cobra Awakening Stage 1 Skills. Constriction LV.2, Venomous Fangs LV.2. Intimidation LV.1 emits an invisible aura of intimidation, instilling fear in lower-tier mutated creatures. Bloodlust LV.1 The lower the host's life force, the greater the burst of power. Skill points, 1 evolution points, 50500 comprehensive combat power, 147. Upon awakening, Qin Chuan discovered that, in addition to acquiring 2 new skills and a skill point, his size had increased to 2 meters in length, his strength augmented, and his scales had become notably tougher. Is this the sensation of possessing a system? Exhilarating. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Initially feeling a bit full, Qin Chuan now found himself overwhelmingly ravenous. Could it be the evolution? Just in time, the mutated bullfrog is still here, and I haven't yet tasted one. He then proceeded to slowly consume the remaining mutated bullfrog. Although the points required for evolution had increased post-evolution, the Pingling mountain range was teeming with beasts. Turning his gaze to the lake behind him, teeming with diverse fish species, Qin Chuan perceived it as a natural treasure trove. Apologies, my dear creatures, but you shall obediently become my evolution points. With that declaration, Qin Chuan dove into the depths of the Blackwater Lake. Killed a grass carp, gained 10 evolution points. Killed a crucian carp, gained 15 evolution points. Killed a black fish, gained 20 evolution points. As Qin Chuan continued to slay various creatures, his evolution points surged like a rocket. With the intimidation skill, those unmutated creatures quaked in fear, paralyzed and powerless to resist as Qin Chuan devoured them. After several hours of relentless consumption, darkness began to envelop the sky, and Qin Chuan had amassed over 2,000 evolution points. Faced with the persistent prompts in his mind urging him to evolve, Qin Chuan hurriedly ascended a tree to conceal himself. Should a mutated creature happen to pass by during his evolution, he would find himself with no recourse, not even a place to weep. System, commence evolution. Once he found a secure location, Qin Chuan initiated the evolution process. Evolving. With the sound of the system's prompt, Qin Chuan fell into a deep slumber once more, awakening mere minutes later. Chapter 2 Is this capable of triggering a nuclear explosion? Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated King Cobra, Awakening Stage 2. Skills, Strangulation LV.2, Venomous Fangs LV.2, Bloodthirst LV.1, Dread LV.2. Emits an intangible aura of intimidation, instilling fear in mutated creatures of lower rank, while causing greater caution among creatures of the same rank towards the host. Skill points, 1. Evolution points, 1652,000. Overall combat power, 213. The increase in overall combat power was modest. Given the recent experience of countering the mutated bullfrog, the stats on the panel merely provided a rough estimate of strength. It does not imply that a higher combat power rating from the system equates to a stronger mutated creature. Otherwise, Qin Chuan would have found himself inside the belly of the mutated bullfrog. It appears that with each level he ascends, the system grants him a skill point, and since his current power is still lacking, he should utilize it promptly. Gazing at the remaining skill point on the panel, Qin Chuan contemplated which skill to enhance. After much deliberation, he resolved to upgrade Bloodthirst first. After all, it is the only skill he possesses that can directly bolster his attack. If he maxes its level, who knows, he might even unleash a nuclear explosion. Bloodthirst upgrade successful. Bloodthirst LV.2. Upon sustaining injury, the host's speed and attack power double, and the lower the life value, the greater the explosive power and speed. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated King Cobra, Awakening Stage 2. Skills, Strangulation LV.2, Venomous Fangs LV.2, Bloodthirst LV.2, Dread LV.2, Skill Points, 0, Evolution Points, 1652,000. Overall Combat Power, 257, not bad. Although he had only leveled up once, the overall combat power on the system panel surged by 44 points, confirming that he had made the right choice in skills, after evolving to Awakening Stage 2. Qin Chuan's size expanded to 4 meters. At this moment, he stood alone, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. As a gentle, cool breeze caressed him, he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. In his previous life, Qin Chuan was an orphan, having only dated Zhao Shuiying, spending most of his earnings on her. While he toiled day after day, the thought of all his years of effort being squandered made a fierce glint flicker in his eyes. Wang Yanjuan, Zhao Shuiying, just you wait. I shall not allow you to live long. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Chuan soon slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, beneath the lake's surface, a pair of eyes quietly emerged, 2 points of eerie light akin to ghostly flames, fixating intently on Qin Chuan. The next day, as usual, Qin Chuan was devouring fish and shrimp in the lake. Killed grass carp, gained 10 evolution points. Killed water snake, gained 20 evolution points. The fish in this lake are rather small. Devouring them yields minimal evolution points. If only the mutated bullfrog he encountered yesterday had provided more. Qin Chuan muttered in dissatisfaction while glancing at the evolution points on the panel. Little did he know. At that very moment, a gigantic black fish was swiftly approaching him. It wasn't until the black fish was less than 10 meters away that Qin Chuan realized a dark figure had appeared behind him. At a glance, the information about the black fish immediately materialized before Qin Chuan. Mutated black fish, Awakening Stage 1. Skills, Bite LV.1, Sharp Teeth inflict continuous damage on enemies. Overall combat power, 78. Does the blackfish have teeth? Not bothering with such details, Qin Chuan felt a wave of relief upon seeing its overall combat power. To be honest, at first glance, he had thought the mutated blackfish was formidable. Its size was nearly 2 meters long. Yet its combat power was merely a paltry 78. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan unleashed his dread skill, and the next second, the mutated blackfish, like other creatures, fell into a state of terror. Oddly enough, it merely stood frozen for a few seconds before lunging at Qin Chuan with its mouth wide open. It seemed that the effectiveness of the dread skill varied among different creatures. Unfortunately, before the black fish could bite him, Qin Chuan's venomous fangs had already pierced its body. Following that, a torrent of venom surged into it. And within seconds, the mutated black fish lost its life. Killed mutated black fish, gained 200 evolution points. To his astonishment, it awarded him 200 evolution points, which, when combined with those he had just devoured, perfectly met the evolution requirements. Just as he was preparing to return to shore to evolve, an intense sense of danger suddenly surged within him, even more acute than when he was ambushed by the mutated bullfrog the previous day. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan swiftly swam back to the shore. Hot on his heels was a black-headed turtle. Upon realizing its ambush had failed, the turtle retreated back to the lake's depths. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of fear. Had he reacted any slower, he would have met his end in the lake. He never anticipated that awakened stage 4 creatures resided in this lake. At first sight of the mutated turtle, Qin Chuan accessed its complete information through the system. Mutated grass turtle, Awakening Stage 4, Skills. Fierce Bite LV.3 possesses terrifying biting power, inflicting substantial damage on prey. Hard Shell LV. For the turtle's shell boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most damage from creatures of the same rank. Retaliation LV.2. The shell is covered with uneven spikes. When attacked by other creatures, the attacker suffers varying degrees of backlash. Overall combat power, For 103, it seems that for the foreseeable future, he should refrain from entering the lake, at least until he reaches awakening stage 4. He will not set foot in it again. With this thought, Qin Chuan sought a concealed spot and prepared for his third evolution. Once again, he experienced the familiar slumber phase, though this time, the evolution took longer than usual. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan awakened, his fierce vertical pupils now reflecting a size of 6 meters, his body thicker than an adult's thigh. The scales that adorned him had become remarkably tougher. Their hue turned an inky black. With a mere thought, the system panel reappeared before his eyes. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated King Cobra, Awakening Stage 3, Skills, Strangulation LV.3, Venomous Fangs LV.3, Bloodthirst LV.2, Dread LV.2, Sharp Teeth LV.2, enhances the sharpness of the host's teeth. Hard Armor LV.1, reinforces the scales, boosting the host's defense. Long Sight LV.1, enables the host to see farther and clearer. Skill Points, 1. Evolution Points, 0.4000, Overall Combat Power, 389, observing his post-evolution panel. Qin Chuan was most exhilarated not by the 3 additional skills, but by the system's evaluation of his overall combat power. Despite only having reached Awakening Stage 3, his combat power had astonishingly reached 389. It is worth noting that the recently encountered mutated grass turtle had a combat power of just 403. It appears that the overall strength of mutated creatures correlates with his own race. Looking at the remaining skill points on the panel, Qin Chuan decisively allocated them to Bloodthirst, for he had no habit of hoarding skill points. Bloodthirst upgrade successful. Bloodthirst LV.3, the host can actively unleash the skill, significantly enhancing speed and attack power. The lower the life value, the greater the explosive power and speed. Has the passive skill transformed into an active one? Upon seeing Bloodthirst evolve into an active skill, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. Although the enhancement may seem modest, the distinction between passive and active release is profound. Previously, he needed to sustain injury to activate Bloodthirst, but now, he could significantly augment his speed and attack without any harm. The next time he encounters the mutated grass turtle, he could catch it off guard with this skill. Moreover, following the skill upgrade, Qin Chuan's overall combat power had also increased considerably. Chapter 3 Rampaging in the Wild Boar Forest. Overall combat power, 407, with the further upgrade of Bloodthirst. Qin Chuan's overall combat power had surpassed that of the mutated grass turtle, reaching an impressive 407. Gazing at the verdant lake, Qin Chuan had no intention of returning to it to gather evolution points. For the time being, he would steer clear of it. With the emergence of the awakened stage 4 mutated grass turtle, who could say if there were even more formidable mutated creatures lurking within the depths of the lake? He would have to venture nearby and hope not to encounter any excessively strong mutated beings. Just after departing the lake, Qin Chuan stumbled upon a mutated wild boar. Mutated wild boar, Awakening Stage 1, Skills, Charge LV. 1. Uses its massive tusks to charge at enemies, inflicting significant damage and causing dizziness. Tusk Jab LV.1. Uses its formidable tusks to strike enemies, causing some damage. Overall combat power, 123 to his astonishment. His luck was quite favorable. He encountered a stage 1 awakened mutated creature right after stepping out. Although the opponent's overall combat power was decent, it still paled in comparison to his own. The only aspect to be cautious of was its sharp tusks. Seizing a moment while the wild boar was preoccupied with foraging for fruits, Qin Chuan stealthily approached from behind. Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide and suddenly sank his teeth into the mutated wild boar. Entwining his body tightly around the creature and exerting relentless force, the mutated wild boar, caught off guard, found itself ensnared by Qin Chuan, thrashing its sharp tusks in a futile attempt to break free. Unfortunately, all its efforts were in vain against Qin Chuan's constricting grip. Gradually, as Qin Chuan intensified his hold, the boar's short legs, which had been flailing, began to weaken, and silence enveloped the scene. Killed mutated wild boar. Gained 180 evolution points. Indeed, mutated creatures offered a bountiful yield of evolution points. Regrettably, this one was merely a first-tier specimen. If only a few more mutated beings would appear, he could swiftly continue his evolution. With this thought, Qin Chuan excitedly resumed his search for prey. However, after nearly an hour, he managed to find only 2 more mutated creatures. Killed mutated wild boar, Awakening Tier 1. Gained 180 evolution points. Killed wild boar, gained 70 evolution points. Killed wild boar, gained. Strangely enough, he discovered that this forest was home to a considerable number of wild boars. To date, he had hunted more than a dozen wild boars here. Am I encountering a herd of wild boars? How could there be so many? Just as Qin Chuan pondered this, a heavy footfall echoed from behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to find a mutated wild boar. Judging by its size, it was nearly 3 meters long. Mutated wild boar, awakening tier 2. Skills: charge LV.2, tusk digging LV.2, trample LV.1, stomping on enemies with enough force to crush their bones. Overall combat power, 221, to his surprise. A second-tier mutated creature dwelled within this forest. Qin Chuan felt exhilarated, his gaze akin to that of a treasure hunter upon discovering a priceless artifact. The moment the mutated wild boar laid eyes on Qin Chuan, it charged at him with ferocity, as if it had encountered a mortal enemy. In response, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, preparing to rush forward, but suddenly a thought struck him. A smile crept across his lips as he assumed an attacking posture. Waiting until the boar was nearly upon him before swiftly dodging to the side, the wild boar, caught off guard by Qin Chuan's sudden evasion, could not halt its full-force charge. Boom! A towering tree, several dozen meters high, was cleaved in two by the impact, sending the mutated wild boar reeling, dazed and unsteady. What a fortuitous opportunity! Observing the disoriented boar, Qin Chuan bared his venomous fangs and delivered a lethal dose. In mere seconds, the mutated wild boar lay still. Killed mutated wild boar, awakening tier 2, gained 500 evolution points. As the system's notification chimed in his mind, Qin Chuan's heart soared with joy. Indeed, mutated creatures provided the greatest bounty of evolution points. A mere second-tier specimen yielded 500 points. What would the third, fourth, or fifth tiers yield? Surely over 1,000. Alas, after consuming so many wild boars, Qin Chuan found himself unable to eat anymore. After contemplating for a moment, an idea struck him. He coiled his tail around the corpse of the mutated wild boar, preparing to conceal it near Blackwater Lake. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Qin Chuan, revealing a hint of curiosity as they observed him slay the mutated wild boar. In his moment of elation, Qin Chuan suddenly turned to glance behind him, locking eyes with that pair of watchful eyes. Upon realizing he had spotted them, the owner of those eyes hastily retreated toward the lake. Though it was but a fleeting instant, ever since he acquired the skill of distant vision, Qin Chuan's sight had been greatly enhanced. He was certain that the owner of those eyes was the mutated tortoise he had encountered in the lake the previous day. Why is it that tortoise again? Does it seek to ambush me? Although uncertain of the tortoise's intentions, he understood that it was a fourth-tier mutated creature, and he had to remain vigilant. For now, his priority was to enhance his own strength. With that in mind, Qin Chuan continued to devour. That large snake possessed considerable strength and appeared quite intelligent. Perhaps he could persuade it to ally with him. Just then, the submerged mutated tortoise contemplated its next move, eyeing the shadow lurking not far below with apprehension. Within that shadow lay a mutated being nearly 5 meters in size, its whiskers extending close to 2 meters in length. The tortoise's eyes reflected deep trepidation. It was clear that it needed to seek collaboration with the black snake urgently. Time slipped away unnoticed until night fell. After several hours of carnage, Qin Chuan had amassed a staggering total of 2,000 evolution points. Host: Qin Chuan. Species: mutated king cobra, awakening tier 3. Skills: constriction LV.3, venomous fangs LV.3, bloodlust LV.3, intimidation LV.2, sharp fangs LV.2, armored skin LV.1, distant vision LV.1. Skill points: 0. Evolution points: 3244,000. Only 760 evolution points remained until his next evolution. Upon reaching awakening tier 4, he could confront that mutated tortoise in the lake. Now, Qin Chuan's size approached 7 meters, rendering most trees unsuitable for him to coil around. Fortunately, beside the lake stood a towering locust tree nearly 30 meters high. Rising far above the surrounding flora. A wild boar carcass lay atop its trunk, precisely where Qin Chuan had placed it. In the future, should hunger strike, he could easily feast upon it. Although he could not fathom how this locust tree had grown to such heights, it provided Qin Chuan with a sense of security. The taller the tree, the safer he felt coiled atop it. Even if the mutated tortoise sought to ambush him under the cover of night, it would be unable to reach him. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to settle down for a peaceful slumber, he suddenly noticed a colossal figure emerging from the lake, climbing onto the shore. The mutated tortoise truly intended to launch a midnight ambush on him. Chapter 4. Subduing the mutated tortoise. Although it was nighttime, this did not hinder Qin Chuan's vision. Once the mutated tortoise reached the shore, it began to look around, seemingly in search of something. This old tortoise is indeed here to ambush me. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan's conviction solidified. Since it had presented itself, he would not show mercy. A fierce glint sparked in his eyes, and he slowly descended the tree. The mutated tortoise, having just emerged onto the shore, was still searching for Qin Chuan, completely unaware that he had stealthily approached from behind. Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide, the cold gleam of his fangs shimmering ominously, aiming for the tortoise's tail. However, just as his venomous fangs were mere centimeters away, the dark tail of the tortoise retracted into its shell with lightning speed. Not only its tail, but its entire body withdrew within. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. This old tortoise was surprisingly quick to react, while Qin Chuan pondered how to lure the creature from its shell. An ancient voice emanated from within. Old One means no harm. I beseech you, spare me, O King Snake. The mutated tortoise could speak? Qin Chuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a mutated creature capable of communication since his rebirth. Yet, recalling the tortoise's previous attempt on his life, which had nearly cost him dearly, his gaze turned icy and sharp, in ill intent. You nearly took my life last time. As he spoke, an invisible aura of intimidation radiated from within Qin Chuan. Sensing his murderous intent, the mutated tortoise hurriedly explained, "It was a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. I came this time to propose a partnership with you. King Snake. A partnership. What makes you think I would collaborate with you?" A cold smile crept across Qin Chuan's mind. If the tortoise truly had troubles it wished to address through collaboration, how could a fourth-tier mutated creature fail to resolve them while he could? It was far more prudent to consume the tortoise, gaining evolution points while eliminating a potential threat. With this thought, Qin Chuan decided against further conversation. Since the tortoise refused to emerge, he would force it out. Wrapping his body around the tortoise's shell, he activated his third-tier constriction and bloodlust simultaneously. In an instant, a powerful and violent force surged through him like a tidal wave, amplifying his strength severfold. King Snake, spare your efforts. My shell is exceptionally hard. You cannot harm me. Rather than waste time, why not collaborate with me? The voice from within the shell warned, but just as the tortoise believed it was beyond harm. A cracking sound echoed in its ears. What? How is this possible? The mutated tortoise was incredulous. Its shell was the hardest part of its body, yet now it was being forcibly cracked open by this black snake? Feeling the terrifying power surrounding it, the mutated tortoise quickly begged for mercy. O King Snake, I implore you, spare me. I am willing to submit to you. Please grant me my life. Ding. Detected that the mutated tortoise wishes to submit. Do you agree? Just as Qin Chuan prepared to end the tortoise's life, the system's notification rang in his ears. What is this? Qin Chuan paused, taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Observing the tortoise's incessant pleas for mercy, he began to weigh his options. Although this old tortoise was not particularly powerful, it was the first speaking mutated creature he had encountered. Who knows how long it would be until he encountered another creature capable of communication? Having a multitude of inquiries to pose, he was further compelled by the presence of a system whose upgrade speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the mutated tortoise. Should it exhibit disobedience, its demise would be the only recourse. With this thought, Qin Chuan released the mutated tortoise. In light of this, I shall spare your life. However, should you dare to betray me, there will be no escape from death. The tortoise gazed at its cracked shell, tears welling in its eyes. This shell had accompanied it for nearly a century, and witnessing its current state filled the tortoise with profound sorrow. I am eternally grateful for the mercy of the Serpent King. I shall remain unwaveringly loyal to you, and I assure you, my heart shall know no treachery. With no time to mourn its shell, the mutated tortoise hastily began to express its loyalty, fearful that Qin Chuan might suddenly reverse his decision and take its life. In response to Qin Chuan's inquiries, the tortoise dutifully answered each question, not daring to show even the slightest hint of negligence. From its account, Qin Chuan learned that not all mutated beings could communicate upon reaching the fourth stage of awakening. Within the black water lake, there existed a mutated black fish, slightly weaker than the tortoise. The tortoise had previously attempted to converse with it, but regrettably, the other lacked the ability to engage in dialogue. The mutated tortoise was the first awakened fourth-stage creature Qin Chuan had encountered, leading him to mistakenly believe that all mutated beings could communicate once they reached this stage. Furthermore, he learned from the tortoise that all mutated creatures fall into a dormant state during their evolution. You mentioned you sought me out for cooperation. Could it possibly be due to that mutated black fish? Indeed, it is. The mutated tortoise nodded vigorously, its voice tinged with indignation. This mutated black fish only recently appeared. I had not seen it for several days and assumed it had departed. However, it re-emerged this afternoon, and I realized it had likely entered a sleep-like state due to evolution, its strength now possibly surpassing my own. The tortoise spoke solemnly before a thought struck it, and it added hastily, "Yet, compared to the king, It is vastly inferior. It surely cannot rival you. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the veracity of the tortoise's words. Should the creature be lying and concealing the true strength of the mutated black fish, he could find himself in peril. Just as he was deliberating, he suddenly noticed a change in the tortoise's panel. Mutated tortoise, awakened stage 4. Skills, Fierce Bite LV.3, possessing terrifying bite force, capable of inflicting substantial damage on prey. Hard Shell LV.4. The shell boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, able to withstand the majority of damage from creatures of the same tier. Retaliation LV.2. The shell is adorned with uneven spikes. When attacked by other creatures, they will suffer varying degrees of backlash. Loyalty, 77. Comprehensive combat power, 403. The addition of loyalty to the panel would certainly facilitate Qin Chuan's endeavors, allowing him to easily discern potential traitors. A loyalty score of 77 was quite commendable. He had not anticipated such high fidelity from this old tortoise. Observing the tortoise's loyalty score, Qin Chuan felt a flicker of surprise. A loyalty score below 60 would indicate a propensity for betrayal, and it seemed he need not worry about the tortoise turning against him, contemplating that he was merely a step away from awakening to the 4th stage. Qin Chuan resolved to send the mutated tortoise back for the time being. At dawn, he would venture with the tortoise to confront the mutated black fish. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated king cobra, awakened stage 3. Skills, Strangulation LV.3, Venomous Fangs LV.3, Bloodthirst LV.3, Intimidation LV.2, Sharp Teeth LV.2, Hard Shell LV.1, Long Sight LV.1. Skill points, 0. Evolution points, 3,244,000. Comprehensive combat power, 407. It appeared he would need to work overtime that night. Gazing at the panel that indicated he was merely 760 points away from leveling up, Qin Chuan let out a sigh. Just as he was about to close the system and continue hunting, he suddenly noticed a new feature had appeared on the system panel. Odd. Why was there a lucky draw wheel added? Chapter 5. Is it really that simple? Furthermore, a complimentary draw opportunity was bestowed. As he beheld the array of prizes on the wheel, Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly decided to utilize this free draw opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Dragon's Roar, accompanied by the crisp sound of the notification. The wheel finally came to a halt on a purple prize. Fortune smiled upon him. The first reward was indeed of purple quality. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated king cobra, awakened stage 3. Skills, Strangulation LV.3, Venomous Fangs LV.3, Bloodthirst LV.3, Intimidation LV.2, Sharp Teeth LV.2, Hard Shell LV.1, Long Sight LV.1, Dragon's Roar LV.1, a voice like thunder. The roar can inflict both mental and physical damage upon enemies. Skill points, 0. Evolution points, 3,244,000. Comprehensive combat power, 470. The addition of Dragon's Roar significantly bolstered his combat power. With only 760 evolution points remaining, he was determined to break through to the 4th stage of awakening tonight. Morning arrived, and the mutated tortoise made its way to the lakeshore as promised. Unfortunately, after searching for some time near the large locust tree, it found no sign of Qin Chuan, save for the corpse of a wild boar atop the tree. Strange, where has the king gone? Could he have encountered some danger? The tortoise felt a twinge of worry. Qin Chuan was its greatest ally in vanquishing the mutated black fish. If anything were to befall him, it wouldn't be long before the black water lake fell under the dominion of that mutated black fish. I must find the king quickly. Having taken only a few steps, the mutated tortoise suddenly halted, a wave of terrifying energy surging behind it, causing its limbs to tremble involuntarily. What are you searching for? Hearing the voice from behind, the mutated tortoise jumped in fright, hastily retreating into the fissures of its shell, trembling as it stammered, I serve the Serpent King. If you dare to kill me, await his vengeance. Observing the quaking shell before him, Qin Chuan felt a perplexing sense of curiosity. How peculiar. Am I truly that fearsome? The previous night, Qin Chuan had worked an additional 2.5 hours, finally accumulating the necessary 760 evolution points. He had to admit, the current scarcity of mutated creatures made it exceedingly challenging to find sufficient targets for his hunting endeavors. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated python, awakened stage 4. Skills, Strangulation LV.4, Venomous Fangs LV.4, Bloodthirst LV.4, Intimidation LV.3, Sharp Teeth LV.3, Hard Shell LV.2, Long Sight LV.2, Dragon's Roar LV.1, Skill Points, 1. Evolution Points, 0 10,000 Comprehensive Combat Power, 789, although the evolved Qin Chuan had gained a degree of enhancement. It hardly seemed sufficient to instill such fear in others that a fellow fourth-stage awakened being. The creature before him dared not even put up a fight. His body length had merely increased to 12 meters. And aside from the Dragon's Roar skill, all others had been raised by just one level, doubling his combat power. Was that truly remarkable? If you do not emerge, I shall end you myself. Qin Chuan had no desire to engage in idle chatter. The mutated being dwelling in the black water lake was his target for the day. Upon hearing his command, the mutated tortoise cautiously extended its head, gazing at the imposing figure before it. Finding it oddly familiar. Why you are the king? The tortoise was utterly incredulous, for just the night prior, Qin Chuan had not exuded such an overwhelming presence. It was astonishing how much he had grown in merely one night. I truly have aligned myself with the right king, the tortoise mused internally. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you to confront that mutated black fish. With that, Qin Chuan plunged into the depths of the black water lake. Compared to previous days, the fish population within the lake had notably diminished. My king, please exercise caution when you encounter that black fish. Its strength is formidable. I shall charge in first, providing you the opportunity for a surprise attack. Enough with the my king. I find it displeasing. As an old tortoise, where did you learn such human expressions? Many men and women come to camp by the lakeside. I overheard them. They constantly refer to one another as you. And occasionally they utter loud calls. After hearing it repeatedly, I naturally picked it up. Be ye gone. From now on, do not utter that word again. With the mutated tortoise leading the way, it wasn't long before the mutated black fish came into Qin Chuan's sight. Mutated black fish, awakened stage 5, skills, bite LV.3. Whip LV.3, the resilient whiskers can be used to lash out at enemies. Venomous fangs LV.1. Swift swim LV.2. Capable of unleashing rapid speed in water. Comprehensive combat power, 521. Its combat power did not seem as formidable as he had anticipated. Without allowing the creature a moment to react, Qin Chuan charged forward, invoking bloodthirst as he sank his fangs into it. The mutated tortoise was momentarily stunned. Had they not agreed that it would lead the charge? Was the king concerned for its safety? Mutated tortoise loyalty points 10. Mutated tortoise loyalty, 87. Ignoring the notification ringing in his ears, Qin Chuan unleashed a torrent of venom as he clamped down on the mutated black fish. Having evolved to the 4th stage, his venom had experienced a significant upgrade, effortlessly slaying the mutated black fish. Upon slaying the mutated black fish, awakening stage 5, 2,000 evolution points were obtained. Astonishingly, I did not anticipate that a creature of awakening stage 5 would yield such a bounty of evolution points. Qin Chuan grasped the carcass of the mutated black fish and began swimming towards the shore. Closely followed by the mutated tortoise, the mutated wild boar perched in the tree is yours to claim. Upon reaching the land, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the battered shell of the mutated tortoise and spoke softly. After all, it was he who had damaged its shell, and just moments ago, he had contemplated using it as a shield while the tortoise launched a surprise attack. That could be deemed loyalty. Consequently, as the leader, he felt compelled to grant his subordinate a morsel to eat. Thank you, my lord, the mutated tortoise exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Although it was an awakening stage 4 creature, it had spent most of its time dwelling in the Blackwater Lake. Far removed from the delectable flavor of wild boar. It hastily bowed in gratitude to Qin Chuan before voraciously devouring the corpse of the mutated wild boar. Qin Chuan also began to partake in the flesh of the mutated black fish. Unable to deny that these mutated creatures were quite palatable. He pondered whether his current strength could withstand a bullet. It had been some time since his rebirth, and to expedite the demise of those treacherous individuals, he must urgently enhance his power. At that moment, a chorus of wolf howls resonated in his ears, accompanied by the faint sound of vehicles. Curious, he wondered if there were others nearby. Qin Chuan turned towards the source of the noise, deliberating for a moment before deciding to investigate. Casting a glance back at the mutated tortoise that was still feasting, he resolved to leave it to guard the vicinity of Blackwater Lake while he set off to uncover the unfolding events. What should I do? I do not wish to perish yet. Inside a car, a man and a woman were hiding, surrounded by dozens of gray wolves fixated on the two inside the vehicle. The girl curled up in the passenger seat, weeping incessantly, while the man furrowed his brow, his right hand clutching a pistol, trembling with anxiety. For heaven's sake, can you please stop crying? The man's irritation peaked as he pressed the gun against her head, prompting the girl to cease her sobbing, though her body would still twitch occasionally. The man's name was Li Xiqing, the heir of the Li family in Jiancheng. He had initially intended to bring the girl beside him into the forest for a thrill, never expecting to encounter such a horde of gray wolves. Li Siqing's expression darkened as he regarded the girl, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Most of the wolves were merely ordinary, but two had reached a size of 2 meters, corresponding to awakening stage 1. At the rear of the pack was a gray wolf nearly 5 meters long, having attained awakening stage 2. Despite its distance from the pack, it could not evade Qin Chuan's keen observation. Mutated gray wolf, awakening stage 4. Skills: Howl of the Wolf LV.3. The Howl of the Wolf King instills fearlessness in its kin, enhancing both attack power and speed. Sharp Fangs LV.2. Bite LV.4. Bloodlust LV.1. Speed LV.2 grants increased speed and a slight boost in stamina. Overall combat power, 487. It appeared to be the Wolf King of the pack, with 2 awakening stage 1 wolves and 1 awakening stage 4. Recently, the number of mutated creatures seemed to be on the rise. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. This was not entirely unfavorable news for Qin Chuan. The proliferation of mutated beings meant more evolution points for him. As for the consequences of their rampant existence in the world and whether they would pose a threat to humanity, what did that concern him? As long as he could navigate his own survival, that was sufficient. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to charge forth and ensnare them all, the car door suddenly swung open, and a figure erupted from within. Chapter 6. Li Siqing, you scoundrel. Li Siqing, how could you treat me like this? As the door opened, Li Siqing forcefully kicked the girl out. The gray wolves, initially apprehensive of the rectangular object before them, were contemplating how to extract the food within when the girl unexpectedly emerged. You wretched creature, your only worth is buying me time to escape. Wait. Why is the car flying? Ignoring the girl as curses, Li Siqing hastily pressed the accelerator, eager to flee. Unfortunately, he had scarcely made his escape when the awakening stage for Wolf King detected him, delivering a powerful blow that sent the car hurtling until it crashed into a tree. The girl appeared somewhat familiar. Not far away, Qin Chuan recognized her, recalling a figure from his past. I remember now. She is Wang Yu, Zhao Shuiying's close friend. In my previous life, Wang Yu often ridiculed me in front of Zhao Shuiying. She may die, but she must die at my hands. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Wang Yu. Roar. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated, causing the entire wolf pack to recoil several meters. All the ordinary gray wolves were momentarily stunned by the roar, and even the 2 awakening stage 1 wolves could only cower on the ground, trembling. The awakening stage 4 Wolf King, sensing the overwhelming presence, fixated its gaze on Qin Chuan. Weighing its options, the Wolf King ultimately chose to withdraw. As the leader of the pack, it could not afford to sacrifice its kin needlessly. With a furious howl to the heavens, the pack began to regain its composure and swiftly retreated into the depths of the mountains. This Wolf King is quite clever, recognizing its inability to contend and leading the pack in flight. Ignoring the fleeing wolves, Qin Chuan turned to the sobbing Wang Yu, feeling an unexpected thrill. He relished the sensation of avenging his grievances. At that moment, upon seeing Qin Chuan, Wang Yu was so terrified that she dared not move, stammering in fear. So big. Observing the terror-stricken Wang Yu, Qin Chuan wasted no time and devoured her whole. After all, he had no interest in conversing with the deceased. Killing an ordinary human grants 10 evolution points. Indeed, she was a worthless wretch. 10 evolution points barely amounted to a beggar's fare. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to depart, he suddenly heard a series of coughs emanating from the car that had been struck by the Wolf King. Cough, cough, cough. How fortunate I am to be alive. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. Not far off, a figure emerged from the recently overturned vehicle, revealing Li Siqing, bloodied and with several broken bones. I nearly forgot about this person. Well, the evolution points may be scant, but flesh is flesh. He resolved to consume Li Siqing as well. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approaching, Li Siqing, whether stunned or paralyzed by fear, knelt and pleaded, "Please, spare me. My father is the head of the Li family in Jiangcheng. I can offer you anything you desire." Jiangcheng? Upon hearing the name of the Li family, Qin Chuan abruptly halted. In his previous life, he was indeed from Jiangcheng and had heard tales of the Li family, the dominant force in the region, second only to the Wang Corporation. Perhaps Li Siqing could still prove useful, though his loyalty appeared rather lacking. Indeed, the moment Li Siqing proposed subservience, the system promptly issued a notification. Li Siqing, ordinary human, skills, wealth manipulation LV.2, a skill exclusive to the wealthy, with the ability to attract others to do one's bidding. Loyalty, 38, overall combat power, 18. Is having wealth considered a skill? Qin Chuan was surprised to discover that wealth manipulation was classified as a skill, presumably a common trait among affluent heirs. If he had the Li family's support, the time frame for revenge could be significantly shortened. However, should he return to Jianqing, who could guarantee he would not betray him? At the shore of Blackwater Lake, the mutated tortoise had just awakened. After consuming the mutated wild boar, it fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it found its injuries fully healed, and its aura had grown substantially. Numerous menacing spikes had sprouted from its shell, rendering it a terrifying sight. Had Qin Chuan been present, he would have realized that the mutated tortoise had ascended to awakening stage 5. Ha ha ha, it is all thanks to the Lord S bounty that I have evolved so smoothly. In the future, I shall serve the Lord with unwavering loyalty. Just as Qin Chuan grappled with his predicament, a notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Mutated tortoise loyalty increased by 10. Mutated tortoise loyalty, 97. Loyalty surpassing 90 grants 500 luck points. Why did the mutated tortoise inexplicably gain 10 points in loyalty? What are luck points? At that moment, Qin Chuan wore a perplexed expression. Luck points are essential for drawing rewards. Only when loyalty reaches 90 points will a subordinate provide luck points. Each month, the host can only receive them once. Ah, I see. Since I currently have no means to control Li Xiqing, I might as well see if I can draw something good. Perhaps fortune will favor me with a skill to control others. With this thought, Qin Chuan opened the lottery interface. Drawing once costs 100 luck points, which is not excessive. System, I wish to draw. As he spoke, the system's spinning wheel began to whirl. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 drop of diluted ancestor dragon's blood, diluted 100 million times. What the hell? I actually hit gold. But in this situation, the ancestor dragon's blood is of no use to me. After the first draw, the cost for the second lottery had risen to 200 luck points. Yet Qin Chuan remained oblivious to this change. System, continue the draw. As he watched the spinning wheel come to life once more, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. If he failed to obtain a skill that could control others, he would have no choice but to eliminate Li Xiqing. After all, with the acquisition of the blood of the ancestral dragon, he could hardly be considered the loser in this transaction. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Blood Spirit Contract LV. 1. The host can establish a blood spirit contract with any living being, which will take effect immediately upon mutual consent. At any time and in any place, should the host desire. They can effortlessly take the life of the being bound by the contract, and the host will no longer face any barriers in communication with the contracted entity. Could it truly be? Qin Chuan instinctively murmured, a hint of doubt lacing his tone, though to Li Xiqing's ears it sounded like nothing more than hissing. Noticing that Qin Chuan was lost in thought, Li Xiqing prepared to stealthily escape. However, as soon as he took a step, Qin Chuan's tail ensnared him, lifting him towards the massive serpent's head. Note, please don't eat me. Great serpent, I beg you to spare me. I am willing to serve you like a humble beast, Li Xiqing exclaimed in terror, but the serpent showed no inclination to release him. Instead, a drop of blood formed on Qin Chuan's forehead. In Li Xiqing's horrified gaze, that droplet merged into his own brow. Blood Spirit Contract has been completed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Chuan finally released Li Xiqing. Gazing at him, he realized that with merely a thought, he could extinguish his life, regardless of distance. Is this what a Blood Spirit Contract entails? Qin Chuan mused, relishing the power to take a life with a mere notion. Li Xiqing's loyalty decreases by 5. Li Xiqing's loyalty, 33. This fellow had indeed attempted to deceive me. Perhaps I was powerless before, but now, observing Li Xiqing prostrating himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing, Qin Chuan couldn't suppress a cold smirk. Li Xiqing. Chapter 7. Awakening of the 5th stage mutated grass turtle. Li Xiqing, who had been incessantly bowing, suddenly froze, an electrifying excitement surging within him. Had he just heard someone call his name? Though the voice sounded unfamiliar, what if it was a bodyguard from his family come to rescue him? He cautiously scanned his surroundings, and once confirming he was alone, his exhilaration began to wane. Strange, could it be that he had misheard? I distinctly heard someone call for me. Contemplating the enormous serpent before him, an improbable thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that this great serpent could speak? Li Xiqing pondered internally. Having already been astonished by the sight of this colossal serpent and the 4-meter-tall gray wolf, if the serpent could indeed converse, it would shatter his understanding of the world. Stop searching, human. I am right before you. A voice interrupted Li Xiqing's thoughts. He gazed at Qin Chuan in disbelief. You can actually speak. Good heavens, what is happening in this world? Wasn't it said that animals were forbidden from attaining sentience after the establishment of a nation? Could it be that the blue star is experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy? Isn't this the stuff of novels? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he quickly shut his mouth. Realizing he might have misspoken, hastily amending Serpent King, is there something you wish to command of me? Seeing this, Qin Chuan had no desire for further pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase. I can spare your life, but you must prove your worth to me. Upon hearing that he would not be killed, Li Xiqing sighed in relief, nodding vigorously in agreement as long as he could return to Jiang City. He would ensure that Qin Chuan experienced the taste of firearms. But the very moment this thought crossed his mind, a fierce pain surged in his chest, akin to being tightly constricted by a python. An overwhelming sense of suffocation erupted within him. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. You have just merged with my essence, and now your life and death lie within my grasp. Qin Chuan's icy voice resonated in his ears. And it was only after this declaration that the suffocating sensation dissipated. Li Xiqing gasped for breath, fear evident in his eyes. It was truly terrifying, in that fleeting moment. It seemed that Qin Chuan could indeed extinguish his life with a mere thought. Li Xiqing's loyalty increases by 40. Li Xiqing's loyalty, 73. Indeed, death is the most effective key to unlocking loyalty. Observing the panel displaying Li Xiqing's loyalty at 73 points, Qin Chuan felt a measure of reassurance. What about the woman you were with earlier? Mentioning Wang Yu, Li Xiqing suddenly recalled that he had not seen her after crawling out of the vehicle. She must have been devoured by the pack of wild wolves. However, why was the Serpent King inquiring about her? Although he was unsure why the Serpent King had suddenly brought up Wang Yu, he had no choice but to answer truthfully, not knowing precisely what the Serpent King wished to learn. He divulged all the information he had about Wang Yu, ultimately mentioning that he had a good friend named Zhao Shuiying, who was rumored to have become involved with the heir of the Wang group. Upon hearing the name Zhao Shuiying, Qin Chuan involuntarily emanated a murderous intent, causing Li Xiqing to tremble in fear beside him. The Serpent King seemed to harbor a profound disdain for this woman. Was it simply her name that displeased him? Li Xiqing mused. If the Serpent King held such animosity towards Zhao Shuiying, perhaps he could curry favor by opposing her at every turn. If he could elicit a smile from the Serpent King, he might just find himself spared. Serpent King, I am confident in my ability to ruin Zhao Shuiying's reputation. Killing her would be no great feat for the Li family. Qin Chuan responded, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Li Xiqing possessed such discernment. However, to easily kill them would be too lenient. While Qin Chuan indeed desired to eliminate them swiftly, he yearned for their despair to deepen before their demise. Now was not the time. You may return for now. You will find yourself of use in the future. Upon hearing that he would be spared, Li Xiqing was overjoyed. Yet, the vehicle had been destroyed by the 4-meter-long gray wolf. And he had sustained several broken bones. If he were to walk back directly, who could say whether he would encounter that pack of gray wolves again? But glancing back at Qin Chuan, he had no choice but to press on. There was no avoiding it. The pressure the Serpent King exerted was overwhelming, and he felt an involuntary urge to kneel before him. Having scarcely taken a few steps, he beheld a mutated grass turtle, its size comparable to 2 or 3 off-road vehicles, charging toward him. Its eerie green eyes and spiny shell sent a chill down his spine, and he hastily retreated to the Serpent King's side. Why have you returned? Do you not understand my words? Qin Chuan frowned, perplexed by Li Xiqing's return. Serpent King, there is a massive turtle over there. A massive turtle. Qin Chuan followed Li Xiqing's gaze, spotting a mutated grass turtle nearly 5 meters in diameter racing toward him. Mutated grass turtle, awakened 5th stage. Skills, powerful bite LV.3, hard shell LV.5. The shell possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most damage from beings of the same rank. Retaliation LV.3, tread LV.1, powerful limbs can easily crush rock. Loyalty, 97, overall combat power, 518. So, it is one of my subordinates. No wonder it appeared familiar. Though it had evolved to the 5th stage, its overall combat power seemed somewhat lacking, lower than that of the previous mutated black fish. However, considering its original form was merely a grass turtle, it was likely that its evolution leaned towards defensive capabilities. Great One, I have finally found you. Is this little creature a pet raised by the Great One? Noticing Li Xiqing trembling beside him, the mutated grass turtle inexplicably felt that this little pet would make a delightful meal. Ensure he safely exits the Pingling mountain range. He is still of use to me. Qin Chuan did not respond to the mutated grass turtle's inquiry, but merely stated this before returning to Blackwater Lake, intending to study the properties of the ancestral dragon's blood. Left with only Li Xiqing and the mutated grass turtle, the two exchanged awkward glances, neither understanding the other's words. However, Li Xiqing clearly understood the Serpent King's commands. To his surprise, the Serpent King had such a formidable mutated grass turtle among his ranks. Judging by its size, it was even larger than the Grey Wolf King they had encountered earlier. Follow me closely. Since you are under the Great One's direct orders, I will ensure your safety. The mutated grass turtle, suppressing its urge to devour Li Xiqing, gestured for him to follow. Thankfully, Li Xiqing grasped the meaning and trailed closely behind the mutated grass turtle as he observed the creature ahead. He couldn't shake the feeling that it might want to consume him, leading him to a secluded spot to feast. With a shiver, he quickly dismissed such ominous thoughts. After all, it was a subordinate of the Serpent King and would likely not dare defy his commands. Nevertheless, he maintained a deliberate distance from the mutated grass turtle. The mutated tortoise also took note of this scene. Perhaps due to its ascension to the 5th stage of awakening, the wisdom of the mutated tortoise has grown. With a single glance, it discerned the thoughts swirling in Li Xiqing's mind and scoffed, "Foolish humans, I shall not defy the orders of the king." Chapter 8. Transformation of the Serpent at the Bottom of the Black Water Lake. No creature now posed a threat to Qin Chuan, thus he no longer needed to sleep in the trees daily. With a mere thought, the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood was extracted from the system's storage. The moment the ancestral dragon's blood appeared, a terrifying aura unique to the dragon race spread forth. Even at the frigid lake's depths, this drop of ancestral dragon's blood remained searingly hot, raising the temperature of the surrounding water significantly. Is this indeed the essence of the ancestral dragon? Without a shred of hesitation, Qin Chuan immediately consumed the drop of ancestral dragon's blood. In an instant, a powerful surge of vitality began to radiate throughout his body, causing his blood to boil as if in a fervent frenzy. He felt his bones melting, only to be swiftly replaced by new ones, while the serpent scales on his body began to shed. Replaced by more lustrous dragon scales. As he underwent this metamorphosis, Qin Chuan endured excruciating pain. What felt like mere minutes stretched into what seemed like months. After an indeterminate passage of time, the agony within him gradually subsided. Swallowed ancestral dragon's blood, diluted 100 million times, gained 5,000 evolution points, 1 skill point. To think that such a drop of ancestral dragon's blood would grant evolution points and skill points. It truly is a treasure. As he reveled in the sensations of his newly transformed body, it felt as though boundless power surged within him. His scales had transformed into robust dragon scales, and a palm-sized white scale had sprouted beneath his neck, with limbs akin to those of a dragon emerging from his abdomen. Regrettably, his head bore only a pair of small horns, lacking the majestic dragon horns depicted in films of his past life. System, Qin Chuan silently intoned, eager to check for any alterations to his status panel. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated serpent dragon, awakening stage 4. Skills, strangulation LV.5, venomous fangs LV.5, dragon's roar LV.5, bloodlust LV. 5, sharp teeth LV.5, blood spirit pact LV.1, farsight LV.5, reverse scale LV.10, passive skill, dragons possess reverse scales, touching it results in certain death, should the reverse scale be damaged. The host will enter a berserk state. With a drastic increase in attack power. Dragon Might LV.5, a unique aura of the dragon race, causing any creature that beholds the host to instinctively feel fear. Dragon Scales LV. 5, incredibly sturdy scales unique to the dragon race. Evolution points, 7,000 and 10,000 skill points. 2, comprehensive combat power, 1914, does not account for the effects of activating the reverse scale. It was astonishing that even a drop of ancestral dragon's blood diluted 100 million times could yield such a significant enhancement. Although he had lost the skills of intimidation and armor, the newly acquired Dragon Might and Dragon Scales served as superior replacements. Moreover, the addition of the reverse scale skill provided him with a final trump card against foes stronger than himself. Not only that, but all skills on his panel, save for the Blood Spirit Pact, had been elevated to at least level 5. Yet, none of this was the most crucial revelation. The most significant discovery was that Qin Chuan found himself capable of flight. Akin to the legendary dragons. In the next moment, Qin Chuan burst forth from the lake's surface, soaring into the skies above Black Water Lake, reveling in the exhilarating freedom of flight. He adored this sensation. The feeling of soaring through the heavens. While Qin Chuan basked in the joy of flight, the atmosphere within the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom was unprecedentedly grave. Each individual present was a leader in their respective fields. and the conference room screen displayed various images of mutated creatures, including one soaring through the sky as a dragon. These images were captured by satellites over the Pingling mountain range. Does anyone have anything to say about these mutated creatures? The highest authority of the Dragon Kingdom, Sun Jinghua, surveyed the attendees, already overwhelmed by the escalating issue of mutated creatures across provinces. The number of mutated creatures is increasing daily. They initially appeared only in the water, but now land-based mutants are becoming more prevalent as well. Leaders, we can no longer conceal the existence of these creatures from the public. Perhaps we should come clean, proposed Hu Jinyang, the Minister of Defense. If we simply inform the public to stay indoors, we can mitigate civilian casualties. That would only incite societal panic. Sun Jinghua sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. At this juncture, who cares about societal panic? If we fail to notify the public, they will perish. Hu Jinyang stood abruptly, disregarding the notion of societal panic, knowing that the longer they delayed informing the people, the greater the risk to their lives. General Hu, how can you address the leader in such a manner? Reprimanded Li Rang, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Am I wrong? What matters more, the lives of the people or this so-called societal panic? Hu Jinyang countered, unyielding in his stance. Enough. Silence. Just as Li Rang was poised to retort, Sun Jinghua's authoritative voice silenced him. Hu Jinyang huffed dismissively and returned to his seat. I did not convene this meeting for you to bicker. Sun Jinghua's gaze shifted back and forth between the two men before finally resting on Hu Jinyang. I will issue a directive to inform the public, but for now, I wish to hear your opinions regarding these mutated creatures. Upon hearing the leader's decision to notify the populace, Hu Jinyang adjusted his demeanor. As for these mutated creatures, I hold but one view. They must be eradicated. They have already claimed the lives of countless citizens. And I demand retribution for our people. At Hu Jinyang's fervent declaration, Sun Jinghua furrowed his brow and turned to Li Rang. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Li Rang stood and said, according to reports from various provinces, mutated creatures have emerged across the nation, with coastal provinces experiencing the highest concentration. That we have ranked these mutated creatures accordingly. Our immediate priority is to address them in accordance with their rankings on the list. Upon hearing this, Hu Jinyang's eyes lit up. He had longed to confront these mutated beings, confident that no matter their size, they could not withstand his firepower. After receiving the list from Li Rang, he scrutinized it closely. These were critical pieces of intelligence and military strategy. Had Qin Chuan been present, he would have noticed that he ranked 13th on the list, while his subordinate, the mutated tortoise, occupied the 8th position. By assessing the spiritual energy levels of these mutated creatures, we have classified them into tiers. Thus far, the highest level creature detected within the Dragon Kingdom is the Orca King in the ocean, which has reached Awakening Stage 8. It is currently the only known Awakening Stage 8 mutated creature within our borders, with a spiritual energy level of 8780. While we can temporarily set aside the ocean's mutated creatures, we must address the land-based ones, and I will rely on you, General Hu. Despite their frequent clashes due to Hu Jinyang's temperament, Li Rang could not deny that Hu Jinyang's military capabilities were among the best in the Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to me. I shall ensure that these mutated creatures pay a heavy price. Chapter 9. The Mutated Spider. At this moment, Qin Chuan had just concluded his aerial escapades. Entirely unaware of the decisions made by the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom on the banks of Blackwater Lake, he suddenly recalled that he had a few skill points remaining from his previous evolution, prompting him to access the system panel. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated Serpent Dragon. Awakening Stage 4. Skills, Strangulation LV.5, Venomous Fangs LV.5, Dragon's Roar LV.5, Dragon Might LV.5, Bloodlust LV.5, Sharp Teeth LV.5, Blood Spirit Pact LV. 1. Dragon Scales LV.5, Farsight LV.5, Reverse Scale LV.10, Evolution Points, 7,010 10,000 Skill Points. 2. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1914. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Qin Chuan resolved to prioritize the enhancement of the Blood Spirit Pact's level. After all, the other skills had all reached a minimum of level 5, while the Blood Spirit Pact remained at level 1. Additionally, the most critical factor was the luck value. To draw from the lottery, one must possess luck points, which could only be accrued from subordinates with a loyalty level of 90 or higher. This necessitated that Qin Chuan recruit more followers to amass sufficient luck points. Blood Spirit Pact upgrade successful. Blood Spirit Pact LV.3. Creatures bound by the Blood Spirit Pact will return 50% of evolution points upon killing any creature. Additionally, if the contractor's loyalty is greater than or equal to 90, their evolution speed will increase by 30%. If the contractor's loyalty reaches 100, there is a chance for bloodline mutation upon evolution. The maximum number of creatures that can be contracted via the Blood-Spirit Pact is 6. Returning 50% of evolution points is indeed a valuable asset. Henceforth, the speed at which he gathers evolution points will significantly accelerate. The advancement rate of his subordinates will also increase considerably at present. Only the mutated tortoise had achieved a loyalty level exceeding 90. A loyal subordinate can indeed be nurtured well. Once the mutated tortoise has safely escorted Li Xiqing, it is imperative that it be bound by a contract. As Qin Chuan contemplated this, he spotted a mutated tortoise approaching him. Its body marred with numerous wounds. Who could have done this? How could it be so injured? Qin Chuan's expression darkened. After all, the mutated tortoise was his little brother, and to see it so battered was unacceptable. When a younger sibling is bullied, it is the elder brother's duty to seek justice. My lord, there is a giant spider in the northern woods, the mutated tortoise reported, dragging its damaged body. Its shell was riddled with holes. And it explained, I was escorting that human out of the mountains when a giant spider suddenly charged at me. Thankfully, I managed to block it, allowing the human to escape, but the spider was too powerful for me to defeat. So I had to flee, inadvertently stumbling into a pack of gray wolves. When those wolves spotted the spider in their territory, they engaged it, allowing me to narrowly escape. The mutated tortoise lamented its misfortune, feeling that its shell had just recovered, and now, less than a day later, it was damaged once more. Oh, why is my tortoise life so wretched? Do you wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Qin Chuan spoke coldly. The mutated tortoise was taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind the Lord's words, and its heart began to race with anxiety. What could this imply? Was the Lord testing its loyalty? Was it perhaps its weakness that caused dissatisfaction? Overwhelmed by concern, the mutated tortoise hastily lowered its front limbs and knelt before Qin Chuan. My lord, do not abandon your old servant. I vow to strive to keep pace with you, yearning only to serve you faithfully by your side. Seeing the mutated tortoise prostrate before him, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was wrong with this tortoise today? Was it suddenly spouting such strange words? Could it be that upon gaining sentience, it had succumbed to age-related folly? Or perhaps it had been dazed after battling that mutated spider? Answer my question, he demanded, brushing aside the tortoise's thoughts and insisting on establishing the blood contract first. Promising to later help the tortoise reclaim its honor. Of course, I am willing. The moment the words left its mouth, a drop of Qin Chuan's essence began to coalesce on his forehead, eventually merging with the mutated tortoise's being. Instantly, the tortoise felt a significant increase in its ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, as if it had rejuvenated several years. Blood-spirit contract completed. Loyalty of the mutated tortoise exceeds 90 points. Evolution speed increased by 30%. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, go and recuperate in the Black Water Lake. I shall confront that mutated spider. With that, Qin Chuan soared into the sky, heading northward. What in the world? The Lord can actually fly. Not long after, Qin Chuan arrived at the northern part of the Pingling mountain range. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air, having just arrived. He discerned the source of the rich sanguine scent and prepared to investigate. This must be the battlefield of the mutated spider and the gray wolves. Observing the scattered corpses of gray wolves around him, he noted that most were ordinary gray wolves, with only a single corpse of an awakened first-tier gray wolf visible. There was no sign of the Wolf King, suggesting it had fled with the awakened gray wolf. Yet, the whereabouts of the mutated spider remained unknown. If they had fought to mutual destruction, it would save him considerable effort. Qin Chuan continued his search for the mutated spider, and finally, upon passing a cave, he discovered its entrance ensnared with thick webs. This had to be the lair. Inside the cave, he could distinctly sense the presence of a mutated creature of considerable rank, although Qin Chuan was merely an awakened fourth-tier being. The nearly 2,000 points of comprehensive combat power provided him with ample confidence. After all, a fifth-tier mutated tortoise possessed only around 500 combat power. If the spider were genuinely formidable, it wouldn't have allowed both the tortoise and the gray wolf king to escape. The spider's maximum power should be around 900 points. With this in mind, Qin Chuan confidently entered the cave. The interior was quite spacious, yet it felt somewhat cramped compared to his massive form. To his surprise, there were numerous spiders within. Although none were mutated creatures, their sheer numbers posed a considerable challenge. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan unleashed a thunderous dragon roar within the cave. Many spiders could not withstand the force of the roar and perished instantly. Killed spider, gained 2 evolution points. Killed spider, gained 2 evolution points. Killed. As Qin Chuan reveled in the notifications, a rustling sound echoed through the cave. Moments later, a mutated spider adorned with countless eyes emerged into his view. Finally, you show yourself. Mutated spider, awakened 6th tier, skills. Venomous fangs LV. 4. Toxic silk LV.4, resilient silk that ensnares prey, with venom to paralyze them. Bewitchment LV.2 confuses prey, disrupting their mental state. Resilience LV.3 reinforces silk. Comprehensive combat power. 727. It possessed some power, yet it was still insufficient. 727 points was indeed the strongest combat power Qin Chuan had encountered thus far, yet it paled in comparison to his own over 1100 points. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new skill. Dragon Might. In the next moment, an invisible aura emanated from Qin Chuan, causing the mutated spider to tremble as if it had encountered a natural predator. Its once imposing form quivered, and its multitude of eyes reflected profound terror, as if it might flee at any moment. Indeed, the unique presence of the dragonkin was formidable. Even as a mere awakened 4th tier being, Qin Chuan could instill fear in a 6th tier mutated spider. Seeing the spider's reaction, Qin Chuan felt a surge of satisfaction that he decided to further test his current defensive capabilities. Until now, he had struggled to find a worthy opponent, and it would be a waste not to experiment with this higher tier creature. With this thought, he retracted his aura, causing the mutated spider to stop trembling, though the fear in its eyes lingered. Now, attack me at once. As Qin Chuan withdrew his aura and pointed at himself. The spider seemed to grasp his intent. If the opponent wanted it to strike first, then the spider would oblige. It opened its sharp, venomous fangs and lunged at Qin Chuan. A sound of shattering filled the cave as the mutated spider's fangs shattered upon impact. Qin Chuan was astounded by his own defense. He had not anticipated his dragon scales to be so resilient as to break the fangs of an awakened 6th tier creature. At this rate, he surmised he could withstand human bullets, though artillery shells remained uncertain. With the increasing number of mutated creatures, it was evident that humanity would soon take notice and implement countermeasures. Thus, he needed to evolve and enhance his strength swiftly. After swiftly dispatching a nearby mutated spider, he prepared to seek out other prey. Killed mutated spider, awakened 6th tier, and gained 5,000 evolution points. Evolution conditions met. Does the host wish to evolve? No, after all, Qin Chuan was not in his territory. The last time he evolved, he had been asleep for 2 hours, and this time would likely take even longer. He could not afford to risk his life on the chance that no other mutated creatures would ambush him during his slumber. Even though his dragon scales were formidable, caution was always prudent. However, one thing piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity. Despite being an awakened 6th tier creature, the spider could not speak, while the mutated tortoise had displayed human-like intelligence upon reaching the 4th tier. Could it be that his little brother possessed some unique talent? Unable to unravel the mystery, Qin Chuan decided to set it aside. After all, the spider was now under his command. What did it matter? With that thought, he prepared to leave the cave and continue his search for mutated beings. Just as he was about to step outside, a howl echoed from beyond the cave. It was the Grey Wolf King he had encountered earlier. Though its condition appeared far from favorable, upon exiting the cave, Qin Chuan beheld the battered form of the mutated Grey Wolf King. The wounds it bore were evidently inflicted by the mutated spider, with darkened areas signaling the effects of venom. You are that Snake King. The mutated Grey Wolf King's eyes widened in surprise at Qin Chuan's current appearance, but its gaze swiftly hardened into a fierce glare. I have come to confront that mutated spider. If you dare to obstruct me, I will eliminate you first. Without responding to the other party, Qin Chuan gazed at the mutated Grey Wolf King with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, he appeared behind the mutated Grey Wolf King, having swiftly traversed the distance. With powerful forepaws, he seized the mutated Grey Wolf King, and the unique aura of the Dragon Clan surged forth in an instant. After evolving into a horned dragon, Qin Chuan's strength had increased significantly. Capturing a 4-meter-long mutated Grey Wolf felt no different than lifting a mere chick. How could this be possible? In just one day, how could he have become so formidable? Feeling the terrifying aura, the mutated Grey Wolf King experienced an impulse to kneel in submission. Just yesterday, it had only regarded Qin Chuan with wariness, but now, merely a day later, he had reached a level capable of obliterating it. Submit or perish. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on the mutated Grey Wolf King, the second mutated creature he had encountered that could communicate with him. Judging by the creature's realm, it was akin to the mutated tortoise, both capable of speech upon awakening to the 4th tier. Conversely, the previously encountered mutated spider had already reached the 6th tier, yet had only developed a smattering of intelligence. Before discerning the reason behind the early awakening of the gray wolf's intelligence, he had no intention of slaying it in his previous life. He had read in novels that a select few beasts could awaken their intelligence prematurely, often due to hidden bloodlines within them. Such beings typically possessed combat prowess surpassing that of their peers. Rather than exterminating them, it was far more advantageous to subjugate them for greater value. My wolf clan has always revered the strong. If you wish for my submission, very well, but you must assist my clan in vanquishing that formidable spider within the cave. The mutated gray wolf king met Qin Chuan's gaze unwaveringly, even though its instincts warned it of the danger posed by this creature. Since the last encounter with the mutated spider, most of its kin had been slaughtered. The only wolf that had escaped alongside it perished en route due to the spider's venom. In an instant, the entire wolf pack was reduced to just itself. Clinging to a resolve to fight to the death, it had ventured into the spider's lair, prepared to confront it. Little did it expect to be captured before even laying eyes on the creature. Now, it bore the weight of its entire clan's souls. The mutated spider must perish. Only in this way could it appease the spirits of its kin. Thus, even when faced with a god, it could not bow its head. The wolf clan shall never bow down. Chapter 11. The fruit of life is that the only condition. Initially, Qin Chuan had anticipated the other party would propose more elaborate terms, but he was taken aback by the simplicity of it. He casually released the mutated gray wolf king, suggesting it investigate the cave. The mutated spider was already dead. How could this be possible? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the mutated gray wolf king was naturally incredulous. It had experienced firsthand the terror of that spider. Its indestructible fangs could pierce steel, not to mention the troublesome webs it spun, which had caused it considerable suffering in their last encounter. Thus, it ventured into the cave, intent on uncovering the truth. What met its eyes was the massive corpse of a spider. How could this be? It was truly dead. Where were those supposedly indestructible fangs? Broken? What had happened to the notoriously troublesome webs? Gone. The mutated gray wolf king turned back to Qin Chuan outside the cave, associating the previous terrifying aura with what it now beheld at this moment. Only one thought filled its mind. The creature before it was simply terrifyingly powerful. Given this, perhaps recognizing him as its master would not be so bad after all. Great One, I am willing to submit. In a swift motion, the mutated gray wolf king knelt before Qin Chuan. Detected the submission of the mutated gray wolf. Does the host agree? Agree. With a mere thought, a loyalty panel materialized on the mutated gray wolf king's interface. Mutated gray wolf, awakened tier 4. Skills: Howl LV.3, Sharp Teeth LV.2, Bite LV.4, Bloodthirst LV.1, Speed LV.2. Loyalty: 91. Overall combat power: 487. The process of signing the contract was similar to the previous occasions, requiring Qin Chuan to condense his blood essence on his forehead. Once the essence merged with the mutated gray wolf king, the black toxins within it visibly dissipated at an astonishing rate. Unexpectedly, his blood also bore the ability to detoxify. This was a delightful surprise. Next, Qin Chuan glanced at the loyalty of the mutated gray wolf king. To his astonishment, it was a staggering 91 points right after submission. Truly, it was a testament to the inherent loyalty of its kin. It appeared he would garner another wave of fortune points. Mutated gray wolf's loyalty reached 91, gaining 400 fortune points. Detected that the loyalty of the mutated gray wolf exceeds 90 points. The evolution speed of the mutated gray wolf accelerates by 30. After successfully subjugating the mutated gray wolf king, Qin Chuan temporarily stationed it in the northern part of the mountain range. As it had previously inhabited this area and was unlikely to encounter danger, time passed unnoticed, and soon it was evening. After a day of hunting, Qin Chuan returned to the Black Water Lake. Host: Qin Chuan. Race: Mutated Horned Dragon, awakened tier 4. Skills: Strangle LV.5, Venomous Fangs LV.5, Dragon's Roar LV.5, Dragon's Might LV.5, Bloodthirst LV.5, Sharp Teeth LV.5, Blood Spirit Contract LV.3, Dragon Scales LV.5, Farsight LV.5, Reverse Scale LV. 10. Evolution Points: 17780, 10000. Skill Points: 0. Overall Combat Power: 1914. To his surprise, he had amassed over 10,000 evolution points today. It had indeed been a bountiful harvest. gazing at the astonishing number of evolution points on the panel. Qin Chuan decisively expended 10,000 points to initiate evolution. Truthfully, he had not undergone evolution for some time. Although only a day had passed, he was a man with a system. It was unacceptable for him to remain stagnant for even a single day. Evolution initiated. As the prompt echoed, a familiar sense of drowsiness washed over him, and before he knew it, Qin Chuan fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, morning had arrived. Host: Qin Chuan. Race: Mutated Horned Dragon, Awakened Tier 5. Skills: Strangle LV. 5. Venomous Fangs LV.5. Dragon's Roar LV.6. Dragon's Might LV.6. Bloodthirst LV.5. Sharp Teeth LV.6. Blood Spirit Contract LV.3. Dragon Scales LV.6. Farsight LV.5. Reverse Scale LV.10. Evolution Points 7,780. 20,000. Skill Points 1. Overall Combat Power 2437. Upon entering Awakened Tier 5, Qin Chuan's horns had grown slightly larger, and his limbs had become more robust. Most importantly, his size had reached a staggering 18 meters. Observing the skills on the panel, Qin Chuan initially intended to allocate his skill points to Bloodthirst. Unfortunately, once a skill reached level 5, it required 2 skill points for further upgrades. Thus, he allocated the skill points to Blood Spirit Contract, increasing its capacity to 8 slots. Coupled with the 400 fortune points contributed by the mutated Grey Wolf King, he now possessed 600 fortune points. It was time to draw a reward. Gazing at the array of prizes on the roulette, Qin Chuan could hardly contain his excitement. If only he could win another golden legend like last time. Alas, good fortune could not always accompany him. As the roulette came to a halt, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill Tongue of Understanding. The host can communicate with any creature. Not bad. With this skill, even humans should be able to understand what he says. Observing the cost for the next draw had risen to 800 fortune points, Qin Chuan felt a headache coming on. As he had anticipated, the cost of each draw would multiply. He just wondered if there was a limit. If there were no upper limit, he could not fathom how many fortune points would be required for a single draw years down the line. Why was it so foggy all of a sudden? Returning to the lakeshore, a thick fog enveloped the Blackwater Lake. Yet it posed no hindrance to Qin Chuan. The corpse of the mutated spider hung from the branches of the ancient locust tree. He had brought it back from the northern mountains to stave off the hunger that followed his evolution. After consuming the soft abdomen of the spider, he offered the remaining legs and head as a feast for the mutated tortoise. How strange. He had never heard of an old locust tree bearing fruit. A black fruit on the ancient locust tree caught Qin Chuan's attention. He had never heard of such a tree bearing fruit in his previous life. As he scrutinized the fruit closely, a system panel materialized before his eyes. Mutated Ancient Locust Tree, Awakened Tier 1. Skills: Fruit of Life LV.1 has a very small chance of generating the Fruit of Life each week. When consumed by mutated creatures, it can heal their injuries and provide a small amount of spiritual energy. Mist LV.1, centered around the Ancient Locust Tree, it can release disorienting mist. Overall combat power: 0. The Ancient Locust Tree had mutated as well. Its skills appeared to be of the supportive type. If it could awaken its intelligence sooner, he might consider taking it under his wing. After all, a mutated plant like the Ancient Locust Tree was quite rare. This was the first mutated creature Qin Chuan had encountered since his arrival in this world. He remained uncertain how many mutated plants existed henceforth. However, amidst the multitude of trees by the Blackwater Lake, only the Ancient Locust Tree exhibited a mutation, suggesting there must be some extraordinary reason behind it. Let us first ascertain what peculiar effects this Fruit of Life possesses. Upon swallowing the Fruit of Life, Qin Chuan was immediately struck by a delightful sweetness, accompanied by an ample juiciness, rendering it rather delectable. Upon consuming the Fruit of Life, 100 evolution points acquired. A single fruit grants 100 evolution points. While this amount is not substantial for him, as Qin Chuan could easily surpass 100 points by casually dispatching a few creatures. What is more, this is merely the evolution points yielded from one fruit. Furthermore, the current mutated locust tree is only at the first stage of awakening, and the skill level of the Fruit of Life is also just at level 1, should the level of the mutated locust tree rise. Would not each subsequent fruit yield thousands of evolution points? Having a system may not be of great significance, yet these fruits could be consumed by his subordinates as their levels increase. The fortune they provide would also grow. For him, This is entirely beneficial with no drawbacks, hence the necessity to safeguard this mutated locust tree. In the future, he shall assign the mutated tortoise to guard the locust tree, as it is conveniently located near his Blackwater Lake. Just as he was about to relay this task to the mutated tortoise, a gunshot suddenly reverberated through the mountains. Chapter 12. The calm before the storm. Qin Chuan soared above the Blackwater Lake, eager to discern the unfolding events. Why have so many humans suddenly appeared? In the northern region of the mountains, numerous armed individuals commenced the slaughter of mutated creatures, indiscriminately killing even the unmutated animals. With the aid of his farsight ability, Qin Chuan could clearly observe the humans traversing the mountains. There were barely a dozen of them, each equipped with standard firearms. If they were merely wielding ordinary weapons, he had no reason to fear, given his current defensive capabilities. What truly concerned him were the nuclear weapons in their possession. Having been a human in his past life, he was acutely aware of the devastation nuclear armaments could wreak. To be prudent, Qin Chuan resolved to return to the lake's depths to observe the situation before taking action. In the northern region of the Pingling Mountains, one man resembling a monkey in appearance spoke up. Brother Wang, why has the state suddenly tasked us with hunting these animals? And who exactly is that General Hu? How dare he assert that if we complete the 7-day hunting mission within the mountains, he can petition the state to commute our death sentences? What is the meaning of this? Ask me, and who shall I ask? Why bother with so many questions, since the state has promised to spare our lives after 7 days? Are you afraid they might renege? Replied the man referred to as Brother Wang, who was equally perplexed by the state's intentions. Not long ago, he was a condemned criminal awaiting execution, yet before he could reach the execution ground, military personnel had whisked him away. Subsequently, he was taken to a military base where many others like him, all death row inmates, were also brought by the military. A figure known as General Hu informed them that if they were willing to undertake the state's mission and successfully accomplish it, their death sentences would be commuted, and they would be released early. Almost all the inmates accepted the state's offer. After all, a bad life was preferable to a certain death. Who would willingly choose to die? Wang Lei shared this sentiment. Upon accepting the state's mission, he was assigned to the Pingling Mountains. Their task was to hunt all creatures within the mountains, including some that were protected by the state, with a deadline of 1 week. Moreover, the state had provided them with firearms, but every shot fired had to be reported. If he could hunt enough animals within the week, the state would spare his life. Alongside him was the man everyone called Monkey. We need only focus on completing the task assigned by the state. The rest is none of our concern. With that, he led Monkey in search of prey. As they approached a cave, Wang Lei suddenly sensed something amiss. It was unusually quiet. There might be large carnivorous creatures nearby. Having uttered this warning, he urged Monkey to stay close, gripping his firearm tightly as he prepared to investigate the cave. After all, a large carnivore could be worth many herbivores, and capturing one would significantly advance their hunting mission. Brother Wang, why are there so many spider webs here? Monkey asked, frowning at the webs that adorned the cave's interior. Wang Lei, however, paid him no mind, for he had caught a whiff of a familiar scent, one associated with wolves. Before his imprisonment, he had been a forest ranger, well acquainted with the scent of wolves. At that moment, a sense of alarm gripped him. Wolves typically lived in packs. Rarely did solitary wolves dwell in the mountains. With only the two of them, they stood little chance against a pack. Realizing the danger, he resolved to leave promptly. No mission was worth risking their lives. Without further ado, Wang Lei led Monkey back towards the cave's entrance. But as they reached it, they encountered a colossal figure, a 4-meter-long gray wolf. Wangu, what kind of monster is that? How can it be so large? Monkey stammered, his legs shaking uncontrollably at the sight of the gray wolf. What are you waiting for? Run, Wang Lei shouted, not bothering to check on Monkey as he bolted in the opposite direction. Only when he noticed Wang Lei fleeing did Monkey react and hurriedly follow suit. However, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outpace the mutated gray wolf. Within mere moments, the creature pounced upon him, bringing him crashing to the ground. Please don't kill me, Monkey pleaded, terror rendering him helpless as the stench of fear emanated from him. The mutated gray wolf wrinkled its nose in disdain at the man before it. Yet its hunger for flesh prevailed, and with a swift motion, it devoured Monkey whole before resuming its pursuit of the fleeing Wang Lei. Realizing the wolf was still in hot pursuit, Wang Lei summoned every ounce of strength to flee. He ran until he reached a particularly towering ancient locust tree, where the mutated gray wolf finally ceased its chase. This territory belonged to the Alpha. It would be unwise to intrude and provoke its ire. The mutated gray wolf halted at the edge of the Blackwater Lake, returning to its domain. Wang Lei, having sprinted to the lakeside, finally dared to catch his breath. What on earth was that gray wolf? How could it be so enormous? He had suspected the state harbored ill intentions, and with such monsters lurking, how could they possibly complete their mission? Wang Lei gasped for air, convinced that the gray wolf he had just encountered was the largest he had ever seen. With a length of 4 meters, even a black bear or tiger might not stand a chance against it. Beneath the depths of the Blackwater Lake, Qin Chuan immediately recognized Wang Lei's presence as he approached. Listening to the man's words, it seemed that the state had a hand in these events. Was it possible they had decided to take action against mutated creatures? Yet the tone of the man did not resemble that of military personnel. Just as Qin Chuan pondered this, he heard Wang Lei's panicked voice once more, "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Wang Lei aimed his weapon at the mutated tortoise nearby. What kind of luck is this? First a 4-meter gray wolf, and now a 7 or 8-meter tortoise. Will I encounter an 18-meter-long dragon next? At this moment, Wang Lei felt utterly drained, facing the mutated tortoise without any strength left. All he could do was threaten it with his firearm, yet the creature showed no intention of retreating. In desperation, Wang Lei took aim and fired several rounds at the tortoise. Unfortunately, the bullets failed to penetrate even its skin. What kind of monster was this, impervious to bullets? Was this how his life would end? At that moment, Wang Lei was consumed by dread. The mutated tortoise, incensed by Wang Lei's actions, felt a twinge of pain despite the bullets being ineffective. It opened its jaws wide and charged toward Wang Lei, intent on devouring him. Just as Wang Lei faced imminent demise, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Blackwater Lake. Old Tortoise, stand down. Chapter 13. The evening gathering. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's command, the mutated tortoise immediately halted, awaiting the king's orders. Wang Lei, paralyzed with fear on the ground, could only listen as a dragon's roar resonated from within the Blackwater Lake. Could it be that he was truly encountering a dragon? Terror-stricken, Wang Lei gazed toward the lake. The next moment, an 18-meter-long dragon surged forth from the water, coiling gracefully above him. "Human, state your purpose, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your life." You can speak," Wang Lei exclaimed, overwhelmed with fear. The mere sight of an 18-meter dragon was astonishing enough. Now he found that it could converse as well. What on earth was happening in this world? Hadn't it been said that after the founding of the nation, animals were forbidden from attaining sentience? As Qin Chuan reprimanded the mutated tortoise, he had not employed the same language skill. Thus Wang Lei had only heard the dragoness roar. "Answer me." Qin Chuan's gaze turned icy, and an aura began to emanate from him. Recalling that Qin Chuan had previously promised to spare his life, Wang Lei hastily divulged everything he knew. That commander who truly possessed remarkable tactics, using a group of death row inmates to gauge the strength of mutated creatures in various regions. A cold smile crept across Qin Chuan's heart. He couldn't help but admire Commander who, while purging pests from Longhua, also gathered intelligence on these aberrant beings. My lord, I have shared all that I know. Shouldn't you consider letting me go? Wang Lei stammered. "Do not be anxious. I merely mentioned I would think it over. I have now made my decision, and I shall not let you go." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock. Before he could utter another word, Qin Chuan swiftly devoured him. Kill a regular human. Gain 10 evolution points. There are still numerous humans within the mountains. Go inform the Grey Wolf King in the northern region of the mountains. Tell him that anyone spotted within the mountains should be killed without exception. I understand, my lord, replied the mutated tortoise, somewhat astonished that the king had managed to subdue the Grey Wolf King from the north. However, he was suddenly reminded of the mutated spider on the large locust tree. The king could easily slay a 6th-tier awakened mutated spider. Capturing a Grey Wolf King would be a trivial task. As the king gathers more subordinates in the future, given his credentials, he would undoubtedly rise above all, a dragon among lesser beings. Of course, Qin Chuan remained oblivious to the tortoise's inner musings. Yet he was indeed preparing to recruit more followers, with the condition that they possessed formidable strength or unique abilities. This would facilitate his future offensive against Jiangqing. Since the nation had decided to take action against the mutated creatures, Qin Chuan would certainly not remain idle. Especially since his enemies were all in Jiangqing, an assault on the city was only a matter of time. Lacking a skill for distant communication, he was currently unable to contact Li Xiqing. It seemed he should capture a mutated creature capable of serving as a messenger. Since Li Xiqing returned from the Pingling Mountains, he had been gathering information on mutated creatures. It was only after the government issued a notice that he realized the Grey Wolf and Tortoise he encountered were indeed mutated beings. Including his master, the government even published a ranking of mutated creatures. designating certain areas plagued with particularly dangerous mutations as red zones. The Pingling Mountains, near Jiangcheng, were classified as a special danger zone, prompting the government to order the city to be sealed off urgently to prevent mutated creatures from entering and harming humans. The military was dispatched to guard Jiangcheng. The reason the Pingling Mountains were deemed particularly perilous was due to the 6 aberrant beasts listed in the rankings. Among the top 20, 6 resided within the Pingling Mountains: the 18th-ranked mutated black swan, the 16th-ranked gray wolf king, the 13th-ranked mutated flood dragon, the 8th-ranked mutated tortoise, the 6th-ranked mutated black bear, and the 5th-ranked mutated spider. The mutated black swan inhabited Swan Lake in the southern part of the mountains, while the gray wolf king and mutated spider resided in the northern regions. The mutated black bear occupied the western part, and the mutated flood dragon and tortoise appeared to dwell together in the central Blackwater Lake. Upon seeing the words mutated flood dragon and mutated tortoise, Li Xiqing couldn't help but think of the two beings by the Blackwater Lake. After observing their habitats, he became increasingly certain. But why was his master's ranking beneath that of the mutated tortoise? Moreover, wasn't his master a serpent? Unless that a sudden thought struck Li Xiqing's mind. Could it be that his master shed his serpent skin within a day and transcended into a dragon? With this notion, Li Xiqing inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. If the king truly transformed into a dragon, didn't that make him a descendant of dragons? Furthermore, considering the essence that his master had integrated into him last time, did that not imply that he too possessed dragon blood? Young master, Wang Nianjuan of the Wang family has invited you to attend a soiree tonight, announced the butler, Fubo Wang Nianjuan, if memory serves. My master, the Dragon King, seems to harbor a disdain for Wang Nianjuan's girlfriend. I believe her name is Zhao Shuiying. If I were to teach her a lesson on behalf of the Dragon King, perhaps he would reward me with special abilities. Fubo, inform Wang Nianjuan that I shall certainly arrive punctually for his soiree. The soiree, as Li Xiqing dealt with those vying for his attention. He couldn't help but feel a slight smile tugging at his lips whenever he thought of punishing Zhao Shuiying on the Dragon King's behalf. Li Xiao, I didn't expect to find you here. Allow me to introduce you to my new girlfriend, Zhao Shuiying. Wang Nianjuan's voice, laced with a hint of pride, rang out as he pulled Zhao Shuiying beside him, beaming with self-satisfaction. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? My taste is quite commendable, right? Hello, Li Xiao, Zhao Shuiying said softly, curtsying slightly. Finally, she has arrived. Watching Wang Nianjuan and Zhao Shuiying, a subtle glint of coldness and amusement flickered in Li Xiqing's eyes. Dressed in a pale blue evening gown, her skin as fair as snow, she was indeed a stunning beauty. Li Xiao, you flatter me. Faced with Li Xiqing's unabashed gaze, Zhao Shuiying dared not utter a word. However, the scent emanating from her seemed a bit overwhelming. Changing the subject, Li Xiqing remarked playfully, but it seems that Miss Zhao's fragrance is rather overpowering. Zhao Shuiying furrowed her brow, unsure of his insinuation. In the next moment, Li Xiqing lifted a nearby wine glass and poured the red wine over Zhao Shuiying's head. Indeed, the Romani Kani worked wonders, barely masking the scent of her allure. Chapter 14. Mutated Parrot due to Li Xiqing's actions. The soiree fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Li Xiqing would create a scene at a Wang family event. Such behavior was a blatant affront to the Wang family. Wang Nianjuan's expression darkened, for Zhao Shuiying was, after all, his companion, and Li Xiqing's actions were a flagrant provocation. Observing Wang Nianjuan's increasingly grim countenance, Li Xiqing felt an uncontainable delight within. In Jiangcheng, Li Xiqing, was notorious for his debauchery, while Wang Nianjuan, who engaged in similar antics, somehow maintained a pristine reputation. It was merely that Wang Nianjuan reveled in duplicity, presenting one facade in public while harboring another in private. Now, witnessing Wang Nianjuan's embarrassment, how could Li Xiqing not feel a sense of satisfaction? I shall see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Li Xiqing chuckled coldly to himself. Zhao Shuiying's expression mirrored that of Wang Nianjuan's. Filled with dismay, yet she dared not speak out against Li Xiqing, especially with Wang Nianjuan present. I am unsure of how Zhao Shui has offended Li Xiao. I apologize on her behalf, Wang Nianjuan said. His face painted with regret. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to escort Zhao Shuiying away to change. Li Xiqing looked at Wang Nianjuan in disbelief, feeling incredulous. Really? You can endure this? No. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. I cannot allow Zhao Shuiying to leave so easily. Stop. Did this young master permit you to leave? Hurry back here. Upon hearing this, not only Wang Nianjuan, but even those around them felt that Li Xiqing had crossed the line, unjustly dousing someone with wine, and now preventing her from leaving to change. He truly lived up to his reputation as Jiangqing's most infamous debauchee, seeing that Wang Yinjuan still did not intervene. The subordinate could only reluctantly bring Zhao Shuiying back to Li Shao. Do you have further instructions? Zhao Shuiying's head hung low, her hands tightly clutching her skirt, her body trembling slightly. All she desired was to distance herself from this rogue Li Xiqing. I have no instructions. I merely called out for fun. You may leave now. Li Xiqing waved his hand casually, treating her as if she were a mere pet. Zhao Shuiying pressed her lips together, enduring the humiliation at the hands of Li Xiqing, and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, a sudden force knocked her to the ground. That I told you to go back. Who allowed you to walk away upright? Faced with Li Xiqing's aggressive demeanor, Wang Yinjuan could no longer contain his rage and seized Li Xiqing by the collar. Li Xiqing, what exactly do you want? Do you know the consequences of humiliating the Wang family? Just because you are from the Li family doesn't mean I won't act against you. Seeing Wang Yinjuan finally stand up for her, Li Xiqing felt a cold smirk form in his heart. Let him be arrogant for a moment. Now that he has provoked young Master Wang, I am keen to see how he will be dealt with. What? Young Master Wang can't hold back any longer? Li Xiqing shrugged off Wang Yinjuan's grip and leaned closer, whispering, You think I don't know how that woman, Zhao Shuiying, came to be with you? Wang Yinjuan's gaze sharpened, as if struck by a revelation. With the military currently stationed in Jiacheng, if I were to provide evidence of your wrongdoing to the authorities, what do you think your fate would be? Upon hearing this, Wang Yinjuan's composure faltered. He was unsure how Li Xiqing had discovered this information, but if it reached the military, he would be doomed. It's all Zhao Shuiying's fault for tempting me. Otherwise, how could I possibly resort to murder, let alone be threatened by this rogue Li Xiqing? With this thought, Wang Yinjuan's anger flared, and in an instant, he forgot to maintain the facade of the Wang family's young master, striking Zhao Shuiying across the face. You shameless BTCH. Li Xiao told you to leave. Why aren't you hurrying up? Do you intend to linger here and annoy him? Zhao Shuiying was utterly stunned by the slap delivered by Wang Yinjuan. What was happening? Shouldn't Wang Xiao be standing up for her? Why did he strike her instead? Wang Xiao, have you made a mistake? Shouldn't it be Li Xiqing who should be the one to leave? Zhao Shuiying looked at Wang Yinjuan in disbelief. He should have defended her. You've angered young Master Li, and yet you dare to call him by name. You should leave at once. Witnessing Wang Yinjuan's demeanor, Zhao Shuiying, despite her reluctance, could only exit in disgrace. Young Master Li, I trust you find this resolution satisfactory. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon seeing Wang Yinjuan attempting to curry favor with Li Xiqing. One was a notorious dandy of Jiaqing, while the other was the talented and handsome scion of the Wang family. The Wang and Li families were equally powerful, and now the heir of the Wang family was ingratiating himself with the dandy of the Li family. Very well, let it be so. I shall forgive you this time. Just as Li Xiqing was about to turn and leave, he suddenly recalled something and said to Wang Yinjuan, By the way, you must treat your girlfriend well. Do not cast her aside. This time, I merely acted on behalf of the Dragon King to teach the other party a lesson, without the Dragon King's orders. I wouldn't dare to eliminate him outright. After all, the Dragon King despises Zhao Shuiying, should he wish to take matters into his own hands and find that I have already claimed the kill. Who knows if he would unleash his wrath upon me? He then returned to the Li residence by Car in the Pingling mountain range. Qin Chuan gazed at the half-meter-tall mutated parrot before him, nodding in satisfaction. Mutated parrot, awakening level 1. Skills, miniaturization LV.1, can reduce its size. Peck LV.1, inflicts damage upon striking. Loyalty, 68. Overall combat power, 36. This mutated parrot was discovered by Qin Chuan in the western part of the mountains while he was out searching for parrots and simultaneously collecting evolution points. Despite its lack of combat prowess and unremarkable skills, it possessed a function that Qin Chuan desperately needed, serving as a messenger. Parrots are the only animals that can speak without mutation. And with its mutation, its learning speed would only increase. After instructing it just once, the mutated parrot could remember everything Qin Chuan said, coupled with its miniaturization skill. Transforming it back to its pre-mutation size would enable it to fulfill the role of a messenger flawlessly. With it, he could establish contact with Li Xiqing in Jiangqing. After conveying his message to the parrot, it swiftly took flight towards Jiangqing. Since Li Xiqing was also a contractee of the Blood Spirit Pact, he would inevitably have a unique aura that only mutated creatures could detect, so Qin Chuan had no need to worry about the parrot failing to find him upon arrival. The criminals dispatched from the north had already been eliminated by the mutated Grey Wolf King, and the state would soon send more elite troops. Thus, he needed to hasten his elevation to Awakening Level 6. Host: Qin Chuan. Race: Mutated Jiao Dragon. Awakening Level 5. Skills: Strangulation LV. 5. Venomous Fangs LV.5, Dragon's Roar LV.6, Dragon's Might LV.6, Bloodline LV.5, Sharp Teeth LV.6, Blood Spirit Pact LV.4, Dragon Scales LV.6, Long Sight LV.5, Reverse Scale LV.10, Evolution Points, 9,980 20,000 Skill Points, 0, Overall Combat Power, 2437, including the over 2,000 Evolution Points collected in the West. He still required over 10,000 more to evolve to Awakening Level 6. The mutated creatures in the north had mostly been dealt with, but he needed to save some points for the mutated Grey Wolf King. As it was his subordinate, and he couldn't let it go hungry. It seemed he would need to venture west again tomorrow. Chapter 15. The Dragon King's Command. On a dimly lit road. A Rolls-Royce glided through the night. Li Siqing sat in the back seat, bored, scrolling through his phone. He felt no concern over the repercussions of his actions at the banquet, with the title of Jiangqing's foremost dandy. What did he have to fear from a little notoriety? Suddenly, while engrossed in his phone, Li Siqing glanced out the window. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an inexplicable connection. Was it merely his imagination? Li Siqing rubbed his temples, perplexed. He had indeed felt something, and it was quite intense. Young master, your actions at the Wang family banquet may anger the old master when he finds out, spoke Fu Bo. The driver he had watched Li Siqing grow up and understood his temperament. Although Li Siqing typically acted like a dandy, he would never openly provoke the Wang family, as he had tonight. Humph, that old man only has eyes for my older brother. What does it matter if he finds out? He'll scold me a bit, but he's never truly cared about me, Li Siqing scoffed, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Since childhood, Li Siqing had lived in the shadow of his brother, who was favored by their parents. No matter how hard he tried, he could never gain their approval. As a child, his parents only celebrated his brother's birthday and never considered his. Only Fu Bo would buy him a small cake and wish him a happy birthday. He felt like a transparent figure in the family, as if only the three of them existed. Later, his brother Li Zetian told him that if he continued to bully others and create trouble for the family, their parents would notice him more. He believed it, and from then on, he began to torment others and cause disturbances at significant events, which indeed attracted more attention from his parents. However, this gradually shaped his dandy demeanor, and by the time he realized it, the title of Jiangqing's foremost dandy had become inescapable. Li Siqing reminisced about his childhood. A sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, and the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. What happened, Fu Bo? Why did the car stop so suddenly? Li Siqing frowned, his tone laced with irritation. Young master, a parrot has been flying around our car. I will get out and shoo it away, Fu Bo replied, opening the car door. A parrot. Li Siqing followed Fu Bo's gaze and, upon seeing the parrot, felt that inexplicable connection once more. Intrigued, he called out to Fu Bo, intending to investigate himself. Though puzzled, Fu Bo complied and halted. The parrot flitted about, seemingly searching for something, and upon spotting Li Siqing, it flew directly to him, landing on his shoulder. Then, it uttered a phrase that left Li Siqing utterly astonished. The Dragon King has commanded. In that instant, Li Siqing finally understood the source of that strange feeling. It was the result of the Dragon King's bloodline. The parrot before him was likely a messenger sent by the Dragon King to establish contact with him. Just as he was about to inquire about the Dragon King's instructions, an armed military truck approached, and 3 or 4 soldiers armed with firearms disembarked. Why were they here? Had they discovered something? Li Siqing was taken aback, unsure why military personnel were present. Greetings, I am Liu Bing, the captain of the 3rd Squad. We observed the parrot flying towards you during our patrol and thought it might be a mutated creature preparing to attack, which is why we came to investigate. Upon hearing their purpose, Li Siqing exhaled in relief, explaining, You've misunderstood. This parrot is actually a pet of mine that flew away from its cage a few days ago. I didn't expect to encounter it here today. My apologies for the inconvenience. After confirming that the parrot was indeed just an ordinary one, Liu Bing and his team returned to their vehicle to continue their patrol. Once they departed, Li Siqing seized the opportunity to inquire about the Dragon King's orders. The Dragon King commands that before nightfall tomorrow, you are to proceed to the Pingling Mountain range to meet him. Upon reaching the northern part of the mountains, other subordinates of the Dragon King will ensure your safety. Should you fail to meet the Dragon King by the designated time, you will bear the consequences. Li Siqing quickly agreed, then recalled something and relayed his recent actions at the banquet to the mutated parrot. Along with the mutated creature rankings and various state announcements, hoping it would convey the message to the Dragon King. After listening to Li Xiqing, the mutated parrot flapped its wings and took off. Fu Bo, who witnessed this scene, remained unaware of their conversation. Subsequently, Li Xiqing and Fu Bo continued their journey back to the Li residence. As time passed, the sky soon brightened with the dawn. Emerging from the lake, Qin Chuan spotted a sleeping parrot perched atop an old locust tree. With a flick of his tail, he roused it and began to inquire about the task he had assigned the day before. The mutated parrot recounted Li Xiqing's words in detail, prompting Qin Chuan to burst into hearty laughter. Especially upon hearing how Li Xiqing had humiliated Zhao Shuiying at the banquet, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Zhao Shuiying, Wang Nianjuan. These were merely appetizers. When I conquer Jiangqing, that will mark the beginning of your despair. However, Qin Chuan was taken aback to learn that the state had designated the Pingling mountain range as a particularly dangerous area. With military forces even stationed in Jiangqing, this could potentially disrupt his plans to assault Jiangqing in the future. Regarding the ranking of mutated creatures, Qin Chuan was quite intrigued that he never expected that this modest Pingling mountain range would house 6 mutated beings within the top 20. The mutated gray wolf, the mutated grass turtle, and the mutated spider had already fallen to his prowess. Next on his list was the mutated black bear from the west, the 5th-ranked creature in the mutated beings leaderboard. Its strength was likely comparable to that of the mutated spider. Both having reached the 6th stage of awakening. It seemed today he would confront the mutated black bear. Upon learning that his region had been designated as a particularly dangerous zone, Qin Chuan was even more eager to ascend to the 6th stage of awakening. Not only would he not spare the mutated black bear of the west, but he also had his sights set on the mutated black swan of the south. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan soared into the air, heading straight towards the western mountains. Every mutated creature he encountered along the way became a source of evolution points for him. Killed mutated mantis, awakening stage 2, gained 300 evolution points. Killed mutated white rabbit, awakening stage 3, gained 500 evolution points. Killed buzzing. After several hours of searching, Qin Chuan finally discovered the mutated black bear near a wasp nest. What a find! He had searched for it for so long, only to find it indulging in honey. Under the great tree, a mutated black bear, nearly 8 meters in size, was savoring the golden honey. Impervious to the furious wasp's attacks, which couldn't even breach its defenses, mutated black bear, awakening stage 6, skills, berserk, LV.4. This skill causes the user to lose rationality, trading it for a terrifying increase in attack power. Bear Slam LV. 5 utilizes its massive paws to strike enemies. Thickhide LV.3, its dense fur effectively shields against enemy attacks. Overall combat power, 791. Chapter 16. Li Xiqing, after awakening, observing that the combat power of this mutated black bear was considerably higher than that of the spider. Yet it was ranked below the spider in the leaderboard. It seemed the rankings in the Dragon Kingdom were not particularly reliable. The mutated black bear, still relishing its honey, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, it sensed an exceptionally perilous aura and, neglecting the honey that had fallen to the ground, quickly assumed a defensive stance. Scanning the vicinity, it found no adversaries. The mutated black bear, puzzled, scratched its head and prepared to resume its feast. Just as it bent down to retrieve the fallen honeycomb, a searing breath surged from above. Looking up, it beheld a mutated dragon nearly 20 meters long, gazing down at it. Startled, the mutated black bear instinctively took a few steps back. And confronted by Qin Chuan's aura, it felt an innate urge to flee. However, recalling that it was the sovereign of this territory, it steadied itself, resolved to gauge Qin Chuan's strength first. If it proved too formidable, it could always retreat later, quite resilient. Indeed, in that case, I shall grant you a swift end. Unbeknownst to the dragon soaring above, Qin Chuan, seeing that the bear did not flee, decided to deliver a quick demise. Sinking his fangs into the mutated black bear's neck, the bear had yet to react before it succumbed beneath Qin Chuan's deadly bite. Killed mutated black bear, awakening stage 6, gained 5,000 evolution points. After dispatching the mutated black bear, Qin Chuan carried its carcass towards Blackwater Lake. Host, Qin Chuan. Species, mutated dragon, awakening stage V. Skills, strangle LV.5, venomous fangs LV.5, dragon S roar LV. 6, dragon S might LV.6, bloodlust LV.5, sharp teeth LV.6, blood pact LV.4, dragon scales LV.6, farsight LV.5, reverse scale LV.10. Evolution points, 21,086 20,000. Skill points, 0. Overall combat power, 2,437, after several hours of effort. He finally amassed the requisite 20,000 evolution points. Raising his gaze to the sun's position, he noted there was still ample time before sunset, enough for his evolution. System, I wish to commence my evolution. Evolution initiated. The familiar sensation enveloped him as Qin Chuan once again succumbed to slumber at the lake's bottom. Time passed, second by second, until he awoke just as the sun began to set. Oddly, he felt an itch at his neck. Opening his eyes, he found a 4-meter-long mutated crocodile gnawing at his throat. However, due to the hardness of his dragon scales, the crocodile's attempts caused him no harm. Frowning slightly, Qin Chuan swiftly dispatched the mutated crocodile, internally relieved that its rank was not high. Had it been one of those awakened at stages 7 or 8, he might have met his end here tonight. It seemed that next time he evolved, he ought to have the mutated grass turtle serve as his guardian. Lost in thought, he heard the voice of the mutated grass turtle from the shore. Dragon King, that human has arrived. Oh, Li Xiqing has come so soon. The sun had barely set, and with Jiancheng having declared a lockdown, he wondered how Li Xiqing had managed to leave. Qin Chuan was quite pleased with Li Xiqing's performance at last night's gala. Dealing with Zhao Shuiying and Wang Yinjuan required nothing less than utmost severity. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed the mutated grass turtle and the motionless Li Xiqing. The moment Li Xiqing spotted Qin Chuan, waves of emotion surged within him. He had not anticipated that the ranked mutated dragon was indeed the great king. In just a few days, the Serpent King had truly evolved into a dragon. Especially noteworthy were the 2-meter-long dragon horns adorning Qin Chuan's head. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. Li Xiqing hastily knelt, and the nearby mutated grass turtle echoed, I pay my respects to the Dragon King. For reasons unknown, hearing them refer to him in such a manner made Qin Chuan involuntarily recall the often caricatured figures from novels of his past life. Noticing Li Xiqing's status panel, Qin Chuan felt even more satisfied. Li Xiqing, ordinary human. Skills. Money ability LV.2, a skill exclusive to the wealthy second generation, allowing a certain degree of influence to attract others to act on their behalf. Loyalty, 84. Overall combat power, 18. Loyalty had risen to over 80, which was quite commendable. Qin Chuan held a fondness for this little subordinate. Since he was so loyal in assisting him, it would be ungracious not to reciprocate. Casually plucking a life fruit from an old locust tree, he tossed it to Li Xiqing. The mutated old locust tree had borne only 2 life fruits. One had been consumed by Qin Chuan, leaving the other unassigned. After all, the mutated grass turtle and the mutated gray wolf king had not particularly impressed him with their merits. So he had thought of Li Xiqing. At that moment, he pondered whether humans would also undergo mutation upon consuming the life fruit. This was the primary reason he summoned Li Xiqing. Coincidentally, he had performed admirably the previous night, providing Qin Chuan with a valid reason to bestow the life fruit upon him. Dragon King, what is this? Kneeling on the ground, Li Xiqing gazed at the black fruit thrown to him, confusion etched across his face. He had never encountered such a black fruit before. Surely the Dragon King did not intend for him to consume it. Do not question, just eat it all. Hearing the Dragon King's icy command, Li Xiqing, despite his trepidation, resolved to comply. After all, if the Dragon King wished him dead, he could easily crush him, so it was unlikely he would resort to poisoning him. With that thought, Li Xiqing shut his eyes and quickly consumed the life fruit. It's somewhat sweet, quite palatable. Li Xiqing had not anticipated the delightful flavor of the black fruit. Just as he was about to inquire what it was, he suddenly felt fatigued, and his eyelids grew heavy. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Had he fallen into a slumber like the mutated creatures? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. He too was uncertain whether Li Xiqing could consume the life fruit. If Li Xiqing perished, finding another would be considerably more difficult. Fortunately, merely half a minute passed before Li Xiqing awakened. Although he appeared unchanged, his status panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Li Xiqing. Awakening stage I skills. Money ability LV. 2. Strength enhancement LV.1. Significantly increases physical strength. Dragon Claw LV.1. The user's arms grow shimmering dragon scales, and their palms transform into sharp dragon claws. Loyalty, 95. Overall combat power, 168, to his astonishment. The life fruit could indeed induce mutation in humans. However, one aspect perplexed Qin Chuan. While he could understand Li Xiqing acquiring the strength enhancement skill, why had he gained the dragon claw skill? The subject has fused with the host's blood essence, resulting in a minuscule probability of evolving skills related to the host's lineage. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chuan realized it was due to his blood essence. According to the system, As long as he contracted enough creatures, they would gradually inherit skills associated with the dragon lineage. Thus, the prospect of not only rebuilding the dragon race, but also recreating the ancient demon court of the primordial times was not out of reach. Chapter 17. The First Heaven. Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing upon me such a treasure. I am willing to serve the Dragon King with unwavering devotion, even unto death. Li Siqing prostrated himself on the ground, bowing in gratitude, his forehead striking the earth with a dull thud. Although he was unaware of what the Dragon King had bestowed upon him, he was certain that the fruit he had consumed was indeed a remarkable treasure. He could distinctly feel a powerful energy coursing through his body, an unprecedented strength that surged within him. At this moment, he felt capable of delivering a single punch that could fell a bull. Roar, you wretched creature, dare to curse the Dragon King to death. Upon hearing Li Siqing's declaration of unwavering loyalty, the mutated tortoise mistook it for a curse against the Dragon King and prepared to crush him underfoot. Startled by the roar of the mutated tortoise, Li Siqing glanced up, only to see its massive foot looming above him. Lord Dragon King, save me, just as Li Siqing was on the brink of being crushed. Qin Chuan swiftly swung his tail, sending the mutated tortoise flying 10 meters away. Of course, Qin Chuan did not exert his full strength. Given the tortoise's formidable defense, his effort merely caused it a slight discomfort. Observing the flung tortoise, Qin Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. Lack of culture is truly frightening. Let us see what abilities you possess. Qin Chuan turned his gaze to Li Siqing, eager to witness the form of his dragon claws. As you command, Dragon King. With that, a layer of golden dragon scales enveloped Li Siqing's right arm, his fingers transforming into sharp golden dragon claws capable of effortlessly slicing through tree trunks with a mere swipe. How magnificent! Yet, the resplendent gold was too blinding. Qin Chuan preferred the black dragon scales adorning his own form. After confirming with Li Siqing that no news regarding human mutations had surfaced in Longhua, or even throughout the entirety of Blue Star, he declared, now that you have successfully entered the awakening stage, you shall accompany this mutated parrot in your endeavors. Relay any important news directly to the mutated parrot, and it will convey it to me. As you command, Dragon King. With that, a mutated parrot descended upon his shoulder, which Li Siqing immediately recognized as the one that had come to Jiangsheng with tidings the previous night. Now that Li Siqing had entered the awakening stage, his status within Jiangsheng would undoubtedly soar, ensuring an abundance of information would be available to him. After all, Li Siqing had already signed the blood spirit contract, alleviating any concerns of betrayal once he acquired his powers. Following this, Qin Chuan instructed the mutated tortoise to safely escort Li Siqing out of the Pingling Mountain range before returning to the depths of Heishui Lake. Host, Qin Chuan. Species, mutated flood dragon. Awakening stage 6. Skills, Strangle LV.5, Dragon Roar LV.6, Dragon Might LV.6, Bloodthirst LV.5, Sharp Fangs LV.6, Blood Spirit Contract LV.4, Dragon Scales LV.6, Long Sight LV.5, Reverse Scale LV.10, Summon Thunder LV. 3. The host can summon lightning to attack enemies. Water Column LV.3 emits a violent water column capable of easily killing prey. Evolution Points 1086 40,000 Skill Points 1. Comprehensive Combat Power 2937. Having forgotten to check the changes on his panel after the ambush by the mutated crocodile, Qin Chuan wondered if the skill Poison Fangs had vanished. He had little attachment to the Poison Fangs skill, considering he had evolved into a flood dragon. Retaining snake-like fangs felt rather peculiar. Moreover, Qin Chuan discovered 2 new skills, Water Column and Summon Thunder. These skills indeed bore the traits of a dragon. As a flood dragon, it would be somewhat lacking to rely solely on biting and other melee attacks. At the very least, he should possess the ability to summon winds and rain, as well as lightning. These 2 skills elevated his status as a dragon. Looking at the skills on his panel, Qin Chuan decided to allocate his skill point to Blood Spirit Contract. After all, if he wished to establish a demon court in the future, loyal subordinates would be indispensable. Blood Spirit Contract LV. 5. In addition to retaining its original effects, if the loyalty of the contracted individual reaches 80 or above, they can directly transmit what the host says to them through mental resonance. The number of contracted beings can reach up to 10. As the system's prompt echoed, the Blood Spirit Contract was upgraded to, with the skill of mental resonance, I no longer require a messenger like the mutated parrot. Thus, he decided to bestow it upon Li Siqing, though it was somewhat regrettable to occupy one of his contract slots. Subdue mutated fox, awakening stage 2, gain 100 fortune points. The system's notification rang out once more, leaving Qin Chuan somewhat perplexed. Strange, when did I subdue a mutated fox? Mutated beings contracted through the blood spirit contract will automatically count as subordinates of the host, but the monthly gain of fortune points will be reduced by 50%. The system's prompt resounded again. The mutated tortoise was escorting Li Xiqing out of the mountain range, and with the exclusion of the parrot, only the last mutated gray wolf king remained. If the subordinates they subdued counted as his own, even without employing the blood spirit contract, he could still amass a considerable amount of fortune points. Glancing at his remaining 350 fortune points, Qin Chuan sighed. To become a wealthy individual in fortune points, he needed to strive even harder. As time flowed gently, a new day was on the horizon. Month has refreshed, gained 1050 fortune points. Still groggy from just waking, Qin Chuan became instantly alert upon hearing the system notification. Fortune points refreshed at the beginning of each month. Initially, he had assumed that the points would refresh a month after gaining them, but it turned out to be fixed to the month, which was quite advantageous for him. Seizing the opportunity of the first day of the month, he decided to partake in a lottery for some good fortune. System, I wish to draw. Qin Chuan silently intoned. Consuming 800 fortune points, lottery begins. Soon, the pointer began to spin, and as seconds ticked by, its speed gradually slowed. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted. It gold. Qin Chuan was elated. This was only the second time in his life that he had struck gold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique Dao field of the Demon Court, First Heaven. The Demon Court consists of 33 heavens. For each heaven acquired, the fortune points provided by mutated beings increase by 30%, and the cultivation speed increases by 20%. It seemed that the heavens themselves were aiding him in the reconstruction of the ancient Demon Court. System, I wish to place the first heaven above the Pingling Mountain range. In an instant, thick clouds gathered above the Pingling Mountain range, obscuring the blue sky. All creatures within the range were sent into a frenzy by this phenomenon. Even the largest of mutated beings appeared insignificant in the face of such an occurrence. Meanwhile, the emergence of the first heaven sent shockwaves through all levels of Longhua. In the highest conference room of Longhua, all information regarding the anomalies at Pingling Mountain was immediately classified, no matter the cost. This news must be contained. Chapter 18. Red Fox and Song within minutes of the first heaven's appearance. Major media outlets were inundated with information regarding it. Heavens is the legendary heavenly court about to emerge. Just recently, the government announced that animals were undergoing mutations. Could it be that myth is about to revive so swiftly? Surely not. If it were the heavenly court of the Sanqing or Sihui, it would be one thing. But if it is the ancient demon court, then we are truly doomed. Those upstairs are right. The ancient demon court has always looked down upon our human race. Countless comments regarding the first heaven flooded in, and despite the government's and platforms' best efforts to suppress it, the information spread like wildfire. Such a phenomenon was simply beyond containment. Not only Longhua, but even countries worldwide took notice of this event. Many nations opposed to Longhua reveled in schadenfreude, with some foreign netizens openly mocking Longhua in the comments section of videos, only to be met with counterattacks from righteous individuals within Longhua. That moment, the high-ranking officials of Longhua were overwhelmed by the emergence of the first heaven. Sun Jinghua, the head of Longhua, found himself engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. There was no denying it. Biological mutations were an inevitable global trend, and every nation had encountered mutated beings. Some smaller countries had already lost half their military forces to these creatures. Chief, according to meteorological experts, this phenomenon is certainly not a natural occurrence. Satellite imagery indicates that the clouds above Pingling Mountain appeared suddenly. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Li Rang, took the lead in speaking. Our foremost task now is to stabilize public sentiment. And secondly, to bolster military presence in the cities surrounding Pingling Mountain. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinghua helplessly rubbed his forehead. These were thoughts he himself had already entertained, since the emergence of mutated beings. He had redirected some border troops inland. If he dispatched more forces now, the defenses at the borders would inevitably weaken, leaving Longhua vulnerable to any potential incursions by enemy nations. Chief, if all else fails, I will lead the troops to eradicate every mutated being within Pingling Mountain. Hu Xingyang shouted loudly, as he found himself at a loss for any better plan. Even if I perish at the hands of these mutated creatures, I will ensure that the mountain is cleansed. In light of the current situation, Sun Jinghua had to concede that Hu Xingyang's proposal was, indeed, the best course of action at this moment. If a conflict were to erupt, One cannot fathom the number of lives that would be lost or the blood that would be shed. However, it is only by exterminating those mutated creatures thoroughly and demonstrating the strength of the nation that we can reassure the populace and effectively quell societal panic. Hu Jinyang, upon receiving orders, was to immediately lead the 2nd and 3rd Divisions to the Pingling Mountain Range. Within a week, all mutated beings within the mountains must be eradicated, with a directive from Sun Jinghua. He had no choice but to issue this command for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. Hu Jinyang vowed to accomplish the task. He proclaimed loudly, having previously gathered intelligence on the mutated creatures from various regions through death row inmates. Mutated beings awakened to levels 3 and 4 could not withstand bullets, while those above level 5 certainly could not survive the military's bombs. With 2 entire divisions at his disposal, he could scarcely conceive of a scenario in which they might lose. By the way, regarding the leadership, news has emerged from Jiangcheng that they have given birth to the first human awakened one. Li Rang gently interjected. Upon hearing this news, the assembly was taken aback. If the awakened individual in Jiangcheng is indeed genuine, it would signify that humanity has the potential for awakening as well. In that case, whether in confronting mutated creatures or resisting foreign invasions, awakened beings would serve as the finest weapon. Prepare the aircraft. I must immediately go to Jiangcheng to meet this awakened one. Sun Jing would exclaim with excitement, exclaiming that if this awakened individual is real, the Dragon Kingdom is saved. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to him, Qin Chuan had already arrived at the first heaven. The first heaven was shrouded in mist at the base, yet one could clearly discern the terrain below. The entirety of the Pingling Mountain Range laid out before him. Qin Chuan leaped gracefully, landing directly in the northern part of the mountains. Mutated Grey Wolf King, why do you not come forth to pay your respects? With that, Qin Chuan transmitted this message telepathically to the ears of the mutated Grey Wolf King. Upon receiving the message, the Grey Wolf King soon emerged from the forest, wagging its tail incessantly at Qin Chuan in the sky. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. I have heard that you recently acquired a little brother. The primary reason for Qin Chuan's visit to the north was to assess the strength of the mutated fox that his little brother had tamed. He also intended to bring them all to the first heaven, but he had one vexing issue. None of his little brothers, aside from the mutated parrot, could fly. Was he expected to carry them all himself? That would be far too embarrassing. Within the domain of the first heaven, including the ground area it covers, members of the demon court named by the host can freely fly, but only within the first heaven. The system provided its explanation just in time. He was troubled about how to bring them up, and the system conveniently offered a solution, proving to be exceedingly reliable, upon hearing the Dragon King's words. The mutated Grey Wolf King eagerly summoned the newly tamed mutated fox. Internally, it pondered how the king knew this. Had that old tortoise informed the Dragon King, "Fox, do not delay in paying your respects to the Dragon King." With that, a fox, entirely crimson in hue, appeared in Qin Chuan's sight, mimicking the Grey Wolf King's actions by kneeling before him. Judging by its demeanor, it seemed incapable of speech, as it was merely at the 2nd stage of awakening. Mutated Fox, Awaken Level 2. Skills: Bite LV.2, Fire Breath LV.1, can spew forth searing flames. Flame Body LV.1, greatly enhances fire attack power, increases immunity to all flames. Loyalty, 81. Comprehensive combat power, 279. What a revelation. The abilities of this mutated Grey Wolf King must have been extraordinary to have found such a promising candidate. Just looking at its skills, Qin Chuan was certain it would be exceptional once it matured. Fox, is that the name you have given it? He inquired, glancing at the Grey Wolf King, finding the name rather unappealing and an affront to such innate talent. It resembled certain individuals who, despite their exceptional gifts, bore names that were utterly undignified. Yes, Dragon King, it is indeed my choice, the Grey Wolf King replied. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the mutated fox, and declared gravely, "From now on, your name shall be Hong Hu, the 2nd seat among the 10 demon generals of my court." The mutated fox seemed to comprehend, nodding gently. Hearing the Dragon King personally bestow a name upon his little brother, the Grey Wolf King could not help but feel envious. Wagging his tail even more vigorously, "Dragon King, I beseech you, grant me a name as well." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan softly replied, "From now on, your name shall be Song, the 1st seat among the 10 demon generals of my court." Song, I am grateful to the Dragon King for bestowing this name upon me. Upon receiving his new name, the mutated Grey Wolf King joyously performed a backflip and let out a triumphant howl. From this day forth, I shall be known as Song. Chapter 19. Prophecy. After naming the mutated Grey Wolf King, and the mutated fox, Qin Chuan summoned the mutated tortoise. From this day forth, your name shall be Xian Gui, the chancellor of my demon court, at your command, Dragon King. The mutated parrot and Li Xiqing were still in Jiangxing, preventing Qin Chuan from naming them. As for Zhang Honghu and Xian Gui, having been appointed as members of the demon court, they could now freely fly within the first heaven's domain. However, if they ventured beyond the first heaven's confines, their ability to fly would vanish. Regarding the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom and their response to the emergence of the first heaven, Li Xiqing had indeed transmitted numerous messages, including the military minister's intent to personally command an assault on the Pingling Mountain Range and the Dragon Kingdom's leader planning to visit Jiangxing to meet Li Xiqing directly. After returning to Jiangxing, Li Xiqing immediately proceeded to the military's encampment, showcasing his powers to the military personnel. He even drew the attention of the military's chief, Zhang Liang. Upon confirming that Li Xiqing had undergone mutation, Zhang Liang promptly sealed off the information regarding Li Xiqing's awakening and reported the matter to the state. This was classified information, not to be disclosed lightly, especially since even Li Xiqing himself had but one requirement: to keep his identity a secret for the time being. After all, this matter pertained to the fate of the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Xiqing's successful awakening also signified that humanity had gained the means to contend against those mutated creatures in this era of global spiritual resurgence. Having a human subordinate was indeed advantageous. Information would flow freely. Next, Qin Chuan's immediate objective was to seize control of the entire Pingling Mountain Range. The northern and western parts had already been successfully captured by Qin Chuan, leaving only the southern and eastern sections. The southern region was home to the mutated Black Swan, ranked 18th on the leaderboard, which required his personal intervention. As for the eastern part of the mountains, Qin Chuan had not spotted any mutated beings on the leaderboard residing there. Their overall strength was likely not formidable, so he decided to assign the task of subduing the east to Zhang and Honghu. Just as he issued the orders, Xian Gui approached. Dragon King, may I accompany Zhang and Honghu to the east? Why? Qin Chuan asked, furrowing his brow. The eastern mountains should not harbor any particularly powerful mutated beings. It should be a simple task for Zhang. Why did Xian Gui wish to join? Your Majesty, Zhang is nearing the 5th stage of awakening. During the execution of the mission, it is likely to fall into slumber due to evolution. I, as an old servant, can prevent other mutated beings from ambushing Zhang while it sleeps. After hearing this, Qin Chuan acknowledged the reasoning. Zhang indeed required evolution at this point, while Xian Gui still had a ways to go before reaching the 6th stage. Then you may proceed to the east with Zhang and the others. Yes, Dragon King. After briefing Xian Gui, Qin Chuan directly made his way to the southern mountains. If possible, he still hoped to subdue the mutated Black Swan. Although evolution points were essential, fortune points were equally important. As for the mutated beings beyond the Black Swan, most would convert into evolution points for Qin Chuan. Kill mutated monkey, awaken level 2, to gain 150 evolution points. Kill mutated spider, awaken level 3, to gain 800 evolution points. Kill. Upon arriving in the southern mountains, Qin Chuan commenced a spree of slaughter, after accumulating over 5,000 evolution points. He arrived at a lake at that moment. A black swan approximately 3 meters in size graced the surface of the water. Have you finally come? The master of the demon court, Dragon King. The words of the mutated black swan reached Qin Chuan's ears, catching him off guard. He had not anticipated that it would know his true identity. Was it due to its skills? Mutated black swan, awaken level 4, skills, prophecy LV.4, consumes stamina, allowing foresight into imminent events. Glowing forest LV.3, summons a glowing forest, capable of healing injured beings. With only prophecy and healing as its skills, it seemed well suited for the role of a priest. Prophecy, you say? A commendable skill. Given that, you must understand my intentions, correct? Apologies, Dragon King. But rather than concern yourself with capturing a mere black swan, you should first attend to your subordinates. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Qin Chuan. What do you mean? There exists a particularly terrifying entity in the eastern part of the Pingling Mountain Range, one that your subordinates cannot contend with. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, not pausing to ponder, and swiftly flew toward the eastern mountains. Since the opponent possesses the skill of prophecy, they must certainly understand the dire consequences of deceiving oneself. Moreover, such self-deception offers no advantage to them. I fear their true intention is to see both myself and the eastern faction suffer mutual destruction. Dragon King, I hope you can return alive, though I suspect that is unlikely. as you have already been slain by that individual from the east in my prophecy, watching Qin Chuan's departing figure. The mutated black swan slowly closed its eyes. To the east of the mountains, the Great Rift. Song, you take the red fox and go ahead. I will cover your retreat. The Xian Gui's expression was grave. Its shell shattered over half, fixating intently on the mutated creature before it. It was a colossal serpent with 9 heads, its body stretching 50 meters long. Red fox, you must immediately find the Dragon King. Song commanded, glancing at the red fox before moving to stand beside Xian Gui. Here, it is just the two of us and the Chancellor. Upon hearing Song's words, the red fox promptly set off in search of Qin Chuan. Song's form quivered slightly in the wind. Although it had reached the 5th stage of awakening, its strength was formidable, yet against such a powerful 9-headed serpent, it was the Chancellor Xian Gui who protected it during its slumber. Now, faced with a formidable foe, how could it abandon the Chancellor? If death were to come, it would be Song who would perish first. Merely 2 morsels. I shall send you both on your way. The 9-headed serpent emitted a chilling, monstrous laugh, its 9 heads attacking like whips toward the 2 beasts. Fortunately, this was within the coverage of the 1st heaven, and as a member of the demon court, they could freely soar here, utilizing their aerial advantage to evade numerous attacks from the mutated 9-headed serpent. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, even a single strike from the opponent would result in severe injury. Xian Gui, suffering from grievous wounds, found its movements increasingly sluggish, making it ever more difficult to dodge the incoming attacks. Just as one of the serpent's heads lunged at Xian Gui, a robust water column erupted like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly obliterating that head. In the next moment, the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Dark clouds rapidly gathered, layering upon one another until they obscured the heavens completely. In an instant, thunder roared, and silver serpents danced amidst the deafening sounds, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the world. In the sky, a nearly 20-meter-long dragon appeared, its black scales glimmering under the flashes of lightning. Wonderful! It is the Dragon King come to rescue us. Hope ignited in the eyes of Song and Xian Gui simultaneously. In their hearts, the Dragon King was the epitome of strength. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated through the heavens and earth, the sound waves rolling forth like surging ocean waves, bending the trees within the mountains. The remaining 8 heads of the mutated 9-headed serpent trembled, all gazing skyward. Amidst the dark clouds, a pair of furious eyes were fixed intently on the mutated 9-headed serpent below. A long worm with 9 heads dares to injure my subordinate. Chapter 20. The dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means certain death. Mutated 9-headed serpent, awakened 9th stage. Skills, poisonous fangs LV. 7. Fierce fire LV.4. Emitting intense flames, dealing substantial damage to enemies. Thunder call LV.4. Summoning lightning to inflict devastating damage upon foes. Water column LV.4. Concealment LV.4. Hiding one's presence, ancestral reversion LV.10, when facing death. Can activate a 5-minute ancestral reversion effect, with a 1% chance of survival post-effect. Overall combat power, 1678. Combat power does not include the strength post-ancestral reversion. After reviewing the panel of the mutated 9-headed serpent, Qin Chuan could not help but marvel at the formidable opponent before him. Furthermore, it was the only mutated creature since his transformation into a dragon that instilled a sense of dread within him. Even though the mutated 9-headed serpent possessed the ancestral reversion as a trump card, he himself was not without his own. Merely a tiny dragon, yet you dare claim the title of Dragon King? The mutated 9-headed serpent sneered at Qin Chuan in the sky, while its other 3 heads unleashed attacks of lightning, fire, and water, representing 3 distinct elemental assaults. The dragon that perished in my jaws is not the first. As the 3 elemental forces struck Qin Chuan, he felt no discomfort. Rather, aside from a slight tingling sensation, he even found it somewhat pleasurable. How can you withstand my attack? The mutated 9-headed serpent was incredulous. Since it had gained consciousness, it had cultivated for a millennium and was finally witnessing the revival of spiritual energy, with its bottleneck loosening. Yet now, it could not even handle a single dragon. Ignoring the serpent's incredulity, Qin Chuan flickered forward, swiftly severing one of the serpent's heads with a single bite. You wretched dragon, I shall kill you. The mutated 9-headed serpent, stung by the pain of losing 2 heads in such a short time, was consumed by rage. However, its words were nothing more than impotent howling in Qin Chuan's eyes. With its strength, it was no match for him. He continued to obliterate 4 more of its heads. leaving the once nine-headed serpent with only 3 remaining. No, I must flee. After so long waiting for the revival of spiritual energy, I cannot die here. Seeing the remaining 3 heads, the mutated nine-headed serpent truly felt fear. It could not comprehend why such a mere dragon possessed such formidable strength. The dragons it had previously slain paled in comparison, and it could not even breach Qin Shuan's defenses, instinctively wanting to escape. Qin Shuan, perceiving the serpent's intent, denied it any chance of fleeing, swiftly crushing another of its heads. Now, the nine-headed serpent was left with only 2 heads, and its speed could not match his, unless it activated its ancestral reversion skill. It would surely perish. No, even in death, I shall take you with me. Realizing escape was futile, the mutated nine-headed serpent activated its ancestral reversion skill. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted, the serpent's power visibly surging. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed. Qin Shuan seemed to hear the sound of chains breaking, as if something had shattered its shackles, awakening to the 10th stage, transcending to the 1st and 2nd stages, watching the serpent's panel rise. Qin Shuan's expression turned grave. The creature's tier had escalated directly to the 3rd stage of transcendence. Not only had all 9 heads regrown, but its size had also swelled to over 80 meters tall. Mutated ancestral reversion, nine-headed serpent, transcendent 3rd stage. Skills: Poisonous Fangs LV.10, Fierce Fire LV.7, Thundercall LV.7, Water Column LV.7, Concealment LV.4, Ancestral Reversion LV.10. Overall combat power, 3678. To Qin Shuan's astonishment, the ancestral reversion skill provided an immense amount of spiritual energy. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the revitalized nine-headed serpent, concerned whether he could overcome such an adversary. Chancellor, what do you think? The Dragon King will win, without a doubt, Xian Gui stated plainly, as though already aware of the outcome. Observing Xian Gui's unwavering faith in the Dragon King, Song could only shake his head in resignation. Judging by the aura alone, the nine-headed serpent had far surpassed the Dragon King. Simultaneously, the station troops in Jiacheng could not witness the events unfolding within the mountains. Yet they could see the tempestuous display of lightning and thunder above. Faintly, they even glimpsed a creature with 9 heads. Zhang Liang, the commander of the Jiangcheng military district, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Even though General Hu's army was due to arrive in a matter of days, that sense of foreboding lingered. Li Siqing, standing nearby, also observed the spectacle, particularly the monstrous creature with 9 heads, silently praying, "Dragon King, please return safely." In the Pingling mountain range, Qin Shuan bore numerous wounds, marking the most severe injuries he had sustained since his rebirth. Indeed, the mutated being of transcendent 3rd stage was no trifling opponent. Even his dragon scales could not withstand its onslaught. Glancing at the white phosphorus on his neck, Qin Shuan resignedly thought, "It seems I must take a risk." In the next moment, Qin Shuan charged once more toward the mutated nine-headed serpent. With approximately 3 minutes remaining before the ancestral reversion effect concluded, if he did not trigger his reverse scale soon, he might truly face demise. Merely a futile resistance. Prepare to die. The 9 heads of the mutated serpent lunged at Qin Shuan simultaneously, and he felt excruciating pain coursing through him, gradually losing consciousness. Am I to die? How utterly unsatisfying. On the ground, Song and Xian Gui watched in disbelief. Could the Dragon King truly perish like this? Just as they prepared to confront the nine-headed serpent, their hearts suddenly contracted, a sensation shared by Li Siqing far away in Jiangcheng and even the mutated parrot. What was happening? Their hearts had just experienced a sudden tightening. Song looked at Xian Gui in confusion, only to find it equally perplexed. Could it be? At that moment, a singular thought emerged in their minds. The Dragon King was not dead. In an instant, Song and Xian Gui felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura awakening, an instinctive fear rising from the depths of their bloodline. The next second, Qin Shuan's orderly dragon scales erupted, and the once feeble aura transformed into something profoundly terrifying. Perceiving an unsettling shift in circumstances, the mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent swiftly cast aside Qin Shuan, its countenance awash with disbelief that it had astonishingly discerned that its own bloodline was gripped by fear. One must understand that its ancestral lineage derived from the legendary demon Jiao-Ing of ancient myth, and now, the bloodline of Jiao-Ing was cowering in trepidation. What kind of terrifying bloodline coursed through this creature? In the midst of its stupor, Qin Shuan, whom it had flung away, opened his blood-red eyes. Reverse scale effect successfully triggered. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it and death is inevitable. Target: mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent. Chapter 21. black feather. What kind of monstrous bloodline flowed within this serpent? The nine-headed serpent gazed at Qin Chuan in disbelief. Although its realm remained unchanged, for reasons unknown, it consistently felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from Qin Chuan. A sensation that only intensified. What is that? The mutated nine-headed serpent stammered in fear. Behind Qin Chuan, a colossal black dragon phantom, soaring thousands of meters high, fixated intently on the mutated nine-headed serpent below. In the next instant, the phantom surged directly into Qin Chuan's body, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The towering mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent, subjected to the shockwave of this sound, found itself utterly powerless to resist. Its massive form unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Its 9 heads thrashed desperately upon the earth, stirring up clouds of dust and emitting agonized roars as it endeavored to rise once more. Yet, before the mutated ancestral 9-headed serpent could regain its footing, Qin Chuan, akin to a bolt of black lightning, lunged forth, seizing one of its heads and wrenching it clean off, swallowing it whole. The remaining 8 heads, witnessing this, launched a concerted assault on Qin Chuan, unleashing a deluge of attacks comprised of lightning, flames, and torrents of water, all aimed at obliterating him. However, no matter how fiercely the mutated ancestral 9-headed serpent attacked, it could not breach Qin Chuan's defenses. Seizing hold of one of its heads, Qin Chuan crushed it with a single, forceful grip, while simultaneously gathering searing flames in his mouth. "No, you cannot kill me. Within me flows the blood of Jiao." Before the mutated ancestral 9-headed serpent could finish its plea, the scorching flames surged forth like a relentless tide, enveloping its vast body entirely. Under the relentless blaze, the 9-headed serpent emitted mournful cries, its form rapidly disintegrating into ash before the naked eye, leaving behind only a charred expanse, and the acrid scent of charred remains wafting through the air. "The Dragon King has triumphed," exclaimed Xian Gui and Song, their voices brimming with excitement. "I knew the Dragon King would never perish," Xian Gui stated calmly. Though relief washed over him internally, as the Chancellor of the Demon Court and the creature that had accompanied the Dragon King the longest. If even he had doubts about the Dragon King, then none in the Demon Court would believe in him. Thus, he had to feign composure, relieved that the Dragon King had ultimately emerged victorious. "I am such a fool. The Dragon King fought valiantly to protect us, and I dared to question him," Song lamented. Just as he intended to approach Qin Chuan to express his remorse, he noticed Qin Chuan collapsed on the ground. Dragon Scale effect has ended. Kill the mutated ancestral 9-headed serpent, extraordinary level 3, gaining 200,000 evolution points. Dragon King. Upon seeing this, Xian Gui and Song hurriedly rushed to check on him. But as neither possessed healing abilities, they could do little more than stand by the Dragon King's side. "Chancellor, what has happened to the Dragon King?" Song inquired anxiously. Xian Gui's expression grew grave. He too was at a loss, knowing only of a healer located in the southern region of the mountain range. Just as the two found themselves in despair, the previously searching red fox approached, accompanied by a mutated black swan. "Chancellor," brothered Song, "I know how to save the Dragon King." Upon seeing the formidable mutated black swan trailing behind the red fox, Song instinctively positioned himself in front of the Dragon King, his gaze fixed intently on the creature. Speaking in a low tone, "Red Fox, who is that behind you?" Xian Gui too fixed his gaze on the mutated black swan, determined not to let it near the Dragon King. "Chancellor, brother Song, do not misunderstand. The black swan will not harm the Dragon King. Moreover, it was the black swan who informed the Dragon King of your predicament with the 9-headed serpent," the red fox explained hastily, recounting how it had ventured to the southern mountains in search of the Dragon King, only to encounter the mutated black swan at Swan Lake. When the black swan revealed that the Dragon King had set out to rescue the Chancellor, the red fox had initially been skeptical. It was only after the black swan disclosed the entirety of its prophetic visions that the red fox began to believe. Initially, the prophecy foretold the Dragon King's demise at the hands of the 9-headed serpent. And at that time, the red fox had not yet considered loyalty to the Dragon King. However, upon witnessing the immense phantom, a scene not depicted in the prophecy, it realized that its foresight was likely flawed. The Dragon King might not perish, yet it dared not assume certainty until now. Upon seeing the Dragon King, it was convinced that he had indeed emerged victorious. "I can heal the Dragon King. But if you continue to obstruct me, I cannot guarantee the outcome." Song, who had intended to speak further, was halted by Xian Gui. "In that case, I shall allow you to approach the Dragon King. But should you fail to heal him, I will take you down with me." "Very well. If I am unable to heal the Dragon King, you may do as you wish." The mutated black swan approached Qin Chuan. emanating a faint green glow. Specks of ethereal light cascaded upon Qin Chuan until evening fell, and he finally awakened. Splendid. The Dragon King has awakened at last. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, the cacophony of voices ringing in his ears. What has happened to me? Recalling the scenes in his mind, he remembered battling the mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent. Subsequently, in order to trigger the reverse scalability, he had charged at the serpent. It seemed he had made the right gamble. To his astonishment, it was the mutated black swan who had come to his rescue. You have fulfilled your duty. The Dragon King is out of danger, the black swan stated wearily, having exerted herself for several hours in her efforts to heal him. I owe you a favor. Speak your wish. Qin Chuan was averse to being indebted to anyone, and since the black swan had voluntarily intervened to save him, it was clear she sought something in return. In that case, I shall be direct. I desire the position of High Priest of the Demon Court. Initially, Qin Chuan had anticipated she would demand not to be harmed or request some task to be accomplished. He had thought it impossible to subdue the mutated black swan, yet unexpectedly, she had proactively offered to join the Demon Court. Very well, I grant you the title of High Priest of the Demon Court. But I have one stipulation. To ensure your loyalty, you must sign a blood spirit contract with me. Given her desire for the High Priest position, it was essential to guarantee her fidelity. Thus, the blood spirit contract was indispensable. Agreed. I accept. The mutated black swan replied promptly, unafraid of being deceived by Qin Chuan. She had foreseen that even if she did not intervene, he would not perish. Moreover, once healed, he would eventually approach her to claim her as his own. The position of High Priest was bound to be hers in due time. Her actions merely hastened the inevitable. After the blood spirit contract was finalized, Qin Chuan immediately acknowledged her identity and bestowed upon her a name. From this day forth, I shall name you He Yu, my High Priest of the Demon Court. Chapter 22. Awakening to Level 8. Mutated Black Swan. He Yu's loyalty reaches 80 points. Gaining 400 fortune points. Thank you, Dragon King, for the name. He Yu spoke softly. Song was assigned to the northern mountains, the Red Fox to the western, Xiangui to the eastern, and He Yu to the southern. Although they were responsible for different mountain ranges, with the first heaven established, Qin Chuan and Xiangui naturally resided atop it, tasked only with eliminating intruders encroaching upon the mountain range. With this, the entirety of the Pingling mountain range fell under his dominion, and the next step would be to turn his attention to Jiang City. As Qin Chuan contemplated how to assault Jiang City, a mutated parrot flew in from that direction. Dragon King, Commander Hu Jinyang of the Dragon Kingdom's military will arrive in Jiang City in 3 days. It is rumored that the country has dispatched 2 divisions to eliminate the Pingling mountain range. So please exercise caution. I have heard that Commander Hu has even requested nuclear weapons. The mutated parrot landed before Qin Chuan, relaying the information imparted by Li Siqing. The nation is preparing to deploy nuclear weapons? Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. Having resolved the threat of the mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent, he now possessed over 200,000 evolution points. Perhaps after his evolution, he could withstand a nuclear strike, but his subordinates would likely not endure the weapon's devastating power. Xiangui and the others were elite members of the Demon Court and vital sources of fortune points. Qin Chuan could not bear to watch them perish. He needed to devise a plan. He Yu, can your prophetic abilities still be utilized? Qin Chuan inquired of He Yu, eager to discern whether humanity would indeed unleash nuclear weapons during their purge of the Pingling mountain range. I apologize, Dragon King. The prophecy skill can only be used twice per month, and I have already exhausted both opportunities this month. He Yu responded with a hint of regret, realizing that as the newly appointed High Priest of the Demon Court, she was unable to fulfill the Dragon King's first task. After receiving the message from Li Siqing, Qin Chuan instructed the mutated parrot to return home, also bestowing upon it the name Qing Niao. There were numerous reasons for sending Qing Niao back. Firstly, its combat prowess was simply too weak, rendering it of little use by his side. Secondly, the telepathy within the blood spirit contract can only be initiated through one's own volition, allowing Li Siqing to respond to himself. Yet, as the Dragon King and the illustrious sovereign of the Demon Court, how could he lower himself to seek out a mere human every day? It would indeed be a disgrace. Unless the matter were of utmost urgency, he would refrain from reaching out to others. Subsequently, Qin Chuan dismissed Xiangui and the others, unveiling his system panel. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated Jiao Dragon. Awakening Level 6. Skills, Strangulation LV. 5. Dragon Roar LV.6. Dragon Might LV.6. Bloodthirst LV.5. Sharp Teeth LV.6. Blood Spirit Contract LV.5. Dragon Scales LV.6, Long Vision LV.5, Reverse Scale LV.10. Thunder Summoning LV.3, Water Column LV.3, Evolution Points, 208,432 40,000 Skill Points, 0, Comprehensive Combat Power, 2937. Including the evolution points acquired from hunting mutated creatures in the southern mountains. Along with the 200,000 evolution points contributed by the mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent, Qin Chuan's total evolution points now approach 210,000. System, I wish to commence evolution. In preparation for the Dragon Kingdom's army arriving in 3 days, Qin Chuan resolved to elevate his level, consuming 20,000 evolution points. Evolution commencing. The familiar sensation of slumber enveloped him. The last period of dormancy lasted a full 2 hours. And he wondered how long this time would take. Minutes turned into hours, and after a full 3 hours, the system's notification chimed. Evolution successful, ignoring the other alterations on the panel. Qin Chuan's gaze fixated on the evolution points section. Evolution points. 168,432,80000. He could evolve once more. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan opted for another evolution, as the army of the Dragon Kingdom would reach Jiangxing in 3 days. Given that each evolution necessitated a state of slumber, Qin Chuan was compelled to make haste. After what was likely 5 more hours, dawn broke, and Qin Chuan finally awoke from his slumber. This time, his physique had surged to over 40 meters, his limbs had grown significantly stronger. And even the dragon horns on his head now exceeded 6 meters. His dragon scales had once again been reinforced, and his skills had seen comprehensive enhancement. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated Jiao Dragon. Awakening Level 8 Skills. Strangulation LV. 7. Dragon Roar LV.7, Dragon Might LV.7, Bloodthirst LV.6, Sharp Teeth LV.8, Blood Spirit Contract LV.5, Dragon Scales LV.7, Long Vision LV.6, Reverse Scale LV.10, Water Column LV.5, Purple Lightning LV.6, evolved from Thunder Summoning Skill, allowing the host to summon a more powerful form of lightning. Black Flame LV.4, a black flame, possessing greater destructive power than normal fire, capable of incinerating any object with ease. Evolution points. 88,432 160,000. Skill points. 1. Fortune, 1050. Comprehensive combat power, 4399. This evolution could be described as a comprehensive upgrade for Qin Chuan. Not only had the Thunder Summoning skill evolved into Purple Lightning, but he had also acquired a new skill, Black Flame. Skills such as Strangulation, Dragon Roar, and Dragon Might had all risen by a level. And his comprehensive combat power had surged to an astonishing 4399. Yet, for reasons unknown, this combat power evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his childhood. After reviewing the panel, Qin Chuan prepared to visit Blackwater Lake. From the first heaven, he had observed the mist emanating from Blackwater Lake expanding significantly, leading him to speculate that the mutated old locust tree had also undergone evolution. Upon arriving at Blackwater Lake, his suspicions were confirmed. The height of the mutated old locust tree beside the lake had indeed reached over 40 meters, and its level had advanced to Awakening Level 2. Mutated old locust tree, Awakening Level 2, Fruit of Life LV. 2. Miasma LV.2, evolved from mist. The emitted white fog contains toxic miasma that can poison living beings. Comprehensive combat power, 50. Its combat power remained as low as ever. Although this mutated old locust tree could provide the fruit of life, the miasma it produced was indiscriminate. This posed a certain dilemma, as it would be ideal if the range of the miasma could be confined to a circle around Blackwater Lake. Qin Chuan could only hope that the mutated old locust tree would soon gain sentience. Once subdued, the miasma skill might become a formidable weapon against humanity. Perhaps it was merely his perception. But Qin Chuan felt that since the last battle with the mutated ancestral nine-headed serpent, where he heard the sound of chains shattering, the concentration of spiritual energy around him had notably increased. Chapter 23, Li Xiqing's Intent to Kill. Before the arrival of the first spiritual energy tide, the existence of extraordinary beings was forbidden in the world. However, due to the mutated nine-headed serpent forcibly breaking the shackles of heaven and earth through its ancestral skill, the spiritual energy tide arrived prematurely, causing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to gradually thicken. It is predicted that the first spiritual energy tide will arrive tonight. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chuan finally understood that it seemed his intuition had not been misguided. Indeed, after the breaking of the shackles, the surrounding spiritual energy had become significantly denser. When the spiritual energy tide erupted tonight, the mutated creatures on Blue Star would likely face another terrifying evolution. Subsequently, Qin Chuan summoned the Red Fox, responsible for the Western Mountains, preparing to bestow the newly grown fruit of life from the mutated old locust tree upon her. Xian Gui and Song were both mutated beings of awakening level 5. So a single fruit of life would hold little value for them. In contrast, the Red Fox was currently only at awakening level 2, making her the perfect recipient for the fruit. After consuming the fruit of life, the Red Fox should be able to ascend to awakening level 3. The Red Fox expressed her gratitude to the Dragon King for the gift. Upon receiving the command, the Red Fox hurried from the west. And upon learning that the Dragon King intended to present her with a fruit of life, she promptly bowed in thanks. After consuming the fruit, the Red Fox inevitably fell into slumber, while Qin Chuan prepared for the Dragon Kingdom's army set to arrive in 2 days. The Dragon Kingdom was also diligently organizing its efforts to eliminate the mutated creatures. At this moment, Zhang Liang, the commander of the Jiangcheng military district, was engaged in discussion with Li Xiqing regarding the topic of the mutated 9-headed serpent from the previous day. Alas, the mutated creatures were growing stronger by the day. It was reported that the mutated killer whale king in the ocean had evolved to awakening level 9. Zhang Liang displayed signs of fatigue, evidently having had little rest in recent days, as he rubbed his forehead and turned his attention to Li Xiqing. The 9-headed beast witnessed in the Pingling Mountains likely held strength comparable to, or even exceeding that of the mutated killer whale king. Currently, you are the sole awakened individual in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The hope of the nation rests solely upon your shoulders. Li Xiqing did not respond to Zhang Liang's words. His power was bestowed by the Dragon King, and even his life was in the Dragon King's hands. As for the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, he felt unworthy of such a title. Commander Zhang, since General who will not arrive until the day after tomorrow, I shall take my leave and return to the Li family. He held no particular curiosity about the 9-headed beast. It was merely a defeated subordinate of the Dragon King. Having spent considerable time in the military, he was now eager to return home, especially since his elder brother was reportedly back in the country today. He had heard that his family had even prepared a welcome feast for him. After such a long separation, he indeed missed his older brother rather dearly. Subsequently, Li Xiqing departed the military district, heading towards the Li family residence. I apologize, young master, but the master has instructed that you are not to return home. Upon disembarking, just as Li Xiqing was about to enter the Li family estate, he was intercepted by the bodyguard stationed at the entrance. This is my home. How dare you, a mere bodyguard, block my path? I apologize, young master, but the master has stated that since you enjoy gallivanting outside, you should never return to the Li family. The bodyguard spoke arrogantly, for everyone in the Li family knew that the master held disdain for Li Xiqing. Now that the eldest young master had successfully returned to the country, Li Xiqing was considered insignificant. With that, he signaled for other bodyguards to surround Li Xiqing, adopting an attitude that suggested they would beat him if he did not leave. Li Xiqing's eyes darkened. He had anticipated that his parents would be less welcoming upon his brother's return, but he never imagined that a mere bodyguard would dare to trample upon his dignity. Did they truly believe he was so easily bullied? Clenching his fists, just as he prepared to force his way in, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Stop. Who permitted you to lay hands on the young master? Fu Butler? You. Slap. Fu Bo positioned himself before Li Xiqing and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the bodyguard who had just spoken disrespectfully. Did the master instruct you to speak disrespectfully to the young master? The bodyguard, unable to meet Fu Bo's gaze, faltered. Fu Bo was a respected elder of the Li family, and even the head of the household showed him deference. The bodyguard had dared to insult Li Xiqing because he was aligned with the eldest young master, Li Zetian, but faced with Fu Bo, he could not maintain his arrogance and promptly fell silent. Noting the other party's silence, Fu Bo snorted coldly, then turned to Li Xiqing. Young master, let us return home. Observing Fu Bo's figure, Li Xiqing felt a surge of gratitude. Fu Bo was the only person in the Li family who genuinely cared for him. During his childhood, Fu Bo had always accompanied him on his birthdays, preparing delicious cakes for him, even going so far as to deceive him into believing they were gifts from his father. It wasn't until he grew older that he realized Fu Bo's efforts were simply not openly acknowledged by him. Li Xiqing nodded and followed Fu Bo into the family home. Li Xiqing? Who permitted you to enter? The once beaming face of Li Qingguang instantly turned cold upon encountering Li Xiqing. Beside him, Wang Xiumin, Li Xiqing's mother, rolled her eyes and muttered a curse under her breath. Master, the young master has just returned home. Isn't it only appropriate for him to come and pay his respects? Old Fu interjected, standing protectively in front of Li Xiqing. "Old Fu, you are far too indulgent towards that insufferable brat," Li Qingguang retorted. With Old Fu speaking up, he felt it inappropriate to continue his objections and prepared to welcome Li Zetian back. "Fudonglai, you are merely a steward of the Li family. My father may refrain from criticizing you due to familial ties, but I certainly will not," Li Zetian asserted. "A steward must fulfill their duties. Preventing my younger brother from entering the house is a punishment from our father for his daily escapades." He then turned his gaze towards Li Xiqing, adding, "As your elder brother, I naturally wish for you to attend my welcoming banquet. However, after the festivities, I sincerely hope you will heed our father's words and depart from the Li family for good." Li Qingguang and Wang Xiumin did not intervene, as they harbored similar sentiments. They believed that Fudongla should simply fulfill his role as a steward. Were it not for his status as an elder, they would have long since replaced him. Old Fu seethed with a mix of anger and disappointment at being so publicly humiliated by a younger generation. Having watched Li Xiqing grow up, he felt a familial bond with him, while Li Zetian regarded him as nothing more than a servant. Observing Li Qingguang and Wang Xiumin's lack of intervention, he surmised that their thoughts aligned with Li Zetian's. "How dare you, Li Xiqing!" Li Zetian exclaimed, shocked by the sudden assault. "If you continue to disrespect Old Fu, I wouldn't hesitate to end your life right now." Chapter 24. He is my good brother. "You, a good-for-nothing who spends his days either gallivanting or chasing women. What right do you have to threaten me?" Li Zetian sneered, jabbing a finger at Li Xiqing's chest. Mocking his pitiable sense of pride. Li Xiqing, keeping his head down, remained unfazed by Li Zetian's provocations. Mistaking Li Xiqing's silence for fear, Li Zetian turned his attention back to Old Fu, saying, "Remember, one of you is a servant, and the other is a waste." "How fitting!" Laughter echoed through the hall, while Li Qingguang and his wife remained silent, nodding in approval of Li Zetian's behavior, internally praising their eldest son for his achievements. "You laugh too much." Li Xiqing suddenly seized Li Zetian by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as the latter's eyes widened in disbelief. Only when Li Zetian began to lose consciousness did Li Qingguang and Wang Xiumin react. "Li Xiqing, what are you doing? Release your elder brother at once," Li Qingguang admonished urgently. Li Xiqing, "Let my Tiana go. Otherwise, I will call the police," Wang Xiumin added. Old Fu frowned at the scene but refrained from speaking further. The eldest should indeed learn to respect his elders and deserved a lesson. "You want me to release him? Very well." With a swift motion, Li Xiqing snapped Li Zetian's neck and discarded him to the ground like a dead dog. "I have released your elder brother. Are you satisfied now?" The onlookers gasped in shock as they witnessed Li Xiqing murder Li Zetian. Li Qingguang and his wife were filled with terror, while Old Fu looked at Li Xiqing with deep concern. He had assumed Li Xiqing merely intended to teach Li Zetian a lesson, never expecting him to take such drastic action. Now, the situation was dire, and Old Fu began to worry. Li Xiqing, "You have killed Tianer. I will call the police. I will see you dead." Wang Xiumin screamed. Her voice hoarse. A sharp slap silenced her, leaving her cheek flushed. "Consider this a wake-up call. Stop shouting at everyone you see," Li Xiqing said indifferently, showing no remorse after committing murder. Witnessing this, Li Qingguang, who had been poised to speak, closed his mouth and urged Wang Xiumin to call the police quickly. Another slap echoed, leaving Li Qingguang bewildered that hadn't he been silent. It seemed unreasonable that while his wife and son received slaps, he would be spared. Wang Xiumin frantically dialed for help. Old Fu's expression grew grave. "Young master, you have acted impulsively. Jiangqing is garrisoned by troops who will not tolerate murder occurring under their watch. Do not worry, Old Fu. Even if I were to kill both Li Qingguang and Wang Xiumin, the military would not dare to touch me." Li Xiqing waved his hand dismissively. He was the only awakened one in Longhua, and the military would be eager to curry favor with him. They would not pursue him over a mere Li Zetian. "The military will arrive shortly. Prepare to face your demise. You will pay for my Tianer's life," Wang Xiumin declared after hanging up. In that case, I shall make a call as well to see whose connections are more formidable. She dialed a contact named Zhang Liang, who assured her he would arrive personally before hanging up. Moments later, a military truck pulled up outside the Li residence, and several armed soldiers entered. "Who called the police?" The leader's brow furrowed, surprised that someone dared to commit murder in his jurisdiction. "It was I who reported the crime," Wang Xiumin exclaimed, pointing at Li Xiqing. "He and that old man barged into my home and killed my son before our very eyes. Officer, you must seek justice for us." Upon witnessing the body inside, Lu Bing's frown deepened. He was not a police officer but a soldier. His presence here was due to the police's lack of manpower, and he had come to handle the situation. It is you? Lu Bing recognized Li Xiqing, having encountered him just a few nights prior. He never expected to see him again under such grim circumstances. Sir, please accompany me to the police station for questioning. Lu Bing spoke calmly, knowing that despite their previous acquaintance, the law must be upheld. I suggest you wait. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that Commander Zhang Liang will not hold you accountable. Li Xiqing lounged in his chair, casually consuming the dishes prepared for Li Zetian's banquet, showing no signs of anxiety at the prospect of arrest. Upon hearing the name Commander Zhang Liang, Lu Bing's heart sank. His immediate superior was indeed named Zhang Liang. What a coincidence! Just as he pondered this, Wang Xiaomin could no longer contain herself. Li Xiqing, what do you mean by this? Are you refusing to heed the officer's words? Do you intend to assault a police officer? Officer, do not worry. He is merely a spoiled brat from the Li family and would never dare to oppose you. Lu Bing began to calm down, realizing that Commander Zhang was not someone just anyone could know. If Li Xiqing truly had ties to him, it was unlikely he would commit murder, as Commander Zhang had zero tolerance for such behavior. Mr. Li, if you do not cooperate, I will have to take coercive measures. With that, the 4 soldiers accompanying Lu Bing surrounded Li Xiqing. And against whom do you intend to employ these measures? Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man burst in, shouting at Lu Bing. You, from the 3rd Division. Who do you think you are threatening with coercive measures? Commander Zhang, you have come in person. Lu Bing saluted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He instinctively glanced at Li Xiqing, wondering if he truly knew Commander Zhang. Commander, I received a report of a murder from the police station, which is why I am here. Lu Bing hastily explained. Did I ask you to speak? Do you know who you are trying to arrest? He is. Before Lu Bing could finish, Commander Zhang felt Li Xiqing's piercing gaze and quickly swallowed the words about the awakened ones. He is my good brother. Chapter 25, The Tide of Spiritual Energy. As soon as this was uttered, everyone who had accompanied Lu Bing gasped in astonishment. Lu Bing was utterly shocked and could not fathom how Commander Zhang would be prepared to protect Li Xiqing despite witnessing a murder. Commander, he has committed murder. Lu Bing, take your men and leave at once. Zhang Liang commanded angrily. But, obey the order. Lu Bing fell silent. Knowing well Zhang Liang's principles, he had a strong disdain for those who casually took lives and disregarded the law. What on earth was happening today? Stealing a glance at Li Xiqing, he observed that the latter was still leisurely wiping his mouth, as if the lifeless body on the floor were of no concern to him. Officer, what does this mean? Were you not here to arrest Li Xiqing, the murderer? Upon hearing that the officers were leaving, Wang Xiaomin realized her son had died in vain. Upon realizing this, Wang Xiaomin could no longer remain seated and hurriedly inquired. Officer, shouldn't you apprehend this murderer? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. He had observed the lifeless body on the ground the moment he entered the room. However, Li Xiqing was a person designated for a meeting by the authorities and was the only awakened individual in Longhua. The nation required him, and it was inconceivable to sacrifice the entire hope of Longhua for the sake of one person. Chief Zhang, let us consider this matter settled. I appreciate your assistance in my predicament. Li Xiqing remarked nonchalantly after wiping his mouth, having just had his fill. Our conflict is purely personal, and I am willing to undergo an investigation. Hearing this from Li Xiqing, Zhang Liang finally exhaled in relief. Although Li Xiqing had made such a statement, he dared not actually confine him for questioning. Subsequently, Li Xiqing followed Zhang Liang, Lu Bing, and others as they departed from the Li residence, leaving behind Wang Xiaomin, who continued to weep, and the taciturn Li Qingguang. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Liang, Li Xiqing took his leave in Uncle Fu's vehicle. Chief, are we truly letting him go? Lu Bing felt a surge of indignation. The murderer was right before them, and he could not comprehend why Chief Zhang refrained from arresting him. In response, Zhang Liang offered no explanation, his gaze lingering on the direction in which Li Xiqing had departed as he silently mused. I hope there will not be a next time. Otherwise, even if Li Xiqing is an awakened one, the nation may not tolerate such a flagrant disregard for the law. Upon returning to his villa, a parrot alighted on his shoulder. Qingniao, I would like to request your assistance. This was the name bestowed upon the mutated parrot by the Dragon King, perhaps due to its emerald green head. After outlining the task for Qingniao, it flew out of the room. Since you do not regard me as family, there is no need for me to extend you any courtesies, Li Xiqing remarked with a cold smile as he watched Qingniao's retreating figure. As night descended, the Li residence was steeped in the sorrow of the grieving couple, Li Qingguang and his wife, who were still consumed by the loss of their son, regardless of the situation. My Li family wields considerable influence in Jiangqing. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with a mere Li Xiqing, just as Li Qingguang was contemplating hiring assassins to eliminate Li Xiqing. An unexpected sound of glass shattering echoed through the air, as if something had collided with it. "Dear, go see what that is," Li Qingguang called out, startled. "If you want to, you can go yourself. Why didn't you speak a word this morning?" Wang Xiaomin retorted angrily, evidently irked by her husband's silence earlier. Reluctantly, Li Qingguang ventured to investigate. "What on earth? It's just a parrot." Upon realizing it was merely a parrot colliding with the glass, Li Qingguang prepared to disregard it. Oblivious to its origin, just as he turned to leave, the sound of shattering glass reached his ears. "What is happening?" A parrot managed to break the window. Turning back, he was stunned to see the parrot had suddenly grown to a meter in size. In that instant, he recalled reports of mutated creatures, which were said to be several times larger than normal ones, and often exhibited extreme aggression, particularly towards humans, harboring significant hostility. No, that it cannot be. Instinctively, Li Qingguang attempted to flee. Yet his legs betrayed him, rendering him immobile. "What are you doing, causing such a commotion?" Wang Xiaomin approached, only to be taken aback as she beheld the 1-meter-tall mutated parrot, rejuvenating her appearance by decades. "What kind of monster is this? Help me!" Li Qingguang cried out desperately, hoping Wang Xiaomin would assist him in escaping. To his disbelief, she turned and fled, even shutting the door behind her. Mere moments later, the room was filled with Li Qingguang's anguished screams, indicating he had been devoured by Qingyao. What on earth was that monster? Hearing the screams, Wang Xiaomin dared not linger and hastily fled the Li residence. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when she felt an inexplicable lightness. Her body lifted into the air. Looking up, she discovered the mutated parrot clutching her with its talons, blood dripping from the corners of its beak. Subsequently, Qingyu carried Wang Xiaomin to a nearby grove, disregarding her terrified gaze, and swallowed her whole. After a hearty belch, it reverted to the appearance of an ordinary parrot and flew directly toward Li Xiqing's villa. At this moment, in the Pingling mountain range, Qin Chuan awaited the onset of the first surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by Xingui and Song. Soon, blood-red rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, all creatures within the mountains seemed to sense something, becoming agitated. They all bathed in the crimson rain, including Xingui and its companions, as if this blood rain possessed an inexplicable allure for all living beings. Is this the spiritual energy surge? Qin Chuan could also feel the restlessness within his body, as the blood rain drew him in. Devour a drop of blood rain. Gain 10 evolution points. Just a single drop of blood rain yields 10 evolution points. Realizing the potential of the blood rain to provide evolution points, Qin Chuan ceased his restraint and soared into the air, ensuring his body was drenched in the rain. Devour a drop of blood rain. Gain 10 evolution points. Devour a drop of blood rain. Gain 10 evolution points. Devour a drop of blood rain. After mentally informing Li Xiqing to join him in the rain, Qin Chuan cleared his mind, preparing to fully embrace the transformative experience. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's message, Li Xiqing simply reclined on the ground, quietly relishing the blood rain. Qingyao also joined in, and even Uncle Fu was reluctantly dragged outside by Li Xiqing to experience the rain. Being an ordinary person, Uncle Fu could not perceive the spiritual energy within the blood rain, and he worried that it might harm both himself and his young master. Yet, under Li Xiqing's insistence, Uncle Fu had no choice but to accompany him into the deluge. Not only Uncle Fu, but most humans, upon witnessing the blood rain, instinctively sought shelter. From that moment, the shackles binding heaven and earth were truly shattered. Chapter 26. 9 infants. The blood rain fell throughout the night, and as a result, Qin Chuan amassed nearly 200,000 evolution points. Overnight, the mutated creatures within the Pingling mountain range multiplied by more than tenfold. And even the awakened creatures of stages 4 and 5 increased significantly. Xingui and its companions also evolved during the blood rain. Mutated tortoise Xingui awakened stage 7, skills, Fierce Bite LV. 6, Hardshell LV.7, Retaliation LV.5, Stomp LV.4, Rock Spike LV.3, Summon sharp rock spikes from the ground. Loyalty, 99. Overall combat power, 734. Xingui directly ascended to Awaken Stage 7 during this blood rain. Having previously been at Awaken Stage 5, and thus not far from the next level, with the aid of the blood rain, it naturally broke through to Stage 7. Song also successfully advanced to Awaken Stage 6 during the blood rain, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Mutated Grey Wolf Song, Awaken Stage 6. Skills, Wolf Howl LV.5, Sharp Teeth LV.5, Bite LV.6, Bloodlust LV.4, Speed LV.5, Clone LV.3 summons a clone of equal strength, which can exist for half an hour each day. Shadow Blend LV.2 allows the user to meld into shadows and traverse through them, consuming stamina with each traversal. Loyalty 99. Overall combat power 712. As for Heiyu, aside from advancing to Awakened Stage 5, it only upgraded its skills without acquiring any new ones. However, what surprised Qin Chuan was the Honghu, which had directly progressed from Awakened Stage 3 to Awakened Stage 5. Furthermore, both its skills and combat power experienced a terrifying surge. Mutated Fox Honghu, Awakened Stage 5, skills, Terra LV.3, Inferno LV.4, Flame Body LV.3, Nine-Tailed Physique LV.2, a unique trait of the ancient Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Each newly evolved tail significantly enhances strength, and each additional tail grants an extra life. Loyalty 90. Combat power 701. Apart from the flame body, Honghu evolved into the nine-tailed physique, further solidifying Qin Chuan's belief that ancient bloodlines flowed within Honghu. Observing the information displayed, Qin Chuan speculated that Honghu likely possessed the legendary bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. Though currently at Awakened Stage 5, the system assessed her combat power to be on par with Xiangui and Song, exceeding 700. Qin Chuan could hardly fathom the strength Honghu would possess upon fully evolving into a nine-tailed fox. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Honghu's tails. Are there already two? This was certainly advantageous. Thus, apart from the High Priest Heiyu, Xiangui and its companions were absolute powerhouses within the Pingling mountain range. Even after the baptism of the Blood Rain, they would still be no match for Xiangui and its kin. After today, the reinforcements from Longwu would arrive in Jiangcheng, and since a conflict with humanity was inevitable, it would be better to take the initiative rather than remain passive. After all, passively waiting was not in his nature. Consequently, Qin Chuan ordered Xiangui and the others to control the mutated creatures within their respective territories. By the time the Longwu army arrived in Jiangcheng the following day, he intended to use the two divisions of the Longwu military to establish the reputation of his monster court. Dragon King, I have discovered a serpent's egg within the lair of the nine-headed serpent on the eastern side, whispered the red fox. She had noticed the egg yesterday and originally intended to swallow it whole. But upon receiving the Dragon King's summons, she momentarily forgot about the egg. Now recalling the matter, she resolved to report it to the Dragon King. Take me to see it. Upon hearing that there was a serpent's egg in the nine-headed serpent's lair, Qin Chuan's interest was piqued. The strength of the nine-headed serpent was formidable. According to its own account, it should possess the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, Jiuying in ancient times. Jiuying was a member of the demon court. And should the young of the nine-headed serpent successfully hatch, he would not mind nurturing it. Subsequently, Qin Chuan followed the red fox to the lair of the mutated nine-headed serpent. Inside the cave lay a serpent's egg measuring 2 meters in size. The heavy blood rain from the previous night had caused some of it to flow into the cave, resulting in the originally white egg becoming blood-red. As Qin Chuan approached to examine the egg, he heard a crack. The blood-red serpent's egg had split open. A small snake with 9 heads emerged from the shell, and upon catching sight of Qin Chuan, it wriggled its body, affectionately rubbing against him. Did it regard him as a father? Generally speaking, most creatures perceive their first sight post-birth as their parent. This little 9-headed serpent's first sight was of him. It likely considered him its father. Oh well, it matters not. In his previous life, he had no children, and now, having been reborn with a human soul, he found the prospect of mating with animals implausible. Accepting a godson was not a bad idea after all. Thus, Qin Chuan formed a blood spirit contract with the little 9-headed serpent. Mutated 9-headed serpent, awakening level 1. Skills: Venomous Fangs LV.1, Fiery Blaze LV.1, Thunder Summon LV.1, Water Column LV.1, Concealment LV.1, Ancestral Return LV. 10. Immortal Body LV.1, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of instant recovery even if a head is severed, but if all 9 heads are cut off simultaneously, the immortality will cease to function. Loyalty 100. Overall combat power 198. Truly, as a descendant of the ancient beast Jiuying, it possessed an impressive combat power of 198 right from birth. From this day forth, you shall be my first son, and I shall bestow upon you the name Jiuying. Qin Chuan gently stroked Jiuying's chin. Jiuying appeared to revel in the attention, seemingly fond of the name. Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, young master, exclaimed the red fox. Qin Chuan then instructed the Red Fox to take Jiao Ying to meet Xian Gui and the others, while he himself headed towards the vicinity of Blackwater Lake. The first tide of spiritual energy had concluded, and he intended to ascertain whether he could reclaim the mutated old locust tree. Upon arriving near Blackwater Lake, Qin Chuan noticed that the area of the miasma had expanded even further. Moreover, the height of the mutated old locust tree had surged to 70 meters, far surpassing that of other trees. Mutated old locust tree, awakening level 4, fruit of life LV.3, miasma LV.3, hallucination LV.2. Those entering the miasma will experience illusions, which can be used to kill invisibly. Loyalty, 80, overall combat power, 100. When did I tame the mutated old locust tree? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, unable to recall when he had done so. The mutated old locust tree recognized the host as its master after gaining spiritual intelligence, but the specific reason remains unclear. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Chuan found it somewhat perplexing. However, since it had awakened intelligence, communication should be feasible. Fortuitously, you possess the skill of Tongyu, alleviating any concerns about understanding the tree's speech. Can you hear me? Qin Chuan inquired tentatively, uncertain whether a tree could indeed converse. Upon receiving no response, he began to think that the mutated old locust tree was incapable of speech when an ancient voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Greetings, Dragon King. Chapter 27. Golden Dragon. Since we can communicate, matters concerning the miasma should be much simpler. If you recognize me as your master, let us first complete a blood spirit contract. Qin Chuan did not dwell on why the tree had submitted to him. As long as it did not betray him, that sufficed. As you command, Dragon King. Before long, the mutated old locust tree completed the blood spirit contract. With the 100 luck points contributed by Jiao Ying and the 400 from the mutated old locust tree, Qin Chuan had amassed 1550 luck points, just 50 points short of the next lottery draw. Does the Dragon King have any commands? Please instruct your humble servant, inquired the mutated old locust tree. Dissipate this miasma. It may inadvertently harm my subordinates. Qin Chuan was not overly concerned about Xian Gui and the others, but he was apprehensive for Jiao Ying, who had just been born. There is no need for the Dragon King to worry about the miasma. After integrating with your essence blood, I can sense the presence of the others. The miasma will consciously avoid them. With that, the issue of the miasma was resolved. Qin Chuan then bestowed upon the mutated old locust tree the name Gu Huai, appointing it as the Grand Guardian of the Demon Court. Meanwhile, after a night of refreshing rain, Li Xiqing clearly felt his strength significantly enhanced, and Fu Bo also sensed a considerable improvement in his physique. However, Li Xiqing was uncertain whether he had entered Awakening Level 2, and he had no means to confirm it. It seemed he would have to find a time to pay a visit to the Dragon King. Young Master, the Master has passed away at home. It is said that a mutated creature invaded the Master's residence, Fu Bo remarked while bringing breakfast to Li Xiqing. Li Xiqing took the breakfast, consuming it without the astonishment Fu Bo had anticipated. I heard it was a mutated parrot that killed the Master. Fu Bo instinctively glanced at the mutated parrot perched on Li Xiqing's shoulder. Remaining silent. Fu Bo, are you suggesting that this parrot of mine was responsible? Noticing Fu Bo's gaze, Li Xiqing paused, somewhat perplexed by his meaning. Could it be that Fu Bo had deduced the identity of the Qingniao? What I mean is, since the Master was killed by a mutated creature, this parrot beside you might also transform into one, and I am concerned for your safety. In truth, Fu Bo had long since the Li family's growing estrangement from him. They had been contemplating replacing him as the steward. However, due to his long-standing service, they had assigned him to Li Xiqing. Do not worry, Fu Bo, realizing Fu Bo was merely concerned for his safety. Li Xiqing felt relieved. By the way, young master, have you seen today's news? Fu Bo suddenly recalled a news article he had just seen, stating, I heard that awakened individuals have emerged in the Lighthouse Nation. Already so soon. Other awakened individuals have appeared in the world. Li Xiqing hurriedly checked today's news, and to his surprise, he found an article regarding awakened individuals. Shocking. The first awakened individual appears in the Lighthouse Nation, possessing the ability to control flames. Li Xiqing gazed at the image in the article, which depicted a man with a ball of flame in his right hand. Many comments below expressed skepticism, with most refusing to believe that anyone could wield fire. Is this a hoax? Are they cosplaying as characters from King of Fighters? What rubbish is the news these days, concocting such schemes to deceive everyone as if we are all 3-year-olds? Li Xiqing furrowed his brow. He sensed that the person in the image might indeed have awakened the ability to control fire. After all, he himself was an awakened individual, so he was not overly surprised by the article. Strangely, the piece was deleted just minutes after being published. If it were false, there would be no need for it to be removed. Now, Li Xiqing was certain that the awakened individual in the Lighthouse Nation was genuine. He needed to inform the Dragon King of this news. After relaying the matter to Qing Niao, it flew out of the villa. Fu Bo observed this without comment, as the previous parrot had flown out several times, but always returned within 24 hours. Li Xiqing explained that the Qing Niao had merely gone out for a stroll, in the first heaven. Upon receiving the news from Li Xiqing, Qin Chuan fell into contemplation. It seemed that the outbreak of the spiritual energy tide had caused humans to begin mutating as well. However, as things stood, very few humans had successfully awakened their abilities, and it was certain that they could not keep pace with the mutated creatures. After Jiuying had met some of its uncles with the red fox, Qin Chuan settled it near Blackwater Lake. Although the first heaven was safe, it offered little in terms of resources. It would be better for Jiuying to remain by the Blackwater Lake, where it could hunt weaker mutated creatures and gain practical combat experience, with Gu Huai watching over it. Jiuying should encounter no issues. Next, Qin Chuan intended to assess the strength of the entire Pingling Mountain range. Indeed, he was preparing to initiate a beast tide to obliterate the army dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom, while simultaneously seizing control of Jiang City. The strongest faction should be the western region under the Red Fox's command, which boasted a mutated gorilla of awakening level 5, a mutated spider of awakening level 4, and 2 mutated wild boars of awakening level 4. The northern region, overseen by Tsang, had a mutated horned bull and a mutated bat, both of awakening level 4. The eastern region, managed by Xian Gui, also housed 2 mutated creatures of awakening level 4, a mutated hawk and a mutated giant crocodile. Finally, the southern region, under the purview of Heiyu, contained only 1 mutated python of awakening level 4. The central region was devoid of high-level mutated creatures, as Qin Chuan had already eradicated most of them. Within the mountains, there exist over 100 awakened third-tier mutated creatures, not to mention the second and first-tier variants. Including the swarms of mutated ants and spiders, the lower-tier mutated beings number in the hundreds of thousands. As the Qingyu prepared to return to Jiacheng, Qin Chuan granted Li Xiqing a code name, Golden Dragon, instructing Qingyu to convey this to Li Xiqing upon return. Once everything was arranged, Qin Chuan prepared to ascend to the 9th tier of awakening. The blood rain from the previous night had provided him with nearly 200,000 evolution points, perfectly timed before the arrival of the military reinforcements. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated flood dragon, awakened 8th tier. Skills, Strangle LV.7, Dragon's Roar LV.7, Dragon's Might LV.7, Bloodthirst LV.6, Sharp Fangs LV.8, Blood Spirit Pact LV.5, Dragon Scales LV.7, Farsight LV.6, Reverse Scale LV.10, Water Column LV.5, Purple Lightning LV.6, Black Flame LV.4. Evolution Points, 294,232 160,000. Skill Points, 1. Fortune, 1050, Comprehensive Combat Power, 4399, System, I wish to evolve. Qin Chuan silently thought, consuming 160000 evolution points. Evolution commencing. As the system's prompt echoed, a familiar sensation of drowsiness enveloped him, and soon, Qin Chuan slipped into slumber. Chapter 28. The Ambush. What? An ambush on the Pingling Mountains. Li Xiqing could hardly believe it. Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Liang had called him, indicating there was a task assigned to him. He never anticipated that it would involve a nighttime raid on the Pingling Mountains. Why are you so surprised? Zhang Liang observed Li Xiqing's reaction with curiosity. The reinforcements from the state will arrive tomorrow, and we need to gather intelligence from the Pingling Mountains first. What? Do you not wish to go? Not at all. How many individuals will be involved in this ambush? Realizing his reaction was excessive, Li Xiqing hastily shifted the topic. For this operation, we have decided to deploy 100 people to attack from the northern part of the Pingling Mountains. Including logistics, there will be around 200 personnel, as we need to bring back the bodies of those mutated creatures for research. The scientists of the Dragon Nation require these specimens for their studies. No problem. I will make preparations, and we will ambush the Pingling Mountains tonight. With that, Li Xiqing returned to his villa. Qingyao, did you remember what I said? You must inform the Dragon King of this matter. Upon returning to his villa, Li Xiqing promptly relayed this information to the Dragon King. Rest assured, Brother Chun, I will certainly convey this to the Dragon King. After the baptism of blood rain, Qingyao had gained sentience and could now speak independently. Just as Qingyu was about to take flight, Li Siqing suddenly recalled something and called Qingyu back. Is there anything else, Brother Chen? If the Dragon King is not present, then inform the Chancellor, quickly. Subsequently, Qingyu soared towards the Pingling Mountains. Not returning until nightfall. Li Siqing gazed towards the mountains with growing concern, hoping Qingyao would successfully relay the message to the Dragon King. Commander Zhang, I have arrived at Li Siqing, having waited for Qingyao for too long. Decided to meet Commander Zhang first. I have been waiting for you, Xiao Cheng. Why did it take you so long? I was delayed a bit on the way. The others frowned slightly upon seeing Li Siqing. They were about to confront mutated creatures, yet here stood a young man who appeared to be under 20. Since they were all professionally trained, despite their confusion, none dared to voice their thoughts. Among them, Lu Bing looked at Li Siqing, his doubts intensifying. Li Siqing's propensity for reckless killing had already made Lu Bing uneasy, and judging by the commander's demeanor, he seemed poised to appoint this young man as the leader of their ambush. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Bing directly questioned, Commander Zhang, what is the meaning of bringing this barely 20-year-old along for a hunt against mutated creatures? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation. He hadn't anticipated anyone daring to speak to him in such a manner. Just as Zhang Liang was about to reprimand him, Li Siqing interjected, "Oh, you think I am unqualified to be the leader?" Li Siqing looked at Lu Bing with keen interest, as this presented an opportunity to buy more time for the Dragon King. Then let us have a match. Aside from firearms, you may use any weapon of your choosing. And I will fight you barehanded. Do not underestimate me. I too will fight without weapons. If you can defeat me, I shall acknowledge you as the leader. Lu Bing, as the captain of the third squad, possessed formidable combat prowess, and he was entirely confident in defeating a mere youth. Very well, please proceed. Seeing that his opponent would not be using weapons, Li Siqing casually shrugged and gestured for Lu Bing to begin. Come at me, Lu Bing shouted, launching a punch aimed at Li Siqing's face. Just as his fist was about to connect, Li Siqing effortlessly blocked the attack. Interesting. Lu Bing did not expect a young man to withstand a strike. However, when he attempted to break free, he found himself unable to escape Li Siqing's grasp. How is this possible? Lu Bing felt incredulous, unable to believe that a young individual could possess such strength. Observing this, Li Siqing let out a cold laugh and exerted a bit more force, causing Lu Bing to grimace in pain. Do you still have any objections? Li Siqing released Lu Bing's hand, relishing the astonished expressions of those around him, feeling utterly satisfied. No, none. Lu Bing stammered, acutely aware that he could not match Li Siqing in strength, since he had previously committed to acknowledging his opponent as leader should he lose. He would not retract his words. In that case, let us set forth. Thus, Li Siqing led the group of 200, including logistics, into the mountains. According to their plan, he divided them into teams of 5 to scour the northern regions. Strangely, however, despite having ventured into the mountains for 10 minutes, they had yet to encounter a single mutated creature. It seems Qingyu successfully conveyed the information to the Dragon King. With this thought, Li Siqing decided to hunt a few lower-tier mutated beings to fulfill their objective. Suddenly, a wolf's howl resonated from deep within the mountains, followed by the sound of gunfire and then the anguished cries of humans. Everyone, heighten your defenses. Lu Bing, who was in Li Siqing's group, spoke up. Although Li Siqing was the leader, the responsibility of command still fell to Lu Bing, as he was more experienced. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall, mutated wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, prompting the group to open fire. But their efforts proved to be largely ineffective. Lu Bing, quick on the draw, landed a shot on the creature's softer underbelly. However, this only incited the mutated wild boar, which charged directly at him. Lu Bing had not anticipated that the boar would pursue him after sustaining a gunshot wound, and he hurriedly attempted to dodge. Alas, the creature seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing him alone. Is this how it ends? Just as the mutated wild boar was about to collide with Lu Bing, a figure stepped in front of him. This cannot be. To the astonishment of all present, Li Siqing single-handedly subdued the mutated wild boar. Yet what shocked them even more was that Li Siqing's right hand was covered in golden scales, shimmering in the darkness like dragon scales. Li Siqing exerted force, and his sharp fingers pierced directly into the head of the mutated wild boar. Within moments, the creature ceased to breathe. Your hand? Lu Bing asked incredulously, then recalled the news from that morning, exclaiming in shock, Are you perhaps an awakened one? Chapter 29. A devastating defeat. Although that news article was swiftly deleted, it had still been seen by many when mutated creatures first appeared. The scientific community of the Dragon Nation had begun researching how to induce mutations in humans. A year had passed, and it seemed that following the blood rain, The researchers had finally developed a serum capable of causing human mutations. Connecting the dots regarding Commander Zhang's attitude toward Li Xiqing and the dragon scales on his right hand, Liu Bing came to a realization. Li Xiqing was an awakened one. No wonder he dared to disregard the law. His true identity was that of an awakened one. Why are you standing there in a daze? Li Xiqing addressed the stunned Liu Bing, instructing the logistics team to begin clearing the battlefield. Oh, right. Liu Bing finally snapped back to reality, quickly calling for the logistics team to remove the corpse of the mutated wild boar. Strangely, why had the surroundings suddenly grown so quiet? One of the team members remarked. Indeed, just moments ago, there was gunfire. How has it become so silent now? Liu Bing too sensed that something was amiss and furrowed his brow. Why had no messages come through the radio from the other teams? Time had elapsed for over 10 minutes, yet not a single report had been received from the other squads. For trained professionals like them, this was exceedingly abnormal. There is no way so many could have perished in such a short span. With this thought, Liu Bing's expression darkened further, and he pressed the radio. This is headquarters. Please respond. After a few moments, there was no reply. This is headquarters. Please respond. Unfortunately, still no response was forthcoming. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xiqing scoffed. Do not waste your efforts. They must all be dead. Impossible. They are seasoned warriors. How could they all perish in just a matter of minutes? Liu Bing was reluctant to accept Li Xiqing's words. Knowing that his 3rd Brigade had fully participated in this raid, how would he explain to their families? The other teammates, upon hearing the grim news, were equally heartbroken. After all, those fallen were comrades with whom they had shared many experiences. It would be a lie to claim they felt no attachment. As the group hung their heads in silence, a 6-meter-tall gray wolf appeared before them. To their astonishment, this wolf could fly. All present beheld the enormous gray wolf. But what drew their attention was the fact that this mutated creature was soaring through the air. The group quickly assumed combat positions, aiming their weapons at the aberrant wolf. It was the mutated gray wolf that served the Dragon King. Song. Li Xiqing instantly recognized it. The death toll from this raid was already too high. He could not allow Song to slaughter the remaining survivors. If everyone perished, he would have little to report upon his return. He swiftly unleashed his skill, the Golden Dragon Arm, and charged directly at Song, calling out to the others, Liu Bing, take the others and flee. I will cover your retreat. But Liu Bing attempted to say something, only to be cut off by Li Xiqing. That is an order. Go. It was only then that Liu Bing hurriedly led the others away. Once the group had departed, Li Xiqing quickly explained, Brother Song, please allow me to clarify. Before he could finish, a parrot appeared on Song's back, and no need for explanations. You have performed admirably this time. When the Dragon King awakens, I will report your merits to him. The blue bird acted as a translator, relaying all of Song's words. The northern region was under Song's jurisdiction, and though the assailants in this raid were not formidable, without the intelligence provided by Li Xiqing, it was possible that some might have escaped due to negligence. If they had ventured into the eastern or western areas, it would have been acceptable, but should they inadvertently find themselves in the central region, it would be deemed Song's dereliction of duty. It was crucial to remember that the 9th prince resided near the Blackwater Lake. Should they harm the prince, Song would find himself facing the Dragon King's wrath. Even with 9 lives at his disposal, fortunately, Li Xiqing's advance warning had allowed for ample preparation. Take this awakened 3rd-tier, mutated rabbit back as a report, including that 2nd-tier wild boar from earlier. The humans should not hold you accountable. Song casually tossed a 3-meter-long white rabbit onto the ground. Thank you, Brother Song. With these 2 mutated creatures, I will have ample explanation for Commander Zhang, Li Xiqing inquired. By the way, Bluebird, are you not returning to Jiangxing? No, Brother Chun. Tomorrow, when the army arrives, we will launch an attack on Jiangxing. Your only task will be to keep an eye on those who need to be watched and prevent them from escaping the city. The Bluebird replied. Li Xiqing was well aware of whom the Bluebird referred to, yet he felt an overwhelming astonishment upon hearing the news of the Dragon King's impending assault on Jiangxing. While there were many reports of mutated creatures preying upon humans, there had never been news of aberrant beings attacking a city. Should the Dragon King succeed in annihilating all the reinforcements dispatched from the Dragon Kingdom and capturing Jiangxing, such news would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Blue Star. After all, the notion of mutated creatures conquering urban areas was simply astounding. As the strength of these aberrant beings grew, humanity's firearms seemed to be faltering. Should these creatures actively assault cities, the larger nations like the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Nation could be disregarded. Some smaller nations might find themselves obliterated by these mutated entities. On the way back, Li Xiqing carried the corpse of the mutated white rabbit, quickly catching up with Lu Bing and the others. Despite the rabbit's considerable size, it posed no burden to Li Xiqing. "Captain Li, are you all right?" The remaining team members queried upon seeing him catch up. Even Lu Bing now referred to him as Captain Li, not only due to Li Xiqing being an awakened individual, but also out of respect for his willingness to risk himself for their sake. Aside from Li Xiqing's selfless act, the fact that he managed to hunt a mutated rabbit while providing cover spoke volumes about his strength, likely unmatched throughout the Dragon Kingdom. "I'm fine. Let us hasten back to Jiangqing." He then led the team and the remaining logistics personnel back to the city. Just as they exited the confines of the Pingling mountain range, the radio suddenly erupted with a barrage of distress calls. These were cries for help from other teams under attack, but due to the signal blocking capabilities of the Pingling Mountains, the radio had been rendered useless within the range, only to begin broadcasting incessantly once they emerged. Upon hearing the desperate pleas, the group fell into silence. Lu Bing was similarly mute until a familiar voice broke through the static. Unable to contain himself, Lu Bing burst into tears. "Brother Bing, I fear I may not return. Please take care of Ha Hong for me." This was the voice of his dear friend Zhao Zhuang, and Ha Hong was his wife. Li Xiqing merely observed, and once Lu Bing regained his composure, he ordered the return to Jiangqing. Meanwhile, the previously slumbering Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes that a dragon's roar resonated throughout the entire Pingling mountain range. Chapter 30. The Beast Tide approaches Jiangqing, Lakes, and the Flood Dragon. These were the last scenes Qin Chuan beheld before his rebirth. Why was he dreaming such a thing? Qin Chuan was perplexed. This was the first dream he had experienced since his resurrection. He gazed toward Jiangqing, feeling an inexplicable pull from that direction. Was it the Flood Dragon? As he looked at the luminous moon in the sky, Qin Chuan merely hoped for the sun to rise soon. Regardless of what was drawing him, he would discover the truth tomorrow when he personally visited Jiangqing. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Mutated Flood Dragon. Awakened 9th tier. Skills, Choke LV.7, Dragon Roar LV.7, Dragon Might LV.7, Bloodthirst LV.6, Sharp Teeth LV.8. Blood Spirit Contract LV.5, Dragon Scales LV.7, Long Vision LV.6, Reverse Scale LV.10, Water Column LV.5, Purple Lightning LV.6, Black Flame LV.5. Evolution Points, 134,232 300,000 Skill Points, 2 Fortune, 1550, Comprehensive Combat Power, 5879. This evolution had only increased the Black Flame skill by 1 tier. Leaving Qin Chuan somewhat disappointed that it seemed that as skill levels rose, advancements would become increasingly difficult. Thankfully, his size had now reached an astonishing 70 meters. Anyone of ordinary stature would likely be left dumbfounded upon witnessing him. Time slowly passed, and the sky began to brighten. Dragon King. The Dragon Kingdom's army has entered the city. The Blue Bird, who had been scouting near Jiangqing, finally spotted the reinforcements arriving as dawn broke and swiftly relayed the news to the Dragon King. At last, they have arrived. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes that it had been some time since his rebirth, and it was high time for Wang Yinjuan and Zhao Shuiying to experience what true despair felt like. Gu Huai, keep a close watch on the 9th prince. Today, I shall seize the entirety of Jiangqing. After giving this command to Gu Huai, Qin Chuan soared into the skies above the Pingling mountain range. Roar, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, and in an instant, the entire mountain range erupted in chaos. The cries of various creatures rang out in unison, yet the most resounding was that of the wolf from the north. Dragon King, Song is willing to serve as the vanguard for the monster court and lead the northern mutated creatures straight to Jiangqing. Song was eager to charge ahead. Excellent. Song shall be the vanguard in this battle. Xian Gui, Red Fox, Black Feather, you three lead your respective regions' mutated creatures to encircle Jiangqing. No1 is to escape from the city. Meanwhile, upon returning to Jiangqing, Li Xiqing indeed faced no reprimand from Commander Zhang. On the contrary, he was personally received by the head of state that very day. The head of state had arrived by plane, several hours earlier than the military forces, accompanied by 2 men and a woman who appeared to be of similar age to Li Xiqing. However, he sensed a hint of threat emanating from them. Hey, you must be Li Xiqing, the first awakened one of our Dragon Kingdom, right? One of the blonde youths behind the head of state remarked. Li Xiqing frowned slightly, choosing to ignore the individual as he found the tone quite unappealing. Are you deaf, kid? I'm talking to you. Seeing that Li Xiqing was unresponsive, the blonde youth felt slighted and retorted angrily. Was the head of state testing me? It seemed that he intended to gauge Li Xiqing's true strength, yet to pit a youth who barely qualified as a soldier against him was rather dismissive. Since you know I am an awakened one, you should understand the consequences of provoking me. Li Siqing remained indifferent, as he was aware that the individuals accompanying the head of state were not to be underestimated. What a coincidence. I also happen to be an awakened one. Since that's the case, let us have a little duel. The blond youth raised his voice, seemingly fearful that others would miss his challenge. All three of you are awakened. Li Siqing furrowed his brow, glancing at the other two young individuals, puzzled. When did the Dragon Kingdom acquire so many awakened beings? In that case, I shall not hold back. Since the opponent had taken a punch, Li Siqing was not one to hold back. He would ensure the other party was thoroughly overwhelmed. In just a few exchanges, the yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground. Bruised and battered. He had imagined that this opponent could at least provide some amusement, only to discover that his strength was even weaker than that of the mutated wild boar from the previous night. Li Siqing disdainfully regarded the yellow-haired man on the ground, perplexed as to how someone with such feeble abilities dared to provoke him. The other two onlookers exchanged astonished glances, their minds racing. The strength of the yellow-haired man was only slightly inferior to theirs, and they were certain they could never have defeated him so easily. Indeed, the foremost awakened individual of Longwo was deserving of his reputation. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth, Sun Jinghua chuckled, waving his hand for someone to take the yellow-haired man away for treatment. This mission to eradicate the mutated creatures in the Pingling Mountain Range will undoubtedly rely on your youthful vigor. Li Siqing remained silent, as he was not adept at navigating conversations with these individuals, often unwittingly falling into their traps. Thus, maintaining silence was preferable. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Bing rushed in with a look of panic. Big trouble, leader. Flustered and breathless, Sun Jinghua immediately inquired about the urgency of the situation. What has happened? The mutated creatures within the Pingling Mountain Range have all surged forth, and a beast tide has now surrounded Jiangqing. Chapter 31. The Fall. A beast tide. The mutated creatures of the Pingling Mountain Range have initiated a beast tide, Lu Bing exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? Every individual present, save for Li Siqing, displayed astonishment. Do you even realize what you are saying? A blue-haired young man among the group seized Lu Bing by the collar, his voice laced with fury. Since the emergence of mutated creatures, they had never heard of one instigating a beast tide. That a significant reason humanity has managed to live peacefully is that mutated creatures do not collaborate in their assaults. If it were confirmed that mutated creatures could launch a beast tide, human civilization would surely suffer a devastating blow. Ize, release him. The authoritative voice of the leader rang out, prompting the blue-haired youth, Ize, to let go of Lu Bing. Is what you say true? Although Sun Jinghua firmly believed that his soldiers would not lie, the notion was nearly unfathomable, and he hoped Lu Bing was merely jesting. It is true, leader, commander who is currently directing the army in combat against the mutated creatures. Please, leader, you must evacuate at once. Before Lu Bing could finish his plea, he was interrupted by a voice. Sun Jinghua looked up to see Li Rang, his face etched with worry, rushing towards him. Leader, you must take a plane to evacuate. The entire Jiangqing is surrounded by mutated creatures. Without hesitation, he grasped Sun Jinghua's arm, intent on leading him to safety. Release me. There are millions of civilians in Jiangqing. How can I abandon them to flee alone? In that moment, even the usually composed Sun Jinghua felt a surge of helplessness. Shaking off Li Rang's hand, he strode toward the exit. I shall share the fate of my people. Li Rang, do not delay. Before he could finish, Sun Jinghua suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him, causing his vision to blur as he fainted. I am sorry, leader. Longwo cannot afford to lose you. Li Rang expressed his regrets, before hastily ushering Sun Jinghua onto the aircraft leaving Jiangqing. Charge with me, my comrades. Today, we shall avenge our brothers and sisters who perished at the hands of humanity. Song Chong led the charge, his massive frame standing out among the wolf pack as he spearheaded the northern mutated creatures and gray wolves, braving a hail of gunfire toward Jiangqing. Under Song's howls, the wolf pack surged forth like a black tide, agilely weaving through the onslaught of bullets. Behind them followed various mutated creatures from the northern mountains, each more grotesque than the last. Hordes of 4-meter-tall mutated wild boars charged forward, while the skies became choked with mutated avians, casting a shadow over Jiangqing. At that moment, chaos reigned in Jiangqing. Due to the incomplete fortifications, some mutated creatures had already breached the city, despite the army's best efforts to protect the civilians during their evacuation. It was ultimately futile, as the number of civilians torn to shreds by the mutated creatures continued to rise sharply. Qin Chuan observed the scene from above, his heart devoid of emotion. After all, the saying those who are not of our kind must have a different heart was coined by humanity itself. The reason Qin Chuan refrained from immediately joining the fray was his concern that Longwa might abandon Jiaqing and resort to nuclear weapons. Moreover, he could acquire evolution points without lifting a finger. Though the gain was modest, it was undeniably safer. Why not seize the opportunity? As he watched the mutated creatures wreak havoc, Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Only for the momentum of the mutated creatures' assault to wane slightly with the arrival of tanks. However, with Song leading the charge, the tanks hardly posed a threat. Indeed, at the moment the tanks appeared, a colossal gray wolf lunged forward, crushing one tank in its jaws. Good heavens, what manner of monsters are these? Who will come to our rescue? Daddy, help, don't eat me. Cries and pleas for help filled the air. Some individuals, in their desperation to escape, even resorted to pushing others into the path of the mutated creatures, sacrificing them to buy themselves time. In that moment, the basest aspects of human nature were laid bare. Mommy. On the street, a young girl lay on the ground, her mother having been killed by a panicked driver nearby. A mutated black bear, attracted by her cries, approached the sobbing child, just as the little girl was about to meet her demise. A bullet suddenly struck the mutated black bear in the head. Are you all right, little sister? Returning to the battlefield, Lu Bing hurried to assess the girl's condition, after successfully escorting the leader onto the plane. Lu Bing chose to return to the fray. He was a soldier, and even in death, he would fight valiantly. Uncle, be careful. At that moment, Lu Bing was still preoccupied with the girl's situation, entirely unaware that the mutated black bear had regained its footing until the girl alerted him. Instinctively, he prepared to scoop the girl into his arms and flee. This is bad. I cannot evade it. A cry of alarm echoed in Lu Bing's mind just as the bear's paw was about to descend upon him. In a split second, he hurled the girl away, closing his eyes to await his fate. Yet, moments passed, and the anticipated pain did not arrive. Lu Bing hesitantly opened his eyes to find 5 bloody holes in the bear's head, blood gushing forth, while a man with dragon scales covering his right arm stood nearby. What are you standing there for? Hurry and take the girl to safety. Seeing Lu Bing frozen in place, Li Xiqing spoke impatiently. His mission was to safeguard the Wang family and Zhao Shuang while continuing to serve as an undercover operative in Longhua. This was the task assigned to him by the Dragon King. Were it not for the Dragon King's orders, he would not have bothered to save those from Jiangcheng who viewed him as a wastrel, even though he was indeed a wastrel. And what about you? Lu Bing furrowed his brow, concerned for Li Xiqing. Despite being an awakened one, facing so many mutated creatures, it was unlikely he could survive. That I bear a mission that I must fulfill. Li Xiqing, you are a true hero. Upon hearing Li Xiqing's words, Lu Bing mistakenly believed he was going to rescue others, interpreting the act of saving lives as Li Xiqing's mission. In that moment, Lu Bing's admiration for Li Xiqing deepened. In his eyes, Li Xiqing was the hero of Jiaqing. After bowing deeply, Lu Bing prepared to escort the little girl to safety. Has this person been rendered senseless? Li Xiqing was oblivious to Lu Bing's thoughts and failed to comprehend his intentions. Never mind. It was vital to complete the Dragon King's mission. With that thought, Li Xiqing swiftly made his way toward the Wang residence. Father, what shall we do? The outside is teeming with mutated creatures. Will the army truly come to our aid? At that moment, Wang Nianjuan was terrified beyond measure. He had never anticipated that upon waking, Jiangcheng would be besieged by mutated creatures, the head of the Wang family. Wang Lei appeared equally terrified. With no consideration for Wang Nianjuan's concerns, he was solely focused on how to ensure his own survival. Inside the Wang residence, numerous mutated insects had infiltrated, and nearly all the servants had perished, leaving only him, Wang Nianjuan, and Zhao Shuang hiding in a storeroom. Wang Lei's expression was dark as he glanced at his son and Zhao Shuang, his thoughts concealed from all. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and the sounds of the mutated insects ceased, replaced by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Could it be the army come to rescue us? Zhao Shuang, huddled in a corner, instinctively remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and Wang Nianjuan felt a flicker of hope and quickly prepared to open the door for salvation. Just as they swung the door open, a blood-soaked, dragon-scaled humanoid creature appeared before them. Chapter 32. Total Collapse. A monster. Wang Lei and Wang Nianjuan recoiled in terror, while Zhao Shuang cowered beneath the bed. Stop your shouting. You are making quite the racket. Li Xiqing seized Wang Nianjuan by the head, threatening, if you continue to scream, I shall crush your skull. Wang Lei quickly covered his mouth, gazing in horror at Li Xiqing, kneeling in place, too terrified to move. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Dragon King. Li Xiqing gazed out the window, The oppressive, dark sky imparting a sense of suffocation. The Western Front had been breached. Requesting reinforcements, the Eastern Front had succumbed to the onslaught of mutated creatures, requesting support from headquarters. The Southern Front was under siege. Listening to the incessant pleas for help emanating from the intercom. Hu Xinjiang was too preoccupied to respond. At that moment, he was fully engaged in directing the military to rescue civilians. How infuriating! Why did these cursed mutated creatures suddenly unleash a tide of beasts? Hu Xinjiang slammed his fist onto the table, his face contorted with sorrow and rage, entirely devoid of his previous imperious demeanor. He had initially believed that with firearms at hand, those mutated creatures, no matter how they evolved, could not withstand bullets. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. These mutated beings had now evolved to the point where they were impervious to bullets. And even tanks could not withstand a single swipe from that mutated gray wolf. All he could do now was to strive to save as many civilians as possible, mobilize all forces. Prioritizing the salvation of citizens, it was imperative to rescue more civilians. Having spoken, Hu Xinjiang issued another command over the intercom. The air combat units should prepare for immediate strike coverage outside Jiangcheng. Ensuring the pace of the mutated creature's assault was delayed. With that, Hu Xinjiang armed himself and joined the mission to rescue civilians. Another mosquito is approaching, above Jiangcheng. Dozens of fighter jets were feverishly firing at the mutated creatures in the sky and on the ground. Even dropping small bombs, recklessly casting them into the tide of beasts. Many mutated creatures were obliterated, but to the hundreds of thousands of mutated beings, these losses were but a drop in the bucket. A fighter jet that was in flight was suddenly struck by a mutated wild boar, the tremendous impact causing it to explode. Qin Chuan followed the gaze and spotted a mutated gorilla, approximately 8 meters in size, picking up a nearby mutated creature to hurl at the fighter jet. Quite interesting. This mutated gorilla seemed to possess some intelligence. Once this battle concluded, perhaps it could be considered for inclusion in the demon court. Following the explosion of that fighter jet, other aircraft began to take note of the mutated gorilla on the ground. Upon observing its intention to throw another mutated creature, the fighter jets swiftly distanced themselves. Thus, the mutated gorilla had only succeeded in destroying that one fighter jet thus far. Very well. It seems I must personally intervene to facilitate my actions. Qin Chuan unleashed his aura, instantly creating a large gap in the sky that had been obscured by mutated avian creatures. Not a single mutated being dared to approach within 500 meters of Qin Chuan. Strange, why have these mutated creatures suddenly dispersed? One of the fighter pilots noticed this peculiar phenomenon. However, it was a welcome change, as the absence of airborne mutated creatures allowed him some respite. Just as he prepared to continue bombarding the mutated beings on the ground, he was taken aback to find that the fighter jet was inexplicably losing control. While searching for the cause, he suddenly heard his teammate in the back seat cry out in terror that a dragon. There's a dragon. The teammate in the back pointed shakily towards the rear of the plane. And when the pilot turned to look, his pupils constricted, and it felt as though his heart had skipped a beat. There truly was a dragon behind the fighter jet. A nearly 100-meter-long dragon seized the aircraft in its grasp and, with a casual squeeze, caused it to explode, its occupants unable to emit even a scream before meeting their end. Only 11 jets remained. Qin Chuan observed the jets in the sky, who had simultaneously detected his presence and began firing upon him. Unfortunately for them, the bullets merely tickled Qin Chuan, having no effect whatsoever. Perfect time to test the skill purple lightning. With a mere thought, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, purple bolts striking the mutated creatures below, many of which were hit and instantly transformed into Qin Chuan's evolution points. They were merely mutated beings from the Pingling Mountains, not members of the Demon Court. Their deaths were of no consequence to Qin Chuan. Within seconds, all the fighter jets in the sky were struck by the purple lightning, erupting into fragments. Kill mutated Sparrow, awaken stage 1, gain 30 evolution points. Kill mutated Peregrine Falcon, awaken stage 1, gain 40 evolution points. Kill human, gain 10 evolution points. After casually silencing the system notifications, Qin Chuan inquired about Li Xiqing's progress on the mission. Upon learning that Li Xiqing had successfully subdued the enemy, Qin Chuan immediately soared towards his location. Many witnessed the soaring figure of Qin Chuan in the sky, including Hu Jinyang. It was the mutated dragon ranked 13th on the leaderboard. Such a colossal size, at merely 13th rank. Hu Jinyang's expression grew grave. In that fleeting moment, he had even believed humanity could no longer contend with the mutated creatures. Yet, recalling the evolutionary serum successfully developed by the Research Institute, A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. As long as more powerful evolutionary serums could be manufactured, it would not be impossible for every citizen of Longwa to become an awakened being and triumph over the mutated creatures. Shortly thereafter, Qin Chuan arrived at Li Siqing's location. The reason Qin Chuan dared to appear so brazenly was his unwavering confidence that Longwa would not resort to nuclear weapons in this conflict. He had observed clearly from the sky that the Longwa military was determined to save the citizens of Jiangqing, indicating that as long as a single citizen remained, Longwa would never employ nuclear arms. Bow to the Dragon King. Upon sensing the aura of the Dragon King, Li Siqing promptly brought Wang Nianjuan and others before Qin Chuan. A dragon. It is a dragon. Wang Nianjuan was now utterly terrified. And facing the nearly 100-meter-tall Qin Chuan, he was so frightened that he wet his pants. Zhao Shuiying also cowered behind Wang Nianjuan in terror, leaving only Wang Lei foolishly kneeling on the ground. Bow to the Dragon King. Wang Lei trembled as he addressed Qin Chuan, even prostrating himself before him. He mimicked Li Siqing, kneeling in reverence to the Dragon King, but his gesture was far more solemn than Li Siqing's. While Li Siqing merely knelt on one knee, Wang Lei had fully bowed down. Humans, break their legs, and I might consider sparing you. Qin Chuan regarded Wang Nianjuan and Zhao Shuiying with a cold smirk. Chapter 33, Abandoned City. I'm sorry, son. Hearing that he could survive, Wang Lei trembled as he approached Wang Nianjuan, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Dad, no. You know I'm terrified of pain. Dad. Watching his father draw ever closer, tears streamed down Wang Nianjuan's face as he desperately shook his head, calling out to his father, hoping to awaken his paternal love. Yet this did not halt Wang Lei's advance. He picked up a stone brick from the ground and approached Zhao Shuiying. What do you want? Seeing Wang Lei stride towards her, Zhao Shuiying instinctively attempted to flee, only to have her hair yanked. Pulling her down to the ground. Don't worry, son. I'll break this woman's legs first, and you'll get to live a little longer. With a grim resolve, Wang Lei brought the stone brick crashing down onto Zhao Shuiying's leg. Ah! Zhao Shuiying let out a heart-wrenching scream, and to ensure her legs were indeed shattered, Wang Lei struck multiple times. When it came to Wang Nianjuan's turn, Wang Lei showed no mercy, delivering several blows to each leg to secure his own survival. Dragon King, I have completed the task. Does this mean I can now? Wang Lei did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was abundantly clear. Rest assured, since I stated I would spare you, I will not kill you. You may leave. Wang Lei instinctively glanced at the golden dragon blocking the doorway, and upon confirming that it indeed parted to grant him passage, he felt a sense of relief and hurriedly ran outside. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest as a golden-scaled arm pierced through him. Not keep your word. Before Wang Lei could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The Dragon King said he would spare you, but did not say I would spare you. The Dragon King simply did not wish to dirty his hands. Li Siqing flicked the blood from his arm. His tone indifferent. Having a capable subordinate is indeed advantageous, Qin Chuan thought to himself as he then turned his gaze to the unconscious Wang Nianjuan and Zhao Shuiying. That a gentle stream of water awakened them both. Please, spare me. The moment he regained consciousness, Wang Nianjuan, ignoring the pain in his legs, only wished to survive. Dragon King, I beseech you to spare me. I am willing to serve you. Zhao Shuiying also pleaded for mercy at that moment. Will you shut up? You wretched woman. Does the Dragon King need your input here? Wang Nianjuan shouted in anger, realizing that ever since he had taken Zhao Shuiying as his partner, his luck had soured. As if all misfortunes had befallen him. I'm not qualified. Do you think you are? You were even crippled by your father. You are even less qualified to speak in the face of death. Zhao Shuiying could no longer concern herself with Wang Nianjuan's status. The mutated creatures had breached Jiangqing. What difference did Wang Nianjuan's noble lineage make now? Bad luck would still lead to being devoured by the mutated beasts. What did you say? I'll kill you. It appears that Wang Nianjuan has struck a nerve, as he immediately entered a mode of vehement denunciation, directing a stream of invective at Zhao Shuiying, who was equally unyielding in her retort. Qin Chuan watched with great interest as the two engaged in this fierce exchange, astonished that despite their incapacitated state, they still possessed the vigor to argue. After a while, however, Qin Chuan grew weary of their bickering and promptly consumed both of them in one swift motion. Suddenly, a bullet struck Qin Chuan, causing him to furrow his brow, although such an attack posed no real threat to him. Being ambushed in such a manner would be irksome to anyone. Captainly, you must flee. I will hold off this dragon, Lu Bing shouted. After successfully escorting the girl to safety, Lu Bing rejoined the fray. fortuitously overhearing rumors of a dragon's roar nearby, prompting him to investigate, only to find Li Siqing already present, observing the lifeless bodies on the ground and the bloodstains on Li Siqing. Lu Bing instinctively assumed that Li Siqing had come to rescue the Wang father and son. Perhaps due to the dragon's overwhelming power, Li Siqing, despite sustaining grave injuries, had been unable to save them. After all, who would not be intimidated by Qin Chuan's towering form of over 80 meters? Li Siqing instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan, silently asking if assistance was required to subdue him. In own need. Does he not consider you a hero? Then you shall play the part of that hero. Qin Chuan replied with a cold smirk. Li Siqing, somewhat perplexed by the Dragon King's implication, was taken aback when, in the next moment, Qin Chuan flung him aside with a powerful sweep of his tail and soared into the sky. Heading toward the very lake where he had once been discarded. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable pull toward that body of water. With the dragon now airborne, Lu Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to assess Li Siqing's injuries. Fear not, Captain Li. I deeply admire your selfless spirit. You are a hero of Dragon Country, and even if it costs me my life, I shall endeavor to rescue you, he declared, hoisting Li Siqing onto his back and heading toward the headquarters. Commander, the majority of the rescued civilians have been safely evacuated by air. Only one flight remains. What are your orders? A soldier inquired. Do you not reserve a spot for me? I do not intend to leave Jiangqing alive. Hu Xinjiang replied, turning to the soldier beside him. Are you afraid of death? Report, Commander. I am not afraid, the soldier asserted without hesitation, his eyes brimming with determination. Warriors, I stand with you, and I shall spill the last drop of blood for Jiangqing. Upon hearing Hu Xinjiang's words, many soldiers felt tears welling in their eyes. They had all anticipated a straightforward battle, only to find themselves facing annihilation upon their arrival in Jiangqing. Where are your superiors? Why are you not hastening our departure? Huang Yuan bellowed, flanked by a man and a woman. 3 of the young aides who had been close to the leadership. If it weren't for that damned Li Rang, compelling us to assist these civilians, who are but esteemed awakeners, we would not be here. He approached Hu Xinjiang with an air of arrogance, demanding, are you in charge here? Hurry and summon the aircraft to take us away. The other civilians have not yet boarded. Please wait, a soldier interjected, attempting to block Huang Yuan. Get lost. I am an awakener. How dare you obstruct me? Huang Yuan kicked the soldier aside, seething as he confronted Hu Xinjiang. Order the plane to open its doors, or I shall kill you now. Hu Xinjiang clenched his fists, refraining from responding to Huang Yuan's taunts. At that moment, a voice crackled through Hu Xinjiang's radio. Report, Commander, the last batch of civilians has successfully boarded the aircraft. Please advise. Depart Jiangqing immediately, Hu Xinjiang commanded decisively. Stop the plane. I have yet to board. Huang Yuan roared, panic evident in the expressions of the other 2 awakeners. Without an aircraft to evacuate them, they would surely be torn apart by the mutated creatures. Chapter 34. Dragonlock Lake. A chilling howl echoed through the air as a mutated gray wolf, measuring several meters in length, emerged into view. Upon spotting Huang Yuan and the others, it immediately fixated on them as its target. In the eyes of mutated creatures, humans were mere delicacies. Upon awakening, they became even more delectable. We must flee immediately, Huang Yuan exclaimed, bolting at the sight of the predatory beast. The larger the mutated creature, the stronger its power, and this formidable gray wolf undoubtedly ranked among the most elite of its kind in the Pingling mountain range. Fortunately, his awakened abilities significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to evade the throngs of mutant beasts. Not far into his escape, Huang Yuan heard the horrific cries of his companions behind him, those who had been with him moments ago. After dispatching the 2 awakeners, the wolf did not pursue the others but instead followed Huang Yuan's fleeing form. The allure of awakening was simply too potent for mutated creatures to resist, which is why Hu Xinjiang and the others managed to escape. Just as they began to relax, waves of mutated creatures surged toward them. Everyone, continue the fight, Hu Xinjiang urged, rallying his comrades to re-engage in battle. After several minutes of searching, Qin Chuan finally arrived at a modest lake, the very site where Wang Nianjuan had cast him into the water. Dragonlock Lake. Let me see what lies within this lake that draws me so, he mused. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, and the closer he approached the lake's depths, the stronger the inexplicable pull became. At that moment, Qin Chuan sought to ascertain whether the dragon he glimpsed in his previous life before his demise was indeed real. To his astonishment, the lake's bottom revealed a hidden realm that Qin Chuan absorbed the dense spiritual energy permeating the lakebed, far more concentrated than that found outside. He noted that, while it surpassed the outside environment by a factor of 5, it still fell short compared to his own first layer of cultivation. The lakebed was adorned with luminescent stones, interspersed with human remains, some of which were being devoured by scavenging creatures. Could these luminous stones be spirit stones? Qin Chuan pondered, recalling items from novels of his past. Their vast spiritual energy content mirrored that of spirit stones. He attempted to consume one of the spirit stones, and the energy within was instantaneously absorbed. Devoured low-grade spirit stone, gained 300 evolution points. A single small spirit stone was worth 300 evolution points. Qin Chuan gazed at the multitude of spirit stones scattered across the lakebed, his heart racing with excitement. Should he consume them all, he could amass at least over 100,000 evolution points. Just as he prepared to devour another spirit stone, a terrifying presence enveloped him, an extraordinary creature. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, the aura he sensed was more fearsome than any mutated creature he had encountered, surpassing even the nine-headed serpent from his last awakening. Roaring in fury, Qin Chuan released a cry that resonated from his very bloodline. Since evolving into a dragon, the pride of his lineage forbade him from bowing to any creature, even those stronger than himself. The creature's actions were undeniably a provocation. However, to Qin Chuan's astonishment, the being responded with a roar of its own. Echoing the same dragon's cry, what he initially thought to be a mere name for the lake turned out to be a truth. There truly was a dragon within. Following the sound, he discovered a greenish-hued mutated dragon. Mutated dragon, extraordinary level 4. Skills: Dragon's Roar LV.7, Dragon's Might LV.6, Sharp Fangs LV.9, Dragon Scales LV.8, Reverse Scales LV.8, Water Column LV.5. Comprehensive Combat Power 5273. Despite being an ordinary dragon, Qin Chuan bore the bloodline of the ancestral dragon within him, though it was but a trace. It was nonetheless vastly superior to these lesser dragons. Aside from a slightly higher realm, it could not compare to Qin Chuan's capabilities. Have you been the one drawing me here all along? Qin Chuan inquired, sensing that the source of his attraction was indeed the mutated dragon before him. You are the second kin I have encountered. Submit to me, and I shall ensure your safety. The mutated dragon intoned solemnly, then gestured toward the spirit stones at the lake's bottom. Moreover, I can bestow upon you these spirit stones. How many do you desire? There are plenty. Should I slay you? Those spirit stones would still belong to me. Qin Chuan was not naive enough to believe that a mutated creature would willingly offer him spirit stones, rather than receive them as a gift. He would take them for himself. With this thought in mind, he charged at the mutated dragon. Ha! Commendable courage. You are far more intriguing than the last of your kind, the mutated dragon declared, also rushing toward Qin Chuan. It had been trapped in Dragon Lock Lake for centuries, and thanks to the spirit stones at the lake's bottom, it had not only evolved to extraordinary level 4 but had also successfully transformed into a dragon. Now, having finally encountered an interesting kin, it had no intention of simply killing him. Unaware of the dragon's true intentions, Qin Chuan unleashed his skills, Black Flame, Purple Lightning, and more, relentlessly targeting the mutated dragon. Strange, though I possess 500 more combat power than it. Why does it feel so weak? Qin Chuan mused, noticing that the mutated dragon was merely on the defensive, displaying no desire to counterattack as it bore the brunt of Qin Chuan's ferocious assault. Could it be that my attacks are overly fierce? No, I shall cease. I do not wish to bully the younger generation. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan halt his assault, the mutated dragon began to plead. This cannot be. Despite its aura being significantly weaker than mine, how could it overpower me? Have the younger generation grown so strong? Surrender? Too late. Be a good little evolution point for me. Qin Chuan harbored no intention of sparing his opponent. Charging directly towards the mutated dragon, the last time he encountered the ancestral nine-headed serpent, it had bestowed upon him a staggering 200,000 evolution points. This extraordinary fourth-rank mutated dragon would undoubtedly grant him even greater rewards. It seemed he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. The mutated dragon spoke in a deep voice, astonished that a mere junior had compelled him to resort to his reverse scale. Roar. In an instant, the mutated dragon's aura surged exponentially, causing Qin Chuan to stagger back a few steps from the force of its roar. Junior, you are quite impressive, although you have touched my reverse scale. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Bow to me or perish. Chapter 35. Subduing the mutated dragon. Had the reverse scale truly been triggered, Qin Chuan scrutinized the mutated dragon before him, sensing that its reaction to the reverse scale was somewhat different from his own. Junior, are you afraid? Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. You still possess your reason." It was only when the mutated dragon spoke again that Qin Chuan discerned the discrepancy. During his previous encounter with the reverse scale, he had completely lost consciousness, unaware of what had transpired. Why did this mutated dragon retain its rationality? What? Is it so strange to maintain one's reason? Are you? Before he could finish, the mutated dragon seemed to realize something and ceased its inquiry. Merely observing Qin Chuan with keen interest, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly conflicted about the situation at hand. The mutated dragon had discovered a means to trigger the reverse scale without losing its mind. Precisely what Qin Chuan required, that if he could maintain control while invoking his reverse scale, it would eliminate the uncertainties that came with losing his senses. Yet, in his current state, the mutated dragon, under the influence of its reverse scale, was evidently not an opponent he could best unless he too activated his reverse scale. However, doing so would likely result in its demise, thereby rendering his method of controlling the reverse scale moot. There exists an unwritten rule among dragons. The one with the nobler bloodline is deemed the Dragon King. I am older than you, thus I need not resort to force. Let us compare bloodlines. Whoever loses shall submit. Seeing Qin Chuan remain silent, the mutated dragon assumed he was reluctant to yield, letting out a deep sigh. Dragons were already rare in the world. It did not wish to engage in conflict with Qin Chuan, thus resorting to this method to compel submission. The reason the mutated dragon felt emboldened was due to the ancient divine beast's bloodline of the azure dragon flowing within it. This was the true dragon bloodline. And in the mutated dragon's eyes, this contest was bound to end in Qin Chuan's defeat. Comparing bloodlines, Qin Chuan had not anticipated that the dragon would propose such a method. Originally, he had struggled to find a solution that would suit both parties. Yet the mutated dragon had offered it. His own bloodline was that of the ancestral dragon, and as long as his opponent was a dragon, victory was assured. "I agree. Speak. What must I do?" "Excellent. It is settled." The mutated dragon's heart soared with joy at the prospect of finally subduing this formidable adversary. "Concentrate and gather your essence. Your bloodline will manifest." As the mutated dragon prepared to demonstrate, it declared, "Observe closely. I shall only teach you once." With that, a phantom of the azure dragon appeared behind the mutated dragon. "Behold, this is the ancient divine beast, the azure dragon." Qin Chuan remained silent, attempting to follow the mutated dragon's instructions to reveal his own bloodline. However, after several attempts, no phantom appeared behind him. The only explanation for this was that he bore no bloodline within him. "Submit to me." Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Having fused with the essence of the ancestral dragon, there should be at least a trace of its bloodline within him, no matter how faint. Why was this happening? Ancestral dragon. Just as Qin Chuan was lost in thought, the mutated dragon suddenly cried out in terror. Kneeling before him, too frightened to move, instinctively, Qin Chuan glanced behind him, where a massive black mist had appeared, within which glowed a pair of menacing vertical pupils. "Lord Ancestral Dragon, the junior meant no offense. Please spare my life." The prostrate mutated dragon trembled as it spoke, immediately expressing its willingness to submit. Though only a pair of eyes were visible, the pressure emanating from the ancestral dragon was unbearable for any dragon. Even a mere glance was enough to compel all dragons to bow their heads. Even the azure dragon, an ancient divine beast, would show deference to the ancestral dragon, not daring to meet its gaze directly. The hierarchy among dragons was indeed stringent. The ancestral dragon was the mightiest among them, and possessing its bloodline meant that all dragons would submit to him. With this realization, Qin Chuan's heart surged with excitement as he envisioned the grand spectacle of countless dragons coming to pay homage. Perhaps, one day, he could unify the continent and dominate the seas. "Since you are willing to submit, I shall not kill you." Qin Chuan ultimately resisted the allure of evolution points and chose to spare the mutated dragon. The spirit stones at the bottom of the lake were sufficient for him to reach the 10th stage of awakening. Rather than slay the mutated dragon, it would be more advantageous to claim the fortune it possessed. As an extraordinary 4th-rank mutated creature, it could bring him 1,400 fortune points each month, more than all of its direct subordinates combined. "Thank you, Dragon King." "Thank you, Dragon King." The mutated dragon repeatedly expressed its gratitude. No longer daring to refer to Qin Chuan as junior, subdued mutated dragon, extraordinary 4th rank, gained 1,400 fortune points. Qin Chuan gazed at the myriad spirit stones scattered about, promptly beginning to devour them. The mutated dragon stood frozen in place. It was well aware of the amount of spiritual energy contained within a single spirit stone. Even it could absorb no more than 20 or so in a day without risking bodily harm. To its astonishment, The Dragon King consumed an entire week's worth in a single gulp, showing no signs of stopping. Devoured low-grade Spirit Stone, gained 300 evolution points. Devoured low-grade Spirit Stone, gained 300 evolution points. Devoured low-grade Spirit Stone. In less than half an hour, Qin Chuan had consumed every last Spirit Stone from the lake's bottom. To his amazement, the sheer abundance of Spirit Stones had provided him with over 300,000 evolution points. Qin Chuan opened his system panel to check his current evolution points. Host: Qin Chuan. Race: Mutated Dragon, Awakened 9th Stage. Skills: Strangulation LV.7, Dragon's Roar LV.7, Dragon's Might LV.7, Bloodthirst LV.6, Sharp Teeth LV.8, Blood Spirit Contract LV. 5. Dragon Scale LV.7, Farsight LV.6, Reverse Scale LV.10, Water Column LV.5, Purple Lightning LV.6, Black Flame LV.5. Evolution Points: 464,134 300,000. Skill Points: 2. Fortune: 2,950. Comprehensive Combat Power: 5,879. Due to the fact that most of the mutated creatures attacking Jiangcheng had been coerced by the Xian turtle and its kind, the lives they took did not contribute to Qin Chuan's evolution points. Additionally, the mutated creatures he had accidentally harmed while using Purple Lightning had left him with a staggering 46,000 evolution points. It was best to head up and assess the current situation in Jiangcheng. He recalled that Li Xiqing had mentioned the return of the leaders, and it was the perfect opportunity to see if he was still in Jiangcheng. Given that Qin Chuan was still in Jiangcheng, evolving here posed too many uncertainties. It would be prudent to wait until he returned to the first heaven before evolving. Chapter 36. Alive, I seek the turtle. Dead, I seek the corpse. Above Jiangcheng, two dragons surveyed the land below. The city was thick with the stench of blood, its defenses breached on all sides, leaving only the central area to stubbornly resist. To their astonishment, after centuries of absence, these mutated creatures dared to band together to assault human strongholds. It was unclear when they had learned the art of cooperation. The elder mutated dragon gazed in shock at the chaos unfolding beneath. He could clearly see that this beast tide was spearheaded by 4 distinct mutated creatures, namely the Xian turtle and its 3 companions. Do not be surprised. They are all my subordinates, and this beast tide was instigated by me. Qin Chuan calmly explained. At this moment, the members of the demon court were still too few. Even among the 10 great demon generals, there were only 2 present, but now, there would soon be an additional member. With this thought, Qin Chuan instinctively turned to the mutated dragon. From today forth, you shall be the 3rd seat among my 10 great demon generals. Bestowed the name Azure Dragon. Thank you, Dragon King, for the name. The mutated dragon beamed with excitement. The Azure Dragon was one of the oldest dragon types, and to have been granted such a name by the Dragon King meant that he was equivalent to the Azure Dragon among his kin. Come, let us descend and witness the situation, Qin Chuan said, unperturbed by the mutated dragon's thoughts, and flew towards the central area of Jiangcheng. At this moment, only about 1,000 people remained in the central area of Jiangcheng, desperately holding their ground. Upon spotting the 2 dragons in the sky, they immediately launched a fierce attack against them. You lowly insects dare to attack the Dragon King. You seek death, the mutated dragon roared, preparing to unleash a water column to eliminate these humans, but was halted by Qin Chuan. With a narrowed gaze, Qin Chuan's aura suddenly expanded, instantly immobilizing everyone present under the weight of his presence. Not only the humans, but the entire mutated creature population of Jiangcheng knelt respectfully on the ground upon sensing this oppressive force, plunging the city into an eerie silence at that moment. Who is in command here? Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, yet in the stillness of the environment, everyone could hear it distinctly. The faces of those present were marked with shock, for it was the first time they had ever heard a mutated creature speak. I am, came the defiant reply. What do you want? Qin Chuan turned towards the voice and saw a robust middle-aged man staring back at him, devoid of any fear in his eyes. Not only him, but the others present also showed no signs of trepidation, exuding a sense of courage that seemed to defy death itself. Had it not been for the overwhelming aura he projected, they would likely have fought to the last. You are impressive. I admire you. Submit to me, and you and your people shall be spared. You are the instigator of this beast tide, are you not? Or rather, you are their king, correct? Hu Zhenyang met Qin Chuan's gaze directly. Initially, Qin Chuan expected a swift rejection, but he was taken aback by the audacity of the question posed back to him. Indeed, a display of metal. And if I am, Commander, the citizens of Jiancheng have successfully evacuated. Just as Qin Chuan found the other party intriguing, Hu Jinyang's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Understood. Hu Jinyang replied simply, though Qin Chuan was uncertain whether the response was directed at him or the device. As Qin Chuan prepared to speak again, a disquieting thought suddenly crossed his mind. Instinctively, he looked skyward, only to see a barrage of black missiles soaring towards them. Are you out of your mind? How dare you order a bombardment here? Qin Chuan exclaimed furiously. What are you talking about? I never ordered any missile launch. Hu Jinyang was bewildered by the accusation, and as for the missiles, that was utterly inconceivable. With over 1,000 soldiers still in Jianqing, how could he possibly command such an assault? This is bad. Quickly retreat from Jianqing. Qin Chuan disregarded the discussion and immediately soared towards the Pingling mountain range, simultaneously using telepathic communication to urge the Xingui to evacuate swiftly as for the other mutated creatures. They would have to leave their fate to chance. As long as the Xingui survived, the elite of the Yaoding would remain intact. Damn it! Has this man lost his mind? Qin Chuan couldn't fathom the madness of the other party, daring to bombard a city that still contained their own people. His anger boiled within him. Madman. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had awakened to the 9th tier of mutation, granting him speed far superior to that of ordinary mutated creatures. Just a second before the missile struck, he successfully returned to the Pingling mountain range. With a resounding explosion, Jiancheng was instantly engulfed in the chaos of the missile strike, with a staggering number exceeding 1,000. The unfortunate mutated creatures caught in the onslaught were obliterated, some not even having the chance to cry out in anguish. The humans are truly terrifying. They have managed to create such weapons, the Qinglong remarked, following closely behind him. Although a single missile lacked the power to obliterate him, the sheer volume was overwhelming several centuries ago. Humanity did not possess such fearsome armaments, the Qinglong reflected. Thankfully, he had spent the last few centuries absorbing spirit stones at the bottom of a lake. Otherwise, he too might have suffered casualties. Qin Chuan attempted to reach out to the Xingui through telepathy. But alas, he received no response. Could it be that none of them escaped? His brow furrowed slightly as his spirits plummeted from the earlier high of acquiring over 300,000 evolution points. The Xingui were the pinnacle of the Yaoding's fighting force and a crucial source of his fortune. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to elevate the reputation of the Yaoding by attacking Jianqing, only to find himself losing all of its elite forces. Only a handful of mutated creatures had managed to escape. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Realizing that this operation had been a failure, however, he took solace in the fact that the Yaoding still had the Golden Dragon, Qinlong, Jiuying, and the ancient Sephora, his 4 immensely promising subordinates. Otherwise, the Yaoding would have indeed faced total annihilation. I will surely avenge this, Qin Chuan vowed silently, attempting once more to establish contact with the Xingui. Perhaps they were merely hiding from the missiles and had not had the chance to respond. Indeed, as Qin Chuan reached out, they all replied promptly. Song, Honghu, and Heiyu reported only minor injuries, yet the Xingui remained unresponsive. Qin Chuan's frown deepened after several minutes of bombardment. Jiancheng had finally descended into silence, though most areas had been reduced to ruins. He urgently commanded Song and the others to enter Jianqing, insisting on locating the Xingui. Alive or dead, I must find the Xingui. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to return to the first heaven for his next evolution, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Chapter 37. 2 months of cherry blossom obliteration. Turning to look, he discovered it was a mutated gorilla. His initial sense of anticipation evaporated, as he had hoped it was the Xingui returning, only to find it was merely a mutated gorilla. Dragon King. Those things that just flew in from the sea were terrifying, the mutated gorilla exclaimed, pointing towards the eastern sea. Upon hearing the gorilla's words, Qin Chuan came to an immediate halt and gazed in the direction indicated. Are you certain those things came from the sea? He asked intently, recalling Hu Jinyang's earlier remarks. Indeed, to the east of Jiaqing lay the ocean. And coupled with Hu Jinyang's reaction, it seemed these missiles might not have been ordered by him after all. I am certain. The mutated gorilla, sensing the Dragon King's piercing gaze, hurriedly affirmed. He had been hiding behind the main forces and had clearly seen those things coming from the seaside. Qinglong, you stay at the Pingling mountain range. I will personally investigate the ocean. With that, Qin Chuan took flight towards the sea, determined to uncover who had launched those missiles. Ha! Steelplate Kuan's idea is truly brilliant. Using support for the Dragon Kingdom as an excuse to launch missiles and bombard Jianqing not only eliminates those Dragon Kingdom people, but also proclaims the might of our Sakura nation. Truly a twofold gang. Above the East Sea, a large aircraft carrier was gliding steadily. A man known as Steelplate Kuin chuckled. Oda-kun is too modest. It is mainly because Oda-kun has the courage to make quick decisions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such capability. The two exchanged compliments, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Qin Chuan, arriving from Jiacheng, immediately spotted the massive warship and recognized the Sakura flag flying from it. Damn you. Pirates, he growled. I will make you wish you were never born. Upon seeing the gun barrels on the Sakura warship still smoking, he knew those missiles had indeed been launched by these Sakura people. With a ferocious roar, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful sound wave that nearly capsized the Sakura warship. The crew aboard the warship suddenly noticed Qin Chuan soaring above them, upon their first sight of him. Panic ensued among the Sakura personnel. Baka, what is happening outside? Oda-kun bellowed, his voice rising above the chaos. The earlier commotion had nearly led them to believe they were under attack by mutated creatures from the depths. Not good, General Oda. A nearly 100-meter-long mutated creature is charging towards us, one of the Sakura soldiers exclaimed. Nonsense. How could there possibly be a nearly 100-meter-long mutated creature? Oda-kun roared, slapping the soldier aside, preparing to see for himself what was happening outside. Steelplate Kuin followed closely behind, equally skeptical of the claim. After all, their Sakura nation was vast and resource-rich. The most formidable mutated creature they had was merely the 60-meter-long Yamata no Orochi. How could a mere dragon kingdom possibly possess a mutated creature of such size? Even if it did exist, it would surely be a paper tiger. The two of them believed they could easily tear it apart. Where is it? Where is this 100-meter-long mutated creature? Oda-kun demanded as he stepped onto the deck. Only to find no sign of the so-called giant beast in the ocean. Instinctively, he suspected his men were deceiving him, and his temper flared. Baka, where is this 100-meter giant beast? If it dares to show itself, I will crush it with my bare hands. General Oda. Don't worry, Steelplate Kuin. These scoundrels dare to deceive us. When we return, we will execute them all. Look above. As Steelplate Kuin's terrified voice rang out, Oda-kun felt a surge of confusion. Following Steelplate Kuin's gaze, he instinctively looked upwards. Just as he raised his head, a wave of heat washed over him, and he beheld a nearly 100-meter-long mutated dragon hovering above. Fixated on him, Oda-kun's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise no matter how hard he tried, repeatedly muttering the word monster. Please don't kill me. Oda-kun stammered, trembling in his fury. Qin Chuan could not let the opportunity slip. He unleashed a torrent of black flames that reduced Oda-kun to ashes, the searing heat even scorching through the deck of the warship. Open fire. You fools, what are you doing? Steelplate Kuin finally reacted, urgently commanding his subordinates to shoot. Yet, no matter how fierce the assault, the bullets could not penetrate Qin Chuan's armored scales. With a single swipe of his tail, he split the warship in two, deeming it far too merciful to incinerate those pirates. Drowning or being torn apart by the mutated creatures lurking beneath the waves seemed a far more fitting end for them. All Sakura personnel aboard the warship plunged into the sea. And soon, cries for help echoed across the water. As long as Qin Chuan remains here, not a single person from the land of cherry blossoms present can hope to survive. With a casual motion, Qin Chuan seized one of the cherry blossom nationals from the sea, exerted a bit of force, and crushed him to pieces. Before discarding the remains back into the ocean, blood gradually spread through the waters, attracting numerous mutated creatures drawn by the scent of carnage. Upon discovering the cherry blossom national in the sea, the mutated beasts immediately descended upon him, transforming the surface of the ocean into a scene of vivid crimson. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the demon court. Qin Chuan observed the spectacle on the water's surface with an unyielding gaze, devoid of any sympathy, and indeed, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Merely one member from the battleship was insufficient to quench his fury. His original plan after conquering Jiang City was to expand further into the vicinity. However, due to the actions of the Cherry Blossom Nationals, he abruptly altered his strategy. Within 2 months, he vowed to erase the nation of Cherry Blossoms from existence. Before that, he needed to swiftly ascend to the level of an extraordinary mutated being. He sensed that deep within the ocean lurked entities capable of threatening him, and there were more than just one. Upon returning to the Pingling mountain range, Song and the others successfully located the Xian turtle. At this moment, the Xian turtle was battered and bruised, its shell nearly obliterated, having endured multiple missile strikes due to its sluggishness in escaping. Fortunately, it still clung to life, and with the aid of Heiyu's healing, It was spared from mortal peril. However, this incident made him acutely aware that in future operations, caution must be exercised. It would be prudent to recruit some airborne mutated creatures as sentinels. This way, they could detect any humans attempting ambushes in advance. The mutated old locust tree was yielding a significant number of live fruits each week, after Red Fox picked one to feed the Shen turtle. He prepared to break through to the 10th tier of awakening. As for the reason why the mutated flood dragon could retain its sanity after triggering its reverse scales, it had already been explained to him once one entered the extraordinary stage. Triggering the reverse scales would not lead to the loss of reason and could even be initiated voluntarily, akin to a more potent version of bloodlust. Meanwhile, following the incident in Jiang City, the high-ranking officials of Long Nation convened an emergency meeting once again. This was not only due to the mutated creatures actively initiating a beast tide, but primarily because the Cherry Blossom Nation dared to bomb Jiang City without authorization, resulting in over 1,000 soldiers eternally lost in Jiang City. Chapter 38. International Conference Leader. We must demand an explanation from the Cherry Blossom Nation regarding this matter. Their actions are utterly despicable. Leader, we must make them aware of our might. How dare these Cherry Blossom scoundrels launch a surprise attack on us? Seated at the head of the table, Sun Jinghua had just disembarked from a flight and was still trying to grasp the situation when he arrived at this urgent meeting. He only remembered stating that he would stand alongside the soldiers before losing consciousness, only to learn in the conference room about the bombing of Jiang City by the Cherry Blossom Nation. Upon discovering that 10,000 soldiers perished in Jiang City, with 1,000 of them falling to the hands of the Cherry Blossom Nationals, Sun Jinghua struggled to contain his fury. Yet, the nation was already on high alert against mutated creatures, and a significant portion of personnel was required to guard the borders. Long Nation lacked the surplus strength to launch an offensive against the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sun Jinghua instinctively clenched his fists, knowing he must endure a while longer. Once the research department successfully produced a substantial quantity of evolution potions, he would ensure that the Cherry Blossom Nationals paid in blood for their transgressions. Now is not the time to act against the Cherry Blossom Nation. We simply do not have the extra military strength to spare, he stated. I will personally address the misconduct of the Cherry Blossom Nation at the international conference. For now, we must all persevere a little longer. On behalf of all the people of Long Nation, I thank you all. Sun Jinghua bowed deeply to the generals clamoring for an attack on the Cherry Blossom Nation, while Li Rang quickly assisted the leader to rise. Seeing this, the crowd finally quieted down. Dr. Zhang, is it currently possible to mass-produce the evolution potion? Noticing the silence from the assembly, Sun Jinghua turned his gaze to the scientific expert at the side. Leader, we can currently only produce 1 bottle of the evolution potion per day. The potion is still somewhat unstable, and we cannot guarantee 100% success rate upon creation, Zhang Zhengren promptly replied. He was the head of the Long Nation's research department, primarily responsible for the evolution potion's development. Unfortunately, despite his team's tireless efforts, the progress remained sluggish, unless they could obtain higher-level mutated beings or naturally awakened individuals. The research would continue at a crawl. Regrettably, apart from the one individual who emerged from the Lighthouse Nation, no other countries had reported such occurrences. That we will provide any materials you require, he assured. Upon learning they could only produce 1 bottle a day, Sun Jinghua felt a pang of disappointment. High-level mutated beings or naturally awakened individuals would suffice, Zhang Zhengren stated directly, fully aware that this research was pivotal to humanity's survival, and he would truthfully disclose any lack of experimental materials. Naturally awakened individuals, Sun Jinghua mused, a figure flashing through his mind. Alas, that person was likely to have perished alongside the 3 artificial awakened beings by his side in Jiang City. Just as Sun Jinghua was about to instruct the military to capture some high-level mutated beings, Li Rang suddenly interjected. Leader, the last flight from Jiang City has arrived, and there is a person named Li Xiqing on the list. Where is he? I must verify this personally, Sun Jinghua exclaimed with enthusiasm. If his memory served him correctly, that naturally awakened individual from Jiang City was indeed named Li Xiqing. Given that the flight had come from Jiang City, it was highly probable that this Li Xiqing was the very same naturally awakened individual. Leader, I have already arranged for his arrival, Li Rang replied softly, knowing that such matters were easily within his capability to manage. Within minutes, Li Xiqing entered the conference room, escorted by several soldiers. Li Xiaoyu, it truly is you, Sun Jinghua exclaimed, shaking Li Xiqing's hand with fervor. Li Xiqing furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing, for the Dragon King had tasked him with acting as an undercover agent, and he needed to maintain a good rapport with his superior, Dr. Zhang. Allow me to introduce you, Sun Jinghua said, holding onto Li Xiqing's hand while looking at Zhang Zhengren. This is our Long Nation's first naturally awakened individual. Li Xiqing. What? A naturally awakened individual? Our Long Nation actually has a naturally awakened individual. Instantaneously, the room buzzed with excitement. Leader, is he truly a naturally awakened individual? Zhang Zhengren inquired eagerly if this young man was indeed a naturally awakened individual. The research on the evolution potion would progress significantly. Are you suggesting that I become your test subject? Li Xiqing frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. The Dragon King had sent him to act as an undercover agent, not to serve as a subject for their experiments. We only require a small amount of your blood, no more than 20 milliliters each week, Zhang Zhengren quickly assured. Moreover, the nation will provide you with the utmost privileges. I will not provide blood for your purposes, Li Xiqing interjected, interrupting Zhang Zhengren. He had no intention of becoming a test subject. This, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. No one had anticipated Li Xiqing would refuse so decisively. Just as Zhang Zhengren and Sun Jingwu were about to respond, Li Xiqing added, however, I can assist you in hunting high-level mutated beings, but awakened first- and second-tier mutated beings are no longer of much use for the experiments. Zhang Zhengren remarked. To advance the research on the evolution potion, they would need at least third-tier mutated beings to start. Even if they are third-tier awakened mutated beings, I can help you hunt them down. Li Xiqing replied coldly. When he encountered the Dragon King in Jiang City, he had inquired about his own realm, and the Dragon King had informed him that he had already reached the third tier of awakening. However, due to the dragon blood fused within him, his physical prowess could rival even that of fourth-tier mutated beings. In truth, he did not fully comprehend why the Dragon King wanted him to continue acting as an undercover agent in Long Nation. But since it was the Dragon King's command, he could only comply. However, that last encounter with the Dragon King had truly hurt. Several of his ribs had been broken, and had it not been for Lu Bing's timely assistance in getting him onto the plane for rescue, he doubted he would have survived. Since Li Xiaoyu is unwilling, there is no need to press him. High-level mutated beings will suffice, Sun Jingwu said with a smile, patting Zhang Zhengren on the shoulder. As it happens, tomorrow is the international conference. Li rang, prepare a plane. I will be traveling to the Lighthouse Nation for this meeting. Sun Jingwu spoke with resolve, asserting that Long Nation must seek accountability for the actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The international conference would be a global event, with most nations on Blue Star expected to attend. Leader, shouldn't you rest for a while? Li Rang suggested, concerned for Sun Jingwu's well-being after he had taken 2 flights that day. No need. I shall head directly to the capital of the Lighthouse Nation, Sun Jingwu sighed. With the nation's soldiers dying without peace, he had no heart for rest. I hope you can take Li Xiaoyu along. The Cherry Blossom Nation is a vassal of the Lighthouse Nation, and given that a naturally awakened individual has recently emerged there, I fear for your safety on this trip. Having Li Xiqing accompany you would ensure your security. With this, he turned to Li Xiqing, hoping he would agree to accompany the leader. Chapter 39. The Ancient True Dragon. Very well, I will accompany the leader, Li Xiqing responded. He was also curious to see what the Lighthouse Nation was like. Although the Li family is quite affluent in Jiangcheng, his parents have never allowed him to travel abroad, making this opportunity to see the world all the more precious. Li Rang let out a sigh of relief. He had anticipated that the other party would impose certain conditions, but he was surprised by their prompt agreement. He had underestimated the generosity of others, viewing them through the lens of his own narrow-mindedness. Sun Jingwu felt similarly. Seeing that Li Xiqing had not stipulated any demands further deepened his admiration for him. Subsequently, under Li Rang's arrangement, the flight to the Lighthouse Nation was swiftly prepared. After a night of travel, Li Xiqing and his companions finally arrived at the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, in the first layer of the heavens, Qin Chuan successfully completed his evolution. Not only had his size reached an astonishing 100 meters, but even his attributes had undergone significant changes. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, mutated flood dragon. Awakened tier 10. Skills, strangulation LV.7. Dragon's roar LV.7. Dragon's might LV.7. Bloodlust LV.6. Blood spirit pact LV.5. Dragon scales LV.7. Farsight LV.6. Reverse scales LV.10. Water column LV.5. Purple lightning LV.6. Black flame LV.5. Dragon fangs LV.9. Evolved from the skill sharp teeth, greatly enhancing the sharpness of the host's teeth. Dragon soul LV.4. All dragons recovered by the host significantly enhance combat power, defense, and speed, provided they are on the same battlefield as the host. Evolution points. 164,134 600,000 skill points. 3 fortune, 2,950, overall combat power, 7,124. After consuming 2 skill points to elevate Blood Spirit Pact to level 6. Qin Chuan prepared for a long-awaited lottery. System, I wish to draw, he silently thought. Consuming 1,600 fortune points, the lottery begins. Watching the pointer on the spinning wheel, Qin Chuan felt his heart race uncontrollably. For some reason, whether in his past life or the present, he became extraordinarily excited whenever a lottery was involved. Congratulations, host, you have won a drop of the primordial dragon's essence. As the system's wheel came to a halt, Qin Chuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Had he truly won again? Moreover, the absence of any annotations on this drop of primordial dragon's essence indicated that it had not been diluted, just as Qin Chuan prepared to exit the system and absorb the drop of essence. The system's notification chimed again, detected that the host has completed 5 draws, hence an additional lottery opportunity has been granted. What is this? A buy one get one free deal? Why is the system so generous today? Or is it designed to grant an extra draw after every 5? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan deemed the latter explanation more plausible. As the frequency of his draws increased, the required fortune points would also multiply. Making the offer of an extra draw every 5 attempts seem reasonable. To his surprise, the system appeared quite user-friendly. Qin Chuan chuckled. Since it was a gift from the system, he would not hold back. The system continued with the lottery. With that, the lottery will begin to spin once more, ultimately stopping again on a golden reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a blessing of power. Upon activation, all members within your faction will undergo a bloodline evolution. Another golden reward. Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated winning a double jackpot today. He had not even made a wish with his lifespan. Regardless, securing double gold was a testament to his own prowess. There was no need to overthink it. Qin Chuan immediately resolved to utilize the recently acquired blessing of power and prepared to absorb the drop of primordial dragon's essence. The energy contained within the primordial dragon's essence is immense, and the absorption process will be excruciating. Should the host fail to endure, it may result in catastrophic consequences. Does the host confirm usage? Confirmed. With a thought, Qin Chuan prepared to absorb the drop of primordial dragon's essence. Having already faced death once, he was not about to shy away from a little pain. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a searing agony akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart surged through him, and he could not help but unleash a furious roar. The entire Pingling mountain range, indeed even Jiaqing, could hear this dragon's cry. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chuan bore the pain. He knew the fusion of the essence would be painful, yet he had not anticipated such intensity. To put it plainly, it felt as though his most sensitive area was being relentlessly battered by a spiked club. In such circumstances, even with his high defense, there was nothing he could do but endure in silence. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and it wasn't until 2 hours later that the pain began to subside. Successfully absorbed the primordial dragon's essence, gaining 1.5 million evolution points. Hearing the number of evolution points gained from the fusion brought Qin Chuan a modicum of psychological comfort. Those 2 hours felt like 2 centuries, yet fortunately, the final rewards were commensurate with the sacrifices made. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Ancient True Dragon. Awakened Tier 10. Skills, Strangulation LV.7, Dragon's Roar LV.10, Dragon's Might LV.10, Bloodlust LV.8, Blood Spirit Pact LV.7, Dragon Scales LV.10, Farsight LV.8, Reverse Scales LV.15, Water Column LV.8, Purple Lightning LV.8, Dragon Fangs LV.10, Dragon Soul LV.10, Dragon Flame LV.10, evolved from the skill Black Flame, a unique flame of the primordial dragon's descendants that incinerates all and never extinguishes. Void Escape LV.5, a unique skill of the primordial dragon's descendants, allowing traversal through the void without hindrance from any barriers. Evolution points, 166 for 134 600,000. Skill points, 1. Fortune, 1350. Overall combat power, 10135. The enhancement of overall combat power and skills paled in comparison to the significance of the race displayed on the system panel. He had finally evolved from a mutated flood dragon to an ancient true dragon. With his current capabilities, he no longer needed to fear any creature on Blue Star, given Qin Chuan's present defense. Even nuclear weapons could not breach it. Of course, he had not forgotten the most pressing matter at hand. He had vowed to ensure that the Sakura nation would vanish from the world within 2 months. and he intended to keep his word. Learning from past experiences, Qin Chuan was determined not to bring along Xian Gui and the others. It was important to note that while the Sakura nation lacked nuclear weapons, its master, the Lighthouse Nation, certainly possessed them. Who could say if the Lighthouse Nation would deploy nuclear weapons while he was assaulting the Sakura Nation? He did not believe the Lighthouse Nation would show mercy towards the territory of the Sakura Nation, especially since they had previously sought the latter's favor on 2 occasions. Chapter 40. The Humiliation of the Dragon King. Death. Qin Chuan arrived at Blackwater Lake, curious to see what transformations the blessing of power would bestow upon Xian Gui and the others. Thus, he summoned them to the Blackwater Lake. Prior to their arrival, he had already encountered Jiuying and Gu Huai, although the system did not specify the exact effects of the blessing of power. Qin Chuan suspected it had heightened the purity of bloodlines among his subordinates, that he could distinctly sense that the bloodline within Jiuying had grown more potent, yet for some reason, he felt an ominous aura emanating from Jiuying. As for Gu Huai, Qin Chuan did not detect any particular changes, though it had sprouted several branches akin to those of a willow, thus acquiring some new offensive capabilities. Before long, Xian Gui and the others arrived from their designated territories at Blackwater Lake, with the last to arrive being that rascal Qin Long. Given that the Pingling mountain range had already been divided among them, it was only natural for Qin Long, who had been dispatched to Jiangcheng, to arrive last. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. The various mutated beings chorused. Qin Chuan observed their transformations closely, noting that the most significant changes were in Xian Gui and Hong Hu. To begin with, Xian Gui had developed 2 protrusions on his head resembling small horns. His shell had yet to fully recover, but it was evident that it appeared more menacing than usual. Moreover, Xian Gui exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient divine beast, likely on par with the bloodline. Within Qin Long, Qin Chuan speculated that Xian Gui had a high probability of awakening the Xuanwu bloodline. The changes in Hong Hu were more pronounced. The 2 tails behind him had transformed into 3, and he radiated an exceptionally strong flame energy. As for the other mutated beings, aside from Qin Long's bloodline concentration increasing significantly, he could not discern any other changes in Song and Heiyu. Xian Gui, how many mutated beings remain in the Pingling mountain range? Qin Chuan inquired. The members of the demon court were still too few. He needed to recruit more mutated beings. Dragon King. Currently, there are only 2 awakened beings of Tier 4 and above in the Pingling mountain range. Xian Gui replied. Point 1 is a mutated gorilla in the western region, with a strength of Tier 5, and the other is a mutated giant crocodile in the east, approximately at Tier 4. Most of the mutated beings of Tier 4 and 5 perished in Jiangcheng due to the missiles from the Sakura Nation. Had it not been for the Dragon King's prior warning, they too would have fallen victim to those missiles. Bring them to me. Qin Chuan instructed Xian Gui and Hong Hu, as the western and eastern territories were their domains, making it their responsibility to locate them. Before long, the mutated gorilla and giant crocodile appeared before Qin Chuan. He recognized the mutated gorilla as the one who had provided him with intelligence. From today onward, you shall be named the 4th and 5th commanders of the Demon Court, Titan and Big Mouth, respectively. The 2 mutated beings were immediately overjoyed and knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing names." Naming the mutated gorilla Titan was quite fitting given its size, while the name Big Mouth was simply a spontaneous choice, as Qin Chuan could think of nothing better, and since the giant crocodile had quite a large mouth, it fit perfectly. After successfully signing the contract, Qin Chuan prepared to break through to the first level of the extraordinary realm, as that drop of ancestral dragon blood had provided him with a staggering 1.5 million evolution points. Upon entering the first level of the extraordinary realm, triggering the reverse scale would not result in a loss of rationality, which represented a significant enhancement for Qin Chuan. Eliminating the Sakura Nation would become all the more feasible. System, commence evolution. In the Lighthouse Nation's International Conference Room, Li Xiqing followed closely behind Sun Jinghua, curiously surveying his surroundings. Currently, only a handful of nations were present in the conference room, with the majority yet to arrive. Isn't that the representative from the Dragon Nation? Why has there been a change in personnel? A man with a small mustache stepped forward, directing his gaze towards Li Rang, who stood nearby. Li Rang, you seem to have fallen from grace. What brings you here, along with this little brat beside you? Where's that fierce man from before? Why isn't he here? International conferences typically involved representatives from various nations, and previously, Li Rang had served as the representative for the Dragon Nation. With heads of state rarely making personal appearances, Li Siqing furrowed his brow. It was the first time someone had dared to call him a little brat, and moreover, it was a descendant of the Sakura nation. Insulting the head of the Dragon Nation was tantamount to insulting the entire nation. Was the Sakura nation declaring war on the Dragon Nation? Li Rang retorted, directing his ire at the representative from the Sakura nation. Stop trying to intimidate us. How dare a nation that cannot even protect its own city challenge our great Sakura nation? The representative from the Sakura nation boasted arrogantly. Li Rang clenched his fists, his anger reaching its peak. If General Hu were still alive, he would have undoubtedly erupted upon hearing such words from this Sakura descendant. Observing the Dragon Nation's representatives remain silent only emboldened the Sakura representative further, who disdainfully regarded Sun Jing was seated nearby. As the king of the Dragon Nation, you don't even dare to speak? Your Dragon King is nothing but trash. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a hand seized the Sakura representative by the throat, lifting him slowly into the air. How dare you disrespect the Dragon King? Li Siqing said coldly, the pressure in his grip intensifying. The Dragon Nation had but one Dragon King, and that was his master. To utter such words about the Dragon King was a capital offense. Why you let go of me? The Sakura representative gasped, astonished that a member of the Dragon Nation would dare to take such action. Were they not afraid of retribution from the great Sakura Nation? In your next life. No, you shall have no next life. With that, Li Siqing snapped the Sakura representative's neck. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. My heavens, the representative from the Dragon Nation has actually dared to commit murder in public. The Sakura Nation was a vassal state of the Lighthouse Nation. How could they dare to kill someone on the latter's territory? While Li Rang felt a sense of satisfaction from the act, he knew that such a public murder at an international conference would likely lead to dire consequences. Well done, Sun Jingwo exclaimed. Rising to pat Li Siqing on the shoulder, signaling his approval of the action, he had yet to settle the score with the Sakura Nation for their surprise attack on Jiangqing. To his surprise, they had the audacity to provoke the Dragon Nation directly, thinking they could trample upon them without consequence. This incident was initiated by the Sakura Nation, and they must provide the Dragon Nation with an explanation. Sun Jingwo asserted, surveying the representatives gathered in the room. The Dragon Nation was known for its love of peace, but that did not mean it could be trampled upon by anyone. The representatives from various nations hastily distanced themselves. None wished to provoke the ire of the Dragon Nation. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation observed the scene with mild surprise, feeling no sorrow for the demise of the Sakura representative. Just a mad dog. His death changes nothing for us, he thought. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the Dragon Nation's head personally attending the meeting. It seemed this conference was destined to be entertaining. Soon, representatives from all nations took their seats. The 5 foremost positions were occupied by the Dragon Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Bear Nation, Gull Nation, and Sun Never Sets Nation. These were the 5 most powerful countries on Blue Star. The Sakura Nation launched hundreds of missiles at Jiangqing while our nation was occupied with combating mutated creatures, resulting in the permanent loss of over 1,000 of our soldiers. The Sakura Nation must provide the Dragon Nation with an accounting for this. Sun Jingwo declared, Son, you have killed the representative of the Sakura Nation. Regardless of who was at fault, both nations bear responsibility. Why don't we settle this here with me as a witness? After all, there are plenty of Dragon Nation citizens, the representative from the Lighthouse Nation suggested. With the Sakura representative deceased, he could no longer speak. However, as long as it was against the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation would undoubtedly support it. Clearly, the Sakura representative initiated the insult against our nation. Surely, the Lighthouse Nation's proposal is inappropriate. Sun Jingwo responded bluntly. The Sakura Nation must provide the Dragon Nation with an explanation regarding Jiangqing, since we cannot reach an understanding. Let us ask the opinions of other nations. Currently, humanity's greatest challenge remains the mutated creatures. The head of the Dragon Nation cannot declare war over such a trivial matter. The Lighthouse representative chuckled. Seeking to aggravate the Dragon Nation. I have no objections, said the representative from the Gull Nation. Neither do I, echoed the representative from the Sun Never Sets Nation. As they were aligned with the Lighthouse Nation. They would not dare oppose their leader. Damn it. What are you 3 doing, acting as mediators for the mistakes of the Sakura Nation? Exclaimed the representative from Bear Nation, unable to hold back his fury. If the Sakura Nation dares to indiscriminately kill our soldiers, even if it's just one, I will declare war on them. In an instant, the international conference room was divided into 2 factions, one led by the Dragon Nation and Bear Nation, and the other by the Lighthouse Nation. The entire meeting erupted into chaos. What is there to argue about? Is it so strange for the weak to be killed by the strong? The Dragon Nation's inability to protect its own soldiers only reflects its weakness. No one else is to blame. The young man standing beside the lighthouse representative spoke, his voice low yet resonating in the ears of every attendee, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence. Allow me to introduce, this is our esteemed awakener. Mr. Smith from the Lighthouse Nation, who has broken through to the second level of awakening in just a few days, a true paragon of our Lighthouse Nation, the Lighthouse representative proudly announced. What? The Lighthouse Nation has an awakener at the second level? I envy the Lighthouse Nation. It seems Mr. Smith is the only awakener in the world. Could he really be the paragon of the Lighthouse Nation? As the representatives from various nations showered praises upon him. Smith summoned flames from his hands, which left everyone in awe. The Sakura Nation is not at fault. It is you, Dragon Nation, that is worthless, and your so-called Dragon King is equally feeble. Smith mocked the Dragon Nation without restraint. In his eyes, the Dragon Nation was merely a larger form of an ant. He was the world's sole awakener, the son of fortune. Naturally, he would not regard the so-called Dragon Nation with any respect. Weakness was a sin, and the strong never explained themselves to the weak. Those who dared to resist were simply killed. While I am in a good mood, you had better hurry up. Before he could finish his sentence, Smith suddenly felt a searing pain coursing through him, and he was promptly kicked away. I warned you. Insult the Dragon King, and you shall die. Li Siqing had appeared behind Smith, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the wall before coming to a halt. You dare to attack our esteemed awakener. Guards. The Sakura representative attempted to call in the Lighthouse Nation's soldiers for assistance, only to have Li Siqing swiftly cover his mouth. That I do not wish to hear your voice. Therefore, should you utter even a single word, I will crush your skull, Li Siqing whispered. The Lighthouse representative's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly nodded, indicating he would remain silent. Once released, he slumped to the ground, hastily covering his mouth, fearing for his life. You lowly wretch, how dare you strike me? I will make you understand the consequences of angering an awakener, Smith bellowed as he rose, furious at having been humiliated by a mere commoner. In the next moment, he conjured a fireball in his palm and hurled it toward Li Siqing with great force. Is this what you call fire? Li Siqing scoffed derisively, recognizing the flames as being weaker than the belches of a well-fed red fox. With a focused gaze, his left arm was enveloped in golden scales, effortlessly blocking the fireball. You are also an awakener, Smith exclaimed instinctively, having assumed he was the only one of his kind in the world. So what if I am an awakener? You are nothing but trash. You cannot defeat me, Smith roared, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The enormous flames engulfed Li Siqing, representing his strongest attack, capable of melting steel. So what if you are an awakener? This is the price you pay for insulting me. Not good. Li Xiaoyu is in danger, Sun Jingwu exclaimed. Realizing that his intention to seek accountability for the soldiers had inadvertently placed the Dragon Nation's sole natural awakener in peril. Head, do not approach, Li Rang, seeing Sun Jingwu attempt to rush forward, quickly restrained him. Meanwhile, the representative from Bear Nation also moved to block him, recognizing that the situation had escalated beyond the involvement of ordinary individuals. As they gazed upon the raging inferno in the international conference room, Sun Jingwu and his companions could do nothing but place their trust in Li Siqing's resilience. I always knew that our awakened ones from the Lighthouse Nation are the strongest. All of you from the Dragon Nation are nothing but trash, and your awakened ones are no exception. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation, who had previously covered his mouth, laughed heartily upon witnessing Smith's successful subjugation of the opponent. His gaze toward the Dragon Nation now filled with arrogance. Did I not warn you that should you dare to speak again, I would crush your skull? Chapter 42. A new threat. No. It can't be. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation looked on in terror at the flames, where a vague figure was slowly approaching him. He hurriedly attempted to flee, but his legs would not cooperate, leaving him helplessly watching as the figure drew nearer. The flames wielded by Smith could melt even steel. If the opponent was unafraid of fire, he must surely be a monster. Monster! Monster! Li Siqing, adorned with dragon scales, emerged unscathed from the flames, casually seizing the lighthouse representative's head and applying just a little pressure, causing blood to erupt. The representative did not even have time to scream before his head was crushed. I had given him a chance, yet he squandered it. Your flames are feeble. Their power is truly lacking. Li Siqing remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Smith. Dare to underestimate. Before Smith could finish his sentence, he found Li Siqing charging toward him at an astonishing speed. unable to react before Li Xiqing stomped his foot down upon him. My back is supported by the Lighthouse Nation. If you dare to kill me, everyone from the Dragon Nation will pay the price, including you, Smith threatened, genuinely fearful now, as he resorted to invoking the Lighthouse Nation's backing. How could this man, who was supposedly the world's foremost awakened one, be so vastly superior to him? What nonsensical chatter is this? Li Xiqing declared, standing upon Smith's head, his voice low and commanding. Weaklings deserve to be trodden upon. Just as Li Xiqing prepared to end Smith's life, a multitude of soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation swiftly encircled him. What are you trying to do? Seizing the moment of Li's distraction, Sun Jinghua stepped in front of Li Xiqing, unafraid of the soldiers before him. Seeing this, Li also rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sun Jinghua, reprimanding the leading man in the suit. Lower your weapons at once. Do you not realize that you stand before the leader of the Dragon Nation? He aimed to invoke the authority of his position in hopes of deterring their actions, for such behavior had crossed the line into outright provocation of the Dragon Nation. Leader's son, I sincerely apologize for Smith's reckless actions, but I hope the Dragon leader can spare his life. The suited man replied with a smile, turning his gaze toward Li Xiqing and the others. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tai Baizi, the sovereign of the Lighthouse Nation. Sun Jinghua and Li, both furrowing their brows, recognized the name of the sovereign of the Lighthouse Nation, but this man was not the one they had encountered before. Li Xiqing's expression darkened. Although he had reached the third stage of awakening, he was uncertain if he could withstand a bullet at this moment. Do not be surprised. I am the newly appointed sovereign of the Lighthouse Nation. In response to the atrocious actions of the Sakura Nation, I will compel its leader to kneel and apologize personally, even to take his own life in atonement. Tai Baizi chuckled, casually suggesting that a sovereign should commit suicide as a form of apology. I have but one condition. Spare Mr. Smith. Sun Jinghua and Li exchanged skeptical glances, questioning the veracity of his claims. Although the Sakura Nation was a vassal of the Lighthouse Nation, its leader would not simply kneel and apologize at the behest of another, much less take his own life in contrition. Only Li Xiqing sensed something amiss. For reasons unknown, he could discern a dangerous aura emanating from Tai Baizi. I understand your disbelief, so I have brought the leader of the Sakura Nation with me. Tai Baizi clapped his hands, and a middle-aged man was brought forth by the soldiers of the Lighthouse Nation. Upon seeing the man's face, Sun Jinghua and Li gasped in astonishment, for it was none other than Dong Tiaoxuanzi, the leader of the Sakura Nation. Tai Baizi then graciously offered a space for Dong Tiaoxuanzi to kneel before Sun Jinghua and the others, and without a word, he drew a knife and took his own life before them. Furthermore, Dong Tiaoxuanzi's expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a mere puppet, as he followed the prescribed sequence of actions. The more this unfolded, the more uneasy Li Xiqing felt, and he regarded Tai Baizi with heightened caution. It was likely that Tai Baizi was also an awakened one, possessing the ability to control others, which explained why Dong Tiaoxuanzi obeyed his commands without question. Should he forcibly kill Smith, he might find himself unable to escape the clutches of the Lighthouse Nation that he insulted the Dragon King. I shall cripple one of his arms. With that, Li Xiqing crushed Smith's left hand underfoot, carelessly tossing him aside to land beside Tai Baizi. The excruciating pain elicited a series of anguished cries from Smith, but Tai Baizi seemed unfazed, commanding his subordinates to drag him away to Mr. Li. Until we meet again, Tai Baizi said with a smile, before leading the soldiers of the Lighthouse Nation out of the international conference room. As they departed, Li Xiqing exhaled a sigh of relief, as did Sun Jinghua and the others. Without lingering, they immediately boarded a plane back to the Dragon Nation. Representatives from various nations were taken aback that this international conference concluded in such a manner, and many nations began to entertain thoughts of currying favor with the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in the Pingling Mountain Range, Qin Chuan had completed his evolution, successfully breaking through to the first stage of the extraordinary. His size had surged to an impressive 150 meters, although he ranked 3 levels below the Qinglong. The two dragons were comparable in stature. This exemplifies the advantage of bloodlines. The more formidable dragon races tend to possess larger physiques. Following him was the Xian Gui, who, at the 7th stage of awakening, had reached a diameter of 20 meters. Song and the red fox were both approximately 15 meters in size, but the red fox appeared slightly larger due to its 3 tails. Titan stood at 12 meters, while Big Mouth measured 11, both slightly smaller than Song and the red fox. Heiyu size was only around 7 to 8 meters, and aside from the Jiuying, she was likely the smallest. Not to mention that there was also the Qing Niao, whose 4-meter frame was only a meter larger than Jiaoying, and Qin Chuan almost forgot about its existence due to its lack of presence. System panel. Qin Chuan silently recited. Host. Qin Chuan. Race. Ancient True Dragon. First stage of extraordinary. Skills. Strangulation LV.7. Bloodthirst LV.8. Blood Spirit Contract LV.7. Reverse Scale LV.15. Water Column LV.8. Purple Lightning LV.8. Dragon Soul LV. 10. Dragon Flame LV.10. Void Escape LV.5. True Dragon Body LV.10. Evolved from 5 skills: Dragon Scale, Dragon Might, Dragon Roar, Dragon Tooth, and Long Sight. Retaining the abilities of the 5 skills while tripling their effects. Evolution points: 1. 064, 134 1,500,000 skill points. 2. Fortune 1,350, comprehensive combat power 17,135. This was Qin Chuan's first encounter with a skill formed from the fusion of 5 others, which was quite advantageous, saving him a considerable number of skill points. Adding 1 skill equated to adding 5. What a profitable deal! Without hesitation, Qin Chuan allocated both skill points to True Dragon Body, raising it to level 11. Presently, the northern part of the Pingling Mountain Range, Jiang City, had successfully fallen under the control of the Demon Court, while to the west lay the Pingyang Mountain Range, and to the south, Yang City, separated by a great river. System. Activate the Void Escape skill. With a thought, Qin Chuan instantly teleported above Jiang City. This Void Escape skill proved quite useful, though its range was somewhat limited, only 5 kilometers. Yet it sufficed. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted eastward, growing increasingly cold. The next target of the Demon Court was the Sakura Nation to the east. Chapter 43. Yasha in the skies above the East Sea. A near 200-meter black dragon soared eastward. The required evolution points had reached a staggering 1.5 million, compelling Qin Chuan to gather some along the way to the Sakura Nation. The mutated creatures in the ocean were significantly more formidable than their land counterparts. He had already hunted several mutated creatures at the 5th stage of awakening. Whether it was mutated great white sharks or mutated whales, they fell before Qin Chuan in an instant. There was no denying that possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon rendered Qin Chuan overwhelmingly powerful. Even at the 1st stage of the extraordinary, his comprehensive combat power had soared to an astonishing 17,000. At this level of strength, even the 4th stage extraordinary Qing Long would be no match for him. Yet, he remained uncertain if there existed a stronger realm beyond the extraordinary, his current size of an impressive 150 meters. If such mutated creatures did exist beyond the extraordinary, their sizes would likely surpass thousands of meters. Oh, it seems there are mutant creatures willingly presenting themselves. Pausing mid-flight, Qin Chuan directed a plume of fire toward the surface of the sea below. The searing dragon flames instantly heated the area. And since dragon flames never extinguish, the seawater could not douse them. Consequently, the flames penetrated the surface of the water, striking the mutated creature that was charging toward him. Within mere moments, a mutated octopus, engulfed in black flames, surfaced. Kill mutated octopus, 9th stage of awakening, gain 9,000 evolution points. No wonder it dared to attack me. It turned out to be a 9th stage mutated creature. The mutated octopus is likely the strongest entity in this maritime region. It seems to have grown accustomed to its dominance, thus daring to initiate an attack on me. Regrettably, it has overestimated its own prowess, just as Qin Chuan was preparing to proceed towards the land of cherry blossoms. He sensed the emergence of several mutated creatures from the seabed, and their target appeared to be none other than himself. How intriguing. Qin Chuan mused. He observed that these mutated beings did not engage in conflict upon encountering one another. Instead, they swam together towards him. Typically, when 2 mutated creatures cross paths, a confrontation is almost guaranteed, as they possess a strong territorial instinct, especially among those of the same rank. They should be adversaries. Yet at this moment, they were cooperating to encircle him. The only plausible explanation is that a king has arisen within the ocean. Soon, all the mutated creatures came into Qin Chuan's view, and without exception, they were all awakened to the 9th degree. 6 awakened 9th degree mutated beings, along with the previously encountered mutated octopus. 7 in total? Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. To commands such a multitude of awakened 9th degree mutated beings. Their king must be at least of extraordinary caliber. After all, even a single mutated great white shark among them could rival an awakened 10th degree mutated being, and Qin Chuan did not believe that an ordinary mutated creature could subdue it. Boy, are you seeking death? How dare you act so brazenly in the territory of our Eight Fiends Hall? The mutated great white shark, upon seeing the corpse of the mutated octopus floating on the surface, was instantly enraged. Eight Fiends Hall. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that this group of mutated beings would have such an imposing name, his gaze scrutinizing the mutated creatures below. 1 Mutated great white shark. 2 mutated crabs, 1 mutated shrimp, 1 mutated sea snake, and a mutated orca. Upon spotting the mutated orca, Qin Chuan instinctively recalled the one that was previously ranked in the Dragon Kingdom. It couldn't possibly be the same creature. Could it? Daring to disregard me, you seek death. The mutated great white shark surged from the water, its massive jaws wide open, aiming to bite Qin Chuan. To his astonishment, Qin Chuan realized that this mutated great white shark was audacious enough to attack him. Seemingly oblivious to the corpse of the mutated octopus, the most striking figure among them is undoubtedly the Yasha atop the tsunami, its towering form exceeding 60 meters, instilling a chilling dread. The occupants of the conference room hastily began to flee, and Hirota Eriko was no exception. You little ones, with the Dragon King overseeing today, let us strike with fervor. This day marks the end of the Sakura nation. With that, the Yasha brandished its steel fork, effortlessly cleaving a skyscraper in half with a single blow. Not only Kyoto, but all cities of the Sakura nation were besieged by a multitude of mutated creatures. And in an instant, the air was filled with the anguished cries echoing throughout the land. Although the military of the Sakura nation initially attempted to retaliate against the mutated beings, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Their forces shattered within mere minutes by the relentless tide of beasts. Even the aircraft carrier dispatched by the Sakura nation was ruthlessly destroyed by the mutated creatures, whether battleship or submarine. Once targeted, they would be reduced to mere scrap metal in less than 5 seconds. Baka, hurry and take off. Hirota Eriko urgently commanded his subordinate to pilot the plane to safety. The pilot promptly secured the cabin door and successfully launched the aircraft. Once assured that no mutated creatures lurked in the sky, Hirota Eriko exhaled in relief. Gazing at the submerged Kyoto, he felt no remorse. Upon hearing the cries of the Sakura people, a sense of twisted relief washed over him. Thank goodness the dead are those wretched commoners. Don't know. I must head to the Lighthouse Nation. Only there will I find true safety. Just as Hirota Eriko prepared to instruct the pilot to fly toward the Lighthouse Nation, the plane jolted violently as if colliding with something. Hirota Eriko lost his balance and was thrown from his seat. Baka, can you not fly this plane? Head to the Lighthouse Nation immediately, he bellowed upon regaining his footing. If not for his own lack of piloting skills, he would have already dealt with this pilot. Master, there's a dragon outside, the pilot exclaimed, his face pale with terror, his voice trembling as if he had encountered an unspeakably horrific creature. Hirota Eriko frowned slightly and turned to the window, locking eyes with the monstrous pupils outside. It was revealed that Qin Chuan had been circling above the Sakura nation, intent on preventing anyone from fleeing by air. Dragon King, Great Dragon King, I am willing to submit to you. My Sakura nation has over 100 million citizens, all of whom can serve you. Please spare my life. Hirota Eriko swiftly knelt in supplication, pleading for Qin Chuan to grant him mercy. Observing the scene within the aircraft, he noticed that yellow liquid was seeping from his lower half, clearly a sign of his utter terror. With a slight frown, Qin Chuan unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the plane entirely. At that moment, the skies above the Sakura nation were cloaked in dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning, despite it being daytime. The nation had succumbed to darkness, resembling a living hell. Those who had not yet been torn apart by the mutated creatures could faintly hear a proclamation echoing through the sky. People of the Sakura nation, none shall escape alive. Chapter 45. Have you decided how you will die? This is divine retribution. This is the punishment from the heavens upon the Sakura nation. We are doomed. What sins have we committed? Why must we suffer this fate? We merely discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea. Surely, this does not warrant such a punishment. In an instant, the survivors of the Sakura nation believed they were being punished by the heavens. With many opting to take their own lives to evade the mutated creatures, they preferred death to being torn apart by the beasts. Some survivors, seeking refuge from the mutated creatures, began to climb to the summit of Mount Fuji. Keek, I can't believe humans are delivering themselves right to my doorstep. At the peak of Mount Fuji, the eight-headed Yamada no Orochi emerged from the volcanic crater. Due to the deliberate information blackout imposed by the Sakura nation's higher-ups regarding the Yamada no Orochi, most citizens remained unaware of its existence. Although they had heard tales of the creature, they could not fathom that life could thrive within a volcano. The Yamada no Orochi immediately launched an assault on the survivors. and after devouring them, it turned its attention toward the mutated creatures in the sea. Witnessing these marine beings hunting the citizens of the Sakura nation, the Yamada no Orochi was filled with fury. "Stop! They are my prey. You shall not take them." The Yamada no Orochi surged forth from Mount Fuji, attacking the mutated sea creatures while simultaneously consuming those surviving citizens. The mutated sea serpents advancing on Mount Fuji saw this and opened their gaping maws. Charging at the Yamada no Orochi, the Dragon King has decreed, anything within the Sakura nation, be it mutated creature or human, is to be exterminated without exception. With that command, more mutated creatures from the ocean rushed toward the Yamada no Orochi. But due to the vast disparity in power, most were no match for the creature. Even the awakened 9th-tier mutated sea serpents fell easily to the Yamada no Orochi's might. There seems to be more delectable prey nearby. The Yamada no Orochi gazed toward Kyoto, sensing a formidable mutated creature in that direction. Perfect for a feast at that moment. Kyoto had transformed into a paradise for marine mutated beings. What a delight. I've longed to eradicate these people of the Sakura nation. The Yasha laughed heartily, relishing the moment. Because of the Sakura nation's reckless discharge of nuclear waste, many of his kin had perished before he evolved into a Yasha. The Sakura nation and the Yasha, indeed, shared an age-old enmity with all the mutated beings within these waters. A rather large entity is approaching. The Yasha furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful mutated creature drawing near. Within moments, he beheld an 8-headed white phosphor serpent. Gripping his steel fork tightly, he prepared for battle. He was the sovereign of these waters. If he were to cower without a fight, he could never claim the title of king among the marine mutated beings. Of course, surrendering to the Dragon King was not shameful. Even the ancient Yasha would bow before the Dragon King, let alone himself. It is a Yasha from the sea. I can smell your delectable scent from afar. Come to me. The Yamada no Orochi charged at the Yasha, its 8 heads brimming with excitement, drawn irresistibly by the enticing aroma emanating from the Yasha, eager to rend him to pieces. Arrogant, the Yasha roared. Channeling intense lightning energy into his steel-forked, as the energy reached its peak, he hurled the thunderous spear at the Yamada no Orochi. The terrifying lightning power pierced through one of the serpent's heads, and the Yasha swiftly bit down on another head, forcefully severing it. He then retrieved his steel fork, regarding the Yamada no Orochi with smug satisfaction. In an instant, the 8-headed serpent had lost 2 of its heads. Your strength is rather lacking. Thus, you shall perish. The Yasha swung his fork, ready to decapitate the remaining heads of the Yamada no Orochi. However, to his astonishment, the 2 heads he had thought vanquished suddenly regenerated. And in his moment of carelessness, the newly formed head bit into him. Simultaneously, the Yasha felt a surge of venom coursing through him. My consciousness begins to fade. The Yasha suddenly felt dizzy, his strength waning. With a thud, his steel fork fell into the sea. He could barely maintain his balance. Keek, a delectable meal. I'm coming for you. The Yamada no Orochi advanced toward the Yasha, who, in the serpent's eyes, was a rare delicacy, after all. It had never tasted a being at the extraordinary stage before. Am I to perish here? Why has the Dragon King not come to my rescue? As the Yamada no Orochi drew ever closer, the Yasha regretted his assault on the Sakura nation. He wished to continue safeguarding these waters. Just as the Yasha faced impending doom, a terrifying pressure descended upon the Yamada no Orochi. The serpent, mere meters away from sinking its teeth into the Yasha, recoiled in alarm. The Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads darted toward the sky, where dark clouds swirled, and a pair of golden eyes glimmered ominously. It sensed the immense danger emanating from the owner of those eyes. Merely locking gazes with the creature sent waves of fear coursing through its bloodline, urging it to flee. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi simultaneously unleashed jets of water at Qinchuan before making a hasty retreat into the ocean. Keek, this time, I shall spare you, but next time you may not be so fortunate. Before departing, the Yamada no Orochi did not forget to deliver a harsh warning to the Yasha, yet Qinchuan would not allow it to escape so easily. Just as the serpent was about to vanish beneath the waves, a colossal dragon claw descended, pinning it firmly to the ground. The Yasha is my subordinate. Now, have you decided how you will meet your end? Chapter 46. The Humans of Swan Lake, Yamada no Orochi, Extraordinary Tier 3, Skills. Water Column LV.6, Immortal Body LV.7, possesses extreme regenerative capabilities. Even severed heads can easily regrow. Venomous Fangs LV. 9. Overall Combat Power, 3477. The Yamada no Orochi of the Sakura Nation is hardly impressive. Even less so than the mutated nine-headed serpent I previously dispatched. It seems that all creatures residing in the Sakura Nation are nothing but worthless beings. Keek keek, you cannot kill me. One day, I will personally slay you. The ominous Orochi let out a sinister chuckle, realizing that he could not escape. He decided to cease his struggles altogether, possessing the ability of rapid regeneration. In immortal existence, he was confident that the dark dragon before him could not slay him. Oh, Qin Chuan observed the fallen Orochi with great interest. What transpires when an immortal body encounters an everlasting flame? What do you intend to do? Don't waste your efforts. You cannot kill me. As he gazed at the black flames coalescing in Qin Chuan's mouth, a foreboding feeling welled up within Orochi in the next moment. The searing dragon flames surged forth, enveloping Orochi in an instant. You will surely regret this. Orochi shrieked in agony, his 8 heads entwined in a desperate attempt to extinguish the dragon flames. Little did he know. The dragon flames would never be extinguished. Even should he plunge into the ocean, the flames would continue to burn upon him. The scales that came into contact with the dragon flames would disintegrate instantly. But due to his immortality, the scales would regrow at an astonishing speed. Thus, Orochi was perpetually subjected to the torment of the dragon flames. Please, spare me. I will submit to you. I beg you, do not kill me. Orochi pleaded desperately, his fear palpable. The dragon flames inflicted not only physical agony but also relentlessly consumed his very soul, a suffering he wished never to endure again. What he once prided himself on, the immortality, had now become a chain that ceaselessly tormented him. Ignoring Orochi's pleas, Qin Chuan approached the Yasha, infusing a drop of his essence into the Yasha's body. From this day forth, you shall hold the 6th seat among the 10 demon lords of my demon court. Overseeing the Sakura Kingdom and its surrounding seas, the Yasha, infused with Qin Chuan's essence, felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as even the bloodline within him began to stir with newfound vigor. Demon court? The Yasha instinctively echoed, only to feel his consciousness fade as he collapsed into the sea. When the Yasha awoke, he found himself alone, with only a few of his underlings guarding him, having absorbed Qin Chuan's essence. The Yasha not only broke through to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm, but also sprouted a pair of magnificent black wings, gifts bestowed upon him by Qin Chuan. Dragon King, I shall not disappoint your expectations. At that moment, Qin Chuan had returned with Orochi to the Pingling Mountain range. The young Jiuying was still small, its level of immortality relatively low, making Orochi an ideal supplement for its growth. With that, Qin Chuan unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Orochi into the black water lake. To his astonishment, Gu Huai had actually broken through to the 5th tier of awakening, his height seemingly reaching a staggering 100 meters. Glancing at Gu Huai by the lakeside, Qin Chuan was taken aback by the rapid evolution of his companion. Mutated Old White Tree, 5th tier awakening, Fruit of Life LV.4, Miasma LV.4, Hallucination LV.3, Binding LV.3, can bind mutated creatures beneath its trunk, causing them to lose their strength. Absorb LV.3, can draw blood and flesh from bound mutated creatures to enhance its own energy. Parasite LV.3, can forcibly control helpless mutated creatures, requiring a connection through roots. Loyalty, 100. Overall combat power, 500. Binding, absorption. With these 2 skills, the immortal Orochi could essentially serve as a power bank. Initially troubled by where to confine Orochi, Qin Chuan found that Gu Huai had inadvertently created a perfect solution. Gu Huai, see if you can bind this creature and expose its 8 heads. Qin Chuan instructed, placing Orochi beside Gu Huai. The reason for exposing its heads was to facilitate Jiuying's consumption at the same time. Should Gu Huai face danger, he could utilize the parasitic skill to command Orochi to protect him. As you command, Dragon King. Subsequently, Gu Huai began to attempt binding Orochi beneath his trunk. Given Orochi's massive size, it took considerable effort before Gu Huai finally succeeded. Where has Jiuying gone? Qin Chuan inquired, glancing at Gu Huai. Reporting to the Dragon King, young Master Jiuying has gone to the Swan Lake of the High Priest for some leisure. Qin Chuan shook his head in disbelief. It seemed this young one had quite the playful spirit. In the future, he will need some training. Father, just as Jiuying returned from Swan Lake, he rushed toward Qin Chuan, his 9 little heads affectionately nuzzling against him. You evolved to the 4th tier of awakening so quickly? Qin Chuan remarked, surprised by the rapid pace of the little one's growth. Of course, Grandpa Gu Huai has given me so many evolution fruits. Jiuying proudly raised his head. Gu Huai's evolution fruits were not to be given lightly. Unless commanded, even Xian Gui would not receive any. It was no wonder Jiuying had evolved so quickly, given Gu Huai's clandestine feeding. Following that, Qin Chuan encouraged Jiuying to sample the local delicacy of the Sakura Kingdom. In a ravenous frenzy, Jiuying devoured one of Orochi's heads in no time. By the way, what were you doing at Blackfeather's Swan Lake? Qin Chuan queried, recalling that Blackfeather was not particularly talkative and had a rather low profile among mutated beings. Furthermore, Blackfeather's prophetic abilities had a lengthy cooldown, being primarily useful for healing injuries, as evidenced after the battle in Jiancheng when Blackfeather had tended to the wounded. The role of High Priest was almost akin to that of a physician. I heard that a human lives near Blackfeather Annie's Swan Lake, seemingly brought back by Uncle Qingyao. Out of curiosity, I went to take a look. Jiuying explained that a human, Chapter 47, Fortune Comes East. What on earth does Qingyao bring a human back for? Qin Chuan pondered, then soared toward the direction of Swan Lake. Blackfeather pays homage to the Dragon King. Upon reaching the skies above Swan Lake, Qin Chuan heard Blackfeather's voice. I have heard that Qingyu brought back a human. Qin Chuan scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted a small wooden house beside the Swan Lake, where an elderly man in his 60s sat at the entrance. That man is a relative of Jin Long during the Beast Tide's assault on Jianqing. Qingyu rescued him, but feared that the Dragon King would slay him, so he placed him under my care. Blackfeather explained, glancing at the man, who appeared quite deranged and could only repeat a single phrase, with Blackfeather providing for his daily needs. Li Siqing's family. Qin Chuan approached the old man. Despite having taken many lives, he treated his subordinates well. Since this elder was related to Li Siqing, he certainly could not bring himself to harm him. Have you seen my young master? The old man mumbled vacantly, his gaze unfocused as he continuously repeated the question. Clearly, he had been traumatized, Qin Chuan mused, considering that keeping him in Pingling Mountain was not a long-term solution. The frail body of an ordinary human was far too vulnerable. It would be best to reintegrate him into human society. Very well, consider this a favor, Qin Chuan decided, using his Void Escape skill to swiftly arrive at Blackwater Lake. He plucked an evolution fruit from Gu Huai and returned to toss it to the old man. The elder, sensing something land on him, did not even glance and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Moments later, he fell into a deep slumber. Dragon King, the second wave of spiritual energy tides is about to erupt. Blackfeather suddenly interjected. How do you know? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, instinctively looking at Blackfeather. His attention had been on the elder, unaware that Blackfeather had already evolved to the 6th tier of awakening. Gu Huai, Jiuying, and Blackfeather had all broken through. Was the second wave of spiritual energy truly imminent? After breaking through to the 5th tier of awakening, I acquired a new skill, prophetic perception. With this skill, even without using prophecy, I can anticipate certain imminent events, albeit not as precisely as direct predictions. Can you ascertain the specific timing? Qin Chuan inquired urgently. The first wave of spiritual energy tides had erupted less than 10 days ago. It was astonishing that the second wave was approaching so swiftly. I begged the Dragon King for punishment. My prophetic waiting period has not yet elapsed. Blackfeather lowered his head in shame. This was the only aspect of prophecy that Qin Chuan found unfavorable. The cooldown period of a full month was indeed excessively long. Nonetheless, Qin Chuan would not punish Blackfeather for this. He quickly called upon the system in his mind. System, do you know when the next wave of spiritual energy tides will erupt? No response. After a brief wait, the system's voice finally chimed in. The next wave of spiritual energy tides will erupt tomorrow night. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Chuan exhaled in relief, now aware of the precise timing of the spiritual energy tide's eruption, allowing him to prepare Xian Gui and the others in advance. Strange, why has this elder yet to awaken? Qin Chuan mused, glancing at the old man on the ground. It had already been 5 or 6 minutes. And the elder still showed no signs of waking. He recalled that Li Siqing had awakened quite quickly. Why was this instance taking so long? After waiting an additional 2 minutes, the elder finally roused. Fortune Comes East, 2nd tier awakening, skills, phasing LV.1, can consume a certain amount of energy to become intangible, immune to any skills, replication LV.1. Can consume a certain amount of energy to replicate any creature's skills, overall combat power, 245, upon seeing the elder's skills. Even Qin Chuan felt a flicker of surprise. These 2 skills can be referred to as divine abilities, especially the skill of phasing, which, in a one-on-one scenario, constitutes a dimensional reduction strike. This old man possesses remarkable talent. Qin Chuan mused internally, yet he remains uncertain whether he stands with humanity or prefers to align himself with Li Siqing. Should he choose the side of humanity, he would have no choice but to strike decisively. Possessing such terrifying abilities, should they be left in the hands of humanity, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble upon himself. Dragon. The awakened Fu Donglai, upon catching his first glimpse of Qin Chuan, instinctively recoiled in terror. Dragon King, be cautious, Heiyu exclaimed, astonished that the first action of this human upon regaining consciousness was to launch an attack on the Dragon King. A black fireball erupted from Fu Donglai's mouth, hurtling straight towards Qin Chuan. How intriguing. Qin Chuan observed the black flames that struck him, surprised to find that the opponent could even replicate his dragon flames, though their power fell short. He swiftly intervened, stopping Heiyu beside him and casually absorbing the dragon flames enveloping him. Am I breathing fire? Fu Donglai exclaimed in disbelief, covering his mouth, astonished by the turn of events. What is your relationship with Li Xiqing? Qin Chuan did not allow himself to be angered by the attack. His sole desire was to ascertain the other party's stance. Young master, I am his steward. Fu Donglai feigned calmness, his expression instantly transforming into one of excitement upon hearing the name Li Xiqing. Once it was confirmed that the other indeed had ties to Li Xiqing, Qin Chuan disclosed all he knew about Li Xiqing, including his affiliation with the demon court. Upon learning that Li Xiqing had not perished, the weight in Fu Donglai's heart finally lifted. Since the young master is a member of the demon court, I, Fu Donglai, am willing to serve the Dragon King. Fu Donglai declared. However, I have one request. I must remain by the young master's side. I implore the Dragon King to grant this. Rest assured, you will be reunited soon, Qin Chuan replied softly, simultaneously condensing a drop of his blood essence and infusing it into Fu Donglai's body. Fu Donglai's power was formidable, thus, a blood pact was necessary for additional security. At that moment, a vast expanse of flames suddenly ignited in the western region of the Pingling Mountains, prompting Qin Chuan to furrow his brow. Hey you and Fu Donglai stay here. I will personally investigate the situation. With that, Qin Chuan prepared to shift his essence to the western mountains for a closer look. Meanwhile, in the western region of the Pingling Mountains, the red fox was engulfed in flames, her three tails waving vigorously as she fixated intently on the mutated rhinoceros not far away. This is the territory of the demon court. Those who wish to live should scram. This mutated rhinoceros was a creature of the western Pingong Mountains, and for reasons unknown, it had launched an assault on the demon court today. Just as the red fox finished speaking, the battered titan suddenly burst forth from the side, followed closely by a 20-meter-tall mutated gorilla. Titan, the red fox gasped. Run. Go find the Dragon King. I will hold them off. As Titan's words fell, the mutated gorilla stomped down on Titan's head. An expression of arrogance plastered across its face. What nonsense about the demon court. I see you all as nothing more than refuse. Chapter 48. Three-legged golden crow. Just as the mutated gorilla was poised to crush Titan's skull with its foot, Qin Chuan, having shifted his essence, seized the gorilla's head with a powerful grip. With a slight exertion, the mutated gorilla's head exploded. One at the 7th awakening, and one at the 8th. How dare you both claim my demon court to be garbage? Qin Chuan glared intently at the mutated rhinoceros in the distance. Mutated rhinoceros, 8th awakening. Skills: Trample LV.5, Iron Horn LV.6. The horn on its head can become as solid as steel. Rampaging Charge LV.6, unleashes tremendous force to ram into enemies. Comprehensive Combat Power, 888, an extraordinary level creature. Upon laying eyes on Qin Chuan, the mutated rhinoceros hurriedly turned to flee the Pingong Mountains. The aura of this black dragon was far too terrifying. It was astonishing that such an extraordinary being existed within the so-called demon court that I must return swiftly to report to the leader. With this thought in mind, the mutated rhinoceros quickened its pace, only to suddenly find the ground ahead splitting open. Following that, a black dragon emerged from the fissure, and the mutated rhinoceros hastily dodged. But its speed rendered it unable to halt in time. Since you've come, you might as well come in and have a seat, Qin Chuan sneered, his powerful dragon claws firmly grasping the mutated rhinoceros. Qin Chuan intended to confine it at the ancient locust tree, where he could extract some intelligence from it. After notifying Heiyu through telepathy to tend to the wounds of the red fox and her companions, he soared above Black Water Lake, directly tossing the mutated rhinoceros onto the branch of the ancient locust tree. As the mutated rhinoceros landed, it attempted to flee, but was ensnared tightly by the thick branch of the ancient locust tree. What is your purpose in attacking the demon court? Qin Chuan inquired directly, unconvinced that the adversary would assault the demon court without cause. Most mutated creatures seldom stray from their territories. let alone two distinct mutated species collaborating to launch an assault on the demon court. Faced with Qin Chuan's interrogation, the mutated rhinoceros remained resolutely silent, even as he forcefully removed its horn, refusing to utter a word. I will never betray the great king. You will not extract a single piece of information from me. The mutated rhinoceros gritted its teeth, fiercely loyal to the great king, vowing never to betray him. Ancient locust tree, drain the essence from its body. Qin Chuan had no time to waste. If it refused to speak, it would simply face the consequences of being drained. After all, with his current strength, he had no reason to fear any creature. With that, the ancient locust tree began to absorb the spiritual energy from the mutated rhinoceros, which had previously been silent, now howling in agony. The sensation of having one's essence siphoned was not something the average creature could endure. Had he used dragon flames, eliminating it immediately would have been too lenient. Before long, the mutated rhinoceros's realm plummeted from 8th awakening to 7th, then to 6th. Yet even as its realm fell to 4th awakening, there was still no sign of it opening its mouth. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that this mutated rhinoceros would be so loyal, preferring death to revealing a shred of information. Just as Qin Chuan was about to instruct the ancient locust tree to end the mutated rhinoceros, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the direction of the Pingyong Mountains. Judging solely by the aura, the opponent's realm even surpassed that of the Azure Dragon. In an instant, a flaming golden crow appeared in the skies above the Pingling Mountains. Three-legged golden crow, extraordinary 6th awakening. Skills, Flame Body, LV.8, Void Escape, LV.6, Sunfire, LV.9. A unique skill of the three-legged golden crow bloodline, born from the flames of the sun, capable of incinerating any creature with its intense heat. Comprehensive combat power, 8195. This was the only extraordinary creature Qin Chuan had encountered with a combat power exceeding 8,000. Furthermore, was not the three-legged golden crow a descendant of the Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai? No wonder its comprehensive combat power was so high. The three-legged golden crow bloodline could rival that of the ancestral dragon. With a concise panel and exaggerated statistics, this creature was undeniably a numerical anomaly. I am the master of the Pingyong Mountains. I hope the Dragon King can show me some favor and release my subordinate. The golden crow spoke first, exuding its formidable aura. It could sense the immense power radiating from the black dragon before it. Yet precisely because of this, it refrained from immediate confrontation, seeking to recruit Qin Chuan as one of its subordinates. That will depend on whether you possess the requisite strength. Qin Chuan shared this sentiment. If he could subdue the golden crow, it would undoubtedly become the second most powerful force within the demon court. The strength of the demon court would ascend to new heights. In the next moment, a terrifying aura abruptly radiated from Qin Chuan, challenging the notion of showing the golden crow any favors. The two terrifying presences clashed in the skies above the Pingling Mountains, their powerful auras alarming the mutated creatures residing within. Upon sensing this overwhelming force, the Xian turtle and others hastily made their way toward Blackwater Lake. Even Jiao Ying assumed a stance ready for battle, its 9 heads directed toward the golden crow in the sky, howling in unison. In a mere minute, the three-legged golden crow's forehead glistened with sweat. Its brow furrowed with tension. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan exhibited no signs of strain. Instead, his gaze held a hint of mockery. How is this possible? The three-legged golden crow silently cursed. It possessed the most precious three-legged golden crow bloodline, and all mutated creatures would obediently submit upon seeing it. How could this black dragon's aura possibly surpass its own? Save your breath. You cannot defeat me. I admire your strength. How about submitting to me? Qin Chuan proposed. Withstanding his pressure for a full minute, the three-legged golden crow indeed demonstrated considerable strength. How dare you insult me? The three-legged golden crow roared, promptly unleashing its prideful sunfire. That it was a noble, three-legged golden crow, born to be a ruler. How could it ever bow to a black dragon? If you refuse to submit, I shall compel you to do so. As the sunfire surged toward him, Qin Chuan exhibited no signs of fear, likewise releasing a torrent of black flames. While the Xian turtle and other mutated creatures arrived at Blackwater Lake, they marveled at the might of the Dragon King and the Golden Crow upon witnessing their immense powers. Is this the strength of the Dragon King? The Red Fox, having awakened her flame body, felt the incredible power of these two flames more acutely than the Xian turtle and the others. Regardless of whether it is the Dragon King's dragon fire or the solar flames of the great sun Golden Crow, she could not withstand even a moment. The two conflagrations clashed, with the golden solar flames coalescing into a colossal golden crow. while the black dragon fire similarly formed into a 100-meter-long black dragon. Roar! The black dragon fire emitted a furious roar and charged directly towards the solar flames. Chapter 49. Emperor June in just a single bite. The great sun golden crow, born of solar flames, was torn asunder by the black dragon. Splutter! The great sun golden crow in the sky instantly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, its entire aura dissipating in an instant. How is this possible? The great sun golden crow could hardly believe its eyes at this scene. The solar flames, capable of annihilating any creature, had been devoured. Ever since awakening the solar flames, every mutated creature it encountered had been effortlessly vanquished by their might. Your failure does not signify that the solar flames lack power. Rather, it is that your bloodline is insufficiently pure. Submit to me, and I shall assist you in awakening a more potent three-legged golden crow bloodline. Qin Xuan spoke regarding this three-legged golden crow with admiration. Although he currently lacked the means to enhance its bloodline, he possessed a system, and who knows, perhaps he might draw a reward that could elevate its lineage during a lottery. For now, he merely needed to persuade this three-legged golden crow to join the demon court. Words alone hold no weight. I will not submit to you. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, the three-legged golden crow steadied its resolve. Indeed, its failure was solely due to its bloodline's impurity. It understood the might of the solar flames better than any creature. Had it possessed the entirety of the three-legged golden crow bloodline, it would undoubtedly defeat the black dragon before it. I know I am not your match. Do as you will. The three-legged golden crow gazed at Qin Xuan. Its pride would not permit it to flee. Even in death, it would not run away. Qin Xuan frowned, taken aback by the intelligence of this three-legged golden crow, which refused to be swayed by his tempting words. Yet, he did not wish to let such a promising specimen slip away. Hastily inquiring whether the system had any methods to enhance bloodlines. The last power blessing drawn by the host can elevate bloodlines. A friendly reminder, any mutated creature joining the demon court will receive a blessing. Any mutated creature joining the demon court will receive a blessing? Qin Xuan instinctively repeated. Did this not imply that any creature joining the demon court would gain an opportunity to enhance their bloodline? If this were indeed the case, then this power blessing was nothing short of miraculous. I will not slay you. As long as you submit to me, I can assist you in enhancing your bloodline. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan commanded the ancient Huai tree to release the mutated rhinoceros. Fixing his gaze upon the three-legged golden crow, if you refuse to submit, you may choose to leave with this mutated rhinoceros. However, you shall never set foot in my demon court again. From this point forward, you will no longer have the opportunity to enhance your bloodline. Qin Xuan was unperturbed by the thought of the three-legged golden crow departing. The allure of bloodline enhancement was immense for any mutated creature, especially for one harboring the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Rejection was implausible. Today, having bested its prideful solar flames, the three-legged golden crow, with its haughty disposition, would undoubtedly strive to surpass itself, and the best way to achieve that was through the enhancement of its bloodline. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow found itself wavering. If the other truly possessed a means to bolster its three-legged golden crow bloodline, what harm was there in submitting? Yet, if the other was deceitful, it would drag down a few of his subordinates even in death. Very well. As long as you can help me enhance my bloodline, I am willing to submit. After much contemplation, the three-legged golden crow finally made its decision, kneeling before Qin Xuan and speaking softly. Subjugation of the three-legged golden crow, extraordinary 6th stage, gaining 1,600 fortune points. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Xuan addressed the crow. From this day forth, you shall be known as the king of the golden crows in my demon court. Second only to one, and above all others, henceforth bestowed the name Emperor June. As soon as these words left his lips, the three-legged golden crow, who had previously felt some reluctance, looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief. It had not anticipated such esteem from the other. To be second only to one and above all others was tantamount to being the second in command of the demon court. The onlookers, including the mysterious tortoise, were similarly astonished. Yet since the Dragon King had spoken, they could only acknowledge the crow's new status. About a king of the golden crows, the mysterious tortoise and others hastily exclaimed, though none knelt. For only the Dragon King could command their submission. Emperor June, the three-legged golden crow, repeated these words, savoring them more with each utterance, feeling as though this name was custom-tailored for itself. Emperor June pays homage to the Dragon King. Emperor June declared excitedly, and in the next moment, he felt an immense power surging to enhance his bloodline. In mere seconds, Emperor June discovered a drop of three-legged golden crow essence materializing in his mind. His own bloodline had thickened more than double, and even the might of the solar flames had significantly increased. The Dragon King had indeed not deceived him. He truly had a method to elevate his bloodline. Now that you have joined the Demon Court, the Pingyang Mountain Range shall be entrusted to your management. Qin Chuan spoke softly. He realized that his luck had been extraordinary these past few days. First, he had subdued the Yaksha and gained control over the Sakura Nation and its surrounding seas, and now he had acquired the formidable Emperor June along with the entire Pingyang Mountain Range. The strength of the Demon Court had grown immeasurably. Even if the Dragon Kingdom deployed all its forces, it would be impossible to eradicate the Demon Court, although Qin Chuan alone could annihilate the Dragon Kingdom. The sensation of nurturing his own faction as it steadily grew was truly exhilarating. Subsequently, after successfully signing a blood spirit contract with Emperor June, he instructed him to return to the Pingyang Mountain Range. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan made his way with Song to the Swan Lake of Black Feather, explaining Fu Donglai's identity to Song, before commanding Song to escort Fu Donglai to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the days ahead, Qin Chuan would merely await the tidal wave of spiritual energy tomorrow. Once the spiritual energy tide subsided, he would launch a full-scale assault on the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, a video was currently being played, showcasing footage captured by the warships of the Lighthouse Nation upon their arrival in the Sakura Nation. The video revealed that the capital of the Sakura Nation had been submerged, teeming with mutated creatures, including a mutated orca reaching a staggering 40 meters in size. Yet, the most attention-grabbing was the Yaksha commanding the tsunami. Its colossal form of over 60 meters caused everyone in the Lighthouse Nation's conference room to gasp in astonishment. The video's conclusion depicted the Yaksha spotting the warships of the Lighthouse Nation, only to be struck down to the ocean floor by the steel fork wielded by the opposing forces. The National Lord, Te Baichi, furrowed his brow. Unlike the concerns of others, he was particularly attentive to the battle cry the Yaksha shouted while attacking the warship, for the sake of the Demon Court. The very mention of the Demon Court instantly captivated Te Baichi's attention, as it sounded like the name of a certain faction. If the Demon Court was indeed a force established by mutated creatures, then its power must have developed to an unfathomable extent. Te Baichi gazed at the world map in the conference room and circled the position of the Sakura Nation with a large X. He would announce to the world that the first major nation to be annihilated by mutated creatures had emerged. The Sakura Nation was no more. Chapter 50. I cannot defeat shocking. The Sakura Nation has been eradicated by mutated creatures. With no survivors, Demon Court is poised to attack the world. The Sakura Nation was merely the beginning. With the emergence of the Demon Court, the end of the world is nigh, since the Lighthouse Nation declared to the world that the Sakura Nation had been destroyed by the Demon Court. The following night, social media platforms were inundated with posts regarding the Demon Court. Although there had been previous instances of nations being obliterated by mutated creatures, those had primarily involved indigenous nations in Africa. The annihilation of a major power like the Sakura Nation was unprecedented. Due to this event, Sun Jinghua, who had just returned to the Dragon Kingdom, promptly organized another meeting. As the topic of this meeting revolved around the Demon Court. Li Xiqing was required to attend, as he needed to gather intelligence for the Dragon King. Haha, those detestable Sakura people deserved to perish long ago. The mutated creatures have done a commendable service this time. Sun Jinghua chuckled. Upon seeing the news of the Sakura Nation's destruction, his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. This was one of the most delightful occurrences in recent years. Not only Sun Jinghua, but everyone in the conference room felt an immense sense of relief. The Sakura Nation had frequently troubled the Dragon Kingdom and even dared to launch sneak attacks on Jiangqing. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom harbored deep-seated hatred for the Sakura Nation. Chief, apart from this joyous news, the Dragon Kingdom has another piece of good news. Zhang Jingren interjected, then brought Lu Bing before Sun Jinghua. Chief, while you were attending the international conference, our soldier Lu Bing successfully awakened his abilities. The Dragon Kingdom has birthed another natural awakener. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinghua was even more thrilled, shaking Lu Bing's hand with elation. Even Li Xiqing, upon receiving this news, looked at Lu Bing in astonishment. Surprised that Lu Bing had become a natural awakener, their relationship had been amicable ever since Lu Bing rescued him from Jia Cheng, making Lu Bing his only human friend. Thinking of Jia Cheng, Li Xiqing instinctively recalled Fu Bo. With the Qingyu protecting Fu Bo, there should be no danger, yet he still harbored some concern for Fu Bo's safety. The Qingyu had yet to return to seek him out, leaving Li Xiqing unable to inquire about Fu Bo's whereabouts. As the aircraft returned to the Dragon Kingdom yesterday, The Dragon King had already informed him in advance of the time for the second surge of spiritual energy at that moment. He had intended to inquire about Uncle Fu's whereabouts. However, he ultimately lacked the courage to broach the subject, fearing the worst, that Uncle Fu might already be deceased. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the window of the conference room was rapped upon. Yet the room was situated several meters above the ground, making it implausible for anyone to be outside knocking. Tension gripped the attendees, and the soldiers tasked with security raised their weapons, aiming at the window. Only when they discerned the scene outside did they realize it was merely a parrot colliding against the glass. The blue bird. Li Xiqing recognized the parrot at once and hastily instructed everyone to lower their weapons. He then opened the window, allowing the blue bird to perch upon his shoulder. I apologize. Everyone. This is a parrot I have kept for quite some time, Li Xiqing explained. The others exchanged wry smiles, for the lack of a method to determine whether animals might transform into mutated creatures had led to a ban on pet ownership within the city. Yet, as the foremost awakened being of the Dragon Kingdom and its strongest champion, no one dared to chase away his pet. I can vouch for Brother Li. This is indeed his pet, Liu Bing remarked, recalling that their first meeting had been due to the presence of this very parrot. Thus he held a vivid impression of it's no trouble, since it's Brother Li's pet. It certainly cannot be driven away. With Brother Li's prowess, even if that parrot were to mutate, he would effortlessly quell it, Sun Jingwei added, while this statement acquiesced to Li Xiqing's right to keep the parrot. It simultaneously assigned him a task. Should the parrot undergo mutation, he would be expected to eliminate it immediately. Rest assured, Chief, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Li Xiqing departed the conference room. The blue bird, of course, could not mutate, for it had already undergone such a transformation. What weighed most heavily on Li Xiqing's mind was Uncle Fu's safety. Fear not, Brother Chun. Uncle Fu is currently safe. I entrusted him to the High Priestess for care, the blue bird declared proudly. The High Priestess? Are you well acquainted with her? Li Xiqing inquired, recalling the black swan in the southern mountains. Astonished that the blue bird had sought the High Priestess's assistance, not particularly. Then how did you come to entrust Uncle Fu to her? Li Xiqing suddenly grew anxious. After all, the black feather was a mutated creature. What if it devoured Uncle Fu? ISNTA healer has a compassionate heart, a saying among humans. The High Priestess is also a physician. She would never harm Uncle Fu. I have already spoken with her. The blue bird tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Li Xiqing had suddenly become agitated. Did he truly believe the High Priestess could consume Uncle Fu? The weight that had momentarily lifted from Li Xiqing's heart crashed down again. Subsequently, the blue bird recounted all its recent experiences to him. Li Xiqing was touched to learn that the blue bird had been searching for him all along, and gazing at its endearing demeanor. He refrained from reprimanding it for leaving Uncle Fu in the High Priestess's care, gently stroking its head instead. By the way, Brother Chen, during my search for you, I encountered Song, who was accompanied by Uncle Fu. He instructed me to inform you that with the Dragon King's assistance, Uncle Fu has successfully become an awakened being and has joined the monster court. The bluebird suddenly recalled Song's message and spoke up eagerly. Just as it anticipated praise from Li Xiqing, a fist landed squarely on its head, causing several green feathers to dislodge. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Li Xiqing could no longer contain his frustration. Delivering a punch to the bluebird's head, fearing it might present him with yet another twist. Upon learning that Song would escort Uncle Fu near the capital, Li Xiqing's heart finally settled. He felt a deep gratitude towards the Dragon King. Uncle Fu was the only person in this world who had ever shown him kindness. In his eyes, Uncle Fu was more of a family member than his own parents. He then set out with the blue bird to wait for Uncle Fu near the capital. Given that Song was a mutated creature, it was impossible for him to deliver Uncle Fu directly into the city. Thus, this final leg of the journey would require Li Xiqing's protection. While waiting, a troubling thought crossed Li Xiqing's mind. Since the blue bird had already encountered Uncle Fu, why hadn't it simply brought him to the capital first and then informed Li Xiqing? Because I couldn't fend off the mutated creatures I encountered along the way, the blue bird replied. Li Xiqing could only respond with silence. Chapter 51. A reshuffling of power. It wasn't until the afternoon that Li Xiqing successfully brought Uncle Fu back to the capital. The two were filled with elation upon seeing each other, and upon learning of Uncle Fu's abilities, Li Xiqing couldn't help but exclaim a phrase from the cultural heritage. The skill of phasing was exceedingly powerful. Had the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom been aware, they would undoubtedly have compelled Uncle Fu to labor for them without compensation. Therefore, Li Xiqing resolved not to disclose Uncle Fu's identity as an awakened being to Sun Jinghua and the others. They merely needed to await the second surge of spiritual energy and the Dragon King's instructions. Soon, night descended, and the sky was once again drenched in a crimson downpour, unlike the previous occasion. This blood rain bore a distinct metallic tang. Upon receiving the Dragon King's command, Li Xiqing stepped into the blood rain with Uncle Fu and the Blue Bird. Simultaneously, all mutated creatures on Blue Star were undergoing the baptism of the spiritual energy tide. With even mutated plants voraciously absorbing the energy from the blood rain, devoured a drop of blood rain, acquired 100 evolution points. Devoured a drop of blood rain, acquired 100 evolution points. Devoured a drop of blood rain. Above the Pingling mountain range, Qin Chuan ravenously absorbed the spiritual energy from the blood rain, astonished to discover that a single drop during the second surge provided 100 evolution points. During the first surge, a single drop had only yielded 10 points, a tenfold increase. Not just Qin Chuan, but Xian Gui and the others also soared to the mountainous heights to ensure they could absorb the blood rain. The mutated creatures of the ocean followed suit, leaping from the depths to collect as much blood rain as possible. The Yasha, governing the Sakura Kingdom, stood defiantly atop the tsunami's crest, greedily consuming the blood rain raining from the heavens. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened with the hue of dawn. Qin Chuan had initially assumed the blood rain would cease by morning, yet he realized that even as the sun rose, the rain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. The towering thunder bear of the Bear Nation, the storm eagle of the Lighthouse Nation, the venomous lizard of the A3 Nation. These previously undiscovered mutated creatures all revealed themselves to humanity. When humans recognized their presence and attempted to unleash nuclear weaponry upon them, they soon discovered that their pride in such armaments was utterly ineffectual against these mutated beings. Moreover, the moment they chose to attack the mutated creatures, they sealed their fate to endure the wrath of these very beings. As the blood rain ceased, all mutated creatures commenced indiscriminate assaults on the nearby humans, with countries across Blue Star experiencing varying degrees of attack. This was a global beast tide. The second surge of spiritual energy brought not only power to the mutated beings but also a complete reshuffling of the biological chain on Blue Star. From this moment forth, the era of humanity's dominion over Blue Star came to an end. Pingling Mountain Range Qin Chuan was contemplating the bounty the spiritual energy tide had bestowed upon him. This surge had granted him over 1.6 million evolution points, and with the previous million he had saved, he was now poised to evolve to the second tier of the extraordinary, surveying the other members of the monster court. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the first layer of celestial benefits, the members of the monster court had absorbed significantly more spiritual energy than other mutated creatures during this surge. First was the three-legged golden crow, Di Jun, who successfully evolved from the sixth tier of the extraordinary to the seventh, surpassing a combat power of 10,000, just 7,000 below his own. Then came the Azure Dragon, who advanced from the fourth to the fifth tier, achieving a combat power of over 6,800. Simultaneously, through mental resonance, Qin Chuan learned that the Yasha had also ascended to the fourth tier of the extraordinary. Though regrettably, he could not observe its panel as it was not present before him. However, he surmised its combat power to be around 4,000 to 5,000, making it the third strongest in the monster court. The Chancellor, Xian Gui, successfully entered the first tier of the extraordinary, experiencing explosive growth in size, now boasting a remarkable diameter of 50 meters. Furthermore, Xian Gui's exterior increasingly resembled the legendary Xian Wu. With a combined combat power exceeding 1,900, most astonishingly, the Red Fox had ascended directly from the fifth tier of awakening to the ninth, even sprouting a fourth tail. Its combat power surged to over 1,300, surpassing Tsong and becoming the fifth strongest in the monster court. Though Tsong had also evolved to the ninth tier of awakening, his combat power only reached the low 100s. The other members exhibited minimal change, with the 9 infants reaching the sixth tier of awakening, boasting a combat power exceeding 900 and a size of over 10 meters. Big Mouth and Ancient Sephora also reached the sixth tier of awakening. With no particularly surprising developments in their panels though, there is still a promising candidate. Just when Qin Chuan thought there were no more surprises, his gaze brightened upon viewing Titan's panel. Mutated Gorilla Titan, Awakening Tier 8. Skills, Bloodthirst, LV. 6, Chaos LV.5, can transform itself into chaos, thereby becoming immune to all physical damage. The body of the Chaos Ape LV.4, transforming one's physique into an immense form, possessing unparalleled strength and presence. Comprehensive combat power. 1275. Could it be the Chaos Ape? One of the ancient 3,000 demon gods? Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the normally simple-minded Titan harbored the bloodline of the Chaos Ape. Subsequently, Qin Chuan prompted Titan to showcase his two skills. In simple terms, Chaos allows one to transform their body into a swirling mass of black mist, rendering them immune to physical damage, though not to abilities such as Dragon Flame or Purple Lightning. As for the body of the ape, it is akin to the divine ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth, currently enabling a size increase to 150 meters, a truly terrifying figure. As for the time ahead, Qin Chuan too must commence his evolution. In the conference room of the Dragon Nation, an emergency meeting was convened due to the eruption of the second surge of spiritual energy. Over 70% of the Dragon Nation now faced assaults from mutated creatures. Observing the distress signals from various provinces, Sun Jinghua feared that the nation was on the brink of destruction. Quickly, withdraw the military from the borders and deploy all forces to combat the mutated beings. Rally all construction workers nationwide. It is imperative to erect walls in the areas not yet besieged by the mutated creatures at the fastest pace possible. Sun Jinghua acted decisively, dispatching all tanks and aircraft to rescue as many citizens as possible. Yet, despite these efforts, many cities fell to the mutated creatures, as the military could not reach the remote areas swiftly enough. Their role was to delay the advance of the mutated beings while conducting carpet bombings on the cities already overrun. He observed the planes flying towards various locales in the Dragon Nation. Sun Jinghua saluted the sky. The safety of the Dragon Nation now rested with you. It must not become the next Sakura Nation. Chapter 52. Conquering Jiangnan. Having reached the second tier of extraordinary power, my strength now exceeds that of Emperor Jun by more than double. Successfully entering the second tier of extraordinary power, Qin Chuan opened his panel. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Ancient True Dragon. Extraordinary Tier 2. Skills, Stranglehold, LV. 8. Bloodthirst LV.10, Blood Spirit Pact LV.7, Reverse Scale LV.18, Water Column LV.10, Purple Lightning LV.10, Dragon Soul LV.11, Dragon Flame LV.11, Void Escape LV.8, True Dragon Body LV.11, Evolution Points, 134,31343 million, Skill Points, 1, Fortune, 2,950, Comprehensive Combat Power, 23135. The evolution points required for further advancement have escalated significantly. To evolve to the third tier of extraordinary power now demands a staggering 3 million points. With the Sakura people thoroughly dealt with, it is time to collect some interest from the Dragon Nation. Qin Chuan fell into a deep slumber, resting from morning until afternoon, while Emperor Jun and Gui Xian returned to their respective domains. Now, the eastern, western, and northern regions of the Pingling Mountain Range were entirely under the control of the Demon Court. And it was time to launch an assault on the southern city of Yangqing. The territory of the Dragon Nation is vast, with 2 mountain ranges and 1 river city merely representing a fraction of Jiangnan province. There are millions of citizens within the Dragon Nation, not to mention the mutated creatures. Just Jiangnan province alone is worth hundreds of millions of evolution points. Should I conquer the entirety of Blue Star and evolve beyond the extraordinary? It would not be a simple task. As the world engages in the beast tide, the Demon Court cannot afford to lag behind. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as Qin Chuan's words spread across the skies of the Pingling Mountain Range. Hearing the roar, Emperor Jun, Qi Long, Gui Xian, and all members of the Demon Court swiftly made their way to Qin Chuan's location. In just 3 minutes, the core members of the Demon Court stood before Qin Chuan. Today, we shall seize the entirety of Jiangnan province. As soon as Qin Chuan's declaration fell, all members of the Demon Court displayed expressions of excitement. They had long yearned to assault humanity, but without the Dragon King's command. None dared to act independently. Excellent. Ever since the last battle in Yangqing, I have not experienced the thrill of combat. Song eagerly spoke up. Indeed, after being pummeled by that mutated gorilla last time, I have longed for a chance to vent my frustrations. Titan, also a warlike spirit, chimed in. Enough with the chatter. Today you may all engage in combat freely. Fight to your heart's content. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Song and Titan promptly fell silent. Emperor Jun. Lead the mutated creatures of the Pingling Mountain Range westward in an assault. Qin Chuan turned to Emperor Jun. confident in his capabilities as the second most powerful force in the demon court. With his strength, few across Blue Star could match him in combat. Understood. Emperor Jun nodded, preparing to return to the Pingling Mountain Range to initiate the Beast Tide. Gui Xian, you shall lead the other members of the demon court northward. Gui Xian, the earliest of his companions, though not the strongest, was the most composed among them. Conflicts among the members of the demon court were typically resolved by Gui Xian, and as an elder of the court, it was only fitting that he assume command of the northern campaign. Qinglong is not particularly sharp. While he can fight, entrusting him with command would result in him merely becoming a figurehead. Thank you, Dragon King. I shall not fail your expectations. Gui Xian initially did not grasp the situation. Having assumed Qinglong would be appointed as the captain of the northern campaign, he was astonished at being chosen instead. The trust the Dragon King placed in him was unexpected, and he vowed not to disappoint those expectations. Should anyone disobey orders, they shall be executed on the spot. Qin Chuan coldly regarded the beasts, his gaze sweeping over Qinglong and Jiuying. The demon court aims to dominate all of Blue Star. He did not wish to manage his subordinates daily. Henceforth, Gui Xian must establish his authority within the court, as the position of chancellor is not to be taken lightly. Noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, Qinglong instinctively shivered and promptly declared, I will obey the chancellor's orders. Jiuying echoed the sentiment, fully understanding that his father's intent was to not leverage his status as the heir against the chancellor. Other mutated beings also expressed their commitment to follow the chancellor's commands. Satisfied, Qin Chuan nodded in approval. After assigning the tasks, he set forth towards the southern city of Yangqing, confident that a single dragon was sufficient for the southern region of Jiangnan province. Just as he crossed the river separating Yangqing from the Pingling Mountain Range, Qin Chuan heard cries for help. Looking towards the sound, he spotted a girl in a light blue dress being pursued by a 1-meter-tall mutated rat. Please, great rat sir, I beg you, do not kill me. The girl stumbled, seemingly caught by something, and fell to the ground. She gazed back in terror at the mutated rat, her delicate face glistening with tears of fear, just as the mutated rat was about to pounce and devour her. A massive dragon claw grasped the creature. After effortlessly crushing the mutated rat, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the girl. Thank you, Mr. Black Dragon. The girl managed a faint smile at the sudden appearance of Qin Chuan. Thank you. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan unleashed a breath of dragon flame, sending the girl to her demise. Though 10 evolution points seemed scant, every little bit contributes to the whole. Killed ordinary human. Gained 10 evolution points. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Chuan felt somewhat unfortunate for his luck that day. Upon stepping out, he encountered a fool, who in their right mind would greet a black dragon without fleeing, and even smile while addressing it as Mr. Black Dragon. How unfortunate. Upon reaching the skies above Yangqing, Qin Chuan discovered the city had already fallen to the mutated creatures, with many survivors clinging to life. No wonder he encountered humans along the way. They were merely expendable cannon fodder, destined to become his evolution points. Qin Chuan surveyed the mutated beings within Yangqing. The strongest among them merely awakened to the 5th tier. The demon court possessed ample cannon fodder. What he needed were elite beings with potential, not useless ones. Qin Chuan continued to unleash torrents of black dragon flames, instantly transforming Yangqing into a sea of fire. Whether mutated beings or survivors, all would ultimately be reduced to ashes beneath the dragon's flames. Killed mutated bear, awakened tier 3, gained 4,000 evolution points. Killed mutated mosquito, awakened tier 2, gained 500 evolution points. Killed ordinary human, gain. Listening to the continuous notifications ringing in his mind, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The once bustling Yangqing now lay in silence, not a single being capable of enduring 3 seconds beneath the dragon's flames. To his surprise, a mere small city like Yangqing could yield over 100,000 evolution points, adding in the points shared from the slaughters of other members of the demon court. Within half an hour, he accumulated more than 200,000 evolution points. Chapter 53. Jincheng Falls. Nanxing Falls. In the western region of Jiangnan, the skies over Jincheng were darkened by hundreds of thousands of flying mutated creatures. Emperor Jun gazed down upon Jincheng, his 100-meter form instilling despair among the survivors within. Is heaven punishing humanity that I have done no wrong? Why can't I live? The survivors of Jincheng screamed in anguish. Having already weathered one beast tide, they had survived the last onslaught. Why? Oh heavens, must the beast tide descend upon Jincheng once more. Crying, howling, and screaming reverberated throughout Jincheng, as an atmosphere of despair spread relentlessly. Di Jun gazed coldly at the survivors within the city, devoid of any compassion. If they had not mutated, would humanity not appear as a terrifying beast tide in the eyes of the animals? Kill, Di Jun uttered coldly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark mass of beasts surged into Jincheng, the anguished cries of humanity blending with the roars of the mutated creatures. In the northern region of Jiangnan, Nanjing stood as a city yet untouched by the beast tide. The ground still bore the iron torrent protecting Jiangcheng, while aircraft in the skies relentlessly targeted the mutated beings. The commander stationed in Nanjing furrowed his brow. The remaining troops were dwindling, and if the beast tide did not recede, Nanjing would surely fall. Among the attacking beasts, the strongest mutated creature was merely an awakened 7th-tier mantis. Clearly not leading the onslaught under Gui Xian's command. Commander, the mutated creatures besieging Nanjing are beginning to retreat. A soldier exclaimed upon witnessing the withdrawal of the beasts. Is what you say true? The commander of Nanjing, filled with excitement, swiftly assessed the assault. Outside Nanjing, the mutated creatures were indeed fleeing, leaving only a 7 or 8 meter long mutated mantis behind. However, the commander was perplexed as to why this mantis faced away from Nanjing. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The commander of Nanjing seemed to grasp something and quickly retrieved his binoculars to examine the direction the mantis faced. The dark green azure dragon was soaring towards Nanjing, closely followed by a swarm of flying mutated creatures. Moreover, numerous other mutated beings appeared to the south of Nanjing, moving in an orderly fashion, as if organized by species. Leading the charge was a pack of gray wolves guided by a mutated gray wolf. Oh whoa! The foremost wolf howled, and the pack surged towards Nanjing. They are my prey. The mutated man is outside Nanjing, seeing other mutated creatures attempting to claim its food. Immediately assumed a combat stance. As the pack of mutated gray wolves approached, the mantis brandished its scythe-like blades, swiftly cleaving several wolves in twain. Witnessing this, Song furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Xiangui. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Xiangui, Song charged towards the mutated mantis. Despite being 2 tiers lower than Song, the mantis showed no fear and swung its scythe in Song's direction. In response to the mantis's attack, Song melded into its shadow, evading the strike. The mantis, momentarily bewildered, lost track of Song's whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity, Song emerged from the mantis's shadow and swiftly severed one of its legs with a claw, just as Song prepared to deliver the final blow. Xiangui's voice rang out, "Song, do not kill this mutated mantis. Capture it alive." Though bewildered, Song complied with Xiangui's command and apprehended the mantis. Observing the mantis, fierce even with a severed leg, Xiangui nodded in satisfaction. The Dragon King had previously instructed them to capture any mutated beings with significant potential alive, and this mantis's audacity to confront so many creatures from their realm spoke volumes of its courage. "All troops, advance," Xiangui commanded, and a multitude of mutated beings surged towards Nanjing. In the skies, the dark cloud of mutated creatures rapidly enveloped the city. The soldiers of Nanjing, who had just felt a glimmer of hope after repelling the previous wave, fell into despair once again. They had barely withstood the last onslaught, only to be met with yet another. "Everyone, continue to fight, even if it means draining our last drop of blood." The officer's words were cut short as a water column erupted, shattering his skull. The azure dragon led the charge, unleashing torrents of water that transformed the iron torrent below into mere scrap. Despite the aircraft above unleashing their full might against the azure dragon, not a single blow landed. The dragon did not even need to intervene. The throngs of mutated creatures in the sky effortlessly tore the aircraft to shreds. Titan, in a fit of rage, pounded his chest and casually hurled a nearby mutated creature into the heart of Nanjing. Those fortunate enough to land unharmed unleashed a rampage within the city, while the Unqin Xuan instinctively cast his gaze upon the other mutated insects, all of which possessed the same skill of maternal consciousness. It was precisely due to this ability that these aberrant creatures remained unaffected by his aura. It seemed that a king had indeed emerged within the insect tribe. Qinchuan's gaze sharpened. He had no time to waste with these mutated insects. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly reverberated through the southern region of Jiangnan. All the mutated insects within the city of Jingcheng were instantly shattered by the violent sound waves, countless mutated ants and locusts exploding into nothingness. The system notification echoed incessantly in his mind, and the evolution points on his panel soared like a rocket. Meanwhile, in the west, Dijuan and in the north, Xiangui were also under siege from the swarm. With Dijuan present in the west, no matter how many mutated insects there were, his sunfire could easily reduce them to ashes. In the north, the mutated beasts led by Xiangui had barely taken the southern city when they faced an attack from the swarm. Although Xiangui and Qi Long, two extraordinary beings, were present in the north, neither possessed skills for widespread damage. Qi Long had the ability to unleash a dragon's roar, but it was far too fleeting. The speed at which the roar could eliminate the swarm paled in comparison to the reinforcements arriving. Even with the assistance of the red fox, the number of insects continued to surge, overwhelming the ranks of Xiangui and his allies. Damn it, these wretched insects are insufferable. They seem endless, Song lamented, surrounded by the corpses of mutated insects and creatures. He had lost count of how many mutated insects he had slaughtered. Although their levels were generally low, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With each batch he eliminated, another would come forth. Most of the mutated creatures in the Pingling Mountains had perished simply due to exhaustion. Just as Song was preparing to continue fighting his way through, he suddenly heard the red fox's anguished scream from behind. Song furrowed his brow and rushed toward the source of the sound. Keek keek, delicious fox, become my nourishment. A mutated spider, over 30 meters in size, gazed greedily at the ensnared red fox. Damn it, the red fox cursed softly. She had just vanquished a wave of mutated insects, only to be ambushed by a lurking mutated spider hidden among the swarm. Exhausted, she had no strength left to free herself from the spider's web. Was she to lose her life? As she watched the spider prepare to bite into her neck, she shut her eyes in fear. A howl erupted, and Song burst forth from the shadow of the red fox, intercepting the deadly strike. The mutated spider had not anticipated that a gray wolf could emerge from the shadow. Instead of sinking its fangs into the red fox, it found its bite landing on Song. You offered yourself to me. I shall not be courteous. The mutated spider raised its front legs and pierced them into Song's body. Crimson blood dripping from its limbs onto the red fox. Song. Brother Song. The red fox looked on in disbelief, memories flooding her mind of the first time she had encountered Song. On that occasion, when she was in peril, it was Brother Song who had saved her, not only taking her under his wing but also ensuring that no other mutated creatures bullied her, despite being named one of the top 10 demon commanders by the Dragon King. Her bond with Song remained that of siblings. Clearly, she now possessed 4 lives, and the spider could not kill her. So why did Brother Song still shield her? Why? The red fox roared in anguish. The web enveloping her was instantly ignited by flames, and her tail transformed from 4 to 9, her form swelling to over 200 meters in mere moments. A colossal 9-tailed fox, engulfed in flames, emerged before the mutated spider. The spider gazed in disbelief at the 9-tailed fox, hastily releasing Song and attempting to flee. Yet, it had barely taken a few steps before being struck by a massive fireball, turning to ash. Die. Chapter 55. The only opportunity you will have to approach me. The blazing flames swiftly eradicated the majority of the mutated insects, the roar of the 9-tailed fox echoing throughout Jiangnan. Even Dijuan in the west and Qin Xuan in the south could hear that furious roar. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow and promptly employed his void escape skill, heading swiftly toward the northern region of Jiangnan. The fireballs raining down indiscriminately spared neither foe nor ally. Any mutated insects or creatures from the Pingling Mountains caught in their path were reduced to ashes. Sister, stop. The mutated creatures in the Pingling Mountains are nearly all dead, shouted the closest to Zue. However, he was met only with a massive fireball. Fortunately, Titan acted swiftly, tossing a fireball beneath a mutated creature, allowing Zue to narrowly escape disaster. Apologies, sister, with the red fox having lost her senses. Titan immediately activated the skill of the demon ape. Although the demon ape form was only 150 meters tall, combined with the chaos skill, Titan could barely restrain the red fox. Qinglong, witnessing this scene, quickly shook off the mutated insects surrounding him and joined Titan in attempting to drive the red fox away to a safer location. There was no choice. The current red fox could not distinguish friend from foe. And if she continued her rampage, she would inevitably harm others in the demon court. Ninth Baby and Dezue had originally intended to rush in, but Xingui suddenly called out to them. The red fox's current form is beyond your capability to handle. Remain here and assist in clearing the remaining mutated insects. But Red Andy, obey the order. Ninth Baby's words were cut off by Xuangui's authoritative gaze, leaving him with no choice but to stay and deal with the insects. Subsequently, Xingui, accompanied by Heiyu, located the bloodied Song. High Priest, I entrust Song's injuries to you for examination. Xuangui's voice was urgent, clearly anxious about Song's condition. Heiyu hurriedly attempted to heal Song, only to discover that his vitality was alarmingly weak, leaving him with but a breath of life. Unless there was a power to revive him, Song was likely to perish. Heiyu furrowed her brow but continued to try to heal Song, hoping for a miracle. As each second passed, the miracle ultimately failed to materialize. I'm sorry, Chancellor. Heiyu felt a pang of sorrow. She did not know what to say regarding Song's demise. It's all right. You have done your best. Though Xiangui was loath to accept the reality, the situation was undeniable. As the commander of the northern expedition, he could not afford to show any signs of turmoil. What has transpired here? Qin Chuan, having arrived via void escape, immediately spotted the bloodied Song, his expression turning icy. Who did this? Reporting to the Dragon King, we were attacked by the swarm shortly after exiting the southern city. Xiangui lowered his head in guilt. The Dragon King had entrusted him with the majority of the members of the Demon Court, yet he had allowed Song to meet his end. It is my incompetence. I am ashamed before the Dragon King's expectations. Please, punish me. Preserve Song's body. Return to the Demon Court and await my arrival. Qin Chuan did not blame Xiangui, having heard the roar of the red fox. He made his way toward her direction in her nine-tailed form. The red fox's combat prowess was formidable. Unless Qin Long triggered his reverse scale, he would only be able to match her. However, if he used his reverse scale, he feared harming the red fox, so even with Titan's assistance, they remained unable to contain her. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar suddenly erupted, the terrifying sound waves knocking Qin Long, Titan, and the red fox to the ground. All hail the Dragon King. Upon seeing it was the Dragon King, Qin Long and Titan quickly paid their respects. The red fox, having been toppled, reverted to her previous form, the nine-tailed true form. Qin Chuan immediately noticed that a skill labeled nine-tailed true form had appeared on the red fox's panel. Nine-tailed true form, exclusive skill of the nine-tailed clan, grants a temporary infusion of nine-tailed power, but using this skill results in a loss of rationality, and upon the effect's conclusion, the user will fall into a deep slumber. Take the red fox back to the Demon Court. With that, Qin Chuan no longer paid attention to Titan and Qin Long. Song was dead, and he could sense that the blood pact between them had vanished as Song had been slain by the swarm. Every insect tribe in Jiangnan would pay for his death. The most direct method was to find the swarm's controller. Qin Chuan directly used Void Escape to approach the mutated mantis he had previously noted, which was under Xianggui's control. Who is your king? Where is it? Qin Chuan demanded, seizing the mutated mantis and holding it before him. He had already inspected the mantis's panel and found that it did not possess the skill of maternal consciousness, indicating it was not under forced control nor had its fear been erased. As long as it still knew fear, he would be its greatest terror. South. In a canyon, the mutated mantis dared not meet Qin Chuan's gaze. Crushed under his imposing presence, lacking even the courage to resist, just after it spoke, Qin Chuan crushed it in his grasp. In the southern region of Jiangnan, there was but one canyon, Feiyun Canyon. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan surged toward Feiyun Canyon. With the skill of Void Escape, he arrived above the canyon in less than 3 minutes. At that moment, Feiyun Canyon was teeming with an overwhelming number of mutated insects. On the ground, mutated ants were busily transporting the corpses of mutated creatures and humans into the depths of the canyon, while mutated bees and locusts in the sky did the same. It seemed evident that Feiyun Canyon was indeed the location of the maternal nest. If that were the case, then you shall accompany Song in death. Qin Chuan's gaze was icy beyond measure. In an instant, a pitch-black pillar of fire erupted violently, incinerating the mutated insects within the canyon, transforming them into mere ashes. The searing flames twisted the very fabric of the surrounding space. The mutated insects throughout the entire Jiangnan province failed to react, oblivious to the manner of their demise. Upon sensing the attack on their nest, countless mutated insects flocked towards the Feiyun Canyon. The overwhelming swarm numbered in the billions, and the process of burning them one by one was excruciatingly slow. Thus, Qin Chuan descended directly into the Feiyun Canyon, allowing those mutated insects to assault him. With the protection of dragon scales, even if they gnawed at him for eternity, they could inflict no harm. As minutes passed, the presence of various mutated insects filled not only Qin Chuan's surroundings but the entire canyon. At that moment, the mutated insects from all of Jiangnan province converged upon Feiyun Canyon. Ants, this is your sole opportunity to encounter me, he declared. Dragon Flame. Instantly, black flames ignited all the mutated insects, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Amidst the flames, a 100-meter-long black dragon emerged slowly, leaving behind an unquenchable dragon flame rampaging through the canyon. Chapter 56. Ao Chuan Leader. For some unknown reason, all the mutated insects in Jiangnan Province have suddenly retreated. Upon receiving the news from Jiangnan Province, Li Rang immediately reported this matter to Sun Jingwa. It appeared that there indeed existed two factions in Jiangnan Province. One must have suffered at the hands of the other. Be it the insect tribe or the demon court, they needed to ensure the safety of the people in Jiangnan Province and escort them out swiftly. 3 days later, the military would completely seal off the borders of Jiangnan Province. No one was permitted to enter. Sun Jingwa rubbed his temples. Although the beast tide in Jiangnan had been resolved, the tempestuous wolf beast tide in Lingnan, the black wind bear beast tide in Shiliang, and the flying tiger beast tide in northeast China remained the three most troublesome beast tides for the Dragon Nation. Leader, ha ha ha. The experiment was a success, Zhang Zhengren exclaimed, bursting in with a report in hand. Zhang Zhengren, you are not a child. Why act so recklessly? Li Rang frowned. Leader, we have made significant progress with the evolution serum. The awakening serums for the first and second stages are now in mass production. And we have successfully developed the awakening serum for the fourth stage. Ignoring Li Rang, Zhang Zhengren handed the report directly to Sun Jingwa. Hearing this, Sun Jingwa quickly took the report to examine it. Spiritual power missile, spiritual power bullet. Upon seeing these unfamiliar terms, Sun Jingwa looked at Zhang Zhengren in confusion. The spiritual power missile is a newly developed type of weapon, colloquially known as the happy bullet for mutated creatures. Zhang Zhengren adjusted his glasses, proudly stating, the spiritual power missile is constructed by compressing the spiritual energy from the world, capable of inflicting 5 times the damage on mutated creatures. A single spiritual power missile can cause damage surpassing that of nuclear weapons. The spiritual power bullet, like the missile, is specifically designed to combat mutated creatures, and it is already in mass production. Excellent. With this, the people of the Dragon Nation can truly contend against those mutated creatures. Sun Jingwa exclaimed, shaking Zhang Zhengren's hand in excitement. Leader, these individuals are awakeners who have consumed the evolution serum. Zhang Zhengren presented another report to Sun Jingwa. The report indicated that there were 10 second-stage awakeners and over 20 first-stage awakeners, along with 1 third-stage and 1 fourth-stage awakener. All of them hailed from the Dragon Nation's military, their loyalty to the nation ingrained in their very bones. Good, 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 Sun Jingwa exclaimed, his voice filled with fervor as he repeated the word thrice. With these awakeners, combined with the spiritual power bullets and missiles, the Dragon Nation's chances of overcoming the beast tide would at least increase by 30%. Immediately deploy these awakeners into the battle against the beast tide. We must eradicate the beast tide within a month, Sun Jingwa commanded decisively. Time was of the essence. The salvation of the Dragon Nation's citizens was paramount, for the people were the hope of the Dragon Nation. Leader, do we need to dispatch troops to cleanse Jiangnan Province? Li Rang inquired. No need. Jiangnan Province has completely fallen. We must prioritize the bigger picture and concentrate on eradicating the mutated creatures in other regions first. In the Celestial Realm, members of the Demon Court stared in silence at the corpse of the Grey Wolf before them. This marked the first time the Demon Court had lost a key member. Observing the silent mutated beings like the Xian Gui, Qin Chuan felt an indescribable sensation within. Song was the second subordinate he had taken under his wing. He still recalled the words, "The wolf tribe never bows its head." Regrettably, Song could no longer lift his head. He had inquired numerous times with the system, yet it remained unresponsive regarding the possibility of reviving Song. Dragon King, I know you possess great powers. Please save Brother Tsong. The Red Fox immediately knelt before Qin Chuan, pleading desperately. The Red Fox placed her sole hope upon him, believing in her heart that the Dragon King was an omnipotent deity. In response, Qin Chuan remained silent, merely observing the scene coldly. If he could, he too would wish to resurrect Song, yet he found himself powerless. Brother Tsong died to save me. I am willing to exchange my remaining 4 lives for his resurrection. I implore the Dragon King to grant Brother Tsong a second chance. Seeing Qin Chuan's silence, the Red Fox prostrated herself repeatedly before him. The sound of her forehead striking the ground echoed through the celestial realm. Soon drawing blood, yet she showed no intention of halting. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, for the first time since his rebirth, feeling utterly powerless. He despised this sensation. all members of the demon court lowered their heads in guilt. Particularly Xian Gui, who bore an irrefutable responsibility as the commander of the northern expedition for Tsang's death. Minutes passed before the Red Fox finally ceased her kowtowing. Just as Qin Chuan thought, she had given up. He opened his eyes to find her forehead bloodied and bruised, surrounded by pools of flowing blood. One of her original foretails had also fallen off, and her aura had weakened considerably. This indicated that the Red Fox had just lost one of her lives. Qin Chuan swiftly released his pressure to restrain the Red Fox. He felt displeased with her self-destructive behavior. He prepared to reprimand her. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Answer the system's question, and the host shall receive the desired answer. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. This was the first time the system had proactively posed a question, for some reason. He felt that the system possessed its own consciousness, that he had not sensed this when he first reincarnated. But this feeling had emerged recently, a host's bloodline. Looking at the question that appeared in his mind, Qin Chuan was puzzled as to why the system would ask this. Nevertheless, to obtain the method for reviving Tsang, he resolved to answer the system's inquiry. He had fused with the blood of the ancestral dragon. So naturally, his bloodline was that of the ancestral dragon. After answering several more questions correctly, he finally arrived at the last one. That the system's inquiries had all pertained to himself, and Qin Chuan easily answered them without needing the system's free hint. Upon seeing the final question from the system, Qin Chuan felt it posed no difficulty, a host's name, that if he were to answer this incorrectly, he might as well find a piece of tofu and end his life. Qin Chuan, he responded inwardly. Answer incorrect. Qin Chuan frowned. What else could he be called if not Qin Chuan? Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? After several more incorrect answers, he decided to use his one remaining hint. He was curious to see what name he could possibly have other than Qin Chuan. The host is of the ancestral dragon bloodline. All dragon clan members are surnamed Ao. So, I am called Ao Chuan? Chapter 57. A severe lesson for Tsang. Host answer correct. Rewards being dispensed. With the sound of the prompt, a method for reviving Tsang suddenly appeared in Ao Chuan's mind. Ao Chuan it is then. Given my current form, it is indeed inappropriate to continue using a human name. Alas, at this moment, the Emperor Jun, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but sigh. Although his time with the demon court had been brief, he had encountered similar situations during his reign over the Pingyang mountain range. He empathized deeply with the Red Fox's feelings, having also lost significant companions. However, the revival of living beings was beyond even the Dragon King's capabilities. The Dragon King's current demeanor clearly indicated that the revival of the deceased was but a fool's dream. In truth, Xian Gui and the others understood the concept of the dead not returning to life. They simply did not wish to dishearten the Red Fox. I can revive Tsang, Ao Chuan calmly declared, retracting his pressure. At this statement, all the mutated beings of the demon court gazed at Ao Chuan in disbelief. Thank you, Dragon King, for your immense grace. The Red Fox vows to follow the Dragon King to the ends of the earth. The Red Fox, overwhelmed with emotion, continued to bow repeatedly. Do not rush to thank me. Reviving Tsang requires certain conditions. Ao Chuan spoke softly. The nine-tailed fox clan possesses a secret technique that can transfer one's own life to another being, yet the cost is the user's loss of the ability to be revived. Furthermore, once the Red Fox employs this secret technique on Tsang, their lives will be interconnected. If either one perishes, the other will follow suit. Even if it costs my entire life, I will ensure Brother Tsang is revived. Without a moment's hesitation, the Red Fox immediately agreed. In addition, you will need to hunt down a transcendent-level mutated wolf creature. The sooner, the better. Although Ao Chuan felt sorrow for Tsang's passing, he was the master of the demon court, not a caretaker for these mutated beings. Should other members of the demon court perish in the future, and they all came seeking his aid, what would become of him as their leader? He subdued these subordinates to alleviate his own troubles, not to add to them. Merely informing them of the methods was already a divine grace. Very well. I shall proceed to hunt the extraordinary-level wolf tribe's mutated creatures immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, the Red Fox prepared to depart. The Dragon King had already revealed to her the method to resurrect Tsang, so she naturally would not ask him again to assist her in hunting mutated creatures. Wait, Red Fox, I will accompany you, Xian Gui called out hastily, expressing his willingness to join her in the hunt. Me too, Chang Long quickly added, as he bore responsibility for not having protected Tsang during the northern expedition. The Red Fox instinctively glanced at Ao Chuan, and upon seeing that the Dragon King did not object, she accepted the assistance of Xin Gui and Qing Long given her current strength. It was indeed challenging to confront extraordinary-level mutated beings. And resurrecting Brother Tsang was no trivial matter. She certainly could not afford to put on a brave front. Then I extend my gratitude to Chancellor Xian Gui and Demon Lord Qing Long. Subsequently, the trio departed from the first heaven, while Ao Chuan dispersed the other mutated beings. Currently, there were not many extraordinary-level mutated creatures on land, making the task of locating an extraordinary-level wolf tribe's mutated being rather arduous. However, with a human intelligence network, the situation would be different. They could inquire with Li Xiqing about the whereabouts of the wolf tribe's mutated beings and simultaneously learn about any changes among humans following the second wave of spiritual energy tides. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the Dragon Kingdom's development of spiritual energy missiles and other advancements, Li Xiqing was about to relay this information to the Dragon King when he suddenly heard the Dragon King's voice in his mind, prompting an immediate and respectful reply. "Greetings, Dragon King." He then proceeded to inform Ao Chuan about the Dragon Kingdom's developments, including the spiritual energy missiles. Upon learning that the spiritual energy missiles could inflict tenfold damage on mutated beings, Ao Chuan could not help but admire the creativity of humans. It was no wonder that humanity had maintained its position at the top of the food chain for so long. Their intelligence truly surpassed that of mutated beings. Although Ao Chuan was not concerned that the spiritual energy missiles would harm him, the members of the Demon Court would not withstand such attacks. As for the awakeners produced by the Dragon Kingdom, they were nothing more than a bunch of useless beings, aside from being somewhat palatable. They served no other purpose. Do you know where there are extraordinary-level wolf tribe mutated beings in the Dragon Kingdom? Ao Chuan inquired. There is a third-tier storm wolf in the Lingnan region, Li Xiqing replied, momentarily puzzled as to why the Dragon King would ask such a question, but he quickly answered, being far away in the capital. He was unaware of Tsang's demise. Excellent. The Red Fox, Xian Gui, and Qing Long will go to hunt that storm wolf. Therefore, your primary task now is to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from launching spiritual energy missiles towards Jiangnan or Lingnan. Upon hearing this, Li Xiqing furrowed his brow, his emotions stirred, and he instinctively asked, Dragon King, is the Demon Court about to attack Lingnan? It is not yet considered an attack on Lingnan. The hunt for that storm wolf is primarily to resurrect Tsang. As soon as Li Xiqing heard this, he was taken aback, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. One of the 10 demon lords, Tsang, was dead. Furthermore, the Dragon King actually had a way to resurrect Tsang. In the eyes of humanity, the concept of resurrection was something that existed only in myths or novels. Even with the current revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, he had never heard of any mutated being able to come back to life. Although the Red Fox possessed 9 lives, having 9 lives was a far cry from resurrecting the deceased. The Dragon King was indeed formidable. Li Xiqing felt he had chosen the right dragon in this lifetime. Rest assured, Dragon King, I will not allow the Dragon Kingdom to launch spiritual energy missiles, Li Xiqing declared confidently. After the baptism of the second wave of spiritual energy tides, Li Xiqing had directly broken through to the 5th tier of awakening, remaining the strongest entity in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the 4th tier awakener produced by the Dragon Kingdom, their strength likely paled in comparison to Li Xiqing's own at the 3rd tier of awakening. Upon learning that there were wolf tribe mutated beings in Lingnan, Ao Chuan conveyed this information to the Red Fox and her companions through mental communication. The distance between Jiangnan and Lingnan was not great, and considering the speed of the Red Fox and her allies, they would likely arrive in Lingnan within a few hours. Previously, after slaughtering hundreds of thousands of mutated insects in Feiyun Canyon, Ao Chuan had amassed over 10 million evolution points, sufficient for him to advance 2 tiers. Host, Ao Chuan. Race, Ancient True Dragon, Extraordinary Tier 2. Skills, Strangulation LV.8, Bloodlust LV.10. Blood Spirit Pact LV. 7. Reverse Scale LV.18. Water Column LV.10. Purple Lightning LV.10. Dragon Soul LV.11. Dragon Flame LV.11. Void Escape LV.8. True Dragon Body, LV.11. Evolution Points, 16,340,000. 3 million. Skill Points, 1. Fortune, 2,950. Overall Combat Power, 23,135. Gazing at the panel displaying over 10 million evolution points, Ao Chuan could hardly contain his excitement. Had it not been for Tsang's death delaying him, he would have already commenced his evolution. Once Tsang was resurrected, he would certainly teach him a harsh lesson. Chapter 58. Are we demons to be extinct? After several hours of travel, the red fox and the mutated beings finally arrived in Lingnan. The region was characterized by numerous mountains and treacherous terrain, where a moment's inattention could lead to calamity. For Qinglong, a flying creature, this posed little challenge. However, for Xian Gui, it was quite a trial. Chancellor, Demon Lord Qinglong, let us split up and search. I shall explore the northern mountains. The red fox suggested softly before heading towards the northern mountains in search of the storm wolf. Then I shall search the southern region, Qinglong stated, just as he was about to take flight towards the south when Xian Gui bit his tail, pulling him back down. Red Fox's eagerness to save the wolf is understandable, but how can you be so foolish as to follow her alone? Xian Gui frowned. How am I being foolish? Qinglong looked at his tail, feeling wronged. The red fox has only just awakened to the 9th tier. Sending her alone to search the northern region is tantamount to sending her to her death. Xian Gui shook his head. How can someone of the dragon lineage, like you, have such a disparity in intelligence compared to the Dragon King? We should merely follow behind the red fox. With that, Xian Gui stealthily trailed behind the red fox. Accompanied by Qinglong, the death of Tsang had already taught Xian Gui a lesson. He would not allow the red fox to explore alone. By following closely behind her, he would be able to respond swiftly should she encounter danger. Tell me, where is the storm wolf? The red fox glared at a mutated brown bear beneath her, her voice icy up. Please don't kill me. I'll take you there. The mutated brown bear stammered in terror. Originally a subordinate of the storm wolf, it had been tasked with guarding the mountains. Guarding the mountains was a prestigious duty since most powerful mutated beings had ventured out with the storm wolf to conquer territories. Those left behind were generally weaker mutated beings, and with its 9th tier awakening, the bear felt it could reign supreme in these mountains, just as the mutated brown bear thought its good fortune had come. A fire-wreathed red fox burst into the mountains. Without a word, upon seeing it, she attacked. As a fellow 9th tier awakener, the bear could not withstand even a single blow from her. Ironically, after beating it, the fox only then inquired about the storm wolf's whereabouts. Had she asked this question first, the bear would have avoided this beating. The scene left Xian Gui and Qinglong behind her utterly astonished. Is the red fox always this violent? Qinglong thought to himself, already marking the red fox as a being not to be trifled with. Ahem, the red fox is not usually like this. We merely need to ensure her safety, Xian Gui remarked, surprised by the red fox's previously hidden ferocity. Once Tsang was resurrected, he would surely face consequences for this. With the guidance of the bear, the red fox found the location of the storm wolf within just an hour. The storm wolf was an imposing creature, measuring over 80 meters long, 3 times larger than the red fox. Besides the storm wolf's own formidable strength, it was flanked by 4 to 5 other 9th tier mutated beings, along with a black tiger and a white tiger, both of which were 1st tier extraordinary mutated beings. While she was eager to resurrect Tsang, she was not foolish enough to rush in recklessly. With her current strength, taking down the storm wolf was nearly impossible. She needed to regroup with Xian Gui and Qinglong first. Just as the red fox was preparing to retreat and seek out Xian Gui and Qinglong, a voice called from behind. Bear Dolly, aren't you supposed to be guarding the Qingfeng Mountains? And who is that fox beside you? A patrolling mutated toad spotted this scene and quickly inquired. I don't know her, Bear Dolly stammered, hastily trying to disassociate himself from the red fox. The red fox's gaze sharpened, and she unleashed a fireball, causing the mutated toad to scream in terror as it quickly became charred. Who goes there? Other patrolling mutated beings heard the commotion and rushed over. Damn it, the red fox cursed under her breath, ignoring the approaching mutated beings, and swiftly made her escape. However, the commotion had already alerted the storm wolf. In the next moment, the 2 tigers and the 5 9th tier mutated beings quickly surrounded the red fox. The storm wolf's eyes glinted with amusement, as if it were eager to witness a spectacle. What a pitiful 9th tier trash! How dare you gaze upon the Wolf King? The black tiger sneered at the 5 mutated beings beside it. You can deal with her, as noble extraordinary beings. The tiger and its white counterpart deemed it beneath them to engage with mere 9th tier mutated beings. How dare you attempt to ambush the great Wolf King? I'll send you on your way, one of the mutated chameleons declared, shooting a sticky tongue towards the red fox in attack. The red fox furrowed her brow, expressing a hint of disdain, and immediately conjured a fireball using her tail, launching it towards her opponent. You wish to incinerate me with flames? I'm afraid my tongue is fireproof, declared the mutated chameleon arrogantly. As it boldly intercepted the fireball with its tongued eye in an instant, the flames raced along its tongue, engulfing the entire body of the mutated chameleon, eliciting a piercing scream. "Where's my fire immunity?" "How utterly foolish," the red fox remarked softly. "Although the flames of the nine-tailed fox clan are not particularly formidable, they are not something just any ordinary creature can withstand. The other four awakened ninth-tier mutated beings." Witnessing this scene, quickly conspired to launch a joint assault on the red fox. Despite all being ninth-tier awakenings, there was a considerable gap between the red fox and them. Three tails behind her summoned 3 fireballs. And another fireball formed in her mouth. Within a single round, the 4 mutated beings were instantaneously roasted to a crisp. A pack of useless waste. The black tiger had never anticipated that 5 ninth-tier awakenings could be bested by a single opponent. Ultimately, he would have to take matters into his own hands. "Very well. Allow me to show you the terror of a transcendent being." The black tiger glared intently at the red fox. The red fox quickly adopted an offensive stance, her 3 tails wildly thrashing behind her. "Black tiger, we must not underestimate her. Let us resolve this swiftly," the white tiger interjected, having discerned from their previous exchange that this 3-tailed fox was no simple foe. "This is bad." The red fox's brows knitted tightly. If it were just one opponent, she might have a chance at victory, but facing 2 transcendent stage tigers left her with no hope of winning. "Humph, coward," the black tiger snorted dismissively, ignoring the white tiger and charging directly towards the red fox, convinced he would not lose to such ninth-tier trash. The red fox, unwilling to be careless, thrust her 3 tails towards the black tiger. However, what the red fox did not expect was that the white tiger had suddenly appeared right behind her. Just as the white tiger was about to bite the red fox, a sturdy stone spike erupted from the ground, blocking the white tiger's advance. There are allies. The white tiger quickly scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. She noticed the ground subtly shifting beneath her, and an ancient voice resonated in her ears. "Do you think the mutated beings of Ling and have wiped us out?" Chapter 59. "Let me see what this is about." "The demon court?" the white tiger exclaimed, following the voice to behold a colossal tortoise approaching. Its immense size and the menacing spikes adorning its shell caused the white tiger to instinctively retreat a few steps. Judging by its aura, this giant tortoise was also a first-tier transcendent being. However, within the ranks of mutated beings, there exists an unspoken rule. Under equal circumstances, typically, the larger mutated beings are stronger. "This creature is enormous. It certainly appears formidable," the white tiger thought, feeling a sense of trepidation. She had only recently been compelled to submit to the storm wolf. Losing her life here would be a significant loss. After a moment's contemplation, the white tiger resolved without hesitation to abandon the black tiger and flee. From the tortoise's words, it was clear that they were members of the demon court, a power whose extent she did not fully comprehend. Yet, the mere fact that they dared to confront the transcendent third-tier storm wolf indicated the demon court's considerable influence. The members sent by the demon court were surely more than just 2, and their leader would at the very least be a match for the storm wolf. Thus, survival took precedence. The tortoise and the white tiger faced off for several seconds. Just as the tortoise was preparing for an epic battle with the white tiger, it noticed the latter fleeing in haste. Observing this, the tortoise chose not to pursue, but rather to assist the red fox in combating the black tiger. After all, speed had always been his weakness, and since the opponent was also a first-tier transcendent being, the tortoise could not hope to catch the white tiger. Just as the tortoise intended to aid the red fox, it beheld the black tiger already engulfed in flames, and within moments, the black tiger was utterly charred. "This is rather amusing," the storm wolf, who had been watching the spectacle, remarked with interest. "That I didn't expect these 2 mutated beings to possess some skill. However, it's merely a fox and a grass tortoise. Allow me to handle this." Before the storm wolf could finish speaking, it suddenly felt something gripping its neck, and the entire wolf was lifted into the air. A colossal azure dragon descended from the sky, biting down on the storm wolf's neck and hoisting it aloft. Azure Dragon Demon Lord. The red fox instantly recognized the azure dragon, who had accompanied her. When the azure dragon and the storm wolf landed once more, the storm wolf had ceased to breathe. "With both the prime minister and I present, you shall not be bullied by these lowly creatures," the azure dragon proclaimed proudly, seemingly seeking praise for having slain the storm wolf. The tortoise rolled its eyes. The azure dragon was older than it, yet still shamelessly sought compliments, behaving like an immature child. Grateful for the timely rescue by the prime minister and the azure dragon, the red fox expressed her heartfelt thanks. You and I are both members of the demon court. There is no need for such formalities. Red Fox, the tortoise replied, before continuing to let the azure dragon carry the storm wolf back to the Pingling Mountains. Simultaneously, Ao Chuan successfully evolved to the transcendent third tier. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of 3 pairs of eyes eagerly gazing at him. What do you want, Big Mouth? Are you seeking death? Upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, Ao Chuan seethed with rage. It was no wonder he had sensed someone watching him during his slumber. It must have been that Big Mouth character. My apologies, Dragon King. I only wished to. Sensing the Dragon King's fury, Big Mouth quickly raised its hands in apology. What on earth were you thinking? Ao Chuan fumed, questioning whether Big Mouth had some peculiar obsession. Your Majesty, that Titan fellow has been mocking me, ridiculing my name, claiming it doesn't match the other members of the demon court. Big Mouth whimpered, tears welling in its eyes to Ao Chuan. It took a while to realize that Big Mouth merely sought a name change. Amused by the situation, Ao Chuan finally said, very well, I shall grant you a new name. From now on, you shall be known as Ba Chi. Thank you for the name, Dragon King. Ba Chi beamed with delight, clearly fond of the new name. You may leave now. I must continue my evolution. As you command, Dragon King. After Ba Chi departed, Ao Chuan prepared to resume his evolution, consuming 6 million evolution points, remaining 7.34 million evolution points. The familiar sensation of slumber soon enveloped him, and just before he fell into a deep sleep, one thought lingered in his mind. That Titan dared to mock my name. Once my evolution is complete, I shall teach him a lesson. As night fell, the stars cascaded down upon the Red Fox and her companions, who had just returned to the mountains. Their arduous journey from the Western Ling and had finally brought them to the western part of the Pingling Mountains, where they now sought the Dragon King to resurrect Brother Song. Ba Chi. What a delightful name. Ba Chi murmured to himself as he prepared to head westward to boast about his new name to Titan. Big Mouth, what brings you to the Western Mountains? The Red Fox inquired, noticing the mumbling Big Mouth. Which scoundrel dares to call me Big Mouth? Don't they know I've changed my name? Upon hearing someone call him Big Mouth, Ba Chi's temper flared, and he promptly readied himself to teach the offender a lesson. What did you say? The Red Fox frowned, sensing that she had just heard Big Mouth insult her. When Ba Chi realized it was the Red Fox and her companions, he quickly forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Sister Red Fox, you returned so quickly. The Dragon King is currently at the first heaven. You should hurry. Although the Red Fox felt a tinge of suspicion, she swiftly took to the skies towards the first heaven, eager to revive Brother Song. Once she confirmed that the Red Fox and her companions had departed, Ba Chi breathed a sigh of relief and continued strutting off to boast to Titan. Upon arriving at the Dragon King, the Red Fox and her companions found him deep in slumber. Exchanging glances, the Red Fox, Tortoise, and Azure Dragon hesitated to disturb the Dragon King, opting instead to wait patiently. Suddenly, while in the midst of slumber, Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. Here it comes again. That feeling of being watched has returned, and it seems there are 2 more this time. Unfortunately, during his evolution, Ao Chuan was unable to open his eyes. Otherwise, he would have certainly looked to see what was amiss. As they waited, the Red Fox and her companions endured until the deep of night. Evolution successful. Successfully entered transcendent 4th tier. Ao Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by 3 pairs of blinking eyes staring at him. Why are you 3 here? Ao Chuan queried, puzzled, wondering how they had managed to bring the Storm Wolf back so quickly within just a day's time. Congratulations, Dragon King, on breaking through to the transcendent 4th tier, the tortoise and the others exclaimed in unison. Chapter 60. 3 Mystical Winds. Dragon King, I implore you to save Brother Song. The Red Fox bowed before Ao Chuan. Beside her lay the corpse of the Storm Wolf, over 70 meters long. Judging by its aura, it indeed appeared to be a transcendent-level mutated being. After inquiring about the system's procedures to resurrect Song, Ao Chuan proceeded to instruct the Red Fox on how to perform the Nine-Tailed Fox's secret technique. Upon learning the steps of the secret technique, the Red Fox cautiously placed Song's corpse beside the Storm Wolf and began the incantation. In the next moment, a phantom of the Nine-Tailed Fox materialized behind her, engulfed in blazing flames. Subsequently, the Storm Wolf and Song's corpse each manifested their respective phantoms. To Ao Chuan's surprise, the Storm Wolf's bloodline was quite commendable. The nine-tailed fox's secret technique allows for the manifestation of their bloodlines, which is why the phantoms they conjured represented their respective ancestries. The bloodline of this storm wolf traced back to the ancient howling wind wolf king, whereas the phantom conjured by Tsang appeared to be merely that of an ordinary gray wolf. No wonder Tsang exhibited no significant changes during the last blessing of power. It turns out there were no bloodlines left within him to awaken. Ao Chuan mused internally. The red fox's gaze sharpened as the three bloodlines swiftly merged into one. Initially, the bloodline of the howling wind wolf king resisted, but upon sensing Ao Chuan's terrifying aura, it immediately submitted, prostrating itself on the ground and eagerly wagging its tail to curry favor with Ao Chuan. Ao Chuan shook his head in satisfaction. After all, they were relatives of dogs, and their gestures of appeasement were strikingly similar. As time passed, the process of reviving Tsang approached its conclusion. That moment, the red fox was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat dizzy, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Relax, dizziness is normal, Ao Chuan remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the three bloodlines surged towards Tsang's lifeless body. Subsequently, a powerful aura erupted from Tsang, and fierce winds swept through the first heaven. Something feels off about this wind. Ao Chuan frowned, instinctively glancing at the Xian Gui and Qing Long, only to find that they had been blown down to the first heaven. Looking towards the red fox, the previously raging hurricane softened as it approached her. Just then, Tsang's corpse trembled suddenly, and his chest began to rise and fall slowly, as if he was regaining the breath of life. Not only that, but Tsang's fur had transformed into a vibrant blue. Am I still alive? Tsang exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Upon witnessing this, the red fox rushed forward to check on Tsang. That's wonderful, brother Tsang. You've finally awakened. Red fox. Tsang instinctively attempted to rise, only to be pinned back down by the rushing red fox. Observing this scene, Ao Chuan was reminded of an ancient saying. Red and blue have always been a pair. The ancients do not deceive me. Meanwhile, the Xian Gui and Qing Long, having just returned to the first heaven, caught sight of this spectacle, exchanged glances, and tacitly departed from the first heaven. At this moment, Tsang realized the inappropriateness of the situation and quickly scrambled to his feet. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. The red fox suddenly remembered that the Dragon King was still present, instantly realizing her earlier impulsiveness and momentarily losing track of the surroundings. Sanmei Divine Wind. Ao Chuan instinctively read from Tsang's panel. Howling Wind Wolf King Tsang, Extraordinary Level 1. Skills: Howl LV.7, Sharp Teeth LV.9, Bite LV.8, Bloodthirst LV.6, Speed LV.9, Doppelganger LV.5, Shadow LV.5, Sanmei Divine Wind LV.8. Unleashes a tempestuous divine wind that greatly enhances one's speed. Restricts enemy movement and inflicts substantial damage. Loyalty, 100. Overall combat power, 2025. Ao Chuan had heard of the Sanmei Divine Wind skill even before his rebirth. It was said that this wind possessed immense power, capable of shaking the three realms, from the 33 heavens above to the 18 layers of hell below. With an overall combat power of 2025 at merely extraordinary level 1, the might of the Sanmei Divine Wind was evident. Since Tsang had successfully revived, Ao Chuan permitted them to leave. In the process of reviving Tsang, he hadn't even had the chance to examine his own panel, after evolving to extraordinary level 4. Ao Chuan's size had grown to a terrifying 200 meters. Even without utilizing special abilities, such a form could easily crush most mutated creatures on Blue Star. There were no significant changes in skills, merely an increase in their levels. His overall combat power had surged to an astonishing 50,000. Now, the monster court boasted 5 extraordinary beings, including himself. With such overwhelming strength, conquering the Dragon Kingdom would be effortless. Even if they possessed spiritual missiles, Ao Chuan held no fear. Should they dare to launch them, he could incinerate them with his dragon flames. The Jiang'an region felt too small. Once the monster court unified Blue Star, he would ascend to the pinnacle of power. Just as Ao Chuan reveled in his joy, a meteor shower streaked across the sky, unleashing a grand spectacle of meteors worldwide. Though it was nighttime, many still witnessed this magnificent display, with the meteors ultimately crashing down across the globe. One of them landed in the neighboring Ping'ong mountain range. The immense force created a large crater, causing Emperor Jun, who had rushed to investigate, to frown slightly. The blazing meteor lay quietly in the pit. Just as Emperor Jun prepared to approach, The flames from the meteor surged into his body that a resounding cry echoed in Emperor Jun's mind. Where a bird engulfed in flames raced through the heavens and earth. Yuan Feng. Emperor Jun instinctively uttered the name, then promptly fainted. A white light soon appeared in the sky. Ao Chuan, who was in the midst of slumber, abruptly opened his eyes at the sound of a piercing cry. He frowned slightly, sensing that the bloodline of the ancestor dragon within him had become unusually agitated, as if it were boiling. Following the sound, he made his way to the Pingong mountain range, where he saw Emperor Jun frantically attacking the mutated creatures within. However, he was no longer using his proud solar fire, but rather a heavenly fire that rivaled it. Three-legged golden crow, Yuan Feng possession. Emperor Jun. Extraordinary level 7. Skills. Heavenly fire LV.15. Summons heavenly fire, causing a rain of fire to descend from the sky, inflicting damage on a wide area of enemies. Fire rebirth LV. 10. Upon death, placing the corpse in a sea of fire allows for rebirth through flames. Phoenix cry LV.10. Emits a powerful sonic attack. Its cry resonates like a great bell, capable of disturbing the enemy's mind and even shattering their soul. Overall combat power, 49. 527, Chapter 61. The Descent of the Ancient God Yuan Feng. Ao Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Feng, alongside the ancestor dragon, is one of the innate three spirits, an ancient divine beast that can be ranked alongside the ancestor dragon and the primordial Qilin. It is no wonder that since the moment he heard the phoenix cry, the ancestor dragon bloodline within him has felt somewhat uncontrollable. However, how did Yuan Feng come to possess Emperor Jun? This was the most puzzling question for Ao Chuan. Meanwhile, the possessed Emperor Jun also noticed Ao Chuan in the sky. Ancestor dragon. Emperor Jun displayed a look of confusion, then shook his head as if denying his own thoughts. Letting out a furious roar, he charged at Ao Chuan. Simultaneously, endless heavenly fire rained down from the sky, and the resounding phoenix cry caused Ao Chuan to be pushed back several meters. You seek death. Ao Chuan felt his anger rise at the provocation. As the ruler of the monster court, he would not tolerate such affronts. In the next moment, the reverse scales on Ao Chuan's abdomen flared, and his aura surged tenfold. The sky, which had been tinged red by heavenly fire, was now shrouded in dark clouds. The air grew thick with clouds and the rumble of thunder, as Ao Chuan's figure appeared majestic in the heavens. I care not how you came to possess Emperor Jun, but today, you shall die. Ao Chuan roared, the resounding dragon's roar sending Emperor Jun flying 1,000 meters, followed by a burst of dragon flames that enveloped Emperor Jun, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Dragon flames can directly burn the soul, so even if Yuan Feng hid within Emperor Jun's body, the flames could still inflict damage. In mere seconds, Emperor Jun's aura grew weaker until he ultimately lost consciousness. Only after witnessing Emperor Jun's panel return to normal did Ao Chuan retract the dragon flames. After careful consideration, he decided to bring Emperor Jun back to the first heaven. The reason behind Yuan Feng's possession of Emperor Jun remained unknown. For now, he could only wait for Emperor Jun to awaken to uncover the truth. Dragon Kingdom Research Facility, this is truly incredible, Zhang Zhengren exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the palm-sized stone before him. Documenting all his findings in a report, this stone had been discovered by Dragon Kingdom soldiers during their patrol. According to their accounts, it was likely a fragment of a meteorite. After all, Blue Star had just experienced an unprecedentedly large meteor shower the previous night. So it wasn't surprising for a fragment to impact. Initially, Zhang Zhengren didn't pay much attention to the matter, considering it merely an ordinary meteorite. However, what truly piqued his interest was that those who had come into contact with the meteorite began to kneel before it. They collectively referred to the meteorite as the Lady. If only a few ordinary people had done this, it could have been dismissed as a display of faith. Yet, the fact that some of these individuals were Dragon Kingdom soldiers could not help but draw Zhang Zhengren's attention. After conducting his research, he discovered that the meteorite contained a significant amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, he found signs of life within it. You must guard this meteorite closely. It may very well be an opportunity to change the fate of our Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Zhengren instructed the researchers at his side. Just as he prepared to take the report to Sun Jinghua, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed behind him. Turning around, he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman floating above the meteorite. Nuwa, lady, Zhang Zhengren instinctively uttered, his gaze gradually becoming vacant as he appeared like a mere puppet. Not only Zhang Zhengren, but the entire research team was similarly affected. Have your leader come to see me. As you command, lady. Subsequently, Zhang Zhengren departed the research facility, observing the surrounding crowd. A smile graced Nua's lips. Hundreds of billions of years ago, an unprecedented explosion occurred in the chaos, resulting in the demise of all powerful beings in the primordial world. Whether they were quasi-saints or true saints, all were obliterated in that cataclysmic explosion, with even the entire primordial world reduced to mere dust from that fateful day onward. The souls of various ancient deities became enshrined within meteoric fragments, all succumbing to a deep slumber. For billions of years, the blue star has been the sole planet teeming with life that they encountered amidst the chaos. The meteor shower from yesterday was, in fact, a herald of the ancient god's descent upon the blue star. To her astonishment, Nua remarked softly, I never anticipated there to be so many humans on the blue star. The human race was her own creation. All who belonged to it would undoubtedly heed her commands. Should she manage to conquer the blue star, her own strength would be restored, and at that point, she could sacrifice all living beings on the planet, thereby regaining her former prowess. However, among the ancient gods that descended upon the blue star, there were formidable adversaries, such as the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, Yuanfeng, and the ancestor of the Dragon clan, Zulong, both notoriously difficult to contend with. She must swiftly subdue as many humans as possible before they could act. Old Zhang, can't you just tell me directly about your research findings? Why must you summon me to the laboratory? Sun Jinghua inquired, perplexed. Usually, whenever Zhang Zhengren made a significant discovery, he would report it directly to him. This was the first time he had been called to the research room. Noticing Zhang Zhengren's indifference, Sun Jinghua presumed his colleague was withholding some surprise. Reluctantly, he followed Zhang Zhengren to the laboratory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a stunning woman floating in midair. Simultaneously, in the celestial realm, Emperor Jun awakened as he recounted to Ao Chuan the events surrounding the meteor's descent upon the Pingyang Mountains. A meteorite? Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. Could it be related to last night's meteor shower? At that time, I thought the meteor shower was to grant my wishes, but instead, it delivered a Yuanfeng. I did not intend to offend the Dragon King. I beseeched the Dragon King to mete out punishment. Emperor Jun lowered his head, feeling ashamed. The Dragon King had shown him immense favor, and he had dared to attack him, an act more shameful than even the most base of creatures. This matter does not rest upon you. Yuanfeng is one of the innate three spirits. To control you is but a simple task. Ao Chuan understood that Emperor Jun was apologizing for his earlier aggression. Yet it was ultimately the result of Yuanfeng's control, so he bore no grudge against him. System, is there any way to expel Yuanfeng from Emperor Jun's body? Ao Chuan inquired. However, after a moment's wait, he received no response from the system. System, still, no reply. What could be the matter? Ao Chuan pondered, bewildered. This was the first time the system had remained silent. Although it occasionally went quiet, it would always respond when called upon. Why was there no reply today? Emperor Jun, why not attempt to expel Yuanfeng from your body? Ao Chuan suggested. Since the system was unresponsive, he could only let Emperor Jun try for himself. Dragon King, I have already attempted that. I cannot rid myself of this fiery bird. Emperor Jun shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly added, by the way, Dragon King, I have discovered some memories in my mind that do not belong to me. They must be Yuanfeng's that please, do share. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Ao Chuan's frown deepened. This was the worst news he had encountered since his reincarnation. The ancient gods had descended. Chapter 62. The Monster Master Kuanping. This was certainly not auspicious news. Ao Chuan's brows knitted tightly. If the monster court intended to dominate the blue star, these ancient gods would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle. It remained uncertain how many ancient gods had descended upon the blue star. If only a few, they would not pose a substantial threat to the monster court. However, if all the ancient gods had come, the confrontation between his newly established monster court and the true monster court of the primordial era would be quite the spectacle. Dragon King, this is dire, the Azure Dragon exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he pointed towards the East Sea. Just now, a mutated sea shrimp arrived in Jiacheng, claiming that our territory in the East Sea has been overtaken by a flying whale. A flying whale? Ao Chuan mused, his brow furrowing. Could it be that an ancient god had also emerged in the East Sea? With a thought, Ao Chuan vanished into the void, heading straight for Jiangqing. What on earth had transpired in the East Sea? Upon seeing the mutated sea shrimp at the shore, Ao Chuan immediately inquired, Dragon King, this is grave. The mutated sea shrimp hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night in the East Sea. Last night, a meteorite fell into the East Sea, and shortly thereafter, a nearly 200-meter-long giant whale appeared near the Sakura Kingdom. Lord Yasha vowed to defend the East Sea to the death, but was ultimately gravely injured and imprisoned in the heart of the East Sea. Yasha was defeated? Ao Chuan asked instinctively. Dragon King, you must take action for us. With a roar, Ao Chuan's gaze turned fierce. Even in dealing with a foe, one must consider the master. He was eager to uncover what capabilities this flying whale possessed. Resolving this matter, Ao Chuan activated his void escape skill, reaching the vicinity of the Sakura Kingdom in mere seconds. At that moment, the Sakura Kingdom lay in ruins, devoid of any signs of human life. Without pausing, Ao Chuan continued his journey to the heart of the East Sea. The East Sea was vast, separating the Dragon Kingdom from the Lighthouse Kingdom that lay in the center of the East Sea. A mutated whale circled the skies, its colossal form resembling a mountain. With its gaping maw, it continuously devoured the mutated creatures of the East. Is this not the Kuan? Ao Chuan wondered aloud. Upon seeing the flying whale described by the sea shrimp, he instinctively associated it with the mythical Kuan, as the resemblance was strikingly uncanny. Mutated orca possessed by Kuanping. Extraordinary Level 1. Skills. Water Column LV. 9. Swift Flight LV.8. Flying speed is exceedingly rapid. No creature at the same level can catch up. Spatial Traversal LV.8 can break through spatial boundaries. Even barriers cannot impede passage. Devour LV.8 opens its massive mouth to generate powerful suction, drawing everything nearby into its belly, capable of swiftly decomposing and digesting consumed entities, converting them into its own energy. Overall combat power, 18943. Monster Master Kuanping. Ao Chuan scoffed coldly upon glimpsing the system's panel. What did it matter if they were ancient gods? Should they obstruct his path, they would face annihilation without mercy. So you are the so-called master of the monster court? Kuanping halted its devouring to gaze at Ao Chuan. In an instant, ominous clouds shrouded the entire East Sea, thunder reverberating incessantly, while no mutated creature dared approach within several dozen miles. Nations bordering the East Sea bore witness to this awe-inspiring spectacle. Together, he and Kuanping, both colossal beasts over 100 meters tall, appearing above the East Sea, was enough to astonish the entire world. Simply await your demise. Ao Chuan's gaze sharpened. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He immediately unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Yet, to Ao Chuan's surprise, the flames passed directly through Kuanping's form. Phantom? Ao Chuan pondered, taken aback. No, the panel did not list Phantom as a skill. It was simply that the opponent's speed was too swift. Your power is acceptable, but your speed is woefully inadequate, Kuanping taunted. Initially, Kuanping had believed that the master of the monster court mentioned by Yasha was Emperor Jun, which was why he had refrained from killing the Yasha immediately. To his astonishment, the so-called master of the monster court on the blue star turned out to be a black dragon. Allow me to demonstrate what true speed entails. With that, Kuanping launched itself at Ao Chuan. Its tail striking Ao Chuan's abdomen. Ao Chuan frowned slightly. Kuanping's speed was indeed remarkable, so fast that even he had struggled to react. However, Kuanping's attacks lacked potency, falling short of Yuanfeng's heavenly fire, with a powerful claw. Ao Chuan seized Kuanping's tail. What do you intend? Kuanping sensed something amiss and desperately attempted to break free, but no matter how he struggled, Ao Chuan's grip remained steadfast. Release me. Let go. I am willing to submit. Faced with the impending dragon fire poised at Ao Chuan's mouth, Kuanping grew increasingly frantic. System, initiate the blood spirit contract. Ao Chuan commanded inwardly, for an ancient god that had likely existed for countless years. It would be safer to rely on the system for subjugation, yet the system remained silent. This is strange. Could it be that subjugation is impossible? Ao Chuan sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. If subjugation were off the table, then elimination would be the only recourse. With a steely glare, Ao Chuan unleashed his dragon fire in an instant. In mere moments, Kuanping was engulfed by the inky flames. I will not let you off so easily. Kuanping screeched in agony, its massive form shrinking at a visible rate. Only when it was reduced to ashes did its pitiful cries cease, gazing upon the darkened expanse of the East Sea. Ao Chuan dove into its depths. Through the connection of the blood spirit contract, he swiftly located the Yasha, trapped beneath a massive rock. Dragon King, I knew you would come to my rescue. The battered Yasha's eyes sparkled with gratitude upon seeing Ao Chuan. First, he had bestowed upon him dragon blood, and now he risked danger to save him. Such a Dragon King, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, would elicit not a single frown from him. With a flick of his hand, Ao Chuan shattered the boulder and led the Yasha away from the ocean floor. From now on, you shall guard the waters near Jiangcheng. should you encounter formidable foes. You may join forces with the Azure Dragon in the city. With the ancient gods now descending upon the Blue Star, danger lurked at every turn. His subordinates were the primary strength of the monster court and must not suffer any losses. As for the dilapidated territory of the Sakura Kingdom, whoever desired it could take it for themselves. Understood, Dragon King. The Yasha promptly replied, "To think that the Dragon King cared so greatly for his safety. He was determined to shed his last drop of blood for the sake of the Dragon King." As Ao Chuan pondered the reason why the ancient gods could not form contracts, a notification sound resonated in his mind. System 2.0 version upgrade successful. Chapter 63. The South comes to submit. I was wondering why the system did not respond earlier. It turns out it was updating its version. System, what new features have you incorporated? Ao Chuan inquired. The system has successfully loaded the Great Sage function. Due to the arrival of the ancient gods on Blue Star, the difficulty level for the host has been increased. The system generously gifts the ancient god transformation function. By locating the meteorite that harbors the ancient god, the system can transform the ancient god into bloodline power, which the host can bestow upon suitable subordinates. If there are suitable bloodline hosts, they may also utilize it themselves. Transforming the ancient gods into bloodline power. Does this imply that I can convert both the Yuan Feng and Kuan Peng into bloodline power? Compared to these cunning ancient gods, the native creatures of Blue Star are undoubtedly more manageable as long as I can acquire their bloodlines. The Xiangui can take their place. Yasha, do you recall where the meteorite fell last night? Ao Chuan asked. I remember it was near the Sakura country. Take me to find that meteorite first. Though Yasha did not comprehend the necessity of locating the meteorite, he had no choice but to obey the Dragon King's command. Subsequently, under Yasha's guidance, Ao Chuan effortlessly located the meteorite. Ao Chuan scrutinized the meteorite before him. Unlike other meteorites, the surface of the one housing the Kuan Ping was enveloped in a soft blue radiance. As Ao Chuan's dragon claw made contact with the meteorite, the system's notification sounded. Detected the ancient divine beast Kuan Ping. Would you like to transform it into bloodline power? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than the radiance of the meteorite dimmed, followed by a series of agonizing screams. How is this possible? The ancient gods are indeed not so easily vanquished. Ao Chuan immediately recognized the source of the cries. It was the Kuan Ping he had just defeated. He had not anticipated that his dragon flames had failed to slay it. Had it not been for the system, he would not have detected the Kuan Ping. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kuan Ping bloodline. Let us return to Jiang City. Yasha, with the Kuan Ping bloodline acquired, Ao Chuan felt a surge of elation. The thought of the Yuan Feng bloodline still awaiting him in the Pingyang Mountains spurred him to quicken his pace homeward. Eventually, finding Yasha too slow, Ao Chuan opted to return to Jiang City alone using his void escape skill, swiftly making his way back to Jiangnan Province. Dijun, take me to the location where the meteorite fell last night. Ao Chuan called out as he appeared directly beside Dijun. Dijun was startled by Ao Chuan's sudden emergence. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and lead me there. Seeing Dijun frozen in place, Ao Chuan urged again. All right, my Dragon King. Upon hearing Ao Chuan's prompt, Dijun finally snapped to attention and hurriedly guided him to the meteorite's landing site. Is this the meteorite that harbors the Yuan Feng? Ao Chuan observed the meteorite, which was ablaze with flames, and just as he was about to touch it, Dijun intervened. Dragon King, you must not touch the meteorite. I was possessed by the Yuan Feng because I touched it last night. Dijun's expression was grave. He had experienced it firsthand. Once the meteorite is touched, one would be possessed by the Yuan Feng. Should the Dragon King be possessed, the entire demon court would face annihilation. Ao Chuan frowned slightly, disregarding Dijun's admonishment. Detected the ancient divine beast Yuan Feng. The system has automatically transformed it into bloodline power. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yuan Feng bloodline. The system's notification echoed in Ao Chuan's mind, and the next moment, a piercing cry of a phoenix emanated from the meteorite. Subsequently, the flames enveloping the meteorite extinguished rapidly. How is this possible? Dijun stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Why is the Dragon King unharmed? Are you comparing this seat to yourself? Ao Chuan glanced at Dijun and said softly, I dare not. The Dragon King's powers are truly unparalleled. Dijun quickly explained, sighing inwardly. He had been possessed by the Yuan Feng upon touching the meteorite, while the Dragon King touched it and the Yuan Feng did not even dare to make a sound. The Dragon King is indeed extraordinary. It seems I must train harder. Reporting to the king, There are two mutated creatures from the Lingyan region wishing to submit to us. A mutated rhinoceros suddenly approached and spoke. It seemed taken aback to see the Dragon King present, as fear was evident in its gaze directed at Ao Chuan. I recognize you. You are the mutated rhinoceros that injured the red fox and insulted the demon court back then. Ao Chuan instantly identified the creature. In no wonder he sensed fear emanating from its eyes. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Even Di Jun dared not speak. After the mutated rhinoceros had been released, it had been instructed to remain docile in the Pingyang Mountains, with the intent of preventing the Dragon King from encountering it. Although it had already been punished, the fact of its insult to the demon court could not be erased. Would the Dragon King see it and, in a fit of rage, slay it? After all, the mutated rhinoceros was among the first batch of subordinates Di Jun had subdued, and he still held some brotherly sentiment towards it. Rest assured, since you have Ao Chuan had yet to finish his sentence when the mutated rhinoceros interrupted. I'm sorry, Dragon King. The mutated rhinoceros hastily knelt and bowed. The force of its bow was so great that it broke one of its horns. Even as blood flowed from the broken horn to the ground, the mutated rhinoceros remained prostrate, trembling before Ao Chuan. Witnessing this scene, Ao Chuan couldn't help but admire the determination of the mutated rhinoceros. Truly a tenacious creature. He had merely mentioned it casually, yet the mutated rhinoceros had taken it to heart. Rise. First, bring those two mutated creatures from Lingyan here, then go to Guhuai to collect a life fruit. Ao Chuan commanded. Thank you, Dragon King. The mutated rhinoceros's eyes brightened, and it hurried off to fetch the two mutated creatures from Lingyan. The life fruit is a precious item. Exchanging one horn for a life fruit is a tremendous profit. Soon, a 7th-tier awakened mutated brown bear and a 1st-tier extraordinary white tiger were brought before Ao Chuan. We are Bear Dolly and Big White, paying our respects to the Golden Crow King. Upon seeing Di Jun for the first time, they immediately knelt to pledge their loyalty, completely overlooking Ao Chuan standing nearby. Ahem, you two fools, do you not see the Dragon King? Hurry and pay your respects. Di Jun exclaimed in anger. Are the mutated creatures from Lingyan so foolish as to not distinguish between the two kings? Bear Dolly and Big White exchanged glances and promptly knelt before Ao Chuan. We pay our respects to the Dragon King. What brings the mutated creatures from Lingyan to Jiangnan? Speak. Why abandon the good life in Lingyan to come to Jiangnan? Ao Chuan inquired sternly. He had already reviewed the panels of the two mutated creatures. The mutated brown bear had no noteworthy skills, but the white tiger appeared to be quite impressive. Lacking the Dragon King's orders, they dared not rise, kneeling as they recounted the events that had transpired in Lingnan. Are you saying that two giant serpents with 9 heads have appeared in Lingnan? Chapter 64. The Sacrifice. After hearing their account, Ao Chuan immediately thought of Jiuying and Xiang Lu. After all, the only creatures known to possess 9 heads in legend are these two. If I could grant both of their bloodlines to Jiuying, my demon court would gain another formidable general. You two are now part of my demon court. You may leave. Ao Chuan spoke softly. Thank you, Dragon King. The mutated white tiger and Bear Dolly quickly expressed their gratitude and withdrew. Currently, I possess both the Kuan-Ping and Yuan-Feng bloodlines. Since these bloodlines are unsuitable for me, I may as well bestow the Yuan-Feng bloodline upon Di Jun's system. Bestow the Yuan-Feng bloodline upon Dijun. Ao Chuan thought inwardly. Usage successful. Golden Crow King Di Jun has acquired the Yuan-Feng bloodline. As the system's notification rang out, Di Jun, who stood not far from Ao Chuan, suddenly trembled. A surge of overwhelming power flooded into him like a torrential wave. Di Jun initially thought the Yuan-Feng intended to possess him again and began to resist. Do not resist. This is the new bloodline I bestow upon you. Ao Chuan warned. Upon hearing Ao Chuan's reminder, Di Jun ceased his resistance. The Yuan-Feng, being another ancient divine beast, made Ao Chuan wonder how much Di Jun could grow after assimilating its bloodline. In the next moment, a brilliant glow enveloped Di Jun's form, and the flames of the 3-legged golden crow alternated with the celestial fire of the Yuan-Feng. Time passed unmeasured until Di Jun slowly opened his eyes, emanating an aura that even Ao Chuan found slightly threatening. Moreover, Di Jun's size had surged to over 200 meters, with wings. He appeared even larger than Ao Chuan. He had directly advanced from extraordinary 7th tier to extraordinary 8th tier. 3-legged golden crow Di Jun, extraordinary 8th tier. Skills: Flame Body LV.13, Void Escape LV.9, Rebirth and Flames LV.15, Solar Heavenly Fire LV.15, a fusion of Solar Fire and Heavenly Fire. Possessing formidable lethality while capable of wide area release. Loyalty: 100, Comprehensive Combat Power 30234. Thank you for the Dragon King's generous gift. Di Jun vows to serve the Dragon King for generations, willing to brave fire and water. Feeling the changes within him, Di Jun excitedly knelt to express his gratitude to Ao Chuan. Rise, when we launch our offensive on Ling'an. You must perform well. Ao Chuan smiled. He had not anticipated that merging bloodlines would yield such benefits, had it not been for the fact that the Yuan Feng and Kuan Peng bloodlines were unsuitable for him. He would have long since utilized them on himself. Since the ancient deities Jiuying and Shangliu both reside in Ling'an, Ao Chuan would undoubtedly not overlook these two superior bloodlines, since he is bound for Ling'an anyway. It is not merely a matter of incorporating the entire southern region into the domain of the Demon Court. Roar. With Ao Chuan's furious roar, all members of the Demon Court swiftly gathered. Today, our Demon Court has decided to launch a westward expedition, appointing Emperor Jun as the Grand Marshal of the expedition and Xian Gui as the inspector. As for the position of vanguard, Ao Chuan glanced at the array of mutated beings, hesitating over whom to choose. Noticing Ao Chuan's indecision, the warlike factions such as Titan and Bak Chi began to bicker, each vying for the position of vanguard. Dragon King, Song should be the vanguard. Once the words were spoken, the previously competing mutated beings fell silent. Song Yi, the leader among the warlike factions, spoke, and none dared to contest him. In that case, let Song be appointed as the vanguard for the westward expedition. Ao Chuan softly declared, then turned his gaze to the Red Fox. Like Song, the Red Fox would also serve as a vanguard. In previous battles, it had indeed always been Song leading the charge. Ao Chuan had hoped that the last encounter would temper his aggressive nature. To his surprise, Song remained as combative as ever upon revival, but given that Song and the Red Fox shared a fateful bond, it was safer to have them both as vanguards. In the early days of establishing the Demon Court, only Xian Gui and Song had followed him, and he had few capable subordinates. Even their territory was limited to the small area around Blackwater Lake and the northern mountains. However, the current Demon Court boasted formidable generals across land, sea, and air, with territories expanded to encompass the entire Jiangnan province. Conquering the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom was merely a matter of time. Within a month, we must seize the entirety of the south. Dragon Kingdom, a ritual? Are you mistaken? Isn't the Dragon Kingdom averse to deities? Li Xiqing gazed at Lu Bing in astonishment. That I'm not quite clear either. But this is an order from the leader. He insists that all awakened ones must participate. Lu Bing sighed. He had just received this news and, although unaware of the leader's motives for convening the ritual, he trusted him. All right then, I'll accompany you to see. Li Xiqing fell into silence for a moment, a lingering sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Yet, to discern what the Dragon Kingdom was up to, he acquiesced. Young master. As he prepared to follow Lu Bing, he was swiftly restrained. Clearly, Fu Bo had sensed something amiss. Rest assured, Fu Bo, Li Xiqing smiled, signaling for him not to worry. He then followed Lu Bing to the ritual site. As they walked, Li Xiqing increasingly felt that something was off and quickly inquired, Lu Bing, why are we heading to the research facility for a ritual? Confused, Li Xiqing pressed on. I'm not sure. The leader said the assembly point was the research facility, so let us check it out. Lu Bing was equally perplexed. Who holds a ritual in a research facility? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the research facility. The doors were tightly shut, and several awakened ones had already gathered outside. As usual, Sun Jing stood before the research facility. However, today, he exuded an unsettling aura, though Li Xiqing couldn't pinpoint why. Once all the awakened ones had assembled, Sun Jing opened the large door of the research facility and instructed all the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom to enter. Li Xiqing frowned, an ominous feeling creeping in as he instinctively moved toward the back of the line. The other awakened ones, though puzzled, said nothing. Subsequently, Li Xiqing followed the crowd into the research facility, positioning himself at the rear in case anything untoward occurred, allowing him to escape swiftly. A mere broken stone. Upon seeing that the ritual's centerpiece was merely a stone, Li Xiqing's frown deepened. Turning to glance at the leader, he was startled to find Sun Jing had somehow blocked his exit. Chapter 65. There is only one Demon Court. Something is amiss. It is profoundly amiss. Li Xiqing warily surveyed his surroundings, observing that the researchers, like Sun Jinghua, appeared strangely wooden, as if transformed into puppets. Very well. You shall soon become my most loyal warriors. A soft voice penetrated Li Xiqing's ears. When had this woman appeared, Li Xiqing was taken aback, certain that this woman had not been in the research facility moments ago. Salutations, Lady Nuwa. In an instant, all present in the research facility knelt in reverence. Only Li Xiqing remained frozen in place. What on earth? Why is everyone bowing? Li Xiqing cursed under his breath. He was a subordinate of the Dragon King and would kneel to no one but him. Oh, you're quite intriguing. Niwa noticed Li Xiqing and immediately unleashed her divine power, immobilizing him on the spot while forcefully infusing her divine energy into his body, intending to turn him into a puppet under her command. This is bad. I can't move. Li Xiqing thought alarmingly as he felt a powerful force invading his being. In the next moment, his gaze, like the others, began to dull. I thought you had something special about you. Turns out you are merely ordinary. Niwa chuckled lightly. Just as she believed she had completely subdued Li Xiqing, a domineering dragon's roar erupted from within him. Pfft. Unprepared, Niwa was violently shaken, spitting blood. How is this possible? How can such immense energy reside within a mortal? Niwa stared incredulously at Li Xiqing. She had intended to control him, but had instead been repelled. What just happened? The moment Li Xiqing regained his senses and beheld Niwa. Golden scales rapidly enveloped his body. He recalled that this woman aimed to control him. Li Xiqing quickly assumed a battle stance, unaware that a pair of sinister eyes had manifested behind him. The aura of the ancestor dragon, Niwa, noticing the situation behind Li Xiqing, immediately sensed the presence of the ancestor dragon and retreated into the meteorite. As Niwa vanished, those around her, previously under her control, including Sun Jinghua, regained their senses, and the eyes behind Li Xiqing dissipated. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be of the ancestor dragon's lineage, Niwa cursed from within the meteorite. The most infuriating part was that her forced control over someone of the ancestor dragon had led to a backlash, damaging her divine power. Kid, I won't let you off easily. With that, Niwa began to recuperate her injuries. Inside the research facility, the newly awakened Sun Jinghua and the others looked at Li Xiqing in confusion. Quick, follow me out of the research facility. He was uncertain whether Niwa would reappear, and with that thought, Li Xiqing dashed out of the research facility. Although he didn't know why Niwa had spat blood, he could surmise from her earlier words that the Dragon King had likely saved him. After all, he had formed a pact with the Dragon King. It was sheer folly for her to think she could control him. Sun Jinghua and the others, though unaware of the specifics, obediently followed Li Xiqing's lead to exit the research facility. Li Xiaoyu. What on earth happened? Why can't I remember anything? Sun Jinghua questioned, perplexed that he only recalled following Zhang Zhengren to the research facility. Then seeing a woman, after which everything went blank. I'm not entirely sure either, but I know you were all under the control of a woman named Niwa. Li Xiqing recounted the events of their entrapment by Niwa, embellishing his role in the struggle against her, claiming he had battled her for 300 rounds before ultimately defeating her, thus rescuing them all. He also informed them that Niwa's intention was to sacrifice the entire Dragon Kingdom to regain her power, spinning the tale in a manner that painted him as a hero. Naturally, these were exaggerated claims, but given their ignorance, he seized this opportunity to enhance his standing and influence within the Dragon Kingdom. So that's how it was. Thanks to you, Li Xiaoyu, the Dragon Kingdom was spared. Sun Jinghua accepted Li Xiqing's words without a hint of doubt. After all, it was indisputable that they had been under Niwa's control. In that moment, all present began to extol Li Xiqing, proclaiming him the savior of the Dragon Kingdom, their beacon of hope. Yet tragically, Li Xiqing was merely an undercover agent planted by the demon court in the Dragon Kingdom. The greater their hopes for him, the more profound their eventual disappointment would be. Following this incident, Sun Jinghua resolved to permanently seal off the research facility, as no one could guarantee that Niwa would not return. I apologize, leader. Perhaps I should have ordered the meteorite to be brought back to the research facility, preventing your control. Zhang Zhengren expressed his remorse. It's all right, old Zhang. The danger has passed. Moreover, from another perspective, had you not brought the meteorite to the research facility, she might have been able to manipulate more people. Sun Jinghua reassured him, patting Zhang Zhengren's shoulder. Thanks to Li Xiaoyu, the Dragon Kingdom has averted disaster. I express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the nation. Sun Jinghua deeply bowed to Li Xiqing. Zhang Zhengren and Lu Bing, along with the other awakened ones, did the same. With great power comes great responsibility. I shall lead the Dragon Kingdom toward a bright future. Li Xiqing promptly assisted Sun Jinghua upright, speaking with conviction. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation and most countries on Blue Star, they were all under assault from the ancient deities. The thunder giant bear of the Maoxiong nation, empowered by the ancient deity Zeus, had directly compelled the nation to submit to him. As a great power, the bear nation was naturally unwilling to relent, even going so far as to launch 3 tsars in an attempt to slay Zeus. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected for all within the bear nation. The 3 tsars not only failed to obliterate Zeus, but instead succeeded in inciting his wrath. Wielding the might of thunder, Zeus instantaneously summoned lightning, decimating two-thirds of the Bear Nation's populace. Ultimately, it was the Bear Nation that chose to submit to Zeus, sparing its citizens from further calamity. The ancient deity Shiva, who descended upon the land of the three, directly took a venomous giant lizard as her pet and demanded that the three offer 50,000 living souls daily as sustenance for the creature. Should they fail to comply, she threatened to annihilate the nation without hesitation. In the eyes of the ancient gods, humanity was but a trifling swarm, easily extinguished at a whim should they disobey. At this moment, the capital of the Lighthouse Nation lay in ruins, trembling with fear. Tabeki knelt reverently before a towering black man, who was accompanied by a colossal storm eagle over 200 meters in height. Is it true that there exists a force in the Dragon Nation known as the Yao Court? The black man inquired, his gaze fixed on the quaking Tabeki. Yes, indeed, near the land of cherry blossoms, there is a Yiksha who is a member of the Yao Court, Tabeki stammered, his voice laced with terror. Upon hearing this, the black man scoffed disdainfully, then turned his attention to the storm eagle behind him. Brother, I never imagined that there would be another force on this planet bearing the same name as our Yao Court. As his words fell, the storm eagle let out an enraged roar, igniting in a blaze of solar fire. There exists but one Yao Court, and the Yao Emperor can only be I, Dijuan. Those who impersonate the Yao Court shall face merciless extermination. Chapter 66. The true power of the Yao Court in the southern region of the Dragon Nation. Ao Chuan, who was leading the Yao Court's assault on Lingnan, sensed an anomaly in his bond with Li Xiqing. As if someone were attempting to usurp Li Xiqing from him. Dare anyone attempt to steal my person? Ao Chuan quickly reacted, establishing a mental connection with Li Xiqing to discern what transpired on his end. Li Xiqing, I sense something amiss on your side. Ao Chuan began, but was interrupted by the excited voice of Li Xiqing. Thanks to the intervention of Lord Dragon King in subduing Enhua, I shall never forget the great favor bestowed upon me, Li Xiqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Were it not for the Dragon King's timely rescue, he would have been reduced to a mere puppet, manipulated at will. Enhua. While Ao Chuan was unaware of the specifics, he could surmise from Li Xiqing's words that Enhua had likely intended to control him, unaware that Li Xiqing was already firmly in Ao Chuan's grasp, thus allowing him to escape calamity. Secure Enhua's meteorite well. I shall soon strike at the capital and personally take her life, Ao Chuan declared solemnly. Enhua was an ancient god of the highest caliber, and Ao Chuan had no intention of sparing her. After all, the Dragon Nation would eventually be subdued, and fortuitously, Enhua's meteorite had manifested within the capital. Thus, after conquering Lingnan, he would seize the entire Dragon Nation as well. For with the current strength of the Yao Court, subjugating the Dragon Nation was well within their capabilities. Upon hearing Ao Chuan's words, Li Xiqing trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Does this mean the Dragon King is preparing to slay Enhua to defend me? I have been lurking within the Dragon Nation, with scarcely any opportunity to meet the Dragon King. With the Yao Court's experts emerging in droves, any one of them could easily overpower me. I thought I had fallen out of the Dragon King's favor, yet it seems he cares for me so deeply. Lord Dragon King, to follow you is the greatest fortune of my life. Even if it means sacrificing my very life, I would do so willingly, Li Xiqing expressed, deeply moved. Ao Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, dismissing Li Xiqing's fervent declarations. What was wrong with this fellow? One might mistake him for confessing feelings. Meanwhile, the Yao Court's army marched forth with great vigor toward Lingnan. All encountered mutated creatures that complied were incorporated into their ranks, while those that resisted were swiftly torn apart by the Yao Court's abominations. The southern region of the Dragon Nation had become largely devoid of humanity since the decree was issued for the protection and retreat of the populace, alongside the fortification of central territories. Most citizens had fled to safer areas, leaving places such as Xiliang, northeast, and Ling and beyond the Dragon Nation's control. The cities along their route bore little evidence of human presence, being predominantly populated by mutated creatures. Sister Bai, do you think the Yao Court can prevail against the two colossal serpents of Lingnan? Asked Xiong Dali from the ranks. I am uncertain, but judging by their size, the Dragon King and the Golden Crow King are likely of comparable stature to those serpents, so they should be evenly matched. Bai Hu replied softly. As Xiong Dali and Bai Hu were mutated creatures from Lingnan, they were assigned to the vanguard, ensuring the Yao Court's army would not lose their way under their guidance. Hey, brat, how much longer until we reach Lingnan? Are you sure you're heading in the right direction? Song, who had never been to Lingnan, questioned their navigation due to the delay. Song, we'll be in Lingnan shortly, no more than 10 minutes. And we shall arrive, Xiong Dali responded promptly. Who is your big brother? hurry up and lead us. If we don't reach Lingyan in 10 minutes, I'll swallow you whole. Before long, the Yao court's army successfully arrived at Lingyan. Song, we are nearing the eastern part of Lingyan, Baihu announced, casting a wary glance at the mountains to the east. Ever since the arrival of Jiao Ying and Xiang Lu, the entirety of the eastern region had fallen under Xiang Lu's dominion, while the western part naturally became the territory of Jiao Ying. There are 3 ahead, Baihu began, but was interrupted by Song. Quit your rambling. The trifling Lingnan is of no concern to the Yao court. If you're afraid, then get out of the way. The nearby Hong, who shared the same sentiment, believing no force could stand against the Yao court, and any adversary could be swiftly dealt with. Once it was confirmed that they were indeed approaching Lingnan, Song let out a triumphant howl, and in the next moment, thousands of gray wolves surged forth from the vanguard, followed closely by millions of mutated creatures from the Yao court. Alas, Song is too impulsive. Baihu sighed inwardly. The mountains ahead were guarded by 3 first-tier extraordinary mutated creatures. Song himself was merely first-tier extraordinary, and Hong, who had only awakened to the 9th tier. How could they possibly contend against 3 first-tier extraordinary beings? Damn it. Who dares to invade Lord Xiang Lu's territory? A black-striped giant python over 40 meters long, upon receiving news of the invasion, erupted from the forest like a bolt of black lightning. Trees were shattered in its wake, echoing with a cacophony of snapping branches. Following closely behind were tens of thousands of Lingnan's mutated creatures. Alongside a golden spider radiating with golden light, its legs as thick as tree trunks, and a massive armored wild boar, its steel plating glinting coldly in the sunlight, seemingly unbreakable. I was wondering who it was. It's the cowardly Baihu fleeing from the storm wolves. Oh, you think bringing a pack of pups will allow you to defeat us? The black-striped giant python sneered disdainfully at Baihu. Baihu's expression darkened, ready to retort, only to find Song stepping in front of him. You have 2 choices, either surrender to the Yao court or face death. Song's fierce gaze bore down upon the 3 mutated creatures. A gentle breeze began to stir around them. What nonsense is this Yao court? Before the black-striped python could finish, the once gentle breeze coalesced into blades of wind, and in a mere second, the 3 mutated creatures were shredded into pieces. Young ones, since their leader has declared they will not surrender, their underlings certainly will not either. All mutated beings of Lingnan shall be exterminated without question. With that proclamation, Song led the vanguard of wolves into a ferocious assault against the mutated beings within the eastern mountains. Not only the vanguard, but the Yao court's main forces had also reached Lingnan. Ha ha ha. Song, leave some of Lingnan's spawn for me. I want to kill too. Titan laughed, instantly transforming into a magical ape, his stature swelling to 150 meters, grasping a mutated tree over 50 meters tall. He began indiscriminately attacking the creatures of Lingnan. Just then, the distant forest erupted with a deep roar, as if some colossal entity was approaching. Not good. It's the aura of Xiang Lu, Baihu exclaimed in alarm. Before his words could finish, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky, revealing 9 fearsome heads obscured within the mist. Xiang Lu, the sovereign of eastern Lingyan. Its 200-meter frame towered above Titan. Delicious flesh, I shall feast upon you. Upon sighting Titan, Xiang Lu's 9 heads lunged at him with ferocity. Both Song and Hong Hu's expression shifted dramatically as they shouted, Titan, be careful, roar, just as Xiang Lu was about to sink its fangs into Titan. A resounding dragon's roar shattered the air, sending Xiang Lu's 9 heads reeling back several hundred meters. In the next instant, a steel trident crackling with electricity pierced through Xiang Lu's skull point. 200-meter giants now soared above Lingnan's sky, revealing the azure dragon and the Yixia. Is this the true power of the Yao court? Baihu gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 67. The Yao court needs no 2 Daijins GGG. 2 more delectable morsels have arrived. Xiang Lu sneered coldly. The head that was pierced by the Yixia instantly restored itself, as if it had never been injured. Its 9 heads rose simultaneously, filled with disdain and contempt. In its eyes, the azure dragon and the Yixia were merely larger insects, hardly worthy of fear. And what of me? Am I also your blood meal? A deep and imposing voice suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. Imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, in the next moment, the figure of Emperor Jun materialized in the skies above Lingnan, his towering form spanning over 200 meters, akin to a majestic mountain. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu came to a halt simultaneously, their gazes directed at Emperor Jun. Filled with trepidation, he sensed an unprecedented pressure, as if the very air around him had solidified. The aura of the 3-legged golden crow. You are the Emperor Jun of the demonic court. Xiang Lu gazed at the figure of Emperor Jun in disbelief that, "Oh, so you are acquainted with me." Xiang Lu. Emperor Jun was taken aback that Xiang Lu recognized him. Had his name truly reached Lingnan, the master of the ancient demonic court, a being at the pinnacle of semi-saint cultivation, how could Emperor Jun himself not be recognized? Flee. I must flee swiftly. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiang Lu's 9 heads simultaneously emitted a low growl, his massive form twisting abruptly as he commenced his escape. Faced with Emperor Jun, he lacked even the courage to resist. "The prey I have set my sights on cannot escape you." A voice echoed from the depths of the void. In the next instant, Ao Chuan appeared before Xiang Lu, his powerful dragon tail ensnaring the 9 heads. Rendering him immobile, the ferocious beast Xiang Lu, indeed a creature with a human head and serpent-bodied, Ao Chuan scrutinized Xiang Lu with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Your appearance is such that it would be better if you had 9 serpent heads instead." This grotesque combination of a human head and serpent body was something he found utterly unappetizing. Such an ugly presence had no place in the demonic court. Xiang Lu's 9 heads thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from Ao Chuan's grip, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. He felt a terrifying aura emanating from Ao Chuan, even more formidable than that of Emperor Jun. Filling his heart with despair, who is this black dragon? The power he exudes is even greater than that of Emperor Jun. Who exactly are you? Xiang Lu mustered the courage to inquire. "You are not worthy to know." Before his words could fade, a torrent of pitch-black dragon flames surged forth from Ao Chuan's mouth, instantly igniting Xiang Lu's body. Xiang Lu let out a piercing scream, his 9 heads thrashing in a frenzy. Within mere seconds, his colossal form was reduced to ashes. "Members of the demonic court, heed my command. Exert all efforts to locate the meteorite in the east." With a decree from Ao Chuan, the creatures of the demonic court promptly began their search. "Yes, Dragon King," they chorused in unison, then scattered to commence their quest for the meteorite in eastern Lingnan. "Dragon King, I know where Xiang Lu's meteorite is." The white tiger spoke up, not long after the meteorite descended upon Lingnan. The 2 ferocious beasts, Jiao Ying and Xiang Lu, had appeared. The white tiger held a vivid recollection of this. "Take me there." Ao Chuan replied softly. Within mere minutes, Ao Chuan, guided by the white tiger, discovered the meteorite belonging to Xiang Lu. Detected ancient ferocious beast Xiang Lu. The system has automatically converted it into bloodline. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the bloodline of Xiang Lu. Ao Chuan nodded. Though Xiang Lu's bloodline was not top tier, it was still a commendable acquisition, suitable for his adopted son, Jiao Ying. Following Xiang Lu's demise, the mutated creatures in the east lacked the strength to contend with the demonic court. Within a few short hours, the demonic court had successfully established dominance over eastern Lingnan. Henceforth, only the ferocious beast Jiao Ying remained in Lingnan. Ao Chuan gazed deeply towards the west, his tone imbued with a hint of coldness. "All creatures, heed my command, continue the westward campaign." As his words fell, Ao Chuan's figure vanished from sight, swiftly traversing the void to arrive in western Lingnan. Witnessing this, Emperor Jun employed the same void-walking skill to follow closely behind. As for the Azure Dragon, Yasha, and Titan, other members of the demonic court could only lead their forces onward to the west. How wonderful it is to possess the skill of void traversal. When might I acquire it as well? The Azure Dragon expressed with envy, despite being of the same dragon lineage as the Dragon King. Why can the Dragon King traverse the void while I cannot? In western Lingnan, the territory of Jiao Ying. What did you say? The eastern Lingnan has been conquered by the demonic court. Are you certain it is the demonic court? Jiao Ying exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. I am certain, and among that group of demons, there is one called Emperor Jun. The mutated crow stammered. He had indeed witnessed the eastern region being overrun, and he distinctly heard Xiang Lu mention the name of the demonic court's Emperor Jun. No sooner had the mutated crow finished speaking than Jiao Ying's expression darkened, and he promptly swallowed it whole. The name of the demon emperor is not something you, a mere wretch, can utter. Just then, a deep dragon roar echoed from the skies, followed by the instantaneous appearance of Ao Chuan and Emperor Jun above western Lingnan. This is the aura of the demon emperor, upon sensing the presence of the 3-legged golden crow. Jiao Ying's heart surged with joy. Could it be that the demon emperor is aware of my presence here and has come specifically to seek me out? Jiao Ying quickly gazed skyward, spotting the dark-hued Ao Chuan. Where did this black dragon come from? Jiao Ying instinctively overlooked Ao Chuan, continuing his search for Emperor Jun, and indeed discovered Emperor Jun behind the black dragon, demon emperor. You have finally arrived? Jiao Ying hastened toward Emperor Jun's direction. Seeing this, Emperor Jun initially assumed Jiuying intended to attack him and the Dragon King, prompting him to summon the solar flames to strike at Jiuying. Demon Emperor, it is I, Jiuying. Jiuying swiftly dodged Emperor Jun's attack, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. He could not comprehend why the Demon Emperor would turn against him. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing something amiss, he had remained in Jiangnan province and had never ventured beyond its borders. Today marked his first arrival in Ling'an. Why do both Xiang Lu and Jiuying recognize me? Furthermore, this Jiuying addresses me as the Demon Emperor, as if we are quite familiar. Ao Chuan quickly discerned the reason behind this. Jiuying belonged to the demonic court during the primordial era. And the ruler of the demonic court at that time was indeed Emperor Jun. He must have mistaken this impostor Emperor Jun for the true demon emperor of the primordial era. If this point could be skillfully exploited, it might indeed be possible to enlist Jiuying, this ferocious beast, under his command. However, he had no need for it. With a thought, Ao Chuan unexpectedly expelled a breath of dragon flames. Jiuying, caught unawares, was instantly reduced to ashes by the fierce flames. He already had one Jiuying under his command. The demonic court did not require a second, just as he had previously possessed one Emperor Jun. The other ancient god Emperor Jun must perish. The demonic court needs not two Emperor Juns. Chapter 68. The abominable nine-headed dragon. With the demise of Jiuying and Xiang Lu, no force remained in Lingnan to obstruct the demonic court. The army of the demonic court swept through Lingnan like a tempest, leaving no remnants of mutated creatures in the east or the forces that had once aligned with Jiuying in the west. Faced with the demonic court, they offered not the slightest resistance. Those who encountered the likes of the Black Feather and Red Fox, who were not particularly bloodthirsty, were swiftly incorporated into the demonic court. However, those who came across the likes of Tsong, Titan, or Ba Qi, known for their bloodlust, found themselves torn to shreds before they could even contemplate surrender. Dragon King, while we were purging the western region of Ling'an, we captured this mutated creature. It claims to be an ancient divine beast. Emperor Jun spoke softly. An ancient divine beast? Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest crossing his eyes. Bring it forth for me to see. Soon, Emperor Jun presented a mutated creature adorned with blue feathers. Its form was not particularly large, yet it radiated a sacred and auspicious aura, its feathers shimmering with a faint blue light. Mutated parrot, possessed by Qing Luan. Extraordinary Tier 2. Skills, Food Discrimination, LV. 8. Capable of easily discerning which foods are edible and which contain deadly toxins. Auspiciousness, LV.8. Can bring good fortune to those nearby, safeguarding them from calamities. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1000. It is indeed an ancient divine beast. A hint of surprise flickered in Ao Chuan's eyes. Although the Qing Wan possessed low combat power, it was a sight to behold. Having a few Qing Wans around would not be unwelcome. Although Ao Chuan was eager to convert it into a bloodline, the search in Ling'an had yielded no surplus meteorites. This Qing Wan might have merely passed through Ling'an, only to be captured by Emperor Jun. What to do now? With no location for the meteorite, Ao Chuan fell into contemplation. Detected host in distress. The Great Sage begins system updates. Update complete. Host can use 1000 fortune points. There is no need to locate the meteorite. Simply slay the creature to convert it into a bloodline. The Great Sage's function is quite remarkable. It can forcibly update the system, since the Great Sage has been so accommodating. Ao Chuan would not hold back. He exhaled a breath of dragon flames, immediately sending the Qing Wan to the afterlife. Host has slain the ancient divine beast Qing Wan. Will you expend 1000 fortune points to convert it into a bloodline? Yes, Ao Chuan mentally affirmed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the bloodline of Qing Wan. Awaiting the prompt in his mind, Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The question remained, whom should this Qing Wan bloodline be bestowed upon? Ao Chuan glanced at Emperor Jun, quickly shaking his head. Emperor Jun was of a domineering nature. Such an elegant essence was beyond his control. After much contemplation, Ao Chuan finally settled on a suitable candidate. Qing Miao would be an excellent choice. Not only did they share a surname, but their roles were identical, both serving as messengers as for the bloodlines of Jiuying and Xiang Lu. They would undoubtedly be given to Jiuying. The bloodline of Kuan-Ping currently had no appropriate recipient. At that moment, Ao Chuan instinctively recalled the mutated orca under Yasha's command. The orca bore a resemblance to the Kuan, and bestowing the Kuan-Ping bloodline upon the mutated orca seemed fitting. The Great Sage suggests that the host personally utilize the Kuan-Ping bloodline. The speed of the Kuan-Ping is unparalleled in the primordial era. and using it will not only significantly enhance the host's speed, but also greatly augment the skill of void traversal. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Ao Chuan could not help but marvel at the Great Sage's powerful capabilities. Since it was recommended by the Great Sage, I shall utilize the Kunpeng bloodline for myself. System, activate the Kunpeng bloodline. As soon as the words left his lips, a gentle surge of energy rushed into Ao Chuan's body. In that moment, everything around him seemed to slow down. Ao Chuan felt an unparalleled lightness in his form, as if he could seamlessly merge with the very fabric of the universe. Furthermore, his realm ascended from extraordinary 4th stage to extraordinary 5th stage, and his size was poised to surpass 300 meters. Not only that, Ao Chuan discovered that his distance of void escape had increased to an astonishing 1,000 kilometers. To put it simply, Ao Chuan only needed to employ 2.5 void escape skills to traverse from the capital of Long Kingdom to Sakura Kingdom. Activation successful. Host has acquired the Kunpeng bloodline. The Great Sage's advice proved to be undeniably correct. This Kunpeng bloodline is indeed well suited for me, Ao Chuan mused inwardly, since the Great Sage recommended that I exclusively use the Kunpeng bloodline. It stands to reason that other bloodlines would hold no significance for me. And what of Jiuying? Summon him to me, Ao Chuan instructed calmly. Before long, Jiuying appeared before Ao Chuan. I pay my respects to father. Jiuying bowed respectfully. Ao Chuan nodded, his gaze fixed upon Jiuying, and silently commanded, System, bestow upon Jiuying the Jiuying bloodline and the Shangliu bloodline. Activation successful. The demon court's Jiuying has acquired the Jiuying bloodline and the Shangliu bloodline. In the next instant, Jiuying's body trembled violently, followed by a low roar as his aura surged dramatically, and the spiritual power within him grew rapidly. His form expanded swiftly, and all 9 heads lifted simultaneously, their eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Roar. With a furious cry, Jiuying's size surged to 110 meters, exuding an overwhelmingly malevolent aura. Is that the roar of a dragon? Ao Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Jiuying and Shangliu have always been synonymous with evil. The ferocity of these 2 ancient beasts combined is nothing short of terrifying. It is no wonder that Jiuying now radiates such a potent malevolent aura. But what was that dragon's roar just now? Are those dragon horns? Ao Chuan gazed in astonishment at the 9 heads of Jiuying. Remarkably, dragon horns had sprouted atop Jiuying's 9 heads. Moreover, the scales on Jiuying's body were gradually transforming into dark dragon scales. Father, I feel my power has multiplied several times, Jiuying exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice as he reveled in the surge of strength within him. I seem to have shed my serpentine form and evolved into a dragon. In the next moment, Jiuying soared into the air. Ha ha ha, father, I can fly now. Exotic 9-headed evil dragon Jiuying, extraordinary 1st stage, skills, Venomous Fangs LV.10, Raging Fire LV.10, Thunder Summoning LV.8, Water Column LV.10, Stealth LV.10, Ancestral Return LV.10, Immortal Body LV.10, Void Escape LV.5, Bloodlust LV.8, Reverse Scales LV.10, 9 Lives Body LV.10. Those possessing this skill have 9 lives. Even upon death after Ancestral Return, they can still resurrect. Comprehensive Combat Power, 3,124, excluding Ancestral Return skill, upon seeing Jiuying's status panel. Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Over 3,000 combat power at extraordinary 1st stage indicates Jiuying's potential is likely only second to Dijuan. More importantly, another member has finally emerged among the Dragon Clan. Chapter 69. Ao Bing, congratulations to the young master Jiuying for attaining the true dragon status. In an instant, the members of the demon court erupted in joyous congratulations, their voices sweeping across the entire Ling'an region like a tidal wave. Thank you, father, for bestowing this opportunity upon me. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Jiuying bowed his head, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement and gratitude. He had long learned from Grandpa Guhuan that he was not a direct descendant of Ao Chuan. He had assumed that his father would harbor some resentment towards him for this, which is why he never dared to ask Ao Chuan for anything within the demon court. To his surprise, his father had chosen to grant him the bloodlines of 2 ancient beasts. At that moment, Qinglong stepped forward and whispered to Jiuying, Young Master Jiuying, can you perform void escape? Of course, why do you ask? Uncle Qinglong, can you not? Jiuying replied, perplexed by Qinglong's question. In his mind, Qinglong, being of the dragon lineage like his father, should be able to perform void escape just as he could. I can. But I simply don't prefer to use it. Qinglong hastily replied with a smile before quickly departing. Ao Chuan chuckled, and shook his head at the scene. Qinglong, that fellow, if he can't do it, he can't. There's no need to save face. The entire demon court shall rest here for a day. We shall resume our northern expedition at dawn, Ao Chuan declared solemnly. Before long, the day slipped away in the blink of an eye. Fortune value has refreshed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 23,800 fortune value. Upon waking, Ao Chuan was instantly alert upon hearing the notification in his mind. Over 20,000 fortune value. Ao Chuan exclaimed in surprise, after deducting the previous conversion of 1,000 fortune value for the Qingyuan. He now had 25,750 fortune value remaining. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Ao Chuan thought eagerly. It's the beginning of the month, and I have some funds. Why not indulge a little, looking at the prizes on the wheel? Ao Chuan felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he last drew a lottery, and today he was determined to win big, consuming 3,200 fortune value. Lottery begins. As the system's prompt echoed, the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly, and Ao Chuan's spirits soared with anticipation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancestral dragon pearl. To his astonishment, it was the ancestral dragon pearl. Ao Chuan had not expected his first draw of the day to yield a gold prize, and not just any prize, but the ancestral dragon's companion treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl. Gazing at the ancestral dragon pearl before him, Ao Chuan felt an unceasing flow of power coursing through him. He could even use the ancestral dragon pearl at will, as if it were his own companion treasure. Moreover, the ancestral dragon pearl symbolizes the power and status of the dragon clan, representing their unique identity and dominion over the heavens and the earth. To put it simply, the ancestral dragon pearl is akin to the lost imperial seal of the dragon kingdom. Continue. Ao Chuan felt a fiery excitement in his hands, eagerly anticipating what he might draw next. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dragon egg. Qualitative random. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second heaven. After drawing twice in succession, Ao Chuan found himself with only 3,350 fortune value remaining. Alas, each spin of the wheel doubled the fortune value cost, and over 20,000 fortune value was insufficient for 3 draws. Fortunately, these 3 draws resulted in 2 golds and 1 purple. The drop rate was indeed impressive. The second heaven had also manifested at this moment, encompassing the entire Jiangnan province, with the second heaven already covering the entirety of Jiangnan province when the 33rd heaven appears. Will it not cover the entire blue star? Never mind, those matters are for another time. For now, let us examine this dragon egg. Ao Chuan focused on the dragon egg before him. Is this dragon egg considered my direct bloodline? Great sage, the dragon egg on the wheel is equivalent to the host's direct bloodline. The dragon clan that hatches from it will have random qualities, determined solely by luck, but the blood flowing within will undoubtedly be that of the host. It seems I have unwittingly acquired a biological son. Ao Chuan wore a wry expression. He had not even relished the process, and a child had already come into being. Such is the unpredictability of life. However, the meteorite from Nuwa remains in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and I still need to leave the demon court in the northern expedition, so I cannot carry this dragon egg with me. It is imperative that I find a safe place to secure the dragon egg. Ao Chuan murmured to himself, simultaneously deciding on a name for it in his heart. Ao Bing. He felt a peculiar bond with this little one who shared his bloodline. Although Guhuan was still present at Heishui Lake, he had only recently awakened to the 6th stage. Should other ancient gods attack the demon court, Guhuan alone would not suffice to protect Ao Bing. It was necessary to leave someone behind. Should I leave Dijuan here to guard Ao Bing? Juing pays his respects to father, just as Ao Chuan contemplated leaving Dijuan to protect Ao Bing. Jiuying approached. Jiuying came to pay his respects to Ao Chuan as he did every day, and today was no different. Father, what is this egg? Jiuying inquired curiously upon seeing the egg in front of Ao Chuan. This is your younger brother. His name is Ao Bing, and he is my direct bloodline. Ao Chuan replied with a smile. I have a brother now, Jiuying exclaimed with excitement, although Jiuying always emanated an aura of malevolence. Upon hearing that the dragon egg was his brother, his eyes softened. Go and summon Dijuan. I need him to remain in Jiangnan to protect Ao Bing. Oh, Chuan said gently. However, after a few seconds, Ao Chuan noticed Jiuying's lack of response and asked solemnly, what is it? Do you have something else on your mind? Father, may I stay to protect my brother? Jiuying said, though he enjoyed fighting at this moment. He was more inclined to safeguard his younger brother. Ao Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jiuying, seemingly concerned that Jiuying might pose a threat to Ao Bing, though Jiuying was his adopted son. What if he secretly harmed Ao Bing to secure his position as heir, great sage, host? The prejudice in one's heart is a mountain. Jiao Ying's loyalty on his panel is 100, making any act of harm against Ao Bing impossible. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Ao Chuan finally came to his senses. Indeed, he had been overly cautious. Since he wished to protect Ao Bing, then stay in Jiangyan to do so. With that, Ao Chuan ceased to worry and prepared to lead the other members of the Demon Court in their continued northern campaign. Jiao Ying gazed at the dragon egg before him, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He sensed the wariness in Ao Chuan's gaze directed at him. He was acutely aware of his father's concerns, which stemmed solely from the fear that he might eliminate Ao Bing in his pursuit of the title of Crown Prince. Jiao Ying gently cradled the dragon egg with one of his heads and gradually soared towards Jiangyan. Through his actions, he would convey to his father that he was Ao Bing's elder brother and would never harm his own sibling. Chapter 70. Siblings. Why panic? The Dragon Kingdom, renowned for its architectural prowess, managed to erect a towering wall exceeding 40 meters in mere days in its central region. With the majority of soldiers having successfully retreated to the center, the Dragon Kingdom's heart was now akin to an impregnable fortress. Lu Ge, do you think humanity can truly triumph over the mutated creatures? A young soldier on guard whispered, his voice tinged with unease. I cannot speak for other nations, but I am certain that our Dragon Kingdom can. Lu Ge replied, patting the soldier's shoulder with unwavering determination. With young talents like Li Yingxiang among us, he will undoubtedly lead our nation to victory. The news of Li Xiqing's desperate efforts to rescue the leaders and others in the capital had spread, and many in the Dragon Kingdom regarded him as a hero. The young soldier nodded, his gaze resolute as he too placed his faith in Li Yingxiang to guide their kingdom towards a bright future. However, just as he was about to speak further, a prolonged howl of wolves echoed from the distance. Is that the howl of wolves? The young soldier abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixated on the distant forest. Lu Ge, having also heard the howl, instantly grew serious. He hastily grabbed his binoculars and peered in the direction of the sound. There, amidst the thicket, a dense horde of mutated wolves surged toward the walls. Upon spotting the lead wolf, Lu Ji's expression became even graver. Its nearly 50-meter frame struck terror into his heart. A beast tide. It's a beast tide, Lu Ge shouted, prompting the soldiers stationed nearby to swiftly adopt a combat stance facing the northern forest. The young soldier mirrored this action, preparing for battle. Lu Ge continued to observe the lead wolf through his binoculars, but to his astonishment, the creature noticed him and locked its gaze upon him. In the next moment, the glass of the binoculars shattered, and Lu Ge felt a sharp pain as blood trickled from his eye. The wind? Lu Ge gasped in disbelief, clutching his eye, having distinctly sensed a gust of wind at the moment of the attack. How dare these insignificant ants spy on me? Roared the wolf from the forest. Charge, my minions! All for the sake of the demon court. Bolstered by the howl's enhancement, the mutated wolves surged forth with even greater speed. Bursting from the forest in mere seconds. Open fire, the officer on the wall ordered, witnessing the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, he urgently called for reinforcements from the capital, hoping for the dispatch of troops to assist them. The first wave of vanguard forces already numbered in the tens of thousands of mutated wolves. The thought of what lay beyond was unimaginable. For safety's sake, it was prudent to request reinforcements in advance. As soon as the officer's command was given, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom unleashed a furious barrage, bullets raining down like a tempest, and many of the wolves at the forefront were riddled with holes. Although the mutated wolves were extraordinarily swift, their large size meant that many bullets still struck true. Observing this, Song furrowed his brow. Human bullets had never penetrated their bodies before. What accounted for this fierce firepower today? He swiftly ordered his pack to retreat, knowing that further assaults would result in needless casualties. The officer on the wall, seeing the mutated wolf horde's offensive being repelled, wore a satisfied smile. The newly invented spiritual bullets are remarkably effective. Dealing with these beasts is a breeze. Yet, when the officer noticed that the lead wolf showed no intention of retreating, he barked orders for the soldiers to keep firing. But the next instant, a violent hurricane swept across the wall, blinding many soldiers with its ferocity. Song's eyes narrowed. The wind suddenly transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp blades. In an instant, the soldiers on the wall were splattered with blood, and the once cacophonous battlefield fell eerily silent. Reinforcements have been dispatched to the south. Southern Command, please respond. Southern Command, please respond. The radio crackled with repeated requests for answers, but all they received in return were the echoes of howling wolves. Behind the wolf pack lay millions of soldiers from the Demon Court. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, panic ensued. It's bad. Supreme Leader, Li Rang rushed to Sun Jing's side, urgently relaying the situation in the south. What did you say? Sun Jing was stammered. Disbelief etched across his face. The southern wall had been breached. Just moments ago, they had received a plea for reinforcements from the south, and now, as their troops were dispatched, communication had been lost. Li Rang wore a furrowed brow, equally troubled by the rapid fall of the southern defenses. That we must continue sending reinforcements. We must reclaim the south from the mutated creatures. Sun Jingwa quickly composed himself. While everyone else could panic, he needed to think clearly about a response. Just as he prepared to issue further commands, an officer rushed up, his face a mask of urgency. Seeing the officer's distress, an uneasy premonition gripped Sun Jingwa. He instinctively swallowed hard. Could it be that another wall had fallen? Supreme Leader, it's dire. The western wall is under heavy attack by a large fleet from the Lighthouse Nation. And they have 100-meter beast assisting them. The west can no longer hold. Although Sun Jingwa had anticipated trouble the moment he heard the news, he felt himself collapse in despair. Is the heavens truly intent on destroying our Dragon Kingdom? He murmured. The officer and Li Rang quickly supported him. Supreme Leader, do not despair. We still have Li Xiaoyu, Li Rang exclaimed, invoking the name of Li Xiqing, their last hope. As long as he remained alive, there was still a chance for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, we still have Li Xiaoyu. Quickly, summon him. He will surely have a solution. Upon hearing the name Li Xiaoyu, Sun Jingwa felt as though he had found a lifeline and promptly sent someone to fetch Li Xiqing. Before long, Li Xiqing arrived, summoned by Li Rang. Supreme Leader, you called for me? Li Xiqing inquired, casually settling into a chair and leisurely sipping tea from the table. Li Rang had already briefed him on the reason for his summons during the journey. The southern wall had fallen, and the vanguard was besieged by mutated wolves, breaching the heavily fortified southern defenses of the Dragon Kingdom in mere minutes. It seemed that only the Demon Court could have accomplished such a feat. After all, they were brethren. Why should he panic? Chapter 71. This is the 33 heavens of my Demon Court. Seeing such an outrageous display, Li Rang frowned. Yet as he noted the Supreme Leader's inaction, he remained silent. Li Xiaoyu, the Dragon Kingdom is in grave peril. Do you have any means to save us? Sun Jingwa did not express anger at his demeanor. Rather, as Li Xiqing exuded calmness, the Supreme Leader felt increasingly hopeful that he had a plan. A method? Of course, I have one, Li Xiqing replied, crossing his legs and smiling, showing no signs of anxiety. Upon hearing that Li Xiqing had a solution, both Sun Jingwa and Li Rang's faces lit up with astonishment. If Li Xiaoyu can resolve the crisis, you shall be hailed as a benefactor and a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Rang declared. Li Xiqing remained silent, continuing to sip his tea. If Li Xiaoyu can indeed save the Dragon Kingdom, whatever the request, we shall fulfill it, Sun Jingwa pledged immediately. Anything at all? Li Xiqing scrutinized Sun Jingwa. While he was a member of the Demon Court, he was still human. If he were to remain with mutated creatures, life would inevitably become dull. If he could cultivate some humans to serve him, it would alleviate his boredom. As a senior figure in the Demon Court, he believed the Dragon King would not mind his having a few servants. Feeling the intensity of Li Xiqing's gaze, Sun Jingwa gritted his teeth and said solemnly, as long as Li Xiaoyu has a solution, we will agree to any terms. To save the Dragon Kingdom is quite simple. Li Xiqing finally set down his tea, adopting a serious tone. First, we must escort all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to the eastern and northern regions that have yet to be breached. He advised softly. His servants could not be allowed to come to harm. He would need to negotiate with Song to ensure they spared some of his servants. Sun Jingwa and Li Rang nodded vigorously, surprised that Li Xiaoyu's first priority was to protect the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, he was the savior they needed. Then, we shall withdraw our troops and let them in. Absolutely not. Li Rang quickly rejected Li Xiqing's suggestion. Setting aside the Lighthouse Nation's fleet in the east, if we allow the mutated creatures from the south to enter, the citizens in the west and north will have no chance to escape. Li Rang. Sun Jingwa reprimanded him sharply, signaling him to be silent, then turned to Li Xiqing. Li Xiaoyu, please continue. Li Xiqing was unfazed and continued. Next, I will lure the mutated creatures from the south, directing them towards the forces of the Lighthouse Nation. He left the rest unsaid, but the implication was cleared. Li Xiaoyu, are you truly willing to take such a great risk for the Dragon Kingdom? Sun Jingwa had not anticipated that Li Xiqing would be willing to venture forth alone to attract the beast tide. What audacity! What valor! What courage! Li Rang was equally stunned, simultaneously grappling with guilt over his prior actions. Of course, Li Xiqing chuckled. You require me to assemble a death squad to assist you, young friendly? Sun Jingwa hastily inquired. No need. I can manage alone. Li Xiqing quickly shook his head. Observing the unwavering composure on Li Xiqing's face, Sun Jinghua could not help but nod in admiration that a true hero acts for the sake of the nation and its people. Gazing at the young man before him, this phrase was the only one that could aptly describe him. I apologize, Mr. Li, for my earlier rash behavior. Lu Rang bowed his head in contrition, his expression heavy with remorse. Mrgl I embodies such righteousness, willing to risk his life to lure the mutated creatures, and I dared to question him. What a disgrace. Enough of this. Do not concern yourselves with me. Swiftly issue your orders. Once the citizens have escorted me through safely, I shall proceed with the lure, Li Xiqing said with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, both Sun Jinghua and Li Rang wasted no time in dispatching orders. Meanwhile, Li Xiqing was already lost in his thoughts. Our demon court is invincible. What fleet from the Lighthouse Nation could possibly defeat us? And as for those 100-meter giant beasts, although I am unsure how the Lighthouse Nation tamed them. If they are merely 100-meter giants, our demon court possesses several. At that moment, the ruler of the Lighthouse Nation, Tai Baichi, who had just arrived in the eastern territories of the Dragon Nation, suddenly sneezed. Instinctively glancing at the storm eagle above, TCH, if it weren't for those damned ancient gods, I would still be enjoying life back in the Lighthouse Nation, Tai Baichi mused. Had I known, I would not have informed him that the East China Sea held the demon court. Now, look where we are. The enemy has not found any trace of the demon court in the East China Sea and has marched westward, encroaching upon the territory of the Dragon Nation. Ever since the ancient gods, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, broke through the capital of the Lighthouse Nation, he had been forced to submit to them. If these two were ancient gods of the Lighthouse Nation, he would have felt somewhat better, but alas, they were both ancient gods of the Dragon Nation. By submitting to them, was he not indirectly submitting to the Dragon Nation? Yet, it appeared there were some benefits to this submission. As soon as the aura of the 100-meter giant beast was unleashed, the surrounding mutated creatures dared not attack. This was indeed advantageous, if only he could control them all. After all, his awakened power was of the control type. The last time the Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation was willing to take his own life, it was actually due to his control over their actions. The Dragon Nation is also a top-tier power. I sincerely hope you two can engage in a mutually destructive battle with these ancient gods, allowing me to reap the benefits. Tai Baichi's eyes turned cold as he contemplated. Meanwhile, another fleet from the Lighthouse Nation was approaching the southern region of the Dragon Nation, specifically Jiang'an Province. Lord Dong Huang, ahead lies the Jiang'an Province of the Dragon Nation, Smith said with a smile, glancing at the black man on the deck. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai seemed to sense something and quickly flew towards Jiang'an Province. He beheld vast clouds gathering above Jiang'an Province, incredulously observing, "This is the 33 heavens of my demon court." Chapter 72, Shingonbao. No, it should not yet be the 33 heavens. Dong Huang Tai swiftly regained his composure and began to observe. It appeared that only 2 layers existed. But how did these 2 layers come about? Could it be produced by that fake demon court on Blue Star? As this thought crossed his mind, his anger flared. Those detestable mutated creatures of Blue Star not only borrowed the name of their power, but now even constructed palaces identical to theirs. Would they, too, take on the name of Emperor Jun and arrange a 10 great demon generals? Dong Huang Tai sneered, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. That I shall see who resides within these 2 layers. With that, Dong Huang Tai directly entered Jiangnan Province, in the 2nd layer of heaven. Remember, you shall be called Ao Bing henceforth, and I am Jiao Ying, your elder brother, Jiao Ying said kindly to the newly born Ao Bing. At that moment, Ao Bing had just emerged, measuring only a little over 2 meters in length. His body is white as jade, his scales shimmering with a faint glow, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a refined young gentleman. His appearance was undoubtedly among the finest in the Dragon Clan. And even Jiao Ying had to admit that his younger brother's looks surpassed his own. Jiao Ying had not expected that merely a day after bringing back the dragon egg, Ao Bing would successfully be born. Elder. Brother, Ao Bing tilted his head, gazing at Jiao Ying, and with some difficulty, managed to utter the words. Ha ha ha, little brother. Jiao Ying was immensely pleased. He had not anticipated that Ao Bing could speak right after birth. Reflecting on his own arrival, he had been unable to utter a word. He mused to himself that his younger brother's potential might far exceed his own. Little brother, you are destined to become the prince of my demon court. Jiao Ying gently patted Ao Bing's head with his tail, smiling as he spoke. Just then, Jiao Ying's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly, one that brimmed with oppressive energy, instilling a sense of unease within him. Little brother, go seek out a large locust tree in the mountain below. It is your ancient locust grandfather. Hurry. Jiao urged. Ao Bing nodded in response and departed the second layer. Who dares to intrude upon my demon court? Step forth, Jiao bellowed, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, and no sooner had his words left his lips than a dark figure appeared in the skies above the two layers. Clad in black robes, the figure exuded an aura of infinite authority. It was the ancient god Dong Huang Tai. You are not worthy to inquire my name. Submit to me, and I may spare your life. Di Jun said, hands in pockets, casting a disdainful glance at Jiao. For reasons unknown, Dong Huang Tai sensed a familiar aura emanating from the opponent. I am the son of the demon court. Even in death, I shall not surrender to you. Jiao Ying's eyes turned fierce, and he lunged at Dong Huang Tai. If that is the case, then perish. Faced with the charging Jiao Ying, Dong Huang Tai showed no fear. His gaze hardened, and in an instant, Jiao Ying was engulfed in raging solar flames. The solar flames, being the essence of purity and brightness, were particularly effective against a malevolent beast like Jiao Ying. In an instant, the second layer was filled with the anguished cries of Jiao Ying. I thought the demon court on Blue Star would be formidable. It seems they are merely a ragtag bunch. Dong Huang Tai lamented, shaking his head in disappointment as he prepared to depart the second layer. Halt! A voice called from behind Dong Huang Tai, and he felt an overwhelming aura of evil. Turning, he beheld Jiao Ying, suffused in black energy, raising an eyebrow in interest. Meanwhile, Ao Bing successfully located the ancient locust tree beside the black water lake. Its size made it easy to spot amidst the surroundings. Mothers, Lord Dong Huang commanded, eliminate all mutated creatures beneath this cloud cover. Everyone, be swift. Smith, having successfully landed, began to indiscriminately fire upon the mutated creatures in the mountains from his aircraft. Most of the high-tier mutated beasts had followed Ao Chuan northward, leaving the Pingling mountain range in a state of extreme vulnerability. The only members of the demon court remaining were Jiao Ying and the ancient locust tree. Do not fear, young master, I shall protect you. The ancient locust tree said, using several vines to shield Ao Bing behind it, then turned its gaze to the sky filled with warplanes as countless vines began to lash out at the aircraft above. Quickly, open fire on that mutated locust tree. On the ground, soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation, upon witnessing the locust tree attacking the aircraft, hurriedly fired upon it. Yet the damage inflicted was negligible. A bunch of fools. Can't you use fire? An officer from the Lighthouse Nation scolded, promptly retrieving a flamethrower, preparing to burn the mutated locust tree to ashes. Just as he was about to ignite the flames, a massive white serpent head suddenly emerged. Swallowing the officer whole. It was the eight-headed serpent controlled by the ancient locust tree. The soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation, witnessing this scene, immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on the eight-headed serpent. However, their bullets failed to inflict any harm. These soldiers had no means to defend themselves against the eight-headed serpent, and they were swiftly consumed. Yet, what the ancient locust tree had not anticipated was that a yellow-brown leopard was stealthily approaching Ao Bing. Hidden behind the tree. Heh. While they are distracted, I shall seize this dragon and enjoy a fine meal. Shen Gaobao, lurking in the shadows, gazed at Ao Bing with greed. He awaited the perfect moment to strike. Damn that mutated locust tree, behold my apocalyptic flames. Smith, observing the dwindling number of aircraft around him, unleashed a fierce flame that engulfed the ancient locust tree. While this level of firepower was insufficient to harm the locust tree, it successfully provoked its ire. The ancient locust tree immediately lashed out with numerous vines towards the aircraft where Smith was located. What a splendid opportunity! Shen Gaobao suddenly charged out. He was an extraordinary first-tier mutated leopard, and with a few swipes, he easily severed the vines of the ancient locust tree. He then clamped down on Ao Bing and sprinted towards the mountains. Young Master Ao Bing, the ancient locust tree, having downed Smith's aircraft, hastily used its vines to pursue Shen Gaobao. However, the distance of the vines was too short to intercept the fleeing leopard. This is bad. The vines are too short. The ancient locust tree wished it could sprout legs immediately. Just as Shen Gaobao was about to vanish from its sight, a steel fork descended from the sky, blocking Shen Gaobao's path. Chapter 73, The Grand Eunuch Shen, Release the Young Master, or Face Death. The nightmarish yiksha roared from the heavens. Shen Gaobao swiftly evaded the steel fork, harboring no intention of engaging, only wishing to flee to his safe haven where he could enjoy dragon meat in peace. Stubborn and unyielding, the yiksha was determined not to let Shen Gaobao escape. With a mere thought, the steel fork that had just touched the ground instantaneously melted into the earth. Experience my newly developed technique. The steel fork shadow killing array. In the next moment, countless steel forks erupted from the ground, encircling Shen Gaobao, who was spared from harm as the Yiksha controlled the forks to avoid injuring Ao Bing. In the second heavenly realm, blood stained his scales, yet his healing ability was astonishingly rapid, mending his wounds within mere seconds. I never anticipated this creature possessed such formidable regenerative prowess. Dong Huangtai scrutinized Jiaoying, his gaze tinged with curiosity. I do not recall encountering a dragon with 9 heads in the primal chaos before. Standing before Jiaoying, Dong Huangtai's eyes held a mix of disdain and confusion. Young one, what is your name? You evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Jiaoying gritted his teeth, laboriously lifting his head to glare coldly at Dong Huangtai, his voice resolute. You are unworthy to know my name. You are indeed unworthy to know his name. A commanding voice resonated in Dong Huangtai's ears. Startled, he looked up to see a colossal shadow engulfing the second heavenly realm. Di Jun descended from the sky, engulfed in the flames of the sun, his gaze icy and contemptuous as it fixed upon Dong Huangtai. You need only know this. To humiliate my demon court's young master warrants your execution. Upon seeing his adversary, Dong Huangtai's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. How do you possess the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow? Di Jun disregarded Dong Huangtai's words, his gaze now heavy with murderous intent as he looked at the unconscious Jiaoying. Were it not for the Dragon King's concern for Jiaoying and Ao Bing, compelling him to return to Jiangnan during the northern expedition, today, both Jiaoying and Ao Bing would have likely met their demise here. I do not comprehend why you possess the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow, but as one of my kin, you would do well to join us. Dong Huangtai exclaimed excitedly at Di Jun. The 3-legged golden crow is exceedingly rare in the primal chaos. To encounter a kin today on Blue Star is astonishing. Regrettably, Dong Huangtai received no response from Di Jun, only the relentless onslaught of solar flames directed at him. You and I are both 3-legged golden crows. The flames of the sun hold no efficacy against me. Dong Huangtai remarked with a smile, choosing to disregard the flames approaching him. However, when Di Jun's flames made contact, an intense burning sensation surged through his entire being. Why? How can your solar flames inflict harm upon me? This is impossible. Dong Huangtai cried out in agony. Bereft of his earlier arrogance. I must flee. Long rainbow piercing the sun, he thought to himself. Dong Huangtai's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a golden afterimage that gradually dissipated in the air. The speed was so remarkable that even Di Jun failed to react. What manner of ability is this, surpassing even the void escape? Di Jun furrowed his brow, initially intending to slay his opponent to avenge Jiaoying. It appears that hope is lost. I must first take Jiaoying to Guhuan and also check on that little rascal Ao Bing. Cursed be this Yiksha for its overwhelming strength, Shen Gongbao cursed inwardly. After several encounters, he had come to realize that he was no match for the Yiksha. Had his treasures, the heaven-opening pearl and the sea-stabilizing pearl, still been in his possession, how could he have allowed a mere Yiksha to bully him? Guhuan, what is happening? Di Jun, just descended from the second heavenly realm, inquired perplexedly upon witnessing the Yiksha and the mutated leopard. Golden Crow King, that mutated leopard has abducted young master Ao Bing. Guhuan exclaimed upon seeing Di Jun, as if he had encountered a savior. This audacious mutated leopard, how dare it abduct my demon court's young master? Di Jun fumed, preparing to incinerate Shen Gongbao with the flames of the sun. Young master Ao Bing is in that mutated leopard's jaws. We cannot use the solar flames. Guhuan hastily intervened, fearing that Di Jun would inadvertently incinerate Ao Bing. Damn it. Another one has arrived. Shen Gongbao lamented inwardly, regretting his decision to seize the dragon, and no sooner had he thought this than Di Jun appeared above Shen Gongbao, capturing him with a single claw. Ah! Shen Gongbao screamed, and in that moment, Ao Bing seized the opportunity to flee. Do not kill me. I am an ancient deity. My master is the primordial heavenly sovereign. If you slay me, await the wrath of my master. Sensing Di Jun's murderous intent, Shen Gongbao hastily invoked his own power. Ancient deity? Di Jun exchanged glances with the Yiksha, recalling that the Dragon King favored capturing these ancient deities, deciding to detain Shen Gongbao for the time being until the Dragon King returned for judgment. Meanwhile, Ao Chuan, leading the Demon Court's northern expedition, had already entered the city walls established by the Dragon Kingdom. It must be said that while the Dragon Kingdom is slow in many respects, it excels in swiftly evacuating its citizens. In such a short time, he could barely sense the presence of ordinary people in the south. Dragon King, you have finally arrived. Li Xiqing, who came to greet him, spoke hastily. Li Xiqing, Ao Chuan's brow furrowed. He had not yet attacked the capital. How could Li Xiqing have emerged early? Had his undercover identity been exposed? Upon learning Li Xiqing's intentions, Ao Chuan grew increasingly appreciative of him, particularly for the news regarding the 100-meter behemoths from Lighthouse Nation that, as far as he knew, ordinary 100-meter behemoths would never choose to cooperate with or enslave humans. Only ancient deities would entertain such notions. If he was not mistaken, the 100-meter behemoth accompanying Lighthouse Nation was also an ancient deity. Furthermore, with the ancient deity Inwa residing in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, it meant that this expedition could secure at least 4 ancient deity bloodlines. Excellent, you have performed admirably. Speak, what reward do you desire? Ao Chuan, in a good mood, felt that Li Xiqing, having been undercover in the Dragon Kingdom for so long, deserved a reward. Dragon King, I wish for the people of the Dragon Kingdom to become my servants, serving me for generations to come. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiqing noted Ao Chuan's sudden silence, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Don't know, why did I directly request a reward? I should have declined twice before accepting. If I anger the Dragon King, I might very well meet my demise. You wish for the people of the Dragon Kingdom to serve you? Ao Chuan's gaze darkened, fixated on Li Xiqing. Chapter 74. I fear nothing. If the Dragon King does not permit it, I will personally slay them all. Li Xiqing dared not meet Ao Chuan's gaze. Ao Chuan's eyes were as sharp as blades. Li Xiqing felt an invisible pressure constricting his heart. Was his request for a reward too excessive? He pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Very well, you are indeed a senior figure in the demon court. The people of the Dragon Kingdom shall be granted to you. After a moment of silence, Ao Chuan finally spoke, viewing the Dragon Kingdom as nothing more than a speck of dust. There are many lands on Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom is merely the first target of the Demon Court's conquest. Upon hearing this, Li Xiqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly kneeling and bowing. Thank you, Dragon King. He was finally free from the necessity of remaining undercover in the Dragon Kingdom. From this moment forth, he would become the king of the Dragon Kingdom, wielding life and death over this land. First, take me to retrieve the meteorite of Inwa, Ao Chuan instructed softly. Please follow me, Dragon King. Li Xiqing promptly led the way. Thus, the Demon Court's army advanced towards the capital of the Dragon Kingdom in grand procession. In the Dragon Kingdom laboratory, Inwa reappeared above the meteorite, her eyes gleaming with excitement. As the Empress of the Primal Chaos Demon Court, she had just sensed the aura of Dijun from the east. This is the aura of the Demon Emperor. Once he arrives here, I shall see the light of day once more. While Inwa was lost in her fantasies, the roof of the research facility was suddenly torn away, revealing a colossal black dragon in the sky. Simultaneously, the laboratory door was kicked open, and upon seeing Inwa within, Li Xiqing exclaimed, Dragon King, she is Inwa. It is you. Inwa gazed at Li Xiqing in confusion, and upon sensing Ao Chuan's aura in the sky, she scolded him furiously, you traitor to humanity. Do you intend to commit regicide? Regicide? Li Xiqing was unfazed by her words, responding nonchalantly, I've already committed regicide once. What else one more? Damn it. Inwa cursed, hastily retreating into her meteorite. These meteorites, typically inhabited by ancient deities, bore their own defensive barriers, which the mutated beings on Blue Star could not possibly breach. Once the Demon Emperor arrives, I shall ensure that this wretched human and the Black Dragon pay a heavy price. In the sky, Ao Chuan was taken aback by Inwa's complete lack of resistance. Retreating into her meteorite without a fight, with the system at his disposal, he saw this as an opportunity. System, proceed to capture her directly. Ancient deity Inwa detected. The system has automatically converted her into a bloodline. Inside the meteorite, Inwa was still unaware of what had transpired when she was suddenly enveloped by a potent surge of energy. She never imagined that a being on Blue Star could breach her barrier in less than a second. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline of Inwa. Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting towards the east as he remarked calmly, Inwa has already taken care of matters. Next, it is time to subdue the ancient deity brought by the Lighthouse Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the east, Dijun was nearing the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, trailed by a legion of soldiers from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Furthermore, within Dijun's army were numerous mutated creatures native to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Born with the destiny of a sovereign, Dijun possessed a natural ability to command these mutated beings, instilling in them an innate fear that prevented them from harming the soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Moments later, the Demon Emperor Dijun appeared within Ao Chuan's line of sight. His towering figure, over 200 meters tall, could effortlessly demolish vast structures with a mere flap of his wings. Not only did he embody the role, but he also exuded an aura befitting a ruler. This presence bore an undeniable oppressive force, even surpassing that of the Golden Crow King, Dijuan. Storm Giant Eagle, Dijuan's incarnation, extraordinary level 5. Skills, Body of Flames LV. 15, Void Escape LV.13, Sunfire LV.15, Destiny LV.15, born as an emperor, favored by the heavens since birth, endowed with potent luck. Slaying those of destiny invites the wrath of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Royal Might LV. 15, emits an invisible pressure that instills boundless dread in all demonkind, capable of compelling even the timid to submit. Overall combat power, 34,985, Destiny. Ouchwan furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that to kill Dijuan, he would have to endure the devastating nine heavens' divine thunder. Although his defenses were formidable, he was uncertain whether he could withstand such a force, while ignorant of the precise might of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Ouchwan could discern from its name alone that it was terrifyingly powerful. Great Sage, there is no need for the host to fear. You are the chosen one of the system, your fate far surpassing that of the heavenly path. The nine heavens' divine thunder shall not harm you in the slightest. Upon receiving the Great Sage's reassurance, the grave expression on Ouchwan's face instantly dissipated. Why not mention this sooner? After all, he was the bound partner of the system. Could the nine heavens' divine thunder possibly rival it? Even Pangu was reduced to mere blood extraction before the system. What was the nine heavens' divine thunder to him? Unlike Ouchwan's relaxed demeanor, the members of the demon court displayed grave expressions upon sensing Dijuan's aura. They exchanged wary glances, their eyes filled with trepidation and unease. You are the lord of the demon court on Blue Star? Dijuan inquired coldly, dismissing Ouchwan entirely. In his eyes, any demon must submit to him. Oh, you know the consequences of impersonating my demon court. Ouchwan remained silent, observing his lack of response. Dijuan assumed Ouchwan was intimidated. After all, few dared to offend him under the weight of royal might. In truth, Ouchwan merely sought to avoid engaging in meaningless banter. He had grown weary of the obligatory grandstanding. Just as he prepared to strike, a sudden outburst of anger erupted from behind him. What are you? Do you know the fate of insulting our Dragon King? Titan fumed, pounding his chest before unleashing a tirade against Dijuan. Ouchwan turned to look behind him. Noticing that the members of the demon court bore solemn expressions, all affected by the royal might. Only Titan remained undeterred, seemingly unfazed by Dijuan's presence. Dijuan regarded Titan with curiosity. This was the first mutated creature he had encountered that showed no fear. The protected Tebeki, witnessing this scene, was equally perplexed. He had personally witnessed Dijuan's abilities. Countless mutated beings from the Lighthouse Kingdom dared not utter a sound in his presence. What was this peculiar mutated gorilla that not only showed no fear but also dared to insult Dijuan? Ouchwan too felt a twinge of curiosity. Even the extraordinary level 3 Azure Dragon appeared grave before royal might, yet Titan, having only awakened to level 8, remained unaffected. Great Sage, though Titan possesses a diluted bloodline of the Chaos Demon Ape, it is still that of the Chaos Demon Ape. Dijuan's royal might is insufficient to sway the Chaos Demon Ape. You do not fear me? Dijuan inquired of Titan. Puzzled, no sooner had he uttered the words than Titan seized a nearby mutated wild boar and hurled it at Dijuan. Fear you? Not a chance. Chapter 75. Did you truly think you had escaped? Dijuan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharpening as the mutated wild boar was instantly reduced to ash. Monkey, you shall pay for your words. Dijuan's voice was low and frigid. Since his arrival on Blue Star, this marked the first time a demon dared to defy him openly. His initial intent to subdue Titan evaporated in an instant. In the next moment, an even more overwhelming aura surged forth from Dijuan. This presence loomed like a colossal mountain, rendering the entire demon court's assembly breathless. Ouchwan would not allow the demon emperor Dijuan to bully his subordinates. He too released his own aura. Simultaneously, a crystal-clear dragon pearl slowly appeared above the demon court's forces. The emergence of the dragon pearl dramatically altered the atmosphere around them. Its radiance enveloped the demons. And this immense power not only countered Dijuan's royal might but also elevated the morale of the demon court's members to new heights. The clash between the royal might and the power of the dragon pearl resonated with a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering the very world. Had it been during Dijuan's peak, the dragon pearl might have struggled to contend against him. However, at present, all ancient deities on Blue Star had sustained catastrophic injuries. Dijuan, being a dragon, ought to remain compliant. If he were a tiger, he must also lie low. The dragon pearl, Dijuan instantly recognized it, his eyes filled with apprehension. His gaze fixated on Ouchwan, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. Why was the dragon pearl in the possession of this black dragon? The Dragon Pearl was a primordial artifact born alongside the progenitor of dragons, and only the progenitor could wield it. Could it be? You are the progenitor of dragons, Dijuan spoke in a low voice. Astonished that the progenitor had taken residence within a black dragon, what extraordinary fortune! The scruffy bird he had possessed paled in comparison to this. If only he too could descend upon the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps he could inhabit a mutated creature sharing his bloodline. I need not answer the question of a dead him, and no sooner had Aochuan's words left his mouth than he appeared behind Dijuan. Unleashing a torrent of black dragon flames, Dijuan barely had time to react before he was forcefully pinned to the ground by the ferocious flames. The flames swiftly enveloped Dijuan's entire form, crushing many soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom beneath his gargantuan body. The mutated creatures from the Lighthouse Kingdom closest to Dijuan were instantly incinerated by the dragon flames. Why has my body of flames failed? Dijuan grimaced through the agonizing pain, suppressing any cries of anguish. As a sovereign, his dignity forbade him from uttering a sound of suffering. Just as Dijuan attempted to rise, Aochuan's dragon claw pinned him firmly to the ground, mercilessly blasting fire into his face. Having been caught off guard by Aochuan's assault was one thing, but now he found himself publicly humiliated. This was intolerable. He had to flee, sensing his life was in jeopardy. Dijuan could no longer restrain himself and swiftly invoked his divine ability to escape. If it had been before he fused with the bloodline of Kunping, Aochuan would have indeed struggled to catch up with Dijuan. However, now, even if Aochuan granted Dijuan a minute's head start, he would be unable to escape. Upon witnessing Dijuan's flight, the forces of the Demon Court launched a fierce assault against the soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Seeing this, Tabeki quickly commanded his troops to protect their retreat. He had already discerned that Dijuan was no match for the Black Dragon, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly Dijuan fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Despicable! Where is the pride of a demon emperor? All members of the Demon Court, heed my command. Exterminate all mutated beings below extraordinary level. Capture all mutated beings above extraordinary level alive. Xuanqiye issued his orders. The Demon Court lacked sufficient extraordinary beings. Now that they had seized control of the entire Dragon Kingdom, it was evident that a mere few of them were inadequate for governance. They needed to subdue more extraordinary beings to safeguard their territory. A mutated bat of extraordinary level 1 from the Lighthouse Kingdom attempted to flee, only to be seized by Titan, who then began pummeling it into the ground. Had it not been for the Prime Minister's orders, Titan might have outright killed the mutated bat. Seeing this, Li Xiqing quickly joined the fray. During his time as an undercover agent in the Dragon Kingdom, he had never fully unleashed his strength. Today, he could indulge in a real-life game of mowing down opponents, a perfect opportunity to unwind. Finally, he had escaped, having reached the western part of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Dijuan resolved to take a moment to catch his breath. He gazed at the dragon flames upon his body, his brow furrowed. Damn it! Why won't this fire extinguish? Throughout his flight, he had been using his divine power to counteract the flames. But his dwindling divine energy was now on the verge of depletion. If he allowed the dragon flames to burn unchecked, he would surely perish. Did you truly think you had escaped? Aochuan's voice echoed once more in Dijuan's ears. Alarmed, he realized that Aochuan had somehow positioned himself behind him. The speed of the long rainbow conquering the sun was remarkable, ranking among the fastest in the primordial era. How could the progenitor dragon possibly keep pace with him? Feel the pain. Aochuan's gaze hardened as he sank his teeth into Dijuan's neck. This is impossible. Dijuan howled in agony, but his voice soon fell silent. Eliminated Storm Giant Eagle, Extraordinary Level 5, earned 100,000 evolution points. Detected that the host has slain the ancient deity Dijuan. Should 2,000 luck points be consumed to directly convert him into a bloodline? Yes, Aochuan replied softly. The system was as ruthless as ever, even doubling the luck points required for bloodline conversion. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, Dijuan. I wonder if there are any other ancient deities in the land of the lighthouse. Aochuan pondered aloud. After all, the territory of the land of the lighthouse is quite expansive. It cannot possibly have only Dijuan as its ancient deity. However, considering that the Xian Gui and the others are still in the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps it is best to return for now. After all, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom still has troops from the land of the lighthouse. Aochuan decided to capture a few individuals to inquire further. With that, he immediately utilized two halves of his void escape, instantly appearing above the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, trying to flee. Just as Aochuan returned, he spotted soldiers from the land of the lighthouse preparing to board an aircraft carrier. Without hesitation, Aochuan unleashed several streams of dragon flame, annihilating the aircraft carriers and warships of the land of the lighthouse. Tabeki, who had yet to board the ship, was taken aback by this sight and hurriedly thanked his lucky stars that he had not embarked. This is the awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom. Tabeki inadvertently noticed Li Xiqing among the crowd, his golden dragon scales particularly conspicuous. He had encountered Li Xiqing before and could easily recall his aura. Given that he was willing to accept the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom, Tabeki believed that as long as he expressed his submission, the Black Dragon would certainly take him under its wing as well. Tabeki thought to himself and promptly knelt down, professing his loyalty. Dragon King, I am the ruler of the land of the lighthouse, also an awakened one, and I am willing to serve the Dragon King. Hearing the voice, Aochuan looked at Tabeki without a hint of hesitation, directly enveloping him in dragon flame and sending him to the afterlife. One awakened human like Li Xiqing was sufficient. Aochuan had no need for others. Chapter 76, Strange Numbers. At this moment, the battlefield was a one-sided massacre of the soldiers from the land of the lighthouse by the demon court. Had Aochuan not intervened in time, the soldiers from the land of the lighthouse would have been completely annihilated. Among the few of you who remain alive, who holds the highest rank? Aochuan inquired of the remaining soldiers from the land of the lighthouse in a low voice. The soldiers exchanged glances, eventually pushing forward a general. I greet the Dragon King. My name is MacArthur, and I am a general from the land of the lighthouse. The soldier who was pushed forward was filled with terror and immediately knelt down. Aochuan looked down upon the prostrate MacArthur. Aside from Dijun, are there any other ancient deities in the land of the lighthouse? Yes, Dragon King, indeed. MacArthur quickly replied, there is another ancient deity in the land of the lighthouse. One like Dijun, the other ancient deity, Dong Huang Tai, should currently be attacking the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically in Jiangnan province. MacArthur divulged all the information in one breath, believing that if he performed well, the Dragon King would surely spare him. Attacking Jiangnan? Aochuan's dragon pupils suddenly constricted, a trace of icy murderous intent flashing within his golden vertical pupils. Although he had sent Dijun and Yasha to guard Jiangnan, Dong Huang Tai was an ancient deity of the same caliber as the demon emperor Dijun. It was better to be safe than sorry. Aochuan promptly utilized telepathy to inquire about the situation in Jiangnan from Dijun. Dijun, there shouldn't be any disturbances in Jiangnan province, right? Upon hearing the voice of the Dragon King, Dijun hurriedly recounted the situation regarding Dong Huang Tai's assault on the demon court and Ao Bing. Understood. You and Yasha continue to defend Jiangnan. Upon hearing that Dijun had repelled Dong Huang Tai, Aochuan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Dragon King, please, do not kill me. I still have family. I cannot abandon them. General MacArthur pleaded desperately. Aochuan gazed at MacArthur, devoid of any compassion. I will ensure your family accompanies you. With that, Aochuan unleashed dragon flame, incinerating the remaining soldiers from the land of the lighthouse. Before turning to Xian Gui, Xian Gui, take Li Xiqing and oversee the remaining citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Understood. Xian Gui nodded, leading the demon court army towards the Dragon Kingdom's populace. The Dragon Kingdom was no longer a threat, so the task of managing its citizens could be entrusted to Xian Gui and the others. Aochuan's dragon pupils glimmered with a frigid light as he slowly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the land of the lighthouse. Anyone who dared to offend the demon court would not survive, not even the ancient deities. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aochuan vanished into the void, heading towards the land of the lighthouse. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai, having returned to the land of the lighthouse, suddenly noticed the meteorite of the demon emperor Dijun dimming. Brother? Who? Who is it? Dong Huang Tai roared in fury, realizing that less than a day after their separation, his brother Dijun had been slain. No matter who you are, I will kill you to avenge my brother. Very well, I stand before you. Let me see what you can do to kill me. Just as Aochuan arrived in the capital of the land of the lighthouse, he heard someone threatening him. It appeared to be a man of African descent. Surely the renowned Dong Huang Tai would not possess a black slave. Who? Upon hearing the commotion, Dong Huang Tai turned around, his expression shifting to one of solemnity upon seeing Aochuan behind him. When had this black dragon appeared, and why had he not detected him? Since you have chosen to strike against my demon court, you must bear the wrath of my presence. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of dragon flame erupted forth. Dong Huang Tai, taken by surprise, was engulfed in dragon flame, having exhausted his remaining divine power while attempting to flee. Faced with Aochuan's dragon flame, Dong Huang Tai had no opportunity to resist, being reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the meteorite that Dong Huang Tai had inhabited was conveniently nearby, saving Aochuan the effort of searching for it. Aochuan looked at the meteorite radiating a golden glow. Detected the ancient divine beast three-legged golden crow, Dong Huang Tai. The system has automatically converted it into a bloodline. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, Dong Huang Tai. Now that he possessed two three-legged golden crow bloodlines, it would not do to bestow them all upon Di Jun. Aochuan furrowed his brow. Di Jun's strength was already formidable, although he had signed a contract with Aochuan. He need not worry about Di Jun staging a rebellion. However, as the sovereign of the demon court, it would be disgraceful for him to possess lesser combat strength than his subordinates, at the very least. The bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, Di Jun, must be utilized by Aochuan himself, as the skills of the demon emperor Di Jun, including his divine mandate and imperial might, were perfectly suited for his position as the ruler of the demon court. With these two skills, he could manage the demon court more effectively. Just as Aochuan was still in contemplation, the sky overhead had already darkened with gathering clouds. In the next moment, a massive bolt of divine thunder struck towards Aochuan. Oh no, I almost forgot about Di Jun's divine mandate effect. Just as he was struck by the lightning, Aochuan quickly called upon the system, its return to act, detected the nine heavens divine thunder. The system is automatically collecting. As the notification echoed in his mind, Aochuan's dragon pupils suddenly narrowed. Feeling the continuous influx of thunderous power into his body, Aochuan's dragon scales flared up, the scales clashing against each other, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Progress of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Collection, 30.50.70. Observing the progress bar advancing in his mind, Aochuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, although the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder did not inflict any harm upon him. The initial strike had indeed startled him. The sensation was akin to receiving an injection. One knew that the needle would not cause death, yet the fear remained palpable. Collection of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1.5 million evolution points. Host, Aochuan, race, Ancient True Dragon, Extraordinary Tier 4. Skills, Strangle LV.14, Bloodthirst LV.13, Blood Spirit Contract LV.10, Reverse Scale LV.18, Water Column LV.10, Purple Lightning LV.10, Dragon Soul LV. 11. Dragon Flame LV.15, Void Escape LV.15, True Dragon Physique LV.15, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder LV.15, one of the supreme divine thunders, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, capable of penetrating soul defenses and instantly destroying souls. Evolution points, 8. 79,012 million. Skill points, 0. Fortune, 950. Comprehensive combat power, 69,691. The power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder was indeed immensely formidable. A single skill had propelled his comprehensive combat power to nearly 70,000. However, this number seemed rather peculiar to Aochuan that he furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily uncertain whether the system had intentionally assigned him such a combat power figure. Chapter 77. A promise must be fulfilled in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. The northern and western sides of the central wall were overcrowded with people. Sun Jinghua gazed anxiously towards the direction of the capital. The southern city walls had long been breached, yet no mutated creatures had launched an assault on the western and northern sides. It appeared that Li Xiaoyu had successfully drawn the mutated creatures away, but he wondered if he could escape unscathed. Sun Jinghua let out a deep sigh. Rest assured, Chief, Mr. Li is a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom. He will certainly be fine, Li Rang reassured him from the side. Let us hope so. Sun Jinghua shook his head helplessly, then turned to Li Rang. Li Xiaoyu is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. We must treat his family with the utmost respect. Not good. Chief, Li Xiqing has returned. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom rushed over in a panic. Li Xiaoyu's return is a good thing. What do you mean by not good? Sun Jinghua frowned, immediately reprimanding the soldier. Well, he brought back a horde of mutated creatures, the soldier exclaimed. What? Sun Jinghua could hardly believe it and hurriedly ran outside to assess the situation. Li Rang, equally incredulous, followed Sun Jinghua to see what was happening. As soon as the two stepped out, Sun Jinghua and Li Rang abruptly halted, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. A vast multitude of mutated creatures, under the guidance of Li Xiqing, was steadily advancing towards them. The soldiers of Longhua and the awakened ones at the front dared not fire their weapons, for Li Xiqing stood foremost among them. Li Xiaoyu, what is happening? Sun Jinghua gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, perplexed as to why these mutated beings refrained from attacking Li Xiqing. Could it be that they were all under his control? In that moment, Sun Jingwu preferred to believe in Li Xiqing's ability to command the mutated creatures rather than accept the possibility of his betrayal against Longwu. Mr. Li, what on earth is going on with these mutated beings? Li Rang inquired, his brow furrowed, swiftly restraining Sun Jingwu. Li Xiqing, however, remained silent, for with the Dragon King and the Golden Crow King absent, the Prime Minister was the highest authority present. Without the Prime Minister's word, Li Xiqing dared not speak first. From this moment forth, Longwu shall become a vassal state of my Yao court. All citizens of Longwu must heed the commands of the Golden Dragon, the Xian Gui declared first. On what grounds should we trust the words of these mutated creatures? And what of Li Xiqing? What are your intentions with him? Lu Bing bellowed, leveling his firearm at Xian Gui. He still believed that Li Xiqing had merely been captured by these mutated beings. As this declaration echoed, many soldiers of Longwu shared his skepticism, unwilling to submit to the mutated beings. They would rather face death than bow down. Xian Gui frowned slightly, taken aback that these mere ants dared to point their weapons at him. Had it not been for the Dragon King's decree to bestow these Longwu citizens upon the Golden Dragon, he would have already eradicated them. Golden Dragon, you handle this. Xian Gui gestured toward the Golden Dragon, clearly assigning the resolution to him. Rest assured, Prime Minister, I will manage these Longwu citizens appropriately, Li Xiqing replied softly. What? Li Xiqing, you are the Golden Dragon mentioned by that turtle, Lu Bing exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, he had always perceived Li Xiqing as a hero of Longwu, a savior revered by all its people. Yet now, he found that Li Xiqing had allied himself with the mutated creatures, seeking to subjugate Longwu to the Yao court. Upon realizing that Li Xiqing was indeed the Golden Dragon, Sun Jingwu felt a rush of blood to his mouth, spitting out a mouthful before collapsing to the ground. Submit to the Yao court, and we shall protect you from the harm of the mutated beings. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Bing erupted in rage. Li Xiqing, you beast, do you not remember how the citizens of Zhangcheng perished? Have you forgotten the hopes of Commander Zhang for us? All of Longwu sees you as a savior. Is this how you treat your motherland? Li Xiqing's expression darkened, golden dragon scales enveloping him in an instant as he seized Lu Bing by the neck. Savior? Li Xiqing coldly surveyed the crowd of Longwu citizens, disdain dripping from his words. They will hail anyone as a savior, provided that person can save their lives. Had I not encountered the Dragon King, I would have merely been seen as an ineffectual wastrel in your eyes. I know some of you are unafraid of death, but what of your families? Would your parents and children willingly follow you to death? I offer you one last opportunity to reconsider, submit to the Yao court, or perish. With that, Li Xiqing flung Lu Bing back into the crowd. I am willing to submit to the Yao court. An ordinary man spoke first. For him, survival was paramount. With the emergence of a leader, a multitude of Longwu citizens began to choose submission, including several high-ranking officials, supported by Li Rang. Sun Jingwu's face was ashen, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His body trembled slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Li Xiqing, filled with disappointment and fury. He had never imagined that the Li Xiqing revered by all in Longwu as a savior would stand alongside the mutated beings, even coercing Longwu to submit to the so-called Yao court. Li Xiqing. If Longwu submits, can you truly guarantee the safety of its citizens? As long as you submit to the Yao court, you will become my Golden Dragon's people, and Longwu shall continue to exist in this world. This is already the best outcome, Li Xiqing declared. Sun Jingwu clenched his fists tightly. He had held great expectations for Li Xiqing, only to realize he had misjudged his character. Very well. Longwu is willing to submit. The moment those words escaped his lips seemed to drain Sun Jingwu of all his strength. Leader. Li Rang sensed the resignation behind Sun Jingwu's declaration, for the safety of the citizens of Longwu. He could only comply with the principle of submission, even though the soldiers of Longwu were imbued with an indomitable spirit. Yet, the outcome was now inevitable. There was no need to incur further casualties. Leader, Lu Bing attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Li Rang. Enough? Do you wish to bring unnecessary casualties upon Longwu? Li Rang bellowed, slowly guiding Sun Jingwu back into the throng. Once Xian Gui saw that Li Xiqing had resolved the matter, he looked disdainfully at the ants. In that case, from today forth, Longwu shall be officially governed by the Yao court. Meanwhile, far away in the Lighthouse Nation, Ao Chuan was in a state of frenzy. Kill ordinary humans. Gain 10 evolution points. Kill ordinary humans. Gain 10 evolution points. Kill ordinary humans. Having promised MacArthur to reunite his family, he was determined to fulfill that vow. However, Lacking knowledge of the identities of MacArthur's family members, he resolved to eradicate everyone within the Lighthouse Nation. Ao Chuan considered himself an honest dragon. He would see his words through, not merely to accumulate evolution points. Chapter 78. If only I could control him. After an entire day of slaughter, the Lighthouse Nation was nearly devoid of survivors. Once a bustling metropolis, it had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The streets bore no corpses, for all had been reduced to ashes by Ao Chuan's dragon fire, leaving not even a trace of bone dust. Despite its status as a great nation, the Lighthouse Nation fell short in protecting its citizens compared to Longwa. With most of its populace devoured by native mutated beings, such a pity. To uphold his promise, Ao Chuan could only accept 45 million evolution points with a heavy heart. It is time to return. Ao Chuan murmured to himself. After all, he had lingered in the Lighthouse Nation for a day, and Xian Gui and the others were still waiting for him in the capital of Longwa. With that thought, Ao Chuan swiftly made his way back towards the capital of Longwa. Xian Gui, how has the situation been handled on our side? Ao Chuan quietly inquired upon his return to the capital. Greetings, Dragon King. Xian Gui immediately bowed upon seeing the Dragon King, then said, Dragon King, I have imprisoned all the extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation. As for the citizens of Longwa, they have decided to submit to us. Currently, the southern and central regions of Longwa are entirely under the control of the Yao Court, while the northeastern and Xiliang regions remain under the dominance of other mutated beings. Ao Chuan nodded. Satisfied with Xian Gui's performance, although Xian Gui's combat prowess was not particularly strong, he excelled in management. Take me to see the imprisoned mutated beings first, then summon the Qingyao, Ao Chuan commanded. Please follow me. My lord, Xian Gui replied, leading the way to the holding area for the mutated beings from the Lighthouse Nation. Shortly after, Ao Chuan arrived at the place where the mutated beings were held, which was essentially encircled by rock pillars, with the Azure Dragon standing guard nearby, ensuring that the mutated beings remained docile within their rocky confines. Only 8 extraordinary-level mutated beings. Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. As the territories under the Yao Court's control expanded, it became evident that Xian Gui and his companions struggled to manage them alone. At that moment, a black crow, over 40 meters long, spotted Ao Chuan overhead and quickly pleaded for mercy. Dragon King, I beg you, do not kill me. I was coerced by the Yao Emperor Jun. I am willing to submit to the Dragon King. Ao Chuan regarded the crow, and the next instant, its profile materialized before him. Blood-Eyed Dark Crow, Extraordinary Tier 3. Skills, Black Flame LV.8, Illusion LV.7, can cast illusions on enemies. Steel Feather LV.8, feathers can become extremely hard, easily slicing through the bodies of mutated beings. Comprehensive Combat Power, 3188. Its rank was indeed the highest among these mutated beings. Though its combat power was somewhat lacking, Ao Chuan scrutinized the other mutated beings. Only this Blood-Eyed Dark Crow had reached the Extraordinary Tier 3 stage, while the others were merely Tier 1 and Tier 2. Dragon King, although this crow's strength is not impressive, its illusion ability is noteworthy, the Azure Dragon interjected. Yesterday, during our battle, the most troublesome aspect was its illusions. It intended to control me with them. Had I not signed a contract with the Dragon King beforehand, I might have indeed fallen under its control. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's words, Ao Chuan began to reassess the Blood-Eyed Dark Crow. The Azure Dragon was an extraordinary Tier 5 mutated being, 2 tiers above the Blood-Eyed Dark Crow, yet it had nearly fallen victim to its control, indicating that it possessed a unique skill. Subsequently, Ao Chuan turned his attention to the other mutated beings. The Extraordinary Tier 2 Mutated Bison and Extraordinary Tier 2 Mutated Bald Eagle were also relatively decent. They should suffice for guarding the territory. After careful consideration, Ao Chuan decided to contract only the Blood-Eyed Dark Crow. Due to his illusionary abilities that allow him to control other mutated creatures, it suffices to leave the remaining mutants under the command of the Blood-Eyed Dark Crow. Thus, forming a contract with a single Blood-Eyed Dark Crow is adequate. Dragon King, you seek me? The voice of the blue bird resonated. Ao Chuan turned towards the sound, and upon seeing the blue bird, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This fellow, having been one of the earlier companions among his mutated creatures, had only awakened to the 5th tier even after 2 cycles of spiritual power tides. Furthermore, its combat prowess was absurdly low, barely reaching a strength of 500. Ao Chuan sighed inwardly and shook his head. Well, This creature shall serve as the auspicious mascot of the demon court, bringing good fortune. The blue bird blinked its eyes, tilting its head in confusion at Aochuan's gesture. System, grant the phoenix bloodline to the blue bird. Aochuan silently commanded. Use successful. The mascot blue bird acquires the phoenix bloodline. With the system's notification, the blue bird suddenly felt its internal spiritual power multiplying. Its feathers began to transform into a deep azure hue, its body becoming more elongated, and a radiant glow emanated from its plumage, bestowing upon it an air of nobility. Indeed, it had grown quite aesthetically pleasing. Aochuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he had elevated his realm to the 8th tier of awakening after merging with the phoenix bloodline, his combat power still lingered around 800. However, that was inconsequential. Beauty held its own merit. From this day forth, you shall be renamed Phoenix. The blue bird opened its eyes, revealing a pair of azure pupils brimming with excitement. Thank you, Dragon King. Phoenix shall remain eternally loyal to you. Even in death, Phoenix shall not flinch. Phoenix declared with righteous fervor. Your first task is to reproduce. Aochuan spoke softly. Since Aochuan's rebirth, he had interacted solely with elderly turtles or fearsome flying night demons. Creatures like Phoenix, with striking beauty, would be preferable in abundance. The blood-eyed dark crow, upon witnessing the transformed Phoenix, was momentarily entranced, instinctively exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Simultaneously, an immature thought crossed the blood-eyed dark crow's mind. If only it could control her. Sensing the blood-eyed dark crow's inappropriate gaze, Phoenix furrowed its brow. What is wrong with this fellow? Why does he look at me so strangely? Enough. You may withdraw for now, Phoenix, Aochuan gently instructed, then turned his attention to the blood-eyed dark crow. From now on, you shall be a member of the demon court, and I bestow upon you the name Raven. Chapter 79, Countless Scars. What does one more matter? After dismissing Raven and the others, Aochuan began examining his status panel. Host, Aochuan. Race, Ancient True Dragon, Transcendent Tier 4. Skills, Stranglehold LV.14, Bloodlust LV.13, Blood Spirit Contract LV.10, Reverse Scale LV.18, Water Column LV.10, Purple Lightning LV.10, Dragon Soul LV.11, Dragon Flame LV.15, Void Escape LV.15, True Dragon Body LV.15, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder LV.15. Evolution points, 53,790,012 million. Skill points, 0. Fortune, 950. Overall combat power, 69,691. The evolution points were sufficient. It was time to enhance his strength further. Aochuan murmured. With most of the Dragon Kingdom's territory under the control of the Demon Court, and surrounded by members such as the Mystic Turtle, Song, and the Azure Dragon, Aochuan need not worry about ambushes during his evolution. He promptly prepared to initiate the evolution, successfully consumed 12 million evolution points, evolving. As the system's notification echoed, Aochuan soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Pingling Mountain Range, Blackwater Lake, hungry, Xinguang Bao groaned weakly, his voice hoarse and feeble. Bound tightly by the vines of the ancient Sephora, he could barely expose his head that moment. He was so famished that he felt dizzy, his cheeks having thinned considerably. Although ancient gods did not require sustenance, as he had possessed a mutated creature, the absence of food could lead to starvation. Just as he endured his hunger, a faint scent of fish wafted through the air, the smell of fish. Xinguang Bao quickly opened his eyes, spotting a mutated black fish before him. This is for you. Eat. A cool voice emerged. Xinguang Bao looked up to see a white dragon silently observing him, eyeing his desperate hunger. Xinguang Bao chose to ignore the dragon and began devouring the black fish ravenously. Prince Albing, he had intended to eat you. Why then does he offer food to him? Ancient Sephora inquired, puzzled, since you have decided to keep him. He is to be entrusted to Father for disposal. I believe Father would not wish for a starving mutated leopard, Albing replied, casting a calm glance at Ancient Sephora. Upon hearing this, Ancient Sephora contemplated Albing's words. Indeed, the Dragon King's return was uncertain, and this mutated leopard could not perish from hunger before then. Previously devouring the fish, Xinguang Bao froze at the mention of Albing, quickly turning to look at the white dragon. Initially, he had only considered devouring the dragon without recognizing its appearance. The dragon was as pure as jade, its scales shimmering with a soft luster, and most importantly, it possessed an unparalleled beauty among dragonkind. In the primordial era, only dragons deemed unattractive were classified as wild creatures. His former disciple, Albing was a prime example of a particularly handsome dragon. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, stirring a hint of doubt within him. He recalled his former disciple, Albing, who was equally striking in appearance. This is too similar. More importantly, the white dragon before him was also named Albing. After delivering the fish, Albing prepared to return to the second heaven. Observing this, Xinguang Bao immediately called out, "Friend, please wait." Hearing the voice, Albing frowned slightly and asked, "What else do you need? Yet are you named Albing?" Xinguang Bao inquired tentatively, swallowing the last morsel of fish. "Yes," Albing simply nodded in response. "Do you remember the name Xinguang Bao?" Xinguang Bao asked, his voice laced with anticipation, eager to confirm if Albing was indeed his beloved disciple. "I remember," Albing replied decisively, without hesitation. Xinguang Bao's eyes brightened, excitement swelling within him. Could it be that the white dragon before him truly was his beloved disciple? "I heard your name when you pleaded for mercy from Uncle Dijuan," Albing spoke softly. Xinguang Bao, originally wanting to inquire further. Xinguang Bao immediately fell silent, feeling embarrassed at how the other had come to know him. "It seems I was overthinking it." He sighed, shaking his head ruefully. Soon, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Evolution completed. The host has successfully advanced to Transcendent Tier 5. Upon reaching Transcendent Tier 5, Aochuan's dragon scales deepened in hue, his horns elongated further, and his body grew to a terrifying 300 meters. With 41,790,000 evolution points remaining, he was poised for another evolution. However, before that, he needed to allow the mystic turtle to reclaim the northeast and Xiliang regions. After all, time was of the essence. His slumber during evolution conveniently allowed the mystic turtle to reclaim the remaining territories of the Dragon Kingdom. In the sky, Phoenix had grown to 15 meters, with Li Xiqing and Fu Donglai perched upon its back, hastening towards the capital after receiving the Dragon King's summons. Brother, you smell delightful." Raven suddenly flitted beside Phoenix. Casting furtive glances at the latter, Phoenix frowned slightly. While it acknowledged its current appearance was appealing, it was male and held no interest in the similarly male Raven. "Get lost. Stay away from my Phoenix." Li Xiqing glared at Raven in disgust, suspecting the crow's orientation was questionable, bewildered as to why the Dragon King had included it among the demon court. "I'm merely passing by. I'll take my leave now." Raven chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Phoenix before trailing behind. Shortly, Li Xiqing and Phoenix arrived at the capital, where most members of the demon court had gathered. Upon seeing the assembly, Aochuan instructed the mystic turtle to lead them in the northern expedition. This time, the objective was primarily to reclaim the remaining territories of the Dragon Kingdom. Aochuan addressed the mystic turtle, "Since Dijuan is absent, your task is to recover the remaining lands of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically the northeast and Xiliang regions." As usual, the mystic turtle remained the commander of this northern expedition, with the Transcendent Tier 5 Azure Dragon and Transcendent Tier 3 Raven. This northern expedition should pose no issues. By the Dragon King's command, the members of the Demon Court proclaimed in unison, subsequently advancing towards the northeast under the Mystic Turtle's leadership. In the time that followed, Aochuan prepared to continue his evolution. "System, commence evolution," Aochuan silently commanded. Successfully consumed 24 million evolution points, evolving. Unlike the eastern nations of Blue Star, the western countries were more fortunate, as they were largely under the control of ancient gods. In the Bear Country, although it was summer, the eastern regions were enveloped in snowstorms, with violent lightning intermixed among the frigid winds that a colossal bear, measuring over 200 meters, roars in agony, its body infused with the powers of thunder and extreme cold. Countless bolts of lightning strike relentlessly upon the bear, while a blizzard rages in the skies above. It appears as though two distinct consciousnesses are engaged in a fierce struggle for dominion over the bear's form. "Surrender now, for before my thunder, you shall soon be reduced to mere dust." Within the bear's mind, Zeus continuously unleashes his lightning upon the blizzard bear. Ever since Zeus had possessed the blizzard bear's body, the creature had been locked in a relentless battle for control. Since it refuses to comply, it seems only fitting to eliminate it. With this thought, Zeus commands a multitude of lightning strikes to rain down upon the blizzard bear. A myriad of scars. What does one additional mark matter? The blizzard bear bellows in rage. Chapter 80. Fire Crow Luo Xian. Zeus's lightning ravages like a wild serpent, incessantly battering the blizzard bear. "Cease your futile struggles. Before a deity, you possess no chance of victory." Zeus intensifies his assault with lightning. After a considerable time, the blizzard bear falls silent, prompting Zeus to prepare to retract his thunderous power. What is happening? Why can I not control my thunder? Zeus's pupils dilate in shock as he gazes in terror at the fallen blizzard bear. He is actually absorbing my thunderous power, feeling his strength ebbing away. Zeus attempts to reclaim his lightning, only to find his power ensnared by some invisible chains, rendering him utterly powerless. The blizzard bear slowly raises its head, a glimmer of derision flickering in its crimson eyes. Its form begins to swell rapidly, and the wounds adorning its body heal at an astonishing rate. Moreover, amidst the swirling blizzard around it, flashes of lightning shimmer ominously. How can you absorb my thunderous power? Zeus's voice is laced with bitterness and dread. He, the god of thunder, cannot fathom why his power is being siphoned by a mere bear. Were it not for your thunderous might, I would never have realized the potency of the bloodline coursing through me. The storm bear remarks, as it feels the surge of icy and thunderous energy within. It discovers that its spiritual power has increased 3 to 4-fold. Yuta, what are you planning to do? Zeus gasps in terror as the storm bear approaches. Stripped of his thunderous power, Zeus stands no different from an ordinary mortal. Zeus, it is time for your journey to end. The storm bear promptly crushes Zeus beneath its paw.at this moment. The bear's mind is solely occupied by the storm bear. With a gradual opening of its eyes, the storm bear realizes it has successfully reclaimed control over its body, recalling the meteorite that had fallen in the eastern part of the Bear Kingdom days prior. A deep-seated hatred wells up within the storm bear. Initially, it was merely curious and intended to investigate, but upon nearing the meteorite, a man named Zeus had forcibly invaded its body. Subsequently, it lost consciousness. Unaware of how long it had slumbered, when it finally opened its eyes again, Zeus had appeared within its mind, leading to a fierce contest for dominance over its form. Fortunately, not only had it successfully regained its body, but by absorbing Zeus's thunderous power, it had unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the thunderstorm bear within. What a fortunate turn of events. Feeling a pang of hunger, the thunderstorm bear rubs its belly. The blizzard and lightning generated during its struggle with Zeus have left the surrounding mutated creatures either frozen into statues or obliterated by electricity. Thus, the thunderstorm bear sets off southward, seeking sustenance in the northeast. Meanwhile, the demon court army, led by the Xian turtle, marches toward the northeast. Caw, caw, caw. The cries of crows echo above the demon court army. Changwon furrows her brow, casting a displeased glance at the raven behind her. What are you squawking about? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, the raven looks innocent. I'm not calling out. No sooner had the words escaped its beak than countless fire-cackling crows rapidly converge above the demon court army. Who dares obstruct the path of the demon court? Are you seeking death? Upon witnessing this scene, the azure dragon in the sky immediately releases a jet of water toward the fire crows. However, just as the azure dragon's water column is about to strike the flock, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The fire crows swiftly coalesce, their flames intensifying. The water column from the azure dragon is vaporized before it can make contact, dissipating into a mist. Be cautious, azure dragon. Their flames are extraordinary, warns the red fox, immediately sensing the unusual nature of the fire crows. Quite intriguing, the azure dragon scoffs, preparing to unleash a thunderous roar that scatters the assembled fire crows. Just as the azure dragon readies to charge into the throng of fire crows, a voice halts him. Azure dragon, do not act rashly, the Xian turtle urgently calls out. Although these fire crows are all awakened mutated creatures, he senses something amiss. In the next moment, more fire crows begin to swarm from all directions, forming a massive fiery vortex that a fire crow, towering at 100 meters, emerges from the whirlpool. This is the domain of my Luo Xian. You shall return whence you came. Luo Xian's voice reverberates across the skies of the demon court. The azure dragon scowls. Who do you think you are to block our path? Ha ha! The demon court? Luo Xian laughs heartily, astonished to discover the existence of such a force upon Blue Star. I wonder how the demon emperor Dijun will react upon learning of the demon court's presence here. In the current era of Blue Star, with ancient gods descending, the true demon court from the primordial realm must have also manifested here. But it's intriguing to ponder how Dijun and Dong Huangtai will respond to this news. Given their aversion to impostors masquerading as their court, what are you babbling about? Those who dare obstruct the demon court shall pay the price. The azure dragon roars, instantly contorting its body to charge at Luo Xian. However, Luo Xian appears to have anticipated this move. As the azure dragon nears for a bite, it swiftly transforms into countless smaller fire crows, encircling the azure dragon. Since you are so obstinate, you shall perish. Luo Xian's voice resonates from within the swarm of fire crows. In the next instant, a fiery vortex forms within the mass of crows, and the azure dragon is swiftly drawn into the whirlpool. The flames are searingly intense, and the fire from these crows surpasses even that of the red fox. Despite the azure dragon's high defense due to its scales, it is scorched within the vortex, turning an angry shade of red. This is disastrous. I've underestimated them. The azure dragon bellows, struggling to break free but to no avail. Seeing this, Qingwan immediately unfurls her wings, preparing to assist. Do not act rashly. The raven urgently interjects, preventing Qingwan from rushing in. The flames of these fire crows are potent. Charging in recklessly will only lead to needless sacrifice. Then what should we do? Qingwan's brow furrows. Among the members of the demon court, few possess the ability to fly. The golden crow Emperor Dijun is far away in the south, and with the azure dragon ensnared in the vortex. Although there are still ministers present, they cannot fly and are of little help. Do not worry. Watch me. The raven whispers as the words leave its lips. 3 tomo appear in its blood-red eyes. In the next moment, the fire crows within the vortex begin to move as if under control, gradually separating from the whirlpool. Chapter 81. In my eyes, you gods are all worthless. Control-type skills. How fascinating, remarks Luo Xian mockingly upon witnessing this turn of events. Do you really believe that such trivial tricks can save this foolish dragon? My fire crows number in the tens of thousands, while you can only manage to control 1 or 2,000 at most. Luo Xian scoffs, showing no concern for the raven's illusions. Observing this situation, the Xian turtle, red fox, and other members of the demon court can only fret with anxiety. Although there is still an extraordinary second-tier, mutated bald eagle in the sky. It lacks any powerful skills and is utterly helpless against the horde of fire crows. A resounding wolf howl pierces the air above the demon court army, and a fierce wind begins to swirl. I am here to assist you. Song immediately unleashes the 3 realms divine wind upon the fire crow swarm. In an instant, numerous fire crows are torn to shreds by the divine wind. With the collaboration of the raven and Song, the number of fire crows continues to dwindle, and the vortex's pull lessens. This moment, Luo Xian begins to sense something amiss, yet his fire crows remain focused on attacking the azure dragon. For it is the strongest among the demon court army, as long as he can eliminate it. The rest of the mutated creatures are no longer a concern. With this in mind, Luo Xian refrains from targeting the raven and Song, instead amplifying the intensity of his flames, determined to keep the azure dragon trapped within the vortex forever. You blasted roasted bird, release my brother azure dragon at once. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Titan unleashes his demon ape form. Now, Titan has successfully broken through to the 9th tier of awakening, and his demon ape form has grown to a staggering height of 180 meters. Titan leaps from the ground, undeterred by the flames of the fire crows, reaching into the vortex with his hand. He got you. Upon confirming he has grasped the azure dragon's tail, Titan yanks with all his might, pulling the azure dragon free from the vortex. This is impossible. Luo Xian gasps in disbelief as he witnesses this unexpected turn of events. That hurts. The liberated azure dragon exclaims in pain, the remnants of flames still scorching its scales. Yet, disregarding the pain, it rushes to the raven's side. Its eyes ablaze with fury. You audacious fire crow, how dare you ambush me? The azure dragon bellows in rage. Humph. It is your own foolishness that led you to be ensnared in the vortex. Luo Xian retorts with a smirk. Though he now appeared calm and unperturbed, he was already plotting his escape. He was merely possessing a first-tier extraordinary crow, and even with his enhancements, its actual combat power barely reached the 5th tier of the extraordinary. In a true confrontation, he could only hope to match that azure dragon, especially considering the numerous other extraordinary beings on the opposing side. It was evident that he could not contend with them alone. It seemed the only option left was to flee northward. With a thought, Luo Xian commanded a portion of the fire crows to attack the demon court's army, seizing the opportunity to escape towards the north. In the northeastern region resided another ancient deity. As long as he could lure the demon court's forces into that territory, they would be compelled to divide their strength to confront the other ancient god. At that moment, he vowed to annihilate all these mutated creatures. How dare they attempt to flee? Upon witnessing this, the azure dragon prepared to pursue. Azure dragon, do not chase. The Xian turtle swiftly intervened. Although the azure dragon was the mightiest in the northern expeditionary force, his intellect left much to be desired. Just moments ago, he had suffered a setback due to his impulsiveness. How could he not learn from his mistakes? Our primary objective is to seize territory. We shall advance steadily, commanded the Xian turtle. Aware of Luo Xian's formidable prowess and having learned from the previous encounter with the Tsang, the Xian turtle resolutely decided against allowing the Azure Dragon and the others to take unnecessary risks. If Luo Xian merely wished to flee, then let him escape. The best outcome would be for him to make his way out of the northeast. In that case, he would only need to focus on reclaiming the region. Why were they moving so slowly? Luo Xian had fled to the northeastern region, yet he discovered that the demon court's forces had not pursued him. Was he truly too swift? Uncertain whether the demon court had retreated, Luo Xian pressed further into the northeastern territory. The closer he ventured to the north, the more potent the thunderous energy became. Damn it! What is that Lei Jinzi up to now? Luo Xian frowned as he observed the incessant lightning striking around him. Indeed, the two ancient gods descending upon the northeast were none other than Luo Xian and Lei Jinzi. Having been adversaries since the primordial era, their animosity persisted even after their arrival on Blue Star, resulting in a division of the northeast. The south belonged to Luo Xian, while the north was under Lei Jinzi's dominion. If it weren't for Lei Jinzi's fortuitous possession of a third-tier extraordinary tiger, he could never have hoped to rival Luo Xian. Luo Xian cursed silently. Of course, if he were to wield divine power, Lei Jinzi would undoubtedly be no match for him. But circumstances were different now. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was feeble, preventing the ancient gods from coalescing new divine power. This meant that every bit of divine energy was precious and would not be wasted lightly unless in dire situations. Suddenly, a mighty roar of a tiger echoed, capturing Luo Xian's attention. So, you are here, Lei Jinzi. Upon hearing the roar, Luo Xian hurried towards the source of the sound. However, when he found Lei Jinzi, he was met with an unbelievable sight. Lei Jinzi, is he dead? Luo Xian exclaimed. Beneath the stormy skies, Lei Jinzi lay motionless on the ground, his body being devoured by a massive white bear over 200 meters tall. This tiger is quite delectable. It contains an abundance of thunderous energy. The thunderstorm bear grumbled as it tore off a piece of flesh. Yet, it seemed that one bear was not enough to satisfy its hunger. The thunderstorm bear furrowed its brow and suddenly heard a voice. Looking up to see Luo Xian in the sky. Oh, if I had another bird, it should suffice. The thunderstorm bear gazed at Luo Xian with eyes brimming with greed. You think you're worthy? Not even close. Luo Xian retorted angrily. After all, he was an ancient god. It was understandable that he struggled against the demon court, given their numbers. Yet now, before him stood merely a fifth-tier extraordinary bear, and there was only one of it. Since you dare to underestimate me, I shall show you what the flame immortal truly is. Luo Xian immediately conjured thousands of fire crows, launching them swiftly towards the thunderstorm bear, another self-proclaimed god. The thunderstorm bear seethed with rage at the mere mention of divinity. First Zeus, and now this Lei Jinzi. They all claimed to be gods, yet ultimately perished at its hands, with a mighty roar. The thunderstorm bear summoned terrifying bolts of lightning from the heavens. You so-called gods are nothing but worthless to me. Chapter 82. The one who kills you is the flame immortal of the Jiejiao. Luo Xian. After a day of travel, the demon court's army, steadily advancing, had successfully entered the northeastern region. However, as they stepped into this territory, the Xian turtle sensed something amiss. In the middle of summer, why is it snowing and thundering in the north? The Xian turtle gazed up at the sky, his brows furrowed deeply. Above, amidst the raging blizzard and intertwining thunder, flickered sparks of flame. Azure Dragon, you go ahead. The Xian turtle began, but then shook his head. Never mind, Duiying, you should check the situation ahead. Upon spotting Luo Xian, he was to retreat immediately, prioritizing his own safety. Duiying nodded appreciatively and took to the skies, vanishing like a black flash. Minutes later, Duiying hastily returned. Chancellor, there are 200-meter beasts fighting ahead. One is a giant bear, and the other is that fire crow. This was indeed an opportune moment. The one battling Luo Xian was likely another ancient god. Why not let them weaken each other while the demon court reaped the benefits? Upon hearing that Luo Xian was engaged in combat with another mutated creature, the Xian turtle's eyes gleamed with resolve. Where is Qingwan? He inquired of Li Xiqing, glancing around. Not back yet, Li Xiqing replied. The Xian turtle frowned slightly. He had sent Qingwan to seek aid from the Dragon King due to concerns about other ancient gods possibly lurking in the northeastern region. A day should have been ample time for Qingwan to reach the capital. No more waiting, he decided, shaking his head. Such an opportunity to profit from other strife was rare. Members of the demon court. Heed my command. Advance at full speed. The Xian turtle decisively ordered the demon court's army to head northward. With their accelerated pace, the demon court's forces moved twice as fast as before. In less than half an hour, the azure dragon spotted the two towering beasts locked in combat. Chancellor, I can see them, he called out, rushing to the Xian turtle's side. After a day of recuperation, the azure dragon had nearly healed from its burns. For it possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, granting it superior recovery abilities compared to other mutated creatures. Eyeing the fire crow in the distance, it was prepared to exact revenge. The Xian turtle nodded, his expression grave as he focused on the scene unfolding ahead. Not far off, a thunderstorm bear, shrouded in frost, was locked in fierce battle with Luo Xian, who had transformed into a fire crow. Every swipe of the thunderstorm bear's claws crackled with violent, thunderous energy, while Luo Xian's 3,000 fire crows continuously assailed the bear with fiery assaults that appeared they had been fighting for quite some time. The Xian turtle spoke solemnly, turning to his demon court members. Let the mutated creatures charge in to exhaust their stamina. Once the moment is right, we shall make our move. While the Xian turtle wished to avoid losing any companions, this concern was limited to the core members of the demon court. The other mutated beings were merely cannon fodder in his eyes. Hearing this, the azure dragon and the red fox voiced no objections. Though Tsang seemed contemplative, quietly retreating behind the other demon court members, ensuring he remained undetected, he hurried to his pack of wolves. When the Chancellor orders you to attack, make sure to stay at the back of the line. Do not initiate any offensive actions, Tsang advised earnestly. After all, he did not wish for the newly formed wolf pack to become cannon fodder. Moreover, as the foremost among the 10 demon generals of the demon court, why not provide a little extra care for his kin? The wolves nodded in agreement, though they were puzzled by the reasoning, their trust in their leader unwavering. Demon court army, charge, with a command from the Xian turtle. A throng of mutated creatures surged towards Luo Xian and the thunderstorm bear. Damn it, why is the demon court's army arriving now? Luo Xian frowned slightly, but upon noticing the absence of any extraordinary beings among the beast horde, his expression relaxed. It seemed they intended to use cannon fodder to tire him out. However, they underestimated the persistence of a god. Motherf, another wave, the thunderstorm bear grimaced, having fought Luo Xian for an entire day. It was already weary. It had planned its escape route, but now, surrounded by these mutated creatures, fleeing would be a challenge. As time passed, Luo Xian maintained his vigor, while the thunderstorm bear found itself struggling to keep up. The main issue was that it had only sampled a bite of the recently slain tiger. Its belly was empty, leaving it with little energy. I must flee. My life as a bear is paramount. The thunderstorm bear gritted its teeth, bracing against the onslaught of beasts as it prepared to escape. However, with the demon court now focused on it, the Xian turtle could not allow it to leave. Azure Dragon, Duiying, you may advance, the Xian turtle commanded. Ha! I've been itching for this. The Azure Dragon twisted its body and charged fiercely toward Luo Xian. Fortunately, Luo Xian had been vigilant since the beast horde surged forth. And just as the Azure Dragon was about to strike, he deftly evaded. Thus, the dragon and the crow entered a stalemate. Meanwhile, the fleeing thunderstorm giant bear was entirely unprepared for an ambush, just as it was making its escape. A raven darted out and positioned itself directly in its path. Let yourself be ensnared in the eternal illusion, the raven murmured softly. In the next instant, 3 swirling orbs appeared once more in its blood-red eyes. Caught off guard, the thunderstorm giant bear was instantaneously ensnared by the illusion, left standing motionless. Thunderstorm giant bear, unleash your power, the raven urgently commanded, directing the bear to attack Luo Xian. Members of the demon court, including the Xian turtle, the azure dragon, and the crimson fox, swiftly joined the fray. Although their assaults on Luo Xian were limited, they nonetheless provided some measure of assistance. Damn it, I should have realized earlier not to waste time with that foolish bear. Luo Xian muttered angrily. Faced with such a multitude of mutated creatures, even as an ancient deity, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. There was no choice but to resort to divine power. Without hesitation, Luo Xian unleashed his remaining divine energy. In an instant, the previously meager number of fire ravens surged from mere tens of thousands to over 100,000, each ablaze with an intensity far greater than before, transforming the northeastern region into a veritable sea of flames. To perish beneath my divine might is the greatest honor you barbaric creatures shall ever know. From his lofty vantage amidst the inferno, Luo Xian gazed down upon the members of the demon court, his voice resonating like thunder across the skies, imbued with boundless authority and murderous intent. Remember this. The one who shall slay you is the celestial of flames, Luo Xian. Chapter 83. Thunderstorm's such imposing presence. The azure dragon roared, his brow furrowed. Having been closest to Luo Xian moments ago, he felt the overwhelming force more acutely than anyone else. The other members of the demon court were similarly shaken by the intensity of the aura. Today, you shall all meet your end. Luo Xian's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With a mere thought, hundreds of thousands of fire ravens surged forth, charging towards the Xian turtle and the others, all members of the demon court. Gather together, the Xian turtle hastily ordered. This time, he was determined to avoid a repeat of the previous tragedy. As long as the members remained united, they could at least hold out for a while. No sooner had he spoken than the azure dragon and the raven began to converge towards the Xian turtle. However, Luo Xian clearly would not grant them this respite, immediately summoning even more fire ravens to besiege the azure dragon and the raven. Not good. The azure dragon and the raven have been cut off. The Xian turtle thought to himself, alarmed. Are we destined to repeat the last tragedy? Cursed be it, the number of fire ravens was far too great. The azure dragon and the raven found themselves in a frenzy, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, against the backdrop of this infernal tempest, their efforts were akin to moths drawn to a flame. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens. A massive figure suddenly burst forth from the sky, charging towards Luo Xian. Simultaneously, the ancestral dragon pearl descended above the members of the demon court, rendering the fierce flames of the fire ravens powerless within 1,000 meters of its presence. The celestial of flames, daring to strike against my demon court. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Aochuan opened his maw wide, sinking his teeth into Luo Xian's neck with lightning speed, catching Luo Xian completely off guard. What was once a sky of flames was instantly shrouded by ominous clouds. As countless thunder dragons wreaked havoc above, the fire ravens in the sky stood no chance against the onslaught of the thunder dragons, incinerating upon contact, raining down like fiery droplets. In that moment, all the mutated creatures in the northeast cowered in fear, trembling upon the ground. Wonderful! The Dragon King has come to our rescue, Li Xiqing exclaimed in the fiery abyss, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Aochuan, the remaining members of the demon court felt as if their anxieties had been assuaged, their once tense hearts now at ease. The ancestral dragon pearl. You are indeed the ancestral dragon. Luo Xian gasped in horror upon witnessing the ancestral dragon pearl floating in the sky. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of the ancestral dragon. Despite having unleashed all his divine power, he still could not withstand a single strike. Slain mutated raven Luo Xian's avatar, Transcendent Level 1, gained 50,000 evolution points. The azure dragon stared in awe at Aochuan, his eyes brimming with admiration. When will I also possess such majesty and might as the Dragon King? Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, my demon court army would have surely perished here. Aochuan sighed. The strength of the demon court's members remained woefully insufficient. Though the azure dragon's power was commendable, his bloodline was thin, and against certain ancient deities, he might at best achieve a stalemate. Confronted with beings of the caliber of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, or the demon emperor Dijuan, the azure dragon wouldn't even know how he met his end. It seemed time to seek out some new bloodlines for the azure dragon. Aochuan glanced at the azure dragon, who was staring at him with a dazed expression, and shook his head. Dragon King, it is the old servant's inadequacy. Every time we engage in battle, I must trouble you to take matters into your own hands. Please, punish me, Dragon King. The Xian turtle hastily knelt in apology, his tone laden with self-reproach. Aochuan did not respond to the Xian turtle. He was currently evaluating the overall combat strength of the demon court. At present, the only member he need not worry about was Dijuan. Although the azure dragon was the second strongest force in the demon court, he lacked mental acuity, and his offensive methods were overly simplistic. As for the Yaksha, his abilities were balanced, but there was nothing particularly noteworthy to mention. The other members of the demon court still required further nurturing. Alas, the realization that among his 10 great demon generals, only the azure dragon could contend with ancient deities left Aochuan feeling despondent. Rise, after all, Luo Xian is an ancient deity. You have done remarkably well to endure until now. Although the Xian turtle had voluntarily taken on all the responsibility, Chuan understood that he had done his utmost and could not be blamed. Furthermore, this encounter had not been without gains. The bloodline of the Celestial of Flames, Luo Xian, was certainly a commendable acquisition. What is the matter with this thunderstorm giant bear? Chuan mused upon seeing the bear, standing still and bewildered, towering at 100 meters. Thunderstorm giant bear, Transcendent Level 5. Skills: Bloodthirst LV.10, Titan Strength LV. 10. Thunderous Form LV.10, can freely manipulate thunder and greatly reduce the damage dealt by thunder to itself. Extreme Cold Storm LV.10, summons a ferociously violent blizzard, inflicting continuous damage on surrounding enemies and significantly slowing them down. Overall combat power, 6881. Upon hearing Chuan's words, the Xian turtle quickly recounted the battle between Luo Xian and the thunderstorm giant bear. Raven, release your illusion. After listening to the Xian turtle, Chuan felt an even greater surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that this thunderstorm giant bear could match Luo Xian blow for blow. Such a prodigy must be brought into the demon court. As you command, Dragon King. Hearing Chuan's order, the raven promptly dispelled its control over the thunderstorm giant bear. In the next second, the once dull eyes of the thunderstorm giant bear flared with rage. Damn raven, how dare you ambush me? Just as the thunderstorm giant bear prepared to crush the raven with its jaws, it suddenly noticed a colossal black dragon, over 300 meters long, before it. Its gaze suddenly clearing, especially upon sensing the draconic might emanating from Chuan. The thunderstorm giant bear dared not move. Submit. Chuan had yet to finish speaking when a resounding voice interrupted him. The thunderstorm giant bear quickly clasped its belly, gazing at Chuan in terror. I didn't mean to. In response, Chuan bore no anger, but instead smiled. He then tossed the lifeless body of Luo Xian to the thunderstorm giant bear. Submit to me, or you shall meet the same fate as this fire raven, quietly becoming a corpse. Upon hearing Chuan's words, the thunderstorm giant bear shivered in fear. It had only just regained control of its body from Zeus, and could not afford to die so easily. So it hastily nodded. I will follow you. Seeing this, Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the 7th of my 10 great demon generals, bestowed with the name Thunderstorm. Chapter 84, Curse at Present. The northeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, along with Jiangnan, Lingnan, and the Central Plains, had all fallen under the dominion of the Demon Court, leaving only the western region of Shiliang remaining. Chuan murmured to himself, realizing that the number of principal members of the Demon Court could no longer keep pace with its expansion. Managing the territory of the Dragon Kingdom with the current members of the Demon Court was already proving to be a daunting task. It seemed necessary to slow the pace of the Demon Court's offensive. Dragon King, we have discovered 2 meteorites in the northeast, the Xian turtle whispered as he approached Chuan after searching the northeastern region. 2. Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought there was only one ancient deity, Luo Xian, but there appeared to be 2. Lead me to see them. As you command, Dragon King. With that, Chuan followed the Xian turtle to the site of the meteorites. Dragon King, this is the location of the first meteorite. The Xian turtle guided Chuan to the southern part of the northeast, detected ancient deity Celestial of Flames Luo Xian. The system has automatically converted it into a bloodline. Congratulations, host has acquired the bloodline of the Celestial of Flames Luo Xian. Hearing the notification in his mind, Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Take me to the location of the other meteorite. Chuan said softly, already curious about the identity of the other ancient deity. Might it be one of equal stature to Luo Xian? Shortly thereafter, guided by the Xian turtle, Chuan arrived at the site of the second meteorite in the northern part of the northeast. The ancient deity Lizenzi has been detected, and the system has automatically transformed it into a bloodline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline of Lizenzi. So it is Lizenzi, thought Chuan, his brow slightly furrowed, tinged with a hint of regret. Nevertheless, having it is better than not having it at all. Chuan's system space now already contains the bloodlines of 5 ancient deities. As for whom to bestow these 5 bloodlines upon, Chuan had already formed a plan in his mind. The bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow, Dongwang Tai, was undoubtedly meant for Dijuan. The bloodline of Yinzhong Xian, Luo Xian, Chuan intended to grant to Duying, for Duying had made considerable contributions during the recent northern expedition. Indeed, without Duying, the Azure Dragon and his companions would have struggled to keep the thunderstorm at bay. Bestowing Luoxuan's bloodline upon Duying was entirely a result of his own efforts. For the bloodline of Lizenzi, Chuan initially intended to grant it to Leijun, but since he had only recently joined the demon court, it would seem biased if he were to reward Legion directly while the veteran members, like Xingui, had yet to receive any bloodlines. After much contemplation, Aochuan decided to bestow Lai Zinzi's bloodline upon Yasha, who had obstructed Xinguang Bao and saved Ao Bing, thus earning his merit. Aochuan planned to keep the Dijuan bloodline for himself, while he had yet to decide whom to grant the remaining Yuhua bloodline. Xingui, please summon Duying, Aochuan said softly. Since he was uncertain whom to give it to, he chose not to dwell on it and focused on distributing the other bloodlines in his possession first. Before long, Xingui brought Duying before Aochuan. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. Duying promptly knelt. For your commendable control over the thunderstorm giant bear during this northern expedition, I hereby bestow upon you the bloodline of Luoxian and elevate you to the 8th seat among the 10 demon commanders of the demon court. Aochuan declared in a solemn tone. Simultaneously, he swiftly conferred the Luoxian bloodline from the system to Duying. Usage successful. Duying has acquired the Luoxian bloodline. The Luoxian bloodline. Before Duying could voice his confusion, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly rushed into his body. In the next moment, 3 hook-shaped jewels rapidly emerged in Duying's eyes, swiftly connecting to form a new jewel composed of 3 sides linked at their tails. Not only that, but black flames also began to surge from Duying, elevating his realm from Transcendent Stage 3 to Transcendent Stage 4, with his size expanding to over 100 meters. Thank you for your bestowal. Dragon King, feeling the continuous flow of energy within him, Duying hastily knelt and bowed in gratitude. Witnessing this scene, Xingui felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Despite being the Prime Minister, he remained at only Transcendent Stage 1. Although he longed for the Dragon King's reward, he lamented his lack of achievements that would merit such a gift. Alas, Xuangui's gaze grew despondent as he sighed softly, though his sigh was barely audible. Aochuan caught wind of it seemed he indeed needed to reward some of his old subordinates with bloodlines. Aochuan mused inwardly. Unfortunately, he currently possessed no suitable bloodlines for them, and he would have to wait a while longer. Xingui, organize the demon forces and prepare for our return to Jiangnan. With that, Aochuan vanished into thin AI, in Jiangnan province, at the second heaven. How is Jiuying recovering? Upon arriving at the second heaven, Aochuan encountered Dijuan and Jiuying. Thank you for your concern, Father. I am quite well, Jiuying promptly replied. Although Dong Wangtai's sunfire was fierce, Jiuying's immortal body was not to be underestimated. A mere fatal wound had fully healed in less than a day. In recognition of your protection over Jiuying and Ao Bing, I shall assist you in further enhancing the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow within you today, Aochuan said to Dijuan softly. Usage successful. Dijuan has acquired the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow, Dong Wangtai. Thank you, Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Dijuan's heart surged with joy, and he quickly knelt in gratitude. In the next moment, he felt the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow within him grow denser, with his inherent sunfire receiving a significant boost. Subsequently, Dijuan's realm successfully broke through to Transcendent Stage 9, and his size ballooned to over 380 meters. Drawing near the 400-meter mark, while his overall combat power soared to a terrifying 47,000. Witnessing this, Aochuan nodded in satisfaction. Although his own strength was formidable, he could not remain by Xingui and the other sides at all times. The stronger Dijuan became, the more secure the demon court would be. Where is Ao Bing? Why do I not see him? Aochuan inquired, furrowing his brow upon noticing Ao Bing's absence in the second heaven. Young Master Ao Bing is by the Blackwater Lake. However, his luck has been quite poor lately, often encountering danger, Dijuan replied. Poor luck? Aochuan frowned slightly, struggling to comprehend Dijuan's meaning. Thereafter, Dijuan recounted Ao Bing's recent experiences. As Aochuan listened, he found the accounts increasingly absurd. If it were merely encounters with crazed mutated creatures, that could be considered a normal occurrence, for all beings experience misfortune at times. But to say that Ao Bing nearly choked to death while eating fish and almost drowned while drinking water was rather peculiar. Was it not? I must uncover what is truly at play here, Aochuan declared angrily. No dragon could possibly have such misfortune, indicating that some creature was undoubtedly meddling. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. Upon seeing Aochuan soaring through the air, Guhuan quickly bowed in greeting. Where is Ao Bing? Aochuan scanned his surroundings, soon spotting Ao Bing asleep within the branches of the Guhuan tree. Upon seeing Ao Bing's panel, A surge of murderous intent welled up in Ao Chuan's eyes. Good, good. How dare someone cast a curse upon my son? If I catch you, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 85. The Demon Master Xinguang Bao, Ancient True Dragon. AO Bing, Awaken Stage 1. Cursed. Skills, True Dragon Body, LV.1. Void Escape, LV.1. Reverse Scale, LV.5. Extreme Ice Power, LV.1. Can freely control extreme ice to attack enemies. Overall Combat Power, 384. Staring at the word Cursed on AO Bing's panel. Ao Chuan could only think of swiftly eliminating the one responsible for the curse. Awake, AO Bing. Ao Chuan called out, rousing him from sleep. Father, father? AO Bing blinked awake. Although he had never seen his father, he instantly recognized Ao Chuan as the black dragon before him. It was an instinctive recognition, an indescribable feeling of bloodline connection. Aside from Gu Huan, Juing, and Di Juan, do you recall anyone else who has interacted with you? Ao Chuan asked urgently. Hearing this, AO Bing began to concentrate, suddenly recalling something, aside from them. It seems the only other one who interacted with me was Xinguang Bao, who was suppressed by grandfather Gu Huan. Xinguang Bao, the mere mention of this name sparked recollections of legends surrounding him in Ao Chuan's mind. Did he say anything about Dao Yu please stay? Ao Chuan inquired cautiously. After all, he had heard of the formidable power behind those 5 words long before his reincarnation into a serpent. They were said to possess the ability to alter one's fortune for a lifetime. He did say that, AO Bing replied. Upon hearing AO Bing's response, Ao Chuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, is it truly the case that my AO Bing is destined to remain cursed? He pondered whether transforming Xinguang Bao into a bloodline could lift AO Bing's curse. Just as the thought crossed Ao Chuan's mind, the system's notification chimed in. Great sage, even if the host were to slay Xinguang Bao, AO Bing's curse would still persist. System, do you possess any means to dispel the curse? Ao Chuan inquired hurriedly. Great sage, there is one method known to me. Host, the only way to lift AO Bing's curse is for him to take Xinguang Bao as his master. Hearing the system's suggestion, Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. Was this truly the only option? At this moment, Ao Chuan felt hesitant. After all, Xinguang Bao was also an ancient deity and could not be controlled by a blood spirit contract. Leaving Ao Chuan uncertain of Xinguang Bao's loyalty, which posed a dilemma. Nevertheless, Ao Chuan resigned himself to the fact that he had no choice but to have AO Bing take Xinguang Bao as his master in order to lift the curse. Otherwise, with AO Bing's tendency to choke while eating or drinking, he would never dare let him out of his sight again. Gu Huan, release Xinguang Bao for now. Yes, Dragon King. Following Ao Chuan's command, Gu Huan swiftly withdrew the branches that had been binding Xinguang Bao. Feeling the loss of his restraints, Xinguang Bao suddenly opened his eyes wide. I am finally free. He laughed heartily. Just as he prepared to flee, an immense pressure abruptly enveloped him, causing his boisterous laughter to come to an abrupt halt. What a powerful aura! Sensing Ao Chuan's dragon might, Xinguang Bao's brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated such formidable presence from the other party. Could it be that they too were an ancient deity? You are Xinguang Bao? Ao Chuan fixed his gaze firmly upon Xinguang Bao, his murderous intent still simmering beneath the surface. However, in order to lift AO Bing's curse, Ao Chuan had no choice but to suppress his murderous intent and speak in a low tone. This is my son. AO Bing. Did this mean the other party had come to avenge their son? Xinguang Bao thought to himself, feeling increasingly regretful. Had he known, he would never have ventured into such perilous territory as Jiangnan. Not only had he missed out on dragon meat, but he now found himself at the mercy of the very creature he sought to escape. Whether you choose to kill me or spare me, I shall abide by your wishes. Resigned to his fate, Xinguang Bao decided to embrace the situation, determined to face his end with dignity. I can choose not to kill you, and I can also offer you a position as the demon master of my court. Observing Xinguang Bao's earlier bravado, Ao Chuan couldn't help but nod approvingly. Regardless, AO Bing must pay his respects to Xinguang Bao as his master. He certainly does not wish for AO Bing's mentor to be a cowardly and inept individual. Are you truly so benevolent? Xinguang Bao inquired, suspicion flickering in his eyes, for he had just perceived a glimmer of murderous intent in Ao Chuan's gaze. Could it be a ruse to lower his guard before striking? Yet, such reasoning seemed flawed, as the opponent's strength was evidently superior to his own, making such tactics illogical. Of course, my offer comes with conditions, Ao Chuan remarked, casting a glance at AO Bing. If you allow AO Bing to take you as his teacher, I shall grant you your freedom and appoint you as the educator of my demon court. Take me as his master? Shingong Bao responded with astonishment, not expecting Ao Chuan's condition to be so simple. Observing Ao Bing before him, he was reminded of his own disciples from the primordial era. They not only shared the same name but bore an uncanny resemblance as well. Could this be the fated connection between himself and Ao Bing? And no, Shingong Bao stammered. You must accept. Upon hearing the word no, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Ao Chuan's eyes. You cannot refuse. Shingong Bao exerted immense effort to articulate those words. In response, Ao Chuan furrowed his brow, doubting whether Shingong Bao truly possessed any real capabilities, considering he struggled even to speak. Despite his impressive attributes, mutated leopard, Shingong Bao's incarnation. Extraordinary level 2. Skills. Leopard's Roar LV. 10. Bite LV.10. Sharp Claws LV.10. 5-word mantra LV.20. Once cursed by the 5-word mantra, one may experience misfortune, and in severe cases, face imminent death. Sophistry LV.10. Possessing a silver tongue, whether instigating foes or instructing disciples. Success is augmented tenfold. Power of causality LV.20. Every cause has its effect. Shingong Bao can wield the power of causality to steer events towards his desired outcome. Comprehensive combat power 4881. Particularly remarkable are the skills of 5-word mantra, sophistry, and power of causality, each of which is outstanding in its own right. From this day forth, you shall be the educator of my demon court, tasked with guiding my heir, Ao Chuan declared softly. Rest assured, Dragon King, Shingong Bao said proudly, giving a thumbs up, I shall ensure Ao Bing becomes just like me. At this, Ao Chuan's expression darkened. If you dare to teach Ao Bing to stutter like you, prepare for death. Chapter 86. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings. I forgot to mention, aside from Ao Bing, you are also responsible for teaching Jiuying, Ao Chuan continued. Being an ancient deity, Shingong Bao's presence would provide reassurance regarding Jiuying. Jiuying, Shingong Bao queried, puzzled. Previously, Jiuying had been battling Dong Huang Tai Yi in the second heaven and had only been visited by Ao Bing during his imprisonment. Thus he was unfamiliar with the Jiuying Ao Chuan referred to. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiuying, emanating an aura of darkness, descended from the second heaven. Jiuying pays respects to father and master. After kneeling before Ao Chuan, Jiuying's 9 heads began to scrutinize Shingong Bao. This is the master father chose for me. He seems weaker than I am. Sensing Jiuying's formidable aura, Shingong Bao understood the Dragon King's intent to have Jiuying monitor him. It seemed the Dragon King was indeed wary of him. He had suspected this black dragon's intentions were not so noble. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, for if the Dragon King were to hear them, one might find themselves skinned alive. The strength of the Jiuying heir is indeed unfathomable. He is truly the progeny of the Dragon King. Shingong Bao nodded in satisfaction. Dragon King, dire news. A mutated crab, over 20 meters in length, rushed before Ao Chuan in a panic. Dragon King, our East Sea is under siege by 4 other dragons. Are you certain it is 4 dragons attacking the East Sea? Ao Chuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Absolutely, Dragon King. I saw it with my own eyes. It is indeed 4 dragons, the mutated crab asserted. Moreover, they are audacious enough to call themselves the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. Dragon King, this is a blatant provocation. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings, Shingong Bao exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Upon hearing this, all the demons present turned their attention to Shingong Bao. Why are you so excited about the 4 Seas Dragon Kings attacking our demon court? Ao Chuan shot Shingong Bao a glance before deciding to investigate the East Sea himself. If his memory served him correctly, the only ancient deities who referred to themselves as the 4 Seas Dragon Kings were likely the 4 brothers, Ao Guang and his kin, since merging with the Kunpeng bloodline. Ao Chuan had significantly enhanced his speed, and it was not long before he arrived at the East Sea. Roar! Ao Chuan let out a fierce roar above the waves, the terrifying sound waves generating a massive swell in the East Sea. Oddly, no response came. After waiting a while, he found the surroundings eerily silent. Logically, his recent roar over the territory of the 4 Seas Dragon Kings was a blatant challenge, yet the ancient gods did not dare to show themselves. 4 Seas Dragon Kings, come forth. Ao Chuan bellowed once more, but the surface of the sea remained undisturbed, only the waves rolling violently in response. Meanwhile, deep within the East Sea, at the bottom of a trench 2,000 meters deep, 400-meter-long dragons trembled in fear. Did you all hear that roar just now? Ao Guang's eyes were filled with dread. Although the roar carried a strong challenge, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the figure of their ancestor, causing his body to involuntarily quiver. Brother, lower your voice. If that dragon above the sea hears us, we might lose our lives here. North Sea Dragon King Ao Qin quickly admonished. The other two brothers nodded in agreement. Yes, we must not let that dragon discover us. My legs are shaking just from hearing its roar. West Sea Dragon King Ao Run added. I feel the same. South Sea Dragon King Ao Shun concurred. So do I. Ao Chuan, who had been mingling among them, spoke up. From the moment Ao Guang began speaking, he had already identified the four dragons. Dragons are inherently swift in water, and with his Kunpeng bloodline, Ao Chuan could scour the Blue Star in just half a minute, let alone the Near East Sea. You are the ancestor. The Four Seas Dragon Kings gazed at Ao Chuan, recognizing him at first glance from their bloodline. Ao Run's eyes darted around before he quickly knelt. Ao Run pays respects to the ancestor. The other three dragons' eyes lit up, and they hastily followed suit. We pay respects to the ancestor. This sudden display of reverence from the Four Seas Dragon Kings left Ao Chuan momentarily bewildered. Realizing they could not defeat him, had they chosen to acknowledge their ancestry on the spot, Ao Chuan had originally intended to convert the Four Seas Dragon Kings into bloodlines, but instead, they surrendered without even a fight. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Since you are ancient deities, obediently accept your fate. Ao Chuan was not prepared to let them off so easily. With one Shinggong Bao was already a cause for concern. The presence of more ancient deities would be challenging to control. It was better to convert them all into bloodlines. Surely the Four Seas Dragon Kings would be pleased to be killed by their ancestor. Wait, ancestor, if you enjoy slaying ancient deities, I know a place where ancient divine beasts reside. I only ask that you spare us. Ao Guang quickly interjected. Are you certain it is an ancient divine beast? Upon hearing the words ancient divine beast, the dragon flames that had been building up within Ao Chuan suddenly ceased. I am certain there is an ancient divine beast in the North Sea. Specifically a 200-meter-long azure dragon. Ao Guang eagerly nodded. Very well. Then you may rest in peace. You. How dare you go back on your word? Ao Guang fumed, his teeth gritting in frustration. The information about the ancient divine beast was volunteered by him. He had never promised to spare them. With that, Ao Chuan unleashed a torrent of dragon flames to send the Four Seas Dragon Kings on their way. The Azure Dragon was still considered an ancestor to the Four Seas Dragon Kings. If they could betray the Azure Dragon, they might just as easily betray him. After tidying up the Four Seas Dragon Kings, it was time to set out for the North Sea to convert that Azure Dragon into a bloodline. Whether Ao Guang's words held any truth would soon be revealed. Even if the Azure Dragon's bloodline did not exist, the North Sea would surely harbor other ancient deities. Dragon Kingdom capital. Since Ao Chuan and the Demon Court's forces had retreated, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had returned. Leader, the Demon Court's forces have now withdrawn, and only Li Xiqing remains in the capital. Should we seize this opportunity to reclaim the capital? Li Rang inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinghua fell into contemplation. Although the Demon Court's forces had retreated, Li Xiqing was not to be underestimated. Leader, do not hesitate. Seeing Sun Jinghua's indecision, Li Rang's expression grew anxious. There is only Li Xiqing left in the capital. His companions, an old man and a blue-feathered bird, pose no real threat. Let us not forget the unwavering loyalty of our Dragon Kingdom's army. With over 30 awakened ones at our disposal, victory in this battle is assured. Li Rang's words served as a potent tonic, gradually solidifying Sun Jinghua's resolve. He inhaled deeply and nodded. Then let us summon the awakened ones and the army of the Dragon Kingdom. We shall act tonight. A fierce glint flickered in Sun Jinghua's eyes. The Dragon Kingdom must not falter under his command. Chapter 87. The dragon-slaying operation. As night fell, the moonlight was obscured by thick, dark clouds, casting the entire capital into a shroud of gloom. More than 30 awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom had gathered, awaiting the call to action. Li Rang stood beside Sun Jinghua, whispering, Chief, all preparations are complete. At your command, we can move at once. Sun Jinghua nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled awakened ones as he spoke in a solemn tone. You are all warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, I was blinded by folly, mistakenly believing that Li Xiqing was our savior. Tonight will determine the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Our ability to reclaim the capital rests upon us. Rest assured, Chief, this night, I will personally slay Li Xiqing. 1 year from today will mark his demise. Liu Bing declared. Once, he had viewed Li Xiqing as his role model, even willing to be his loyal follower, believing that he would rescue the Dragon Kingdom from peril. Little did he expect that he would ultimately become a pawn of the demon court. Now, as a fourth-tier awakened one, he was confident he could hold his own against Li Xiqing. Excellent. Such spirit is what befits the sons of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Jingwu replied with satisfaction, then addressed the awakened ones. Now, let the dragon-slaying operation commence immediately. At his command, the awakened ones dispersed like phantoms, stealthily advancing towards Li Xiqing's location. Simultaneously, a mutated creature adorned with azure feathers, witnessing the unfolding events, swiftly took flight into the darkness. Li Xiqing's residence ever since the Dragon King bestowed the Dragon Kingdom upon Li Xiqing. His extravagant nature in Jiangcheng had quickly come to light. He meticulously selected beautiful women, opted for the softest beds, and demanded the finest tissues. Bang, bang, bang. Lost in his indulgent reverie, Li Xiqing was abruptly jolted by the sound of knocking at the door. Furious, he exclaimed. Who the hell is it? Interrupting my pleasure. Rising from his bed, he was eager to confront whoever dared disturb him. If it was nothing of significance, he would gladly break their legs. To his surprise, it was Uncle Fu. It was already 10 in the evening. What business could he have? Upon opening the door, Li Xiqing found it was indeed Fu Donglai knocking, and his expression instantly softened. Fu Donglai glanced into the room, and upon seeing two disheveled women on the bed, his brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes at Li Xiqing. You two, quickly get dressed and leave at once. Noticing Uncle Fu's stern gaze, Li Xiqing hastily yelled at the women in the room. There's no need. Uncle Fu waved his hand, his tone grave. Young master, I must speak with you. Seeing Uncle Fu's serious demeanor, Li Xiqing felt a pang of anxiety. Had he overindulged lately, causing Uncle Fu to be displeased? Qingwan just reported that the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom are planning a rebellion tonight, Uncle Fu said, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. I kindly sought mercy for them from the Dragon King, and now they dare to rebel? Li Xiqing fumed, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of relief after the departure of the demon court's army. He was fortunate that Uncle Fu had arranged for Qingwan to keep a close watch on Sun Jingwu and the others. Otherwise, a midnight ambush by the awakened ones might have succeeded. Over 30 awakened ones have mobilized. Sun Jingwu is certainly ambitious, Li Xiqing mused, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He had already advanced to the 6th tier of awakening, and even Uncle Fu had reached the 4th tier. Not to mention, he had Qingwan, who was at the 8th tier, by his side. Although Qingwan was at a standstill with Uncle Fu, the artificial awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom were no match for her. The dragon-slaying operation. While my codename is indeed Golden Dragon, the Dragon Kingdom also bears the surname Dragon. Who, then, is truly being slain in this operation? Li Xiqing picked up a goblet of red wine from the table, gently swirling it as a cold smile crept across his lips. Outside the house, sounds of movement echoed. The awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom had encircled Li Xiqing's residence. Liu Bing, wielding a longsword, stood before the villa, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. His awakened ability allowed flames to be imbued upon his sword, thus he wielded it more frequently since his awakening. Behind him, a dozen awakened ones followed, armed with rifles loaded with spirit bullets. Meanwhile, another 4th-tier artificial awakened one led a group of awakened ones to assault from the rear courtyard. Everyone, remain vigilant. This dragon-slaying operation is pivotal to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The 4th-tier artificial awakened one commanded. Captain Zhang, there seems to be someone ahead, an awakened one alerted. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang quickly turned his gaze forward and indeed spotted two figures, one large and one small. It was none other than Li Xiqing's butler and his pet. The elderly man was merely a commoner and could be easily tied up. Realizing this, Captain Zhang ordered his subordinates to capture Fu Donglai. You shouldn't treat an elderly man this way, Fu Donglai remarked jokingly. However, the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom had no time for banter and prepared to subdue Fu Donglai. You filthy humans. Prepare to meet your demise. Qingwan flapped her wings, leaving Uncle Fu's shouldered eye in an instant. The once half-meter-sized Qingwan expanded exponentially, reaching a size of several meters in the blink of an eye, a mutated creature. Everyone, open fire, Captain Zhang commanded urgently. Unfortunately, most bullets were evaded by Qingwan, and as she continued her assault, the number of Dragon Kingdom awakened ones in the courtyard began to dwindle. Damn it, I apologize. Old man. Captain Zhang cursed under his breath, preparing to subdue Fu Donglai. Since this elderly man was allied with Li Xiqing and the mutated parrot, capturing Fu Donglai would surely make them hesitant to act. As Captain Zhang charged towards him, Fu Donglai made no attempt to evade, allowing Captain Zhang's gun to press against his forehead. "You vile mutated creature, listen closely. If you do not surrender, I will kill him." Captain Zhang threatened. To his astonishment, Qingwan merely cast a glance in their direction before resuming her assault on the other awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom. "Damn it, do you not believe me?" Captain Zhang, seeing the mutated parrot's relentless assault, took aim at Fu Donglai's thigh and fired. Bang! Captain Zhang quickly squeezed the trigger, and the bullet pierced through Fu Donglai's leg. "Da! It hurts, it hurts. Oh, how it hurts." Fu Donglai feigned agony. Noticing something amiss, Captain Zhang instinctively glanced at Fu Donglai's thigh, only to find no wound where the bullet had struck. Captain Zhang fired several more. "Who is your good brother? You have betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone from the kingdom wishes nothing more than to devour your flesh and flay your skin." As Lu Bing spoke, he attempted to draw his longsword, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, it would not budge. With a furrowed brow, he ultimately relinquished the sword. "Is that so? What a pity, for I had originally intended for you to come to my side and assist me." After Li Xiqing crushed the sword in his hand, he let out a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. To be frank, during my time as an undercover agent in the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Bing was the only one I could truly consider a friend. After all, both of them hailed from Jiacheng, and their camaraderie had only deepened since entering the capital. If circumstances allowed, he still wished for Lu Bing to work under him. "Since you have betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, you are now my enemy." Lu Bing swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at Li Xiqing. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Li Xiqing is a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. Had it not been for him, the kingdom would not have fallen to such depths. With this thought, the doubt in Lu Bing's eyes dissipated rapidly, just as he was poised to pull the trigger. A golden dragon claw seized Lu Bing's hand that held the gun, and with a sharp crack, his right hand was instantly shattered. Lu Bing let out a blood-curdling scream, the intense pain causing the pistol to clatter to the ground. Li Xiqing casually kicked the gun aside, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Bing. "You should be grateful that you did not pull the trigger immediately. Otherwise, it would have been your neck I would have broken. Why betray the Dragon Kingdom? When everyone had placed such trust in you." Lu Bing's weak voice reached Li Xiqing's ears, the question lingering in his mind as he faced impending death. Could it be that Li Xiqing's previous demeanor was all an act? Those embroiled in the situation may be confused, but the observer sees clearly. "Allow me to show you the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom whom you risked your life to protect." With that, Li Xiqing snapped his fingers, summoning Qingwan from the backyard, who flew toward him. He then tossed Lu Bing onto Qingwan's back and began soaring toward the heart of the capital. With so many people gathered in the capital, those without homes had no choice but to sleep in makeshift containers. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The sounds within the forest did not cease, even as Ao Chuan's anger surged. The voice resonated in his mind as if it were a direct manifestation of his thoughts, rendering him capable of hearing it regardless of his circumstances. Yet, after soaring for what felt like an eternity, Ao Chuan realized he had not yet reached the source of the voice. Furthermore, he discerned that no matter how long he flew, the distance to the sound remained unchanged. What could possibly be the cause of this? Ao Chuan's brow furrowed deeper. Since his rebirth, he had never encountered such an adversary. He forced himself to calm down and scrutinized his surroundings. To his astonishment, the scenery mirrored the place where he first heard someone call his name. Ao Chuan looked up at the sky and swiftly ascended. But alas, no matter how fast he flew, the surrounding trees perpetually towered over him by 10 meters. After realizing he could not escape by flying, Ao Chuan returned to the ground. If flight was not an option, then he would utilize the void escape. With a mere thought, a rift in the void materialized before him. Indeed, the void escape skill proved to be remarkably effective. Satisfied, Ao Chuan nodded and stepped into the rift. However, when he emerged, the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. He found himself still in the same place, staring in disbelief. Ao Chuan could hardly accept that even the void escape had failed him. Curse it, if only he had known, he would not have entered. He silently reproached himself for being too complacent. He had been overly confident, believing that no mutated creatures or ancient gods on Blue Star could rival him, only to find himself stumbling in the North Sea today. Truly, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. System, what on earth is happening? Just as Ao Chuan felt utterly at a loss, he suddenly remembered the existence of his system and hastily inquired, "Great sage, searching. Processing." As he listened to the intermittent sounds of the system in his mind, Ao Chuan's frown deepened. What was going on with the system today? Was it perhaps experiencing lag? Or was it also affected by this forest? System? Ao Chuan called out again, but the system continued to respond with nothing but sporadic static. Ao Chuan.it was then that he noticed the voice calling his name had grown louder, as if the distance between him and its origin was gradually diminishing. Ao Chuan. Closer. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, his gaze still fixed on the surroundings. Finally, the static in his mind ceased. Ao Chuan quickly asked the system if there was a way to assist him in leaving. However, when the voice in his mind spoke again, Ao Chuan was left completely stunned. Ao Chuan. Chapter 90. Evergreen Emu Willow Tree. The system has been breached. Ao Chuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. At that moment, green figures had stealthily surrounded him. Who? Ao Chuan roared, promptly unleashing dragon flames behind him. Yet, behind him, there was nothing but dense foliage. Could it be that he was imagining things? Ao Chuan felt puzzled. He was certain he had seen several green figures attacking him in his peripheral vision. Just as he began to lower his guard, numerous luminous willow branches swiftly ensnared him. I knew those figures were not mere illusions. Ao Chuan quickly unleashed dragon flames to incinerate the branches. Now, I shall see what trickery is afoot. He then followed the trail of the willow branches, ultimately arriving beneath a towering willow tree. Evergreen Emu Willow Tree. Ancient Willow God Possessed. Extraordinary Level 5. Skills. Illusion LV.10. Binding LV.10. Parasitism LV.10. Vine Whip LV.15. Emu Domain LV.10. Within this domain, all plants will grow uncontrollably, allowing them to communicate as though they are part of the host's body. Assimilation LV. 10. After being bound and parasitized for 1 week, communication with mutated creatures can be established. These assimilated beings will follow the host's commands unconditionally, without the need for vines or branches. Comprehensive battle power. 3000. So it was the voice that had been calling my name, originating from a willow tree possessed by an ancient god. Ao Chuan. The voice echoed in his mind once more, and Ao Chuan was now certain that the voice belonged to the willow tree before him. Did you call for me? Now that I stand before you, you dare to summon me. In that case, I shall reward you with a taste of dragon flames. No sooner had he spoken than an abundance of dragon flames erupted forth, instantly engulfing the surroundings in darkness. What is happening? Ao Chuan furrowed his brow. Although the dragon flames raged through the forest, the surrounding plants remained unscathed. Could it be that these plants possess fire immunity? The thought barely crossed his mind before he shook his head. The panel of the evergreen Emu Willow Tree did not indicate any fire immunity skill. Yet if it were not for fire immunity, what could possibly be the explanation? An illusion? Ao Chuan scrutinized the willow tree's panel once more and discovered that it possessed an illusion skill capable of ensnaring individuals in a dreamlike state. After contemplating for a moment, he closed his eyes. The surrounding plants could not possibly withstand his dragon flames. Thus, there was only one possibility. He was currently trapped within an illusion. Just then, Ao Chuan sensed something within him yearning to burst forth. He frowned slightly but chose to disregard the peculiar sensation, believing it to be a byproduct of the illusion. Unbeknownst to him, a luminous orb had emerged from his body, and had he opened his eyes at that moment, he would have realized that the orb was the ancestral dragon pearl. The ancestral dragon pearl began to emit a brilliant light and subtly vibrate, and astonishingly, the surrounding forest began to dissipate at a visible rate after its emergence. It was only when the area had transformed into a void that the ancestral dragon pearl returned to Ao Chuan's body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, Ao Chuan felt a gentle breeze, and he could hear the sound of waves crashing. He opened his eyes abruptly to find that the environment had completely transformed. The once lush forest was now rapidly withering. Have I escaped the illusion? Ao Chuan remained vigilant, and only when he confirmed that the voice calling his name had ceased did he allow himself to relax. System? He quickly called out the system's name to see if it had returned to normal. Great Sage, how may I assist you, host? Hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Ao Chuan finally felt assured that he had indeed escaped the illusion, although he was uncertain how he had managed to break free. He was simply relieved to have done so. Detection indicates the host has questions. The system will provide automatic answers. Great Sage, the ancestral dragon pearl can safeguard the host's mind, forcibly breaking most illusions. If that is the case, then why was I still ensnared in an illusion? Great Sage, you did not release the ancestral dragon pearl. It ultimately emerged on its own to protect you. Otherwise, you would have remained trapped in the illusion indefinitely. So that was it. Upon hearing the great sage's explanation, Ao Chuan's expression shifted to one of realization, in a wonder he had felt as if something were trying to break free from his body. It was the ancestral dragon pearl. As the surrounding forest withered, Ao Chuan caught sight of the great willow tree from the illusion through the barren branches. Why is this willow tree also withering? Ao Chuan pondered, wondering if the ancestral dragon pearl's forceful disruption of the illusion had caused the tree to sustain injuries. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to venture deeper to assess the situation. The willow tree possessed only one illusion skill capable of inflicting harm upon him. With the ancestral dragon pearl in his possession, the tree was hardly a concern. Indeed, it was wounded. Upon reaching the evergreen Imu willow tree, Ao Chuan could distinctly sense its life force waning. No, please do not kill me. A gentle voice entered Ao Chuan's ear. Injured? Then simply accept your fate. At the sound of this voice, Ao Chuan recalled how it had incessantly called his name within the illusion. Although it had not inflicted any harm upon him, its persistent summons had felt like a ghost demanding retribution. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Chuan unleashed dragon flames, reducing the evergreen Imu willow tree to ashes. What is this? Ao Chuan glanced at the roots of the willow tree, where they seemed to be pushing upward, as if something were attempting to emerge from beneath the roots. In the next instant, the willow's roots exploded, and a deep green figure burst forth. Ha! I am finally free. In the sky, a 20-meter-long azure dragon writhed with excitement, once possessing a colossal form of over 200 meters. It had been the sovereign of the North Sea. However, upon discovering a forest emerging at the center of the North Sea, the azure dragon had ventured in out of curiosity. Little did it know that upon entering the forest, it would become ensnared in an illusion, ultimately imprisoned beneath the roots of the willow tree, forced to allow the tree to siphon its spiritual energy. In just a few short days, its size had been reduced from over 200 meters to a mere 20. Yet fortune smiled upon it, for it had finally escaped. It was the ancient divine beast, the azure dragon. As long as it yet lived, it could reclaim its former glory. Ha ha ha. This time, I shall reclaim all that belongs to me. With unwavering determination in his gaze and confidence radiating from his eyes, the Qinglong stood resolute. Little fellow, you seem quite self-assured, don't you? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Qilong turned to see a massive black dragon, over 300 meters in length, that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Chapter 91. The Mutant Pangolin King Grand. Ancestor, Qinglong exclaimed in shock as he beheld the imposing black dragon before him, just as he prepared to acknowledge his lineage. An unsettling realization struck him. Why does the ancestor's gaze seem to harbor intentions of ending my life? Qilong pondered, observing the avarice glimmering in Ao Chuan's eyes, and he braced himself to flee. Even if you call me ancestor, I shan't spare you. You shall obediently become part of my bloodline. With that, Ao Chuan lunged toward Qinglong. Having come to the North Sea specifically for Qinglong, Ao Chuan had no intention of letting him escape. Poor Qinglong, having narrowly evaded one peril, now found himself ensnared by another. First, I must locate the meteorite from the evergreen Imu willow tree. Subsequently, Ao Chuan began to scour the area and ultimately succeeded in unearthing the meteorite beneath the willow's roots. Detected ancient deity, willow deity, automatically converting to bloodline. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Ao Chuan nodded with satisfaction. It was now time to seek out Qinglong's meteorite. Meanwhile, the demonic court army, led by the Xian turtle, successfully returned to Jiangnan province. However, as they traversed a great mountain, a colossal boulder plummeted from above, obstructing their path. This boulder measured a staggering 70 to 80 meters, though not as massive as Qinglong and Leiba's forms. It far surpassed the majority of the mutated creatures within the demonic court. Xian Turtle furrowed his brow, preparing to remove the stone, when a voice emerged from behind. Chancellor, allow me to handle this trivial matter. Leiba stepped forward, gathering strength, and effortlessly lifted the boulder, casting it back up the mountain. Xian Turtle merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence. Yet, as Leiba hurled the colossal stone, the mountain seemed to retaliate. In the next instant, even more boulders cascaded down, leaving Leiba momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Is the mountain throwing a tantrum? Faced with such a deluge of boulders, even Qinglong and Leiba found themselves at a loss, observing this. Xian Turtle let out a fierce roar, freezing the stones in mid-air, rendering them immobile. The Earth Spirit power skill proved its worth. Satisfied, Xian Turtle commanded the boulders to roll back to the mountain. Indeed, During the journey back to Jiangnan province, she and Turtle had successfully advanced to the second tier of the extraordinary. Earth Spirit power was his latest acquired skill, enabling him to control all objects imbued with Earth Spirit power within a kilometer radius. She and Turtle felt immense satisfaction with this skill, truly worthy of the Chancellor. In crucial moments, one must rely on the Chancellor. Unlike a certain bear who feigns competence, Qinglong hastily flattered. Leba, unwilling to be overshadowed, retorted, "The Chancellor indeed possesses great abilities, unlike a certain dragon, whose foolishness rivals that of a pig." "Who are you calling a pig?" Qinglong seethed, a surge of draconic might emanating from him. "What of it? Care to settle this one-on-one?" Leba, undaunted, released his own aura. Though both were among the top 10 demon commanders, mutual disdain simmered between them. The reason was simple. Both were fifth-tier extraordinary mutated beings with combative natures. Before Leba's arrival, Qinglong had rightfully held the title of the second strongest in the demonic court. After all, the strength of the Golden Crow King, Emperor Jun, was well acknowledged, and he claimed the first spot without objection from the others. However, with Leba's emergence, the two vied for the title of the second strongest, bickering incessantly, each unable to tolerate the other's presence. "Silence. I have no objection to your bickering, but you must recognize the occasion." Shin Turtle's voice rang out, prompting both Qinglong and Leba to huff in unison and obediently close their mouths. Witnessing this scene, Shin Turtle shook his head in exasperation. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." A shrill voice echoed from the mountain. The members of the demonic court looked up to see hundreds of mutated pangolins suddenly appear on the mountain, the largest among them measuring over 150 meters, nearing 200 meters in size. "Qinglong, Leba, aren't you fond of competition? Whoever subdues the mutant pangolin king atop the mountain first shall claim the title of the second strongest in the demonic court." Shin Turtle spoke casually, recognizing the formidable prowess of the pangolin king, a fourth-tier extraordinary being. Since Qinglong and Leba were at odds, he decided to offer them an opportunity, thus alleviating potential disputes upon their return to Jiangnan province. Upon hearing this, Qinglong immediately unleashed his reverse scale skill and charged fiercely at the mutant pangolin king, cackling, "Little mouse, you're mine. No one can take you away, I declare." At that moment, his singular thought was to seize the pangolin king. "Mine, all mine." Leba reacted swiftly, darting towards the pangolin king, disregarding the smaller mutated pangolins that crossed his path. Simultaneously, he summoned several bolts of lightning above the pangolin king's head, ready to strike at any moment. "Oh my God, I merely wanted to collect a toll, yet you seek my life?" The pangolin king, upon witnessing this spectacle, collapsed in terror, curling into a ball, desperately hoping to evade a gruesome fate. The surrounding smaller, mutated pangolins, seeing the danger, scurried back into the mountain. Had they known it would be this perilous, they would not have followed their king into this ambush. Ultimately, Qinglong latched onto the pangolin king's tail, while Leba grasped its head. "It is mine," Qinglong growled. "Nonsense. I caught it first." Leba shot back. "No. Don't pull so hard. You'll break it." The pangolin king wailed in anguish, caught between the two. Yet Qinglong and Leba disregarded its plight, continuing their fierce tug-of-war. "Release me. I possess a monumental secret that can enhance your spiritual power," the pangolin king hastily proclaimed. Qinglong and Leba, in perfect synchrony, ignored each other's words, but Shin Turtle, upon hearing, swiftly intervened. "Stop." As Chancellor, Shin Turtle's words carried weight. The moment he spoke, Qinglong and Leba ceased their struggle. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought my end had come." The pangolin king sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped. Should he survive this day, he vowed to abandon his life of crime and return to being a humble pangolin. "Reveal the secret you spoke of, and I shall ensure your survival," Shin Turtle stated, his voice firm. Chapter 92. Spirit Stones. The stones. The pangolin king pointed toward the mountain's depths. "There are luminous stones within. What is so special about stones? What use is there in them glowing?" Leba scoffed, raising his hand to strike down the pangolin king. "Hold on, Leba. Let him finish," Shin Turtle interjected, approaching the pangolin king. He sensed that the luminous stones might possess extraordinary significance. "Are these stones harboring an abundance of spiritual energy?" Qinglong inquired. Indeed, the stones contain vast amounts of spiritual energy." The pangolin king nodded eagerly, asserting that he could excavate one immediately. "Proceed. But should you dare to flee, I shall ensure you remain entombed within this mountain forever." Feeling the palpable threat in Shin Turtle's voice, The pangolin king nodded vigorously and began to dig into the mountain. Qinglong, how did you discern that the pangolin king's stones contained spiritual energy? Xian Turtle questioned, his expression puzzled. Strange, when did this fellow become so astute? When I was previously alone in the locked dragon lake, it was filled with luminous stones teeming with spiritual energy. Just one would equate to 3 days' worth of absorption. We referred to these stones as spirit stones. Qinglong elevated his chin proudly, reveling in the moment of wisdom. Before long, the pangolin king emerged, mouth full of spirit stones. These are the luminous stones I just mentioned. My ascension to the 4th tier was solely due to the energy within. The pangolin king presented the stones before Xian Turtle. Indeed, within them resided an abundance of spiritual energy. Xian Turtle scrutinized the spirit stones before him, astonished if sufficient spirit stones were available to support the cultivation of the demonic court members. Their realms would surely soar. How many spirit stones remain in this mountain? Xian Turtle promptly inquired of the pangolin king. Spirit stones, the pangolin king feigned realization, so these luminous stones are called spirit stones. There are many more within this mountain, perhaps tens of thousands. He gestured with his small hands, emphasizing the quantity. Tens of thousands. Xian Turtle marveled, astonished that the mountain harbored such a wealth of spirit stones. If you and your kin assist my demonic court in locating more spirit stones, we shall ensure your protection for generations to come. As soon as Xian Turtle's words fell, Leba and Qinglong surrounded the pangolin king. As if to imply that any refusal would result in immediate demise, consider carefully. Even if you refuse, your kin are eager to assist. Xian Turtle spoke in a grave tone. Very well. I shall aid the demonic court in gathering spirit stones. The pangolin king relented, gritting his teeth. Better to live than to die. He realized the truth in the chancellor's words. Even if he himself refused, there were plenty among his kin willing to comply. Rest assured, we shall not treat you unfairly. For every 10 pieces of spirit stone you unearth, we shall reward you with one, and throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, I can guarantee that no mutated creature would dare to lay a hand on you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The mutated pangolin king hastily bowed. Having initially thought that he would receive nothing, he was taken aback by the generosity displayed. Silence. Upon hearing himself referred to as Your Majesty, the Xian Turtle was startled and quickly urged the other to cease. He was merely the chancellor of the monster court. How could he allow other mutated beings to call him such a title? Within the monster court, I hold the position of chancellor. You may address me as such. Thank you, Chancellor. I shall lead my kin to gather more spirit stones at once. After expressing his gratitude, the mutated pangolin king burrowed into the mountains to commence the collection of spirit stones for the monster court. By the way, Qinglong, you mentioned that there were spirit stones in the locked dragon lake where you previously resided. Are those spirit stones still there? The Xian Turtle inquired of Qinglong. The spiritual energy contained within those stones is incredibly rich. And if we could gather more, it would undoubtedly assist the Dragon King. The spirit stones in locked dragon lake. Qinglong scratched his head, beginning to recall. I believe there should have been over 100,000 back then. Over 100,000, the Xian Turtle exclaimed in shock, having assumed that the spirit stones in locked dragon lake had dwindled to near nothing, especially since Qinglong had resided there for such a prolonged period. He never expected there to still be over 100,000 remaining. However, they are no longer there. Qinglong replied softly. You consumed over 100,000 spirit stones. The Xian Turtle felt a tinge of regret. Those were indeed over 100,000 spirit stones. Who would have thought they were all fed to a fool? It was not I who absorbed the spirit stones. All of them were devoured by the Dragon King, leaving not even a scrap behind. That is splendid indeed. The Xian Turtle nodded eagerly, smiling. If they were consumed by the Dragon King, then it could not be better. After all, the Dragon King is so astute, powerful, and majestic that absorbing over 100,000 spirit stones is quite reasonable. Crow, the Xian Turtle spoke solemnly. Chancellor, what are your orders? The crow hurriedly flew before the Xian Turtle go to the capital and inform Li Xiqing to command the people of the Dragon Kingdom to mine the mountains. Once they discover any glowing stones, they must collect them immediately. It is imperative to inform him that these glowing stones are to be presented to the Dragon King, and the more spirit stones, the better. On Blue Star, apart from mutated beings like the pangolin, humans possess the strongest mining capabilities. Thankfully, the Dragon King previously rewarded these people of the Dragon Kingdom to Li Xiqing, who recalled that there are still quite a number of awakened individuals among them. Having those awakened individuals collaborate with the people of the Dragon Kingdom in collecting spirit stones will surely yield a vast quantity. Understood, Chancellor. Upon hearing that it was a journey to the capital, A gleam of excitement instantly shone in the crow's eyes as it swiftly flew towards the capital. Brother Qinghuan, I crow am coming back. Subsequently, the Xian turtle led the forces of the monster court back to the Pingling mountain range. Detected the ancient divine beast Qinglong, automatically converting it into a bloodline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Qinglong bloodline. With the Qinglong bloodline combined with the Lucian bloodline, this journey to the North Sea has proven to be quite fruitful. Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The Qinglong bloodline is certainly to be bestowed upon Qinglong, while the Lucian bloodline would be quite suitable for the ancient Sephora tree. Currently, only 4 of the old members of the monster court remain: the Xian turtle, Song, Honghu, and Heiyu. However, there are indeed no suitable bloodlines for them at the moment, so they can only begrudgingly utilize the bloodline of the Four Seas Dragon King. One for each creature, neither more nor less. It is time to return. After these words, Ao Chuan swiftly flew towards Jiangnan province. Chapter 93. The Four-Tailed Dragon Turtle. Before long, Ao Chuan returned to Jiangnan province. At this moment, the Xian turtle had just led the forces of the monster court into the Pingling mountain range. Upon returning to the second heaven, Ao Chuan immediately used mental induction to summon the Xian turtle and the other mutated creatures to the second heaven. He needed to bestow the bloodlines in his possession upon his subordinates as soon as possible, and it just so happened that his evolution points would allow him to break through to the 6th tier of the extraordinary realm, perfectly timing it with the completion of the bloodline bestowal. I pay my respects to the Dragon King, the Xian turtle, and other members of the monster court spoke. This time, Ao Chuan's primary purpose was to reward those members of the monster court who had never received a bloodline. Thus, he did not notify beings like Dijuan or Jiuying. Qinglong, although your performance has not been particularly outstanding, you have worked hard without any merits. Therefore, today I shall grant you the ancient divine beast Qinglong bloodline. Ao Chuan spoke softly. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Qinglong is willing to serve the Dragon King and follow him to the death. Qinglong said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinglong's pupils suddenly trembled, and the dragon might emanating from him became even more terrifying than before. He felt as though a slumbering beast within him was awakening. Not only that, but he also successfully broke through to the 6th tier of the extraordinary realm, and his size surged to over 250 meters. Upon seeing Qinglong's panel, Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Emu Wood Dragon LV.10 can summon a wood dragon formed from emu energy. Finally awakened a respectable skill. Ao Chuan nodded in approval. Besides the newly awakened skill, Qinglong's combat power had also surged to over 12,000, making him the second most formidable force in the monster court. Roar! Qinglong let out a furious roar, his resounding dragon cry causing the clouds in the second heaven to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Ao Chuan frowned slightly and immediately grabbed Qinglong's mouth with his dragon claw. The originally resounding dragon cry abruptly ceased. Qinglong uttered muffled sounds, puzzled by the Dragon King's intentions. Why are you roaring so loudly? Once I bestow your bloodline, hurry and go aside. There are others waiting to hear from me. With that, Ao Chuan tossed Qinglong aside. Yasha, it is your turn. Ao Chuan spoke softly. Previously, when Ao Chuan granted the Crow and Dijuan their bloodlines, he inadvertently forgot about Yasha, so today he would bestow the bloodline of Lizenzi upon him. Yasha, upon receiving the bloodline of Lizenzi, did not undergo any substantial changes, apart from breaking through from the 4th tier of the extraordinary realm to the 5th tier, and his size increasing to 200 meters. Only his wings experienced a slight change. The originally jet black wings now bore arcs of lightning. Every time Yasha flapped his wings, several dark electric arcs formed behind him, giving him quite a striking appearance. Furthermore, Yasha's original blue lightning transformed into black lightning, and his combat power surged to over 7,000. Having learned from Qinglong's lesson, Yasha did not dare to linger before Ao Chuan after receiving the bloodline, and quickly retreated to the side. Since the ancient Sephora tree could not ascend to the second heaven, Ao Chuan could only bestow bloodlines upon Honghu, Song, and Heiyu. The 3 demons, upon being called by name, exchanged glances and immediately knelt down. Dragon King, since the Xian turtle took office as Chancellor, he has been diligent and has cared for us greatly. Therefore, we willingly offer our bloodlines to the Chancellor, and we hope for the Dragon King's approval. The 3 of them had joined the monster court relatively early and shared a bond that surpassed that of other demons. Ever since the Xian turtle became chancellor, he has been dedicated to the monster court. With the expansion of the monster court's territory, managing the various mutated beings has become increasingly troublesome for the Xian turtle. Some extraordinary second and third-tier mutated beings even speculated that since the Xian turtle was only at the second tier of the extraordinary realm, he merely had good fortune. They believed that had it not been for his early encounter with the Dragon King, a mutated tortoise like him could never have attained the position of chancellor in the monster court. Moreover, after the Xian turtle's 2 campaigns ended in failure, had the Dragon King not appeared in time, the forces led by him would have long been obliterated by the insect race and Luoxian. Consequently, the Xian turtle had been rather gloomy lately. Although he appeared the same as usual, only the 3 of them could perceive the sorrow within him. Upon learning that the Dragon King intended to bestow them bloodlines today, the 3 demons conspired to offer their bloodlines to the Xian turtle. After all, as the 3 demons closest to the Xian turtle, they did not wish for him to remain in sorrow. Upon hearing that Song and the others were prepared to offer their bloodlines to him, the Xian turtle momentarily could not believe his ears, seeing the kindness directed towards him. The Xian turtle's eyes turned slightly red, and he quickly declined. No, Dragon King, this old servant does not require so many bloodlines. As long as the Dragon King allows me to follow him for all my days, I shall have no regrets. Dragon King, this is our voluntary gift. We hope for your acknowledgement. Honghu and the others quickly knelt down. In that case, Xian turtle, I shall bestow upon you the bloodline of the 4 Seas Dragon King. Witnessing this scene, Ao Chuan felt even more satisfied with Honghu and the others. He was quite fond of loyal subordinates such as them. However, the Xian turtle still wished to refuse, but was interrupted by Ao Chuan. What? Do you intend to ignore my words? Ao Chuan spoke in a deep tone. This old servant dares not. The Xian turtle quickly knelt down, bowing his head, unwilling to utter another word. System. Bestow the bloodline of the 4 Seas Dragon King upon the Xian turtle. Ao Chuan thought inwardly. Usage successful. The Xian turtle has acquired the bloodline of the 4 Seas Dragon King. In the next moment, the Xian turtle's body began to swell rapidly, expanding to a diameter of 180 meters and a height of 150 meters. Emanating an increasingly terrifying aura, roar, accompanied by a fierce dragon roar, for tails of different colors suddenly sprouted from the Xian turtle's back, corresponding to the colors of the 4 Seas Dragon King: azure, crimson, bluish purple, and dark green. Four-tailed dragon tortoise Xian Gui, extraordinary 5th grade. Skills: Fierce Bite LV.12, Hard Shell LV.15, Reflection LV.11, Tread LV.10, Rock Spike LV.13, Earth Spirit Power LV.10, Flood LV.10, capable of summoning torrential floods regardless of locations. Crimson Flame LV.10, able to unleash searing dragon fire, inflicting substantial damage upon foes. Gale LV.10, able to conjure fierce hurricanes, damaging enemies while simultaneously enhancing one's own speed. Space Rift LV.10, able to tear open space, allowing mutated creatures from disparate regions to traverse freely. Comprehensive Combat Power 8888. I am deeply grateful for the Dragon King's generous gift. As a humble servant, I have no means to repay you. Whether in this life or the next, I am devoted to following the Dragon King. Xian Gui's gaze was resolute. At that moment, even if the Dragon King commanded him to end his own life, there would be not a flicker of hesitation upon his brow. Chapter 94. The Death of Li Rang. Now that the bloodlines are divided, it is time for my own evolution. If there are no further matters to report, you may all take your leave. Ao Chuan spoke softly, reporting to the Dragon King. We have discovered spirit stones in the nearby mountains of Pingling, and have subdued the local Pangolin clan. Xian Gui promptly replied. As for Li Xiqing, I have dispatched Wu Ying to mobilize the Dragon Kingdom's citizens to mine spirit stones for our demon court. Well done. Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Xian Gui truly lived up to his role as my personally chosen chancellor, and I need not worry about his efficiency. After the report was concluded, Xian Gui and the other members of the demon court departed the second heaven. Ao Chuan glanced at his system panel. With 41.79 million evolution points remaining, it is sufficient for me to evolve to extraordinary 6th grade. System, I wish to evolve, Ao Chuan intoned in his mind. Consuming 24 million evolution points, evolution commencing. As the familiar sound of notification echoed in his mind, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Ao Chuan's eyelids grew heavy as he succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped into the embrace of night, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Within a splendid villa, Li Sichen was relishing the softness of the woman by his side, while Qingwan stood by the window, quietly gazing at the stars, with that bothersome crow no longer pestering him. Life had suddenly become much more pleasant. Qingwan was fully engrossed in the celestial view when, in the next moment, a pitch-black crow obstructed his sight. Hehehe, Qingwan brother, it has been a long time. I, Wu Ying, have returned. The voice of Wu Ying echoed unexpectedly. Why has this annoying creature returned? Wasn't he supposed to accompany the Chancellor back to Jiangnan? Qingwan frowned slightly, his previous good mood vanishing. Qingwan flew out of the villa and, upon seeing Wu Ying's wicked gaze, cast him a helpless glare. Why are you back again? Has the Chancellor assigned you some task? Hehehe, nothing much. Just that the Chancellor wants the people of the Dragon Kingdom to mine nearby mountains for a type of luminous stone. With that, Wu Ying spat out a spirit stone from his mouth. Here, this is the spirit stone. The Chancellor said that the more, the better. Qingwan looked disdainfully at the spirit stone on the ground, a few drops of Wu Ying's saliva glistening upon it. Well, thank you very much. Since you've delivered the Chancellor's message, you should hurry back to Jiangnan, Qingwan said. No need to mention it. Between us, who is keeping score? In that case, Qingwan brother, I shall take my leave now. With those words, Wu Ying departed the villa, glancing back with reluctance. Oh no, I forgot to ask him to deliver the spirit stone to Li Sichen. Qingwan stared at the spirit stone on the ground. His brow furrowed. After much contemplation, he finally made up his mind, gripping the spirit stone tightly with his claws before swiftly returning to the villa to hand it over to Li Sichen. Why is this spirit stone sticky and a bit wet? Li Sichen scrutinized the stone in his hand. Because it has Wu Ying's saliva on it. Qingwan chuckled to himself. Qingwan, you. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a man with a severed right hand leaned lifelessly against a garbage bin. The sound of shuffling footsteps approached, yet the man remained unresponsive, his eyes vacant. Hey, you must be Lu Bing, right? A scarred-faced man stepped in front of Lu Bing, flanked by two lackeys. Get lost, Lu Bing replied softly to the scarred man's provocation. How dare you curse at me? If it weren't for Lord Li's magnanimity sparing your life, do you think you could still exist in this world? With that, the scarred man disdainfully glanced at Lu Bing and raised his leg, preparing to kick him in the head. Just as the scarred man's foot was about to connect, a hand suddenly seized his leg. I said, get lost. Lu Bing clung tightly to the man's ankle. His eyes filled with resentment. Although Li Sichen had severed his right hand, he was not someone the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom could bully, with a sudden intensity in his gaze. Lu Bing crushed the bone in the man's ankle. A piercing scream echoed through the alley, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as the scarred man crumpled to the ground, his features contorting in agony. You lot, go get him. Make sure to kill him. The scarred man urgently commanded his lackeys. The two, seeing this, swiftly drew their guns, aiming them at Lu Bing. A spirit energy pistol? Lu Bing stared in disbelief at the firearms in their hands. Such weapons were exclusive to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, unattainable by ordinary citizens. Who sent you? Dead men don't need to know. Without a hint of hesitation, the scarred man's lackeys prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two gunshots, Lu Bing instinctively shut his eyes. However, after several seconds, he felt no pain. I'm not dead. Lu Bing examined his body, finding no signs of being shot. Lu Bing, are you all right? Following the voice. Lu Bing saw a man in his 30s approaching him. Li rang. Why did you save me? Lu Bing's eyes were icy. He held no goodwill towards anyone in the Dragon Kingdom at that moment. You are the most proud awakened one in our Dragon Kingdom. How could I not save you? Li Rang smiled as he stepped closer to Lu Bing. Come with me, the leader still, before Li Rang could finish. Lu Bing had him firmly by the throat. Lu Bing, what are you doing? Li Rang struggled to say. Stop pretending. These people were sent by you, weren't they? Lu Bing said coldly. I don't understand what you're saying. Li Rang feigned innocence. What if they were sent by Li Sichen? Do you know why Li Sichen spared me when he captured me? Lu Bing whispered, tightening his grip, lifting Li Rang gradually. He wanted me to live a life filled with regret. He wants to see me groveling to him for refuge. He will never send someone to kill me until I plead with him first. Moreover, the spirit energy pistols they wield are only usable by high-ranking officials and awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom. Your ploy is exceedingly reckless. Upon hearing Lu Bing's words, Li Rang's pupils constricted. He had no idea that the weapons in their hands were spirit energy pistols. In that moment, he realized he had been deceived. His fervent patriotism had rendered him a pawn. Please don't kill me. I was also Feeling Lu Bing's murderous intent, Li Rang was filled with terror, hastily attempting to explain, lost in a haze of rage. Lu Bing had no intention of hearing any explanations. With a swift crack, he broke Li Rang's neck. That I will never trust anyone again. Even in death, Lu Bing shall not yield to anyone. Chapter 95. Extraordinary 7th grade. Lu Bing exited the alley, discovering that the once quiet street was now bustling with people, all heading in the same direction. It was already deep into the night, and Lu Bing was unaware of their purpose or destination. However, he had no desire to remain among them, so he prepared to walk in the opposite direction. Hey, you little brat, are you trying to escape? Lord Li has assigned a task to you Dragon Kingdom citizens. And everyone must gather at the square. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. In the sky, a mutated sparrow intercepted Lu Bing as it noticed him heading the opposite way. Upon hearing the sparrow's words, Lu Bing chose not to respond, instead turning towards the square. He could not die yet. Those who had forsaken him were still alive, so why should he perish? Humph, thought you were tough. Turns out you're just soft. The mutated sparrow snorted coldly before soaring back into the sky in search of those attempting to flee. Upon reaching the square, Lu Bing found a considerable number of people already gathered. And on the platform in the center stood two figures, Li Xiqing and Fu Donglai. Seeing that a sizable crowd had assembled, Li Xiqing immediately proclaimed, "Listen up, everyone. The Dragon King is willing to spare your lives. But it is not for you to enjoy a free meal. The Dragon King has a task for you. To mine spirit stones from the mountains. This tantamount to slavery?" Upon hearing this, some of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom began to voice their grievances. They still believed that surrendering to the demon court would allow them to live a good life. But little did they realize they had merely become slaves. Silence. Li Xiqing bellowed upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd below. You lot should consider yourselves immensely fortunate to be alive, as it is a great blessing bestowed upon you by the demon court. However, our chancellor has proclaimed that if any among you can unearth 100 spirit stones, the demon court will reward that individual with a single spirit stone. Allow me to enlighten you. Just one spirit stone is sufficient to transform an ordinary person into an awakened being. One spirit stone can turn an ordinary person into an awakened being. Is this true? If that is the case, I am willing to dig for spirit stones every day. Upon hearing that spirit stones could grant awakening, many in the crowd were already tempted. Some even began to entertain the notion of hoarding a few for themselves, reasoning that with so many mountains on Blue Star, there must be countless spirit stones hidden within. If they could stash away a few, they too could become awakened. You would do well to suppress such unworthy thoughts. We will meticulously document any individual who absorbs a spirit stone from the demon court and subsequently awakens. Should a person become awakened without a record of having received a spirit stone, they will be deemed a criminal guilty of hoarding spirit stones and shall be executed on the spot. This declaration swiftly shattered the illusions of those Dragon Kingdom citizens who harbored intentions of secretly hoarding spirit stones. Spirit stones? Lu Bing mused that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The prospect of having to unearth 100 spirit stones for merely one indicated that spirit stones were indeed precious. It seemed he must find a way to escape this place sooner rather than later. Lu Bing fixed his gaze on Li Xiqing on the stage, his mind already formulating a plan for his escape. In Jiang'an province, on the second celestial layer, when Ao Chuan awoke, it was already noon on the following day. Having broken through to the 6th tier of the extraordinary, Ao Chuan had grown to an astonishing height of 400 meters. And his overall combat power had surged to over 100,000. System, I wish to utilize the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. Dijun, Ao Chuan murmured. Usage successful. The host has acquired the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow, Dijun. As the system's notification chimed, Ao Chuan felt an unseen force safeguarding him. Not only that, but after absorbing Dijun's bloodline, Ao Chuan, who had just broken through to the 6th tier, astonishingly ascended to the 7th tier, his size ballooning to 450 meters. Host, Ao Chuan. Host, Qin Chuan. Race, Ancient True Dragon. Extraordinary 7th tier. Skills, Strangle LV.17, Bloodlust LV.16, Blood Spirit Pact LV.14, Reverse Scale LV.25, Water Column LV.15, Purple Lightning LV.15, Dragon Soul LV.15, Dragon Flame LV.20, Void Escape LV.20, True Dragon Body LV.18, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder LV.15, Destiny LV.20, Imperial Might LV.20. Evolution Points 17,790,040 million. Skill Points 2. Fortune, 950. Overall combat power, 140,000. Upon noticing the additional destiny and imperial might skills on the panel, Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This was more befitting of a destined child and the master of the demon court. With these two skills, he could at least claim the title of the destined child and master of the demon court with legitimacy. Therefore, the title of Dragon King seemed no longer appropriate. The master of the demon court should be called the Demon Emperor, and the members of the demon court must henceforth be referred to as the demon race. As for the title of mutated beings, it could be left for the uncivilized barbarians of the Western world. Currently, Ao Chuan had nearly collected all the ancient deities within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. With only the West Liang remaining unconquered. In the future, if he wished to collect more ancient deities, he would have to venture to even more distant lands, Ao Chuan pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. So he opened his system and noticed the ancient Willow God's bloodline on the spatial panel. I knew I was forgetting something. It turns out I neglected to bestow the Willow God bloodline upon Gu Huai. Ao Chuan shook his head helplessly and then flew to the Blackwater Lake that Gu Huai pays respects to the Dragon King. Gu Huai said respectfully, "Strange, the Dragon King feels different today," he thought to himself, sensing an unusual aura of supremacy emanating from Ao Chuan. "From this day forth, do not address me as Dragon King. Since I am the master of the demon court, you shall all refer to me as Demon Emperor. And you are no longer mutated beings. You are the most elite race on Blue Star, the demon race." Ao Chuan declared solemnly. Gu Huai pays respects to the Demon Emperor. Gu Huai exclaimed loudly. "Excellent, Gu Huai. You are considered a senior member of the demon race. Today, I bestow upon you the bloodline of the ancient Willow God. Do not disappoint me," Ao Chuan said softly. He reminisced about the times when he had first reincarnated as a serpent, and how the safest place he had felt was upon Gu Huai's branches. Had Gu Huai been able to speak back then, his status in the demon court might have surpassed even that of Xin Gui. Chapter 96. Offensive against West Liang. Usage successful. Gu Huai has successfully acquired the Willow God bloodline. As the system's notification sounded, Ao Chuan suddenly felt an overwhelming vitality emanating from Gu Huai. Not only that, but Gu Huai's trunk visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. His overall height had likely reached an impressive 600 meters. The bloodline of the ancient Willow God was indeed a perfect match for Gu Huai. Ao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. With the integration of the Willow God bloodline, Gu Huai's realm had also broken through to the first tier of the extraordinary. Such rich vitality, Gu Huai exclaimed as he looked at the surrounding flora, noticing that everything around him was growing at an accelerated pace. Moreover, he felt as if he had become one with the vegetation. He could sense even the slightest rustle of leaves. After merging with the Willow God bloodline, Gu Huai had successfully evolved the skills of the ethereal wood domain and assimilation. Additionally, Gu Huai's life fruit had undergone some changes. Huaimu Divine Fruit LV.10, evolved from life fruit, can provide a substantial amount of spiritual energy to mutated beings, and can heal any mutated being. Even if there is but a breath left, consuming Huaimu Divine Fruit will restore them to normal. This is a splendid skill with the Huaimu Divine Fruit. If any members of the demon court are injured, they can simply consume one to recover. Once the quantity of Huaimu Divine Fruits increases, one would effectively create a perpetual motion machine. Gu Huai, how extensive is your ethereal wood domain's coverage now? Ao Chuan inquired. It is approximately the size of Jiangnan province, Gu Huai replied. Upon hearing this, Ao Chuan nodded. With the ethereal wood domain, he no longer needed to worry about incidents like the previous home invasion. As Gu Huai's realm continued to rise, the ethereal wood domain skill might even encompass the entire Blue Star. Currently, 8 out of the 10 demon generals had been gathered. Only 2 remained, and he wondered when they would finally come together. Well, the last 2 demon generals won't just appear out of thin air. It's best to advance on West Liang. Perhaps I might capture the last 2 demon generals there, Ao Chuan mused as he swiftly ascended to the second celestial layer. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout Jiangnan province, prompting all members of the demon court to rush towards the second celestial layer upon hearing the sound. Today, I shall personally lead you all to assault West Liang. Ao Chuan proclaimed once all the members had gathered. Ao Bing, Zhou Ying, Shingongbao, you 3 shall remain behind in Jiangnan. You must heed Gu Huai's command. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Bing and the other 2 demons immediately replied. As you command, Demon Emperor. As for the other members of the demon court, you need only follow my lead, Ao Chuan stated, gazing at Di Jun and the others before declaring, within 3 days, West Liang must become the territory of the demon court. With that, Di Jun and his companions swiftly set off towards West Liang, since Xin Gui had evolved the skill of Rift Breaker after merging with the bloodline of the Four Seas Dragon King. The lower-tier demons of the demon court no longer needed to accompany Di Jun and the others. Once Xin Gui reached West Liang, he could simply open a spatial portal for them to pass through. This would significantly enhance the demon court's advanced speed. At present, the weakest member of the demon court was Heiyu, who had only awakened to the 8th tier, followed by Ba Qi, who had reached the 9th tier. All other members had achieved at least the 1st tier of the extraordinary. Nevertheless, even with that, the journey from Jiangnan province to West Liang would only require half a day. Of course, for Ao Chuan. This was merely a matter of seconds. Half a day swiftly passed, and Di Jun and the others had already entered West Liang's territory. How peculiar! Why is everything just sand? Ao Chuan surveyed the surrounding environment. The ground was covered in golden sand, and even the gentle breeze carried a hint of it. Strange, while West Liang's environment is certainly harsher than Jiangnan's, it shouldn't resemble this endless expanse of yellow sand. Ao Chuan thought to himself, casting his gaze into the distance, where the view remained obscured by sand. It seemed there were formidable mutated beings within West Liang, though he wondered if any ancient deities resided there. Xian Gui, summon the demons from the Pingling mountain range, Ao Chuan commanded. Looking at Xian Gui nodded and swung his blue-violet tail through the air, creating a spatial rift that seamlessly connected West Liang and the Pingling mountain range. Subsequently, a steady stream of lower-tier demons began to pour through the spatial rift, quickly forming a massive horde around them. All the little demons, heed my command, swiftly advance into the depths of Shiliang. If you encounter any mutated creatures below the extraordinary level, annihilate them without mercy. Should you confront any extraordinary mutated beings, promptly report to Xiangui. Ao Chuan spoke in a low voice as soon as his words fell. Throngs of little demons began their slow march into the heart of Shiliang. The mutated creatures they encountered stood no chance against the tide of beasts. Within mere minutes, not a single extraordinary creature had been sighted. Just as Ao Chuan began to feel a tinge of ennui, a massive tail, adorned with venomous barbs, surged forth from the yellow sands. How dare you, insignificant wretches, trespass upon the territory of the Scorpion King? A colossal black scorpion, over 60 meters in length, erupted from the sands, its pincers slicing through the air, cleaving many of the little demons in two, seeking death. You say. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun prepared to intervene, but was halted by Ao Chuan. We must afford the other demons an opportunity to hone their skills. Let this mutated scorpion be handled by Honghu and Song. Ao Chuan stated softly. This mutated scorpion is merely extraordinary tier 3. It would be unfair to let Emperor Jun, Qinglong, and Xiangui engage it. Both Honghu and Song have now surpassed extraordinary tier 2, making them sufficiently capable of dealing with this foe. Understood. Upon receiving Ao Chuan's command, Honghu and Song surged forward. The Scorpion King, reveling in its slaughter, was taken aback when a flash of red and blue appeared before it. All little demons, fall back. We shall take on this mutated scorpion. Song's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he charged at the mutated creature. You two, extraordinary tier 2 mutated beings, dare to invade my domain. The Scorpion King scoffed upon seeing Honghu and Song. A blue wolf and a 5-tailed fox. Do you truly believe you can best me? Taste my venomous sting. The Scorpion King immediately lashed out with its tail, aiming at Song, just as the venomous barb struck. A resounding boom echoed as the blue wolf disintegrated into a cloud of white mist. When did he use a doppelganger? The Scorpion King frowned slightly, sensing that this opponent might be more formidable than anticipated. In the next instant, the Scorpion King's shadow began to writhe, and Song swiftly emerged, clawing off one of the Scorpion King's pincers. Do not be careless, foolish dog. After all, it is an extraordinary tier 3 mutated being. If you cannot defeat it within 5 minutes, return and kneel for an entire night. Honghu advised quietly, holding disdain for such a filthy insect. Upon hearing Honghu's words, Song's expression turned serious. He had initially wished to toy with the foe, but it seemed he must now resolve this swiftly. 3 Mystical Divine Winds. Chapter 97. Howling Moon Wolf King. Quicksand Wolf King, curse it. You wretched wolf, how dare you ambush me? You have succeeded in inciting my wrath. The Scorpion King's gaze was fixed on Song, brimming with murderous intent. Preoccupied with Song, the Scorpion King failed to notice the winds intensifying around them. Prepare to perish, the Scorpion King roared, charging at Song with its remaining pincers. In response, Song's focus sharpened, and the three mystical divine winds surged towards the Scorpion King, whipping up the yellow sands from the ground. The Scorpion King remained oblivious to the impending danger, mistaking the fierce winds for mere gusts. "Do not underestimate me," the Scorpion King bellowed, rushing into the tempest, only to have its pincers severed by the sharp wind blades. "This is impossible." The Scorpion King gazed at Song in disbelief, having no idea when the latter had launched his attack. As the first wind blade struck, a flurry of blades followed, shredding the Scorpion King into countless pieces. Fortunately, it took just over a minute. Thus, he would not have to kneel upon his return. Song sighed in relief and made his way to Honghu's side. "It has been over a minute, has it not? You should kneel upon your return." Honghu yawned casually. "What? Did you not say 5 minutes just now?" Song's eyes widened in shock. He had distinctly heard 5 minutes. "Who told you to play around and not exert your full strength? Do you not understand that if the opponent conceals their true power, you may not even know how you perished?" Honghu glared at Song. Song dared not meet his gaze and could only respond in a tone of grievance. "But I emerged unscathed, did I not? Will you kneel or not?" Honghu's impatience began to show. Should he not teach this fellow a lesson, he might well indulge in further frivolities next time. "Kneel, kneel, kneel," Song hurriedly replied, turning to the surrounding little demons with a fierce glare. "What are you all staring at? Do you wish to die? Hurry up and continue advancing." With that, the little demons, shedding their idle thoughts, resumed their advance into the depths of Shiliang. "We have fulfilled the expectations of the Demon Emperor by successfully slaying that mutated scorpion," Honghu declared promptly. "Indeed." Aochuan nodded, subsequently summoning them back to the formation. After another half-hour of progression, most of Shiliang had been thoroughly cleared by the demon army. Yet, aside from the recently vanquished mutated scorpion, they had not encountered a single extraordinary mutated creature. "Something seems amiss," Aochuan murmured. "Could it be that there are no other extraordinary creatures in Shiliang?" Aochuan pondered, though he commanded the demon army to continue advancing, refusing to believe that such a vast region could yield no second extraordinary mutated being. After another half-hour, Shiliang was completely under the control of the demon army, yet astonishingly, they had not stumbled upon a second extraordinary creature. How strange. Could it be that the mutated scorpion was the strongest being in Shiliang? This place must harbor considerable secrets. Aochuan sighed internally, realizing that the final 2 demon generals would likely need to be sought beyond the borders of Longhua. "Since Shiliang has now been secured by the demon army, we shall return." Just as Aochuan was about to finish his sentence, a mutated peregrine falcon swooped toward them. "Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen. Our rear has been ambushed by 2 wolves." "Oh." Aochuan's interest piqued, and he spoke. "You shall guide Xiangui and the others. I will personally investigate." With that, Aochuan sped toward the rear of the demon army. "You wretched creatures dare to ambush our territory in our absence. You shall all perish." A colossal silver-white wolf, 100 meters in length, roared, unleashing havoc upon the demon army below. "Indeed, you insignificant wretches deserve death." A second 100-meter brownish-yellow wolf proclaimed. Faced with the countless ranks of the demon army, the brownish-yellow wolf summoned a vast quantity of yellow sand, preparing to entomb the demon forces here. Aochuan, who had arrived unnoticed, lit up with a glimmer of excitement upon seeing the 2 enormous wolves. Howling Moon White Wolf, Ancient White Wolf Infused, Extraordinary Tier 4, Skills, Howl LV.10, Speed LV.10, Bite LV.15, Strategist LV.10, Innate Intelligence greatly enhances the owner's command. Moon Essence LV. 20 possesses powerful healing abilities. The essence of the moon can cure all ailments. Overall combat power, 6,100. Quicksand Wolf King, Ancient Brown Wolf Infused, Extraordinary Tier 5, Skills, Howl LV. 10, Speed LV.10, Bite LV.15, Sand Transformation LV.15, Body can transform into quicksand, remaining unharmed during this state. Sand Shield LV.15, when attacked by enemies, a shield of sand forms instantly around the user. Sand Control LV. 15, can manipulate sand at will. Overall combat power, 7,788. I did not expect such an unexpected windfall. Aochuan chuckled. He had assumed that this campaign in Shiliang would not yield any ancient deities. But it seemed they had delivered themselves right to him. In that case, let it not be said that I am unkind. Although their bloodlines are not particularly formidable, one should not refuse a gift. Aochuan promptly unleashed a breath of dragon flame at the 2 giant wolves, The Howling Moon Wolf was caught off guard by the sudden attack from another mutated being, unable to evade the dragon flame. A horrendous cry echoed as the Howling Moon Wolf was reduced to ashes for the Quicksand Wolf King. While it too had been taken by surprise, it swiftly summoned a torrent of quicksand to envelop itself just as the dragon flame was about to strike. Is this the sand shield? Quite a quick reaction. However, I wonder if it can withstand my dragon flame. Ouchwan observed the Quicksand Wolf King encased in sand, noticing the outer layer of sand rapidly disintegrating. Humph, do not waste your efforts. My sand shield is not something a mere ambusher like you can breach. The Quicksand Wolf King scoffed at in its eyes. Its sand shield was the most impenetrable, having never encountered any mutated being in this region capable of breaking through its defenses. I had hoped to grant you a swift death, but since you look down upon me, you shall experience my divine thunder. Ouchwan spoke softly, for beings that exhibit a fervent desire for death. He often indulged their wishes. In the next instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the rumble of thunder echoed, as if the heavens themselves lamented. Within seconds, a formidable bolt of divine thunder struck the sand shield. Chapter 98. Xian Bird Ha. Do you truly believe that such a feeble lightning strike can breach my sand shield? You might as well abandon your delusions. The Quicksand Wolf King was entirely unconcerned, confident that the lightning would not breach its defenses. Although it was unaware of Ouchwan's realm, it firmly believed that as long as the opponent relied solely on lightning, its sand shield would remain unscathed. It is well known that sand is non-conductive. Thus his thunder could never breach his sandy shield. In this battle, the advantage lies with me. Ants, since that is the case, prepare to fully experience the might of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Ouchwan murmured, generously unleashing the nine heavens' divine thunder. As the thunder descended, the sandy shield of the Sand Wolf King disintegrated upon contact with the divine force. This isn't right. Isn't sand supposed to be non-conductive? The Sand Wolf King exclaimed in terror, hastily transforming into quicksand to make his escape. Yet, how could the nine heavens' divine thunder be deterred by such a trivial ruse? With a resounding crack, the Sand Wolf King was instantly reduced to dust. Although these two wolves were not particularly formidable, they were nonetheless creatures of the primordial wilderness and could serve a purpose for Tsong, Ouchwan mused. Lacking sufficient fortune points, Ouchwan had no choice but to swiftly scour the entirety of Shiliang to collect the bloodlines of these two wolves. Before long, he successfully located the fallen meteors of the two wolves. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bloodline of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bloodline of the Sand Wolf King. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Ouchwan's previously despondent heart found a glimmer of solace. How strange, why haven't the Xian turtles arrived yet? Ouchwan furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, they should have arrived by now. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming that only the minor demons of the demon court, recently attacked by the two wolf kings, were present. They were mostly weaker beings at the tail end of the demon court's army, unable to keep pace with the main force. While searching for the wolves' meteors, he had not encountered the Xian turtles. Surely, they wouldn't fall into danger just because he was absent. Xian turtle, where have you taken Dijuan and the others? Why can't I find you in Shiliang? Ouchwan reached out through telepathy to the Xian turtle. Forgive us, Your Highness the Demon Emperor, we were led astray by that mutated peregrine falcon. All I know is that we are currently in a vast grassland surrounded by many mutated sheep and horses. The Xian turtle replied, filled with shame that he had hoped to make a good impression during this campaign to Shiliang, especially after recently merging with the bloodline of the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Yet he found himself ensnared by a foolish ally. Very well, you should first eliminate the mutated creatures in that area, Ouchwan said softly, bemused by the Xian turtle's predicament. Who would have thought that the earlier peregrine falcon was so directionally challenged that it could lead the Xian turtles away from the Dragon Kingdom? Although the Xian turtle did not specify their exact location, Ouchwan could roughly deduce their whereabouts from the description of the grassland filled with flocks of sheep and herds of horses. Likely only found in Mingma Kingdom. In the vast grasslands of Mingma Kingdom, the Demon Emperor commands. Members of the Demon Court, occupy the grassland at once. Any mutated creatures encountered that dare to resist are to be killed without mercy. The Xian turtle declared furiously. He glared at the peregrine falcon that had led them astray. If looks could kill, it would have perished 1,000 times over. You, return to the army at once. Yes, Prime Minister. The mutated peregrine falcon, startled, realized it had caused trouble and hastily flew back to the ranks. Watching the falcon retreat, although the Xian turtle harbored a desire for vengeance, It was after all a minor demon of the demon court. And as prime minister, he could not indiscriminately slay his own kind. Song, do you remember that peregrine falcon from earlier? When we clear the grasslands, ensure that it is captured as well. I suspect it may be a spy. The Xian turtle turned to Song, knowing he could not execute the falcon himself, yet he could certainly delegate the task to another demon. Song had a penchant for bloodshed. It was not uncommon for him to mistakenly harm members of the demon court during battle. Rest assured, Prime Minister, I shall handle this matter proficiently. Song nodded, determined to execute the Prime Minister's orders with great flair. As the Xian turtle issued the command to cleanse the grasslands, the demon court's army sprang into action. Swiftly eliminating the surrounding mutated creatures, the awakened minor demons were primarily dealt with by the lesser demons of the court, while any extraordinary mutated beings encountered would be subdued by Dijuan and his companions. In the midst of the battle, Song stealthily approached a mutated peregrine falcon from behind. Since the Prime Minister has commanded my hand against you, then perish. Song's eyes glinted coldly as he pounced upon the falcon, swallowing it whole. Ugh, what a foul taste. I wonder when it last bathed. It tastes like rotten meat, Song grimaced, before turning to engage in battle with other mutated creatures on the grasslands. Good heavens, how terrifying. Did Song the demon general truly just kill one of his own? Could there be personal animosity? In the sky, another mutated peregrine falcon witnessed the entire scene unfold. He was certain that Song the demon general had deliberately sought to slay him. He had seen everything as Song stealthily approached that I thought I had led the demon court astray. Perhaps the Prime Minister sent Song to eliminate me. It seems I was overthinking things. The aerial mutated peregrine falcon sighed in relief. Silently keeping his distance from Song, on a hill in the vast grassland, a fiery steed over 100 meters long glared with intense malice upon witnessing the demon court's slaughter of the mutated beings. Damn it! First, 2 wolves raid my territory, and now a horde of mutated creatures has come. Do they truly believe me to be easy prey? The fiery steed's limbs blazed with flames, and a pair of wings formed from fire adorned its back. You wretched trash from Blue Star have truly provoked my wrath. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fiery steed prepared to charge forward. I have been watching you for some time. Surrender to my demon court, and you may yet live, or else death awaits. Dijuan suddenly appeared before the fiery steed, blocking its path. What an overwhelming aura! The fiery steed was startled by Dijuan's sudden appearance, instinctively swallowing hard as it beheld the nearly 500-meter figure. For some reason, upon meeting Dijuan's gaze, its body trembled involuntarily, a sensation akin to primal fear. Could it be that this mutated creature from Blue Star possesses a bloodline that surpasses my own? Just as this thought flickered in the fiery steed's mind, it was swiftly cast aside. Impossible. I am of the Xian bird bloodline. Only the ancestral phoenix can suppress me. This oversized avian before me could never dominate me. This must be a mere illusion. The fiery steed insisted to itself. What if I refuse? Such a pity. Breathe in deeply the air of this moment, for I shall not grant you a swift demise. Dijuan's eyes narrowed, and the sky was instantly engulfed in flames. As the sun's heavenly fire erupted, the fiery steed collapsed to the ground in terror, its limbs shaking uncontrollably. How could a mutated creature from Blue Star possess such formidable skills? The fiery steed cried out in fear, realizing that even its Xian bird's true fire paled in comparison to Dijuan's flames. Wait, the fiery steed shouted in haste. What is it? Do you have any final words? Dijuan's gaze was icy, regarding the fiery steed as one would a mere insect. Your realm is so vastly superior. This is nothing but bullying the weak. This is unfair. The fiery steed stammered, an ancient god of the primordial wilderness. It had once been the guardian beast of the Shang dynasty, even boasting the title of the strongest being beneath the saints. Just moments ago, it had declared it would not surrender, and now it sought mercy. How humiliating. I must devise a way to join them with some semblance of dignity. Oh, then tell me, what would constitute fairness in your eyes? Dijuan's eyes narrowed playfully. The fiery steed glanced around and suddenly spotted a 4-tailed mutated tortoise. Inspiration striking. The usual rules apply. Let us duel. You tortoise, step forward. The fiery steed called out to the Xian turtle. Are you calling me? The Xian turtle turned to the fiery steed upon hearing the commotion. Yes, I am addressing you. Do you think your shell makes you special? Step forward and face me. What skill is there in relying on an extraordinary 8th-tier divine bird? The fiery steed challenged, then turned to Dijuan. He is extraordinary tier 5, while I am tier 3. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish, but if I win, you must release me. This is the plan the fiery steed concocted. Despite being Tier 3, it was a being of ancient godly lineage. And merging with a mutated creature from Blue Star would amplify its power severfold. Surely, it could defeat the extraordinary Tier 5 tortoise. Prime Minister, what do you think? Dijuan inquired of the Prime Minister. Believing the fiery steed to possess some strength, yet doubting its ability to overcome the Xian turtle. However, he was intrigued by the creature's confidence. Perhaps it had some hidden trump card? Rest assured, leave it to me. The Xian turtle chuckled, initially troubled by a lack of achievements, but now seeing a chance to prove himself. If he could subdue this opponent, his campaign to Shiliang would be deemed a success. However, just as the Xian turtle prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the fiery steed, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Arriving in Mengma Kingdom's grassland, I encounter an ancient god? Aochuan, who had just materialized, was captivated upon seeing the fiery steed. Through the system's interface, he realized that the ancient god inhabiting the fiery steed was none other than the Xian bird. He had heard of the fabled Xian bird's reputation, not to mention its title as the strongest being beneath the saints. This was an exceptionally valuable bloodline, and it must be transformed immediately. Superior bloodline, hasten to my system. With that thought, Aochuan summoned the 9 heavens' divine thunder to strike down upon the Xian bird. Upon sensing the murderous intent looming above, the blazing Pegasus swiftly cast its gaze skyward, only to behold a ferocious bolt of thunder hurtling towards it. No, this is dishonorable. You dare to resort to ambush. The blazing Pegasus hastily attempted to flee, yet its speed paled in comparison to that of the celestial thunder. In the blink of an eye, the blazing Pegasus was reduced to mere dust beneath the overwhelming might of the celestial thunder. My accolades. Witnessing this scene, the Xian turtle felt tears welling up within. It had hoped to capture the foe as a feat of valor, but now it realized that any glory was utterly unattainable. I pay my respects to your highness, the demon emperor. Upon encountering Aochuan, Dijun promptly uttered. The Xian turtle echoed Dijun's sentiments, although sorrow was unmistakably woven into its tone. What troubles you? Xian turtle, you appear rather despondent, Aochuan inquired, perplexed by the Xian turtle's demeanor. No, your highness, you misunderstand. The Xian turtle quickly masked its expression, for it dared not voice its grievance over Aochuan claiming its accolades. As long as all is well, we shall lead the forces back after purging the mutated creatures from the grasslands. Upon hearing the Xian turtle's response, Aochuan paid it little mind. After uttering this statement, he began his search for the meteorite that housed the Xian bird. Meanwhile, Li Xiqing had rallied the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to commence excavation of the nearby mountains. Although the Dragon Kingdom had initially lost a significant expanse of land, it had excelled in safeguarding its people, thus maintaining a formidable population. In the span of a single day, the denizens of the Dragon Kingdom had unearthed over 100,000 spirit stones. Truly, the strength of numbers is formidable. In just one day, we have amassed such a bounty of spirit stones. Li Xiqing surveyed the towering pile of spirit stones, nodding in satisfaction. Among these stones, some were large, with diameters exceeding a meter, while others were merely the size of a fist. Gazing at the spirit stones before him, Li Xiqing found himself envisioning how the Demon Emperor would reward him upon witnessing the vast collection he had gathered for the Demon Court. If only the Dragon King could bestow upon him a bloodline as well. Li Xiqing mused softly, his tone tinged with anticipation. Qing Wan, the Xian turtle, along with the majority of the mutated creatures in the Demon Court, had been granted bloodlines by the Dragon King. Even the newly inducted Crow had received the Luo Xian bloodline as a reward, while he, a venerable figure within the Demon Court, had not been granted even a single bloodline. Do not worry, young master. This time, with our considerable collection of spirit stones for the Demon Emperor, I believe the Dragon King will surely bestow a bloodline upon you, consoled Fu Donglai, who had been listening to Li Xiqing, while extending a plate of peach blossom pastries towards him. These were the young master's favorite delicacies, which he often enjoyed with Liu Bing during his time as an undercover agent in the Dragon Kingdom. At the mention of Liu Bing, Fu Donglai let out a slight sigh, shaking his head in regret. Alas, Liu Bing and the young master were ultimately on different paths, each serving their own masters. He thought to himself. Li Xiqing accepted the pastries from Fu Bo, remaining silent as he quietly savored the treat. For some reason, after consuming the pastry, memories of the time when Liu Bing had called him brother resurfaced in his mind. To Li Xiqing, Fu Bo was a person who genuinely cared for him. He could only pledge absolute loyalty to the words of the Demon Emperor, while Lu Bing had been the second person in his life to treat him sincerely.